Chapter 321 The Mighty Little Goo Goo. It takes at least 10 days to half a month to get from Xiqing to the imperial capital. In most cases, they can find an inn to stay before dark. But sometimes they can't get into the city in time, so they have to set up a tent on the spot. Yuan got up before dawn. She wanted to boil medicine for Yan Jiuqiao. The further into Nanzhao, the more humid and hot the climate is, which is not good for Yan Jiuqiao's condition. Madam, let me do it. Zisu heard Yuan's movement and hurriedly opened her eyes, lifted the quilt, and sat up from the floor. Fuling also woke up, rubbed her eyes, and folded the quilt. Yuan ordered, "No need. You go around the street. I heard from Grandma yesterday that we have to walk a day on the mountain road, and we can't find an inn. You should prepare all the dry food." "Yes," Zisu agreed. Nanzhao is hot, so dry food doesn't last long, so it's eaten on the day it's bought. Zisu and Fu Ling quickly cleaned up the house, washed up, and went downstairs to buy dry food. Although they were in a hurry, the prince's wife never let the prince suffer any grievances in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. It's called dry food, but it's not just steamed buns. Vegetables, fruits, meat, and green vegetables were all bought. Since the prince and his wife didn't like the Goo Master, their meals were separated from the Goo Master. "How much is this?" Zisu rarely saw a spy selling hawthorn cakes. If she remembered correctly, the prince seemed to like it very much. The vendor said, "It's the last piece. I'll sell it to you at a low price. 5 copper coins. 5 copper coins are not cheap. But considering it's the last piece, Zisu still wants it. Go buy some crab roe crisps." Zisu said to Fu Ling. The crown prince's wife doesn't like sour food, nor does she eat anything too sweet. Instead, she can eat a few bites of the salty crab roe crisps. Fu Ling had no objection. It was Zisu who bought the food, and she was only responsible for carrying it. Zisu bought food according to the taste of Yan Jiuqiao and Yuan, and then bought some for the rest of the people. After spending so many days together, Zisu already knew everyone's appetite and taste. The crown prince told her not to save money, just buy whatever she needed, and he never skimped on her and Fu Ling. Zisu was very glad that she met such a good master. She was also glad that she didn't listen to the owner when she left the Silk Music Hall. She was the daughter of a rich family, and she ended up being a slave because her family committed a crime. However, her manners, appearance and demeanor were not comparable to those of ordinary servants. When she learned that she was going to be sold to the young master's mansion, the owner said to her, "Ying, do you know who you are going to serve? It's the master of Yanqing. If you follow him, you will not have to worry about the wealth and glory in the second half of your life. Not only that, it will not be difficult for your family to make a comeback." She never mentioned this to anyone. It is unknown whether the owner of the museum was kind or for her own benefit, but it is undeniable that she was moved for a moment. She was once a rich daughter with fine clothes and delicious food, but she became a lowly slave. Who doesn't want to go back to the old days? Who doesn't want to reunite with her family? But she didn't do it. It's hard to say whether she didn't dare or didn't want to. Anyway, she put that thought out. Fortunately, she put it out. Her 2 masters, if they said good things, they were really good. They were good to the servants. And the relationship between them was even better. If they said bad things, they were really bad enough to scare people. Zisu still hasn't forgotten how Suyu made his own prince's wife fall step by step. "Tangulu," Fu Ling said after sucking her saliva. Zisu glanced at her and said, "I know. I'll buy it for you." Zisu bought 10 strings of tangulu and gave them all to Fu Ling. Fu Ling ate them in big mouthfuls. The 2 of them went back to the inn. When they passed by a rice shop, a man with a sly look suddenly rushed out, bumped into Zisu, and took away Zisu's purse. Silver. Zisu was horrified. Fu Ling, carrying 7 or 8 large bags in one hand and 10 strings of candied haws in the other, chased after him at a brisk pace and kicked the thief to the ground. The thief had never been kicked so hard before, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zisu breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to retrieve his purse. Coincidentally, at this moment, another man came out of the rice shop and came to the thief. He looked at Zisu, who had just got the purse, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He said politely, "It turned out that it was the girl who caught the thief." "Thank you, girl." Zisu bowed politely. The man squatted down and searched out the purse stolen by the thief. "He also stole mine." This was none of Zisu's business. It didn't matter whether it was stolen by him or not. Zisu just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Zisu took Fuling's hand and walked back. The man smiled and said, "I haven't thanked you yet. May I ask your name?" Zisu frowned, ignored him, and left quickly with Fu Ling. Originally thought that the matter was over. But before they left, the Gu master suddenly found Yuan. Yuan still dressed up as a young master and claimed to the Gu master that his surname was Yu. In the eyes of the Gu master, whether it was Master Yin or Master Yu, they were just rich boys with nothing to offer. And they were not worth mentioning in front of a Gu master with real strength. Therefore, the Gu master stated his purpose in a very arrogant manner. "What did you say? You want to sell my maid?" Yuan looked at her indifferently. "The maid named Zisu," the Gu master admitted generously. Yuan laughed in anger. This man came to her early in the morning. What did she think? It turned out that he wanted to sell Zisu. Look at his self-righteous look. People who don't know the truth think that Zisu is his servant. "I won't sell it." 100 taels. Yuan smiled faintly. "Do you think I look like someone who is short of money?" The Gu master said seriously, "This is not a matter of money. Do you know who wants to buy her? Your Nanjiao monarch?" Yuan joked. The Gu master's face turned cold. "Do you think you are the emperor's princess? Will the monarch like your maid?" That is also a Gu master. His strength is even better than mine. This time he entered the imperial capital because his master was fortunate enough to be invited to be a guest of the female monarch's mansion. It is your blessing that he likes your maid. Don't be ungrateful. The queen's mansion? Are you talking about the little princess in the rumors? Yuan didn't have a very good impression of her. Now, let alone a maid. She wouldn't sell it to the other party even if it was a piece of rag. The Gu master had already made up his mind to use a maid to exchange for the other party's favor. Although he was also invited to the imperial capital, the family that invited him was almost insignificant compared to the dignified queen of Nanjiao. If he could please the other party, he might have the opportunity to become a disciple of the queen in the future. And then, he would be very successful. The Gu master said, "You have to sell it. You have to sell it whether you want to or not." "Oh, really?" Yuan raised her eyebrows. The Gu master said proudly, "Don't forget. You are all poisoned by me. If you don't hand over that girl, I will let you die of the poison." Yuan sighed, "Alas. It seems that my husband's vision is right. You are really annoying." What husband or not husband? The Gu master didn't understand. But he understood the last sentence. This kid was scolding him. He is a Gu master. How dare this kid? The Gu master said angrily, "I don't want to show you a little power. You have all forgotten who you are." Yuan looked at him leisurely. He took out a copper bell from his arms and shook it gently. This is the Gu control bell. Whenever it rings, the Gu worms will be restless, and the people who are poisoned will feel like thousands of ants biting their hearts and be in agony. Of course, he just wanted to teach the other party a little lesson, and he didn't intend to take the other party's life, so his movements were very gentle. Even so, it was enough to make the other party roll on the ground in pain. However, what surprised the Gu master was that, let alone rolling on the ground, Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids. How could this happen? The Gu master looked at Yuan blankly, then looked at the copper bell in his hand. And this time, he increased his strength. But no matter how he shook it, Yuan didn't respond. Yuan yawned. "Have you shaken it enough? If not, keep shaking it. I'm going to get in the car to catch up on my sleep." Impossible. This is impossible. The Gu master stared in disbelief. The copper bell was almost broken by him. How could the Gu worm not be causing trouble? "Stop right there." The Gu master turned around and grabbed Yuan's shoulder without any hesitation. Yuan turned around instinctively and slapped him to the ground with a big slap. Yuan couldn't be blamed for this. Who made him suddenly attack? The Gu master screamed miserably in the corridor. Jiang Hai, Qing Yan, and Yugo were startled by the huge noise. The Gu master was so embarrassed that he roared. "Catch him!" "Catch who? Yuan? Are you crazy?" None of the three moved. The Gu master then remembered that they were in the same group. This guy was originally the escort's family. They teamed up to bully him. Right? Well, let these guys all taste the power of the Gu master. The Gu master pinched a formula, grabbed the copper bell, and jumped the rope on the spot. All the Gu insects. "Wake up for me." The three looked at him in amazement. Jiang Hai whispered, "What's wrong with him?" Did master you slap him and turn him into a fool? Gu master, you are the fool. Your whole family is fools. Gu master jumped and jumped. His face flushed, and he was panting and rolling his eyes. Old Chui was annoyed by him. He came over while chewing a lamb leg and said impatiently, "What are you doing so early in the morning? Can't we have some peace and quiet? Gu master is going crazy. It's fine if a few young people can handle his goo worms. But how come even an old man with one foot in the coffin can't do anything?" Tisk Old Chui rolled his eyes, and went back to the house. Jiang Hai and the other two gave Gu master a pitying look, and went to pack up. The Gu master had a driver, who was also his personal attendant. He stepped forward and said, "Gu master, it's time to get going." The Gu master gritted his teeth and said, "Tell them to wait. I have to go somewhere first." Yes. The Gu master was his employer. He told them to wait. So they had to wait. This was something that could not be changed. Therefore, the Gu master was not worried that they would leave him and run away. After all, they didn't even have a pass. So where could they run to? The Gu master went to another inn to meet a man, who was the man who fell in love with Zisu at first sight on the main road. This man was called Fei Luo, a Gu master in Wuching, and was well known in the local area. Fei Luo's strength was much stronger than the employers of Jiang Hai and the other two. Not to mention that Fei Luo also had a master who was a great Gu master. The difference of one word made a huge difference in strength and status. Only by becoming a great Gu master could one be qualified to become a distinguished guest of the royal family. Lord Fei Luo. The Gu master performed a salute reverently. Pharaoh narrowed his narrow eyes and asked, "Where is the person?" The Gu master said ashamedly, "They are unwilling to hand her over." Pharaoh snorted coldly, "She is just a maid. Are you reluctant to hand her over? Have you talked to them seriously? Any amount of silver is fine. They are not short of silver." The Gu master said. "Oh." Pharaoh raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you tell them that I am the Gu master of the lady's mansion?" The Gu master wondered. "I did. And I used some tricks on them. But my goo worms don't seem to work on them. I don't know what happened." Pharaoh smiled coldly. "What else could it be? You met a Gu master who is more powerful than you." The Gu master shook his head. "Impossible. There is no Gu master among them. If there was, they wouldn't have become his escort for just a few road passes." Pharaoh thought for a moment and said, "That means they have the Gu king. And your goo worm is suppressed by the Gu king. Originally I just wanted a nice maid. But I didn't expect to meet the Gu king." Pharaoh shook the translucent jade bottle in his hand. "My baby hasn't eaten for a long time. And it's time to find something delicious for it." The Gu master was shocked when he saw the jade bottle. If he was not mistaken, there was a golden toad goo in it. The most powerful goo he had ever seen in his life was the golden silkworm goo. But no matter how powerful it was only 100 Gu king. The golden toad goo was different. It was infinitely close to the 1,000 Gu king. Lord Pharaoh actually holds such a powerful treasure in his hand. He really did not flatter the wrong person. The Gu master knelt down on one knee. "Lord Pharaoh, what do you need me to do? Please tell me directly. I will do my best for you until my death." Yuan and his group were all ready to go. But they waited for the Gu master to come. And they all looked gloomy. Just when Jiang Hai was about to go out to look for him, the Gu master appeared calmly. The Gu master glanced at Yuan's carriage lightly and said arrogantly, "Let's go when everything is ready. We must get to Lucheng before dusk. Otherwise we will have to sleep in the wilderness." "Pa!" Yuan pulled down the curtain. "Just treat him as a fart." The corners of the Gu master's mouth twitched fiercely. "Lord Pharaoh will take action soon. I wonder how long you can be so arrogant." "Crown Princess." Zisu looked at Yuan worriedly. She knew she was in trouble. She shouldn't have gone to catch thieves. She ran into a scoundrel. That scoundrel seemed very powerful. Even their employer had flattered him. Now, because the lady refused to hand her over, the employer was angry. Yuan glanced at the little girl and said, "It's not your fault. Don't worry. I won't hand you over unless you want to leave." Zisu knelt down. "I don't want to leave. I want to serve the crown princess for the rest of my life." "That's it?" Yuan glanced at the curtain. "Go." Zisu understood. After putting the food on the plate, she got off the carriage and got on her and Fu Ling's carriage. The carriage went all the way south. In the first half of the day, the Gu master had been urging the coachman to speed up so as to avoid being unable to enter the city. However, in the afternoon, the Gu master suddenly had a stomachache, and the carriage stopped and started, and eventually missed the time to enter the city. Chapter 322, Beating the Gu Master I. The gates of Nanzhao were generally closed earlier than those of the Zhou dynasty, as the sun was setting in the west. The gates were already closed at this time. I have traveled all morning in vain. In the end, I have to sleep in the wilderness, Old Chui complained. He was old, and the journey was exhausting. That damn Gu Master was urging him all the way, as if he was going to be reborn. Old Chui's intestines were about to break. It would be fine if he could enter the city, but the guy had diarrhea in the afternoon. He was the one who asked the driver to drive the carriage, and he was also the one who couldn't walk. Old Chui was so angry that he was going to die. Qin Yan and others were naturally not in a good mood. When they got off the carriage and passed by the Gu Master, they didn't even look at him. The Gu Master seemed to be a master, but in fact, he was very narrow-minded. He secretly remembered the disrespect of this group of people, and felt more and more that what was about to happen next was their own fault. Lord Pharaoh said that as long as he helped him get what he wanted, Lord Pharaoh would allow him to go with them. Lord Pharaoh's guards were personally arranged by the Queen's mansion, and they were definitely not comparable to this group of gangsters. Moreover, he could cultivate feelings with Lord Pharaoh on the way there. When he entered the imperial capital in the future, he would be considered a person who had a friendship with Lord Pharaoh, because they could not enter the city and there was no village or shop in the distance. They had to find an open place near the official road to camp. After traveling for many days, several people had gained experience. Several people took the tents from the carriage and set them up on the spot. It is worth mentioning that the servants of the Gu Master died or were injured when they encountered robbers, leaving only one coachman to go with them. It was not that he could not buy servants, but none of them caught his eye. He thought that he was about to enter the imperial capital, so it would not be too late to carefully select them when he got there. The driver's ability was limited, and Hugo had to set up the tent for him. Jiang Hai and Qin Yan didn't want to care about him anymore. At this point, we have to mention Zisu's attentiveness. Although it was a one-day journey, Zisu prepared 2 days' worth of dry food when buying it. But the other part was raw rice and dried goods, which could be stored and would not go bad overnight. Fu Ling went to light the fire. Zisu took the pot, washed the rice with the reserved water, clamped the pot on the small stove made temporarily with a few stones, and took out the dried fish and dried meat and roasted them on another fire. Jiang Hai hunted a fresh rabbit from somewhere, and he didn't need others to help him. He cleaned the rabbit himself and handed it to Zisu and Fu Ling. The two took out the snowflake salt and pickles they got from the Yu family, and the vegetable oil was added on the way. "Are there any chopped green onions?" Zisu asked. "Yes. I'll get it." Fu Ling walked over with a strong step, and soon came back with a small potted plant, which was planted by Yuan. Zisu sprinkled salt, brushed sauce, and roasted the rabbit until it was shiny. She tore off 2 rabbit legs, sprinkled chopped green onions, and sent them to Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu. Perhaps because of the medicine, Yin Jiuqiu didn't eat much meat recently. He didn't want the rabbit legs, so Yuan only kept one and asked Zisu to send the other to Grandma. The aroma of roasted rabbit meat drifted into the Gu Master's tent. The Gu Master was not very hungry at first, so he ate some steamed buns and lay down. But when he smelled the aroma, he felt hungry. He called the driver. "What are they eating?" The driver was also very greedy, swallowed his saliva and said, "It seems that guard Jiang hunted a rabbit, and they roasted the rabbit." The Gu Master's face immediately turned ugly. "Jiang Hai is my escort. What he hunts is naturally mine. How did it end up in the stomachs of those people? Then, I will go and ask them for it now. Ask for more. If Gu Master can't finish it, the rest is his. Forget it." Gu Master thought of the plan for tonight and resisted the urge to eat meat. "Oh!" The driver lowered his head in disappointment. The rabbit meat was really fragrant. The dried fish and meat were also fragrant. And the rice was put with sweet potatoes, which was fragrant. Gu Master also felt that it was fragrant. But there was nothing he could do about it, since he revealed his intention to sell the maid. He had completely torn his face with that group of people. Isn't she just a maid? I don't understand why they are reluctant to give her up. They must be mentally retarded to offend 2 Gu Masters for a servant. Gurgle. The rabbit meat is so fragrant that the Gu Master's stomach growls. "Anything else to eat?" the Gu Master asked irritably. The driver said, "There are dried meat and snacks." The dried meat was bought from the same shop, but for some reason, The Gu Master felt that other people's dried meat was more fragrant than her own. The Gu Master waved his hand and asked the driver to take the food away. The driver just lifted the curtain of the tent and heard the Gu Master speak again. Wait! Come here! Yes. What do you want? The driver returned to the Gu Master respectfully. Gu Master took out a jar of wild mountain grape wine from his bag. You go and give it to them. Ah? The driver was stunned. Why did you suddenly give them wine? And such a fine wine? The driver followed Gu Master all the way. So he naturally recognized that this was the gift that Gu Master intended to give to the noble family after entering the capital. This wine is not available on the market. It is made by the local winemaker, who picked the largest wild mountain grapes. The reason why Gu Master got it was also a coincidence. Gu Master had his own plans in mind. The wine was good wine. But since he met Lord Pharaoh, Gu Master felt that there was a smooth road in front of him. He would do anything to serve Lord Pharaoh. Just give it if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Then, if they ask, how should I answer? Just say, exchange wine for some rabbit meat. After all, you are still greedy for rabbit meat. The driver complained in his heart and took the wine away. This is the good wine that my master asked me to bring. The driver said. Good wine. The old man sneered disdainfully. How dare you call it good wine if you haven't lived for 50 years? Old Sueo, I have been in the palace for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such a tasteless wine. Xingyan. Yuego, the wild mountain wine of the ghost tribe is the real good wine. Yin Jiuqiao, you don't even look down on the wine given by the emperor. Where did this crappy wine come from? The fine wine that Gu Master reluctantly gave up is simply a jar of garbage in the eyes of a group of big men. The driver didn't even dare to say that he would exchange it for rabbit meat. He went to his master with a jar of wine in a dejected manner to report. The Gu Master was so angry that if he hadn't thought about the plan for the night, he would have rushed out to deal with the group of people. The coachman secretly wondered. This gentleman's temper is not very good. How could he let the group of people get so angry without getting angry? The Gu Master took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, You keep an eye on the maid named Zisu, and find a chance to bring her to my tent. This. The coachman wanted to say that he couldn't do it. Zisu was always inseparable from the big and strong Fu Ling. How could he kidnap her? However, maybe the coachman was lucky, and he really ran into Zisu, who was alone. Zisu went to the forest to relieve herself. It was not good to let people follow her. As soon as she left the forest, she was blocked by the coachman. Zisu was startled. The coachman smiled and said, Miss Zisu. It's me. Zisu looked carefully. It's you? Zisu moved to the side. As soon as the driver saw her movements, he knew that she wanted to leave as soon as possible and didn't want to talk to him at all. The driver was afraid that if Zisu was forced to shout, she would attract people. Miss Zisu, the driver said, Can you talk to me for a moment? What are you doing? Zisu looked at him vigilantly. The driver hurriedly said, Miss Zisu, don't get me wrong. I have no ill intentions. It's just that my master wants to talk to you for a few words. I won't delay you for too long. Besides, Brother Jiang and the others are here. They will come out to look for you if they don't see you for a while. This is the truth. If the Gu Master really did something to Zisu, with the abilities of Jiang Hai and the other two, they would be able to rescue Zisu in an instant. Zisu still hesitated. The driver pointed his finger and said, I swear to God that I will never hurt Miss Zisu. Zisu hesitated again and finally went with the driver. In the tent, Zisu saw the Gu Master with a proud face. The Gu Master was obsessed with Gu magic and didn't have much interest in women. Therefore, although Zisu was beautiful, he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. This was one of the reasons why Zisu dared to come to see him. You go and guard outside, the Gu Master said. Yes. The driver left the tent. Zisu greeted him indifferently. I wonder what the Gu Master wants to see me for. The Gu Master said arrogantly, I believe you have heard about what happened this morning. A master has taken a fancy to you. That master is also a Gu Master. His strength and status are higher than mine. I just want to ask you what you think. Are you willing to follow him? I don't want to, Zisu said without hesitation. You? Gu Master choked. Don't you think about it? Zisu said calmly. If that master really likes me, he should come forward to ask my master for me openly, instead of using your hand to force my master to sell me. Gu Master snorted. You are just a maid. But you are so arrogant. Do you know who that master is? Zisu was silent. Gu Master said, "Have you heard of the Lady King's mansion? Her Highness is the only princess of the King of Nanzhao. She is the future king. And Master Pharaoh's master is the guest of honor of the Lady King's mansion. It doesn't matter if you offend me, but it will be more troublesome to offend Her Highness's guests. I advise you not to be ignorant of the world. Your master is reluctant to part with you, because he is loyal and righteous. What about you? Are you willing to implicate such a person who cares about you?" Zisu's face showed a trace of entanglement. The Gu Master knew that she had taken his words to heart. In fact, it was not a difficult choice. Following a mediocre young master. How could a woman who was a Gu Master be as popular as following a mediocre young master? Lord Pharaoh is also going to the capital to serve the Lady Lord in the Lady Lord's mansion. You will have no worries about wealth and prosperity with him. And your future is bright. Isn't it much better than following an unknown boy? The Gu Master said what was in his heart. Seeing that Zisu still refused to give in, he cursed her for being stubborn and his face darkened. Besides, if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider your son. Right? If your son offends the Gu Master of the Lady Lord's mansion, what good will it end up like? Chapter 323, Beating the Gu Master, Part 2. But, Zisu's fingers dug into her flesh. How could the Gu Master not see that she had already been moved? People are made of flesh and blood. If that family was eager to sell her out, she might still ignore it. But they were willing to become enemies with two Gu Masters to protect her. Even if she was a worthless person, she would not want to see that family suffer. Right? Okay. I won't force you. The choice is in your hands. I just want to remind you one last time. That gentleman's identity is extraordinary. And his strength is not to be underestimated. After he kills your son, you will still fall into his hands. Go away. Come to me if you figure it out. And I can't do anything if you don't figure it out. Although you are my escorts. I am insignificant and cannot protect you. The Gu Master dared to say this. It was nothing more than being sure that Zisu had a conscience and would never let his son fall into danger. As expected, Zisu turned around and just walked to the entrance of the tent. She suddenly gritted her teeth and knelt down. Please, sir, save my two young masters. A last Gu Master stretched out his hand. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Forget it. For your sincerity, I will do my best. The reason why Gu Master said this is that he didn't want to offend Zisu too much. Otherwise, if Zisu was favored in the future, she would whisper to Lord Pharaoh, and he would not be able to resist. Do you have a way to convince your young master to let you go? Zisu shook her head. The two young masters treat me with great kindness and don't mind that I am a servant. I think they will be able to see that I am not sincere. The Gu Master sighed. Then I can only hide it from them for now. Zisu looked puzzled. Master Gu Master means? The Gu Master said, I will quietly send you to Lord Pharaoh. When they find out, it will be a done deal. So they can only accept it. Zisu was silent. The Gu Master said earnestly, I said I won't force you. If you want to regret it, it's not too late. Zisu gritted her teeth. No. I won't regret it. I'll go with you. Oh. No hurry. The Gu Master's eyes flickered. It was true that Lord Pharaoh only wanted Zisu. But now? What's wrong? Lord? Zisu looked at him puzzled. The Gu Master said calmly, in fact, Lord Pharaoh has murderous intentions towards your two sons. But don't worry. I have tried my best to persuade Lord Pharaoh. But Zisu could guess some of the secrets without the Gu Master saying it himself. Zisu pleaded, Master Gu Master, please tell me. As long as you can protect my two sons, I will do anything. It's not difficult. The Gu Master took out a round bead from his wide sleeves and handed it to Zisu. This is the Gu bead. I need you to use it to find something later. That thing is useless in the hands of your son. But Master Pharaoh likes it. If you give it to Master Pharaoh, it will definitely help the two sons find a way out. Zisu took the Gu bead and left. About 3/4 of an hour later, Zisu came over stealthily. The Gu Master looked at her expectantly. Did you get it? Zisu shook her head. It's not what you said. Did you not look carefully? The Gu Master asked. Zisu said seriously, I looked for it. You said that the Gu Pearl would light up when it was close to that thing. But it didn't light up. The Gu Master murmured, could it be that Master Pharaoh guessed wrong? They don't have the Gu King at all? Master, what did you say? Zisu opened her eyes wide, as if she didn't hear clearly. The Gu Master cleared his throat. Nothing. Have you looked for it on your son? Zissou lowered her head and said, How dare I? What if this thing is lit up and the son finds it and asks me what it is? What should I answer? It seems that it is possible that it is on the two suns. The Gu master touched his chin. Well, Lord Pharaoh originally only asked him to take Zissou over. He was anxious to make a contribution and wanted to get the Gu king as well. It would be the same if Lord Pharaoh did it himself. He has already set up camp here. So why should he be afraid that they will run away? What should I do? Lord? If I don't get the thing, is my son doomed? Zissou asked anxiously. Lord Pharaoh said in a pretentious tone, This depends on how you plead for your son in front of Lord Pharaoh. Don't worry. As long as you please Lord Pharaoh will not embarrass your son. Zissou bit her lip tightly. Then, please lead the way. Lord Pharaoh. I want to meet Lord Pharaoh. Finally. It's the way. And it's worth wasting a night's saliva. Gu master put on a black cloak, took Zissou through the forest, and came to another tent in a roundabout way according to the route agreed with Pharaoh. This tent is much more luxurious than Yuan's group, almost catching up with the yurt on the grassland. It can be seen that the owner of the tent is of a very high status. Outside the tent, there are 20 guards waiting for battle, each wearing cold armor, and they have not changed into casual clothes because of leaving the imperial capital. These are the guards sent by Her Highness the Lady. Seeing the little girl's surprised face, the Gu master couldn't help but boast and explain. Oh! Zissou lowered her head. What's the reaction? Is she numb? The Gu master frowned and reminded, Be smart when you meet Lord Pharaoh later. Don't be temperamental. Remember that the lives of your two sons depend on you. Yeah. Zissou nodded. Most likely, she was frightened by the scene. The Gu master thought. The Gu master didn't take it seriously, and asked someone to inform her. Not long after, a little disciple came out and said to the Gu master, You can go back. Remember to do everything according to the plan. The Gu master glanced at Zissou not far away without leaving a trace, and said with a curled corner of his lips, Please tell Lord Pharaoh that everything is under my control. You? Come in. After sending the Gu master away, the little disciple coldly called Zissou into the tent. The tent was spacious and tall, and Zissou could enter smoothly without bending over. She could even stand upright after entering. Her eyes fell on the man sitting on the ground. In front of him was a small table with fine wine, fruits and snacks. Pharaoh was a refined and gentle man who looked less than 30 years old. He wore fine jade clothes and had a slight beard. He looked not old at all, but rather had a mature masculine charm. If the girl who came was a newcomer to the world, I'm afraid she would be confused by her appearance at first sight. The servants in the tent withdrew. Zissou lowered her head and said nothing. It was Pharaoh who broke the awkwardness between them. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Zissou with a smile. I see you again. Girl. Did you scare me? Zissou shook her head. Pharaoh pointed to the cushion beside the small table and motioned Zissou to sit down. Zissou walked forward and knelt down on the cushion. Pharaoh looked at her meaningfully. Zissou picked up the teapot and filled a glass of wine for him. My lord. Please enjoy. Fei Luo's eyes were much gentler. You don't have to be afraid of me. I have no ill will towards you. I just admire you too much. If you really don't want to, I can let you go now. I'm not unwilling. Zissou lowered her eyes and said. Fei Luo took a sip of the wine she poured. Zissou whispered, Master Yugu told me that Master Fei Luo is a distinguished guest of the lady's mansion. Let me serve you well. If you are happy, I will become a superior person. Ha ha. Fei Luo was amused by her unconcealed words. There is no shortage of people who flatter in this world, but it is rare to flatter like this. What better compliment is there than a maid who serves people with her beauty becoming a superior person? Isn't this saying that he will be powerful one day? I really didn't make a mistake. You are worth my effort. Fei Luo did not hesitate to express his affection. Zissou filled his glass with wine again. You drink too. Pharaoh handed her the glass. Zissou shook her head. I get a rash when I drink. Can I eat? If the first refusal makes people frown, then the second request makes people want to laugh. Pharaoh found that the girl's words were very much to his taste. He generously pointed to the things on the table. Don't be restrained if you want to eat anything. Zissou peeled a fresh big lychee and ate it with relish. These lychees were all shipped from the lady's mansion. They were so sweet. Her eating manner revealed a special kind of cuteness. The Gu master pushed the plate in front of her. Eat slowly. It's all yours. Will I have food every day in the future? Zissou asked with blinking eyes. Pharaoh laughed and said, as long as you follow me to the lady's mansion, you can eat whatever the lady eats. This is just a big talk. But to please a woman, isn't it necessary to brag like this? Otherwise, why do people say that it is better to believe in ghosts than in men's mouths? Pharaoh looked greedily at Zissou, who was chewing lychees. Lord Pharaoh. Zissou suddenly looked at him and said, is the lady easy to get along with? I am a girl from the countryside, and I am afraid that I don't know the rules and will offend her. With Pharaoh's status, he may not be able to see the lady, let alone a little maid. If the master did not need 1 or 2 disciples, the lady's mansion would not send someone to pick him up. It is true that those people outside are guards of the lady's mansion, but they are not the lady's personal guards. Of course, men want to save face and will not admit their insignificance. Pharaoh said, the lady is kind and gentle. I have never heard of her punishing any servant for offending her. So she is so kind. Zissou murmured. A trace of respect flashed across Pharaoh's eyes. Her Highness has a broad mind and cares about the people. She will never make things difficult for anyone. Zissou still looked worried. I heard, there is a prince consort in the lady's mansion. What kind of person is the prince consort? Pharaoh smiled again. You don't have to worry about the prince consort. He is more generous and kind than Her Highness. Zissou said again, what about their children? Are they so good? Pharaoh smiled and said, you said His Highness the grandson of the Emperor. The lady is very strict with His Highness the grandson of the Emperor. She will never let him do anything that humiliates his status. So don't worry. As long as you don't make mistakes deliberately, your days in the lady's mansion will not be difficult. Chapter 324, Beating the Goo Master, Part 3. With no one around, Pharaoh couldn't hold back any longer. The reason why he had said so much patiently was that this girl was different from the women he had favored before. But no matter how different she was still a woman, and Pharaoh's patience was exhausted. Miss Zissou. Pharaoh slowly moved closer to Zissou. Zissou suddenly said with her eyes wide open, Lord Pharaoh, have you seen the prince consort? What does he look like? Pharaoh was embarrassed by these big black eyes, and he suppressed his anger and said, it is rumored that the prince consort has a damaged face and wears a mask all year round. I don't know what he looks like. Wearing a mask. Zissou murmured. It's getting late. I will tell you in detail about the situation in the lady's mansion tomorrow. Take a rest first. Pharaoh glanced at Zissou ambiguously and stretched out his wolf claws towards her. Just as he was about to touch Shursou's body, Shursou suddenly grabbed his hand. Pharaoh was stunned for a moment, then thought that the other party was flirting with him, and smiled meaningfully. But soon, he could not laugh anymore. The hand that clamped him was getting stronger and stronger, almost breaking his wrist. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand out, but found that he couldn't pull it out. How could this happen? Pharaoh was stunned. Little beauty? Pharaoh called her tentatively. Yeah. The other party responded indifferently. But it was no longer the delicate and timid tone before, but a hint of carelessness. Pharaoh had seen Shursou before, and he had talked with Shursou long before. He didn't feel it when the other party deliberately lowered the volume. But once he restored his voice, Pharaoh heard something wrong. Pharaoh was alert instantly. You are not Zissou. You just realized it now? The other party smiled lightly and took off the mask in front of him, revealing a face that was more than 10 times more beautiful than Zissou. Pharaoh was stunned immediately. Yuan touched her cheek. The mask didn't feel very good. I don't know what material old Chui used to make it. Not only is it not breathable, but it is also very tight. In fact, this human skin mask is only 70% similar to Zissou's face. People who are familiar with Zissou can easily see the clues. But Goo Master and Zissou have not met many times. He couldn't recognize her, let alone Pharaoh, who only saw her on the street. You. What do you mean by you? A Goo Master of the lady's mansion is actually a stutterer. Why don't I say it for you? Are you wondering why I pretended to be Zissou? Of course I saw through your evil plan. As for when I saw through it, Yuan smiled faintly. You stopped and started along the way. Do you think he played his role well? They suspected him when he deliberately urged the carriage to move forward from the original into Lucheng. They could enter the city smoothly without speeding up. However, he had to pretend to be anxious and angry to show everyone how anxious he was to enter the city. He was so that when he had a stomachache and couldn't go on, everyone would not easily suspect him. Little did they know that there were 2 doctors among the 8 of them. He was really sick or fake. And they saw through it at a glance. Yu Gu sure asked the driver to follow Zissou, which was full of loopholes. How could 3 hidden masters not even notice the driver's following? The driver thought he was lucky. But he didn't know that Zissou's being alone was a plan agreed upon by the master and servant. The first maid who met Yu Gu sure was Zissou. And the second was Yuan. You want to find the whereabouts of the Gu King with a broken bead? Yuan laughed sarcastically. Wait. A broken bead? The Gu King. Pharaoh's eyes glared fiercely. The Gu King is in your hand? Yuan chuckled. Yes. It's in my hand. Come and take it if you can. Pharaoh didn't even break free of his wrist. How could he take the Gu King? Pharaoh's eyes turned cold. And he said sternly, Come here. Yuan smiled. Pharaoh's temples throbbed. Someone come. Yuan didn't even bother to grab his wrist. And threw him to the ground. Pharaoh fell flat on his face. Someone come. Someone come. Yuan looked down at him and said, Don't shout. All your guards have been dealt with by my people. Pharaoh refuted, Impossible. They are the guards of the lady's mansion. Each of them is a top-notch master. Yuan smiled. Really? Then why didn't any of those masters rush in to save you when you shouted so loudly? Pharaoh was stunned. Yes. If they were still there, they would have heard the noise and rushed in without shouting. There has been no one figure for so long. It can only be said, they are really wiped out. But how is this possible? He didn't hear the sound of fighting just now. Could it be that so many masters were killed in a breath? The thought flashed through Pharaoh's mind. And he felt an endless chill on his back. When he fell in love with the maid, he never expected that he would kick such a piece of iron plate. I heard from the boy surnamed Yu that they were a group of people in the world who didn't even have a pass. If that was the case, how could they have such powerful skills? After a brief shock, Pharaoh calmed down. What if his skills were so powerful? He was a Gu master. His Gu worms were enough to kill any master. Okay. I thought I would have to spend more time to get your Gu King. Since you came to me, don't blame me for being rude. After Pharaoh said that, he waved his sleeves and took out his golden-toed Gu. His golden-toed Gu was hungry, and it was time to eat. This ignorant woman let her Gu King become the golden-toed Gu's meal. The golden-toed Gu flew out. But it didn't fly to Yuan, but to the door of the tent. The golden-toed Gu, it wants to escape. Pharaoh opened his eyes in disbelief. The next second, something even more incredible happened. A white light flashed out from Yuan's sleeves. Pharaoh didn't react at all. The golden-toed Gu screamed and died after the white light absorbed its essence. Everything happened in a flash. Even Yuan was stunned for a moment. If she wasn't dazzled, did she see her little Gu just now? It's so cool. Lightning. Yuan looked at her cuffs. Unfortunately, the little Gu has been lost again. Yuan smiled happily. When Fei Luo used that thing, she was still sweating. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. Her little Gu is so powerful. How could it be killed by these low-class insects? Fei Luo's jaw dropped. Even the 1,000 Gu King can't have such power. Could it be that what she is holding is? Madam. Jiang Hai walked in and saw Fei Luo staring at Yuan in surprise. A trace of disgust flashed through his eyes, and he blocked Yuan with his body. Qing Yin and Yugo also lifted the curtain and came in. The guards around them had asked them to clean up. How to deal with this guy? Qing Yin asked. Yuan thought for a moment and said, He is from the lady's mansion. Keeping him here will only cause trouble. It is better to make a decisive move than to let him go back to the mountains. You can't kill me. My master is... Before Pharaoh finished speaking, he heard a few hisses, and 3 long swords stabbed into his chest at the same time. It is said that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Other people's subordinates have at least one rational person who can persuade them to make peace. Can you 3 not be so unanimous? Pharaoh looked down at the sword on his chest, tilted his head, and died. Everyone had no pity for Fei Luo. This guy forced a good woman into prostitution and used all means to get a maid. He also wanted to get Yuan's Gu worm. Yes. Now Jiang Hai, Qing Yin, and others all knew that Yuan was carrying the holy object. They were surprised. But everyone also reached a consensus. Since the thing has fallen into Yuan's hands, it belongs to Yuan, and no one can take it away. Yuan hummed. This is a complete break with the lady's mansion. Before getting the medicine, they have offended the Hellion family and the lady of Nanzhao. Their luck is really good. Qing Yin and Yugo looked at Yuan sympathetically. Did you realize that you offended the lady's mansion? Who do you think the holy object in your hand slipped away from? Alas, the lady's IQ is sometimes a bit worrying. After dealing with Fei Luo, the group planned to continue on the road. But at this moment, Yugu Master, who was originally tied in the tent, broke free from the rope and escaped. It was because Yugo and the other two came to assassinate Pharaoh that no one chased him. Why didn't they just kill him? Of course, they needed to keep him as a guide. The Gu Master ran all the way. Jiang Hai and the other two used Qigong to catch up with him. With the strength of the three, it was impossible for the Gu Master to escape from their grasp. However, the Gu Master didn't know what kind of shit luck he had. But he actually met a caravan traveling overnight on the official road. The Gu Master rushed to the team with tears in his eyes. Help! Help! The caravan stopped. The Gu Master rolled over and crawled over. I am the Gu Master of Xiqing. My surname is Yu. Someone wants to kill me. The Gu Master has a high status in Nanxiao, and assassinating a Gu Master is an unforgivable crime. The leading guard immediately dismounted, checked his pass, and confirmed that he was indeed a Gu Master from Xiqing. Then he turned around and walked towards the carriage, kneeling on one knee and said, "Report to the general. A Gu Master is being hunted down." Gu Master was stunned. Great General? When Jiang Hai and the other two caught up with Gu Master had already ordered the Great General's troops to protect him closely. Gu Master had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the three people, he pointed and shouted, "It's them." Jiang Hai looked at the other side's formation and secretly said that it was not good. He was about to withdraw, but it was too late. A tall guard with a tiger spirit attacked them fiercely. Jiang Hai immediately showed his fist. When his palm and fist met, Jiang Hai was shocked and felt a pain in his chest. The whole person flew out. Seeing this, Qing Yan immediately drew his sword and faced him. But he knocked the opponent down with one move. Yugo was born with supernatural power. He took 3 punches from the opponent. With the 4th punch, he pushed the opponent into the crack in the ground. In the carriage parked not far away, Yuan's eyes widened. How could this happen? Who is he? The old man said, "The golden-faced assassin." Chapter 325 Recognition I. The golden-faced warriors who only existed in the rumors actually appeared in Nanxiao, and Jiang Hai and his friends encountered them. This luck is really unprecedented. I didn't expect the golden-faced warriors to be so powerful. Yuan didn't know what to say except surprise. She knew Jiang Hai's strength very well. Even Jun Chang'an was not his opponent. He could almost walk sideways in the central plains. Qing Yan's martial arts were not the highest, but his lightness skills were first class. He didn't avoid the opponent's attack. As for Yugo, his internal strength was 3 points stronger than Jiang Hai, but he only withstood 3 moves. The old man was calmer than Yuan. As for whether he was calm in his heart, it was unknown. On the other side, the Gu Master surnamed Yu cursed and said, "Your Excellency, they have accomplices. A total of 8 people. I am willing to lead the way for you and take them down together. Yes, there is no escape." Almost as soon as the Gu Master finished speaking, the carriage of the two was lifted up by a huge force. It was the golden-faced warrior who made the move. The carriage was thrown on the ground in front of the team. Yuan's head hit the door panel with a thud, cracking it. Yuan rubbed her head and was about to help her grandmother, who was also hit hard, when she saw several spears whizzing in. Yuan looked at the spears that were an inch away from her, carefully raised her fingertips, gently pushed the spears away and said, "They are just the elderly, the weak, women and children. Isn't this too much of a scene?" The two were taken off the carriage. Yuan had just finished pretending to be Zisu and didn't have time to change back into her men's clothes. Yu Gushir suddenly saw Yuan dressed in women's clothes. He didn't recognize her for a moment and was stunned. You are... It's you? You are a woman? Why are you wearing Shirsu's clothes?" Even though Yu Gushir racked his brains, he couldn't guess that Yuan was pretending to be Shirsu. Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this critical moment, she naturally didn't care whether her gender was exposed or not. Women are women. Yu Gushir didn't take it too seriously, but thought of the remaining guys, frowned and said, "No. There are accomplices." "Grandma, how many people are called generals in Nanxiao?" "One. The one from the Hellion family? What are you arguing about?" A guard thrust his spear fiercely into the grass in front of the two. "Yes, it's the one from the Hellion family," the old man said. "I told you to stop arguing. The guard raised his spear unceremoniously and called towards the old man. The old man remained calm and composed in the face of danger. Yuan grabbed the guard's spear and said, "If you dare to touch a hair of his, you won't see the sun tomorrow morning." The guard's scalp numbed when Yuan's cold eyes looked at him, and he subconsciously paused. Gu Master rushed over in a rage. "Who are you? How dare you talk to the general's dragon shadow guard like this? The one who won't see the sun tomorrow morning is probably you." As he said this, he turned to face the carriage with the curtains closed, bowed and said, "General, this group of people are of unknown origin and have no pass. They not only want to kill me, but I'm afraid they also want to kill Lord Pharaoh. Please send someone to Lord Pharaoh's tent to make sure he doesn't fall into the hands of this group of people. If they go there now, they will definitely see a corpse of Pharaoh. That would prove their crime of murdering the Gu Master of the lady's mansion." Yuan closed her eyes. At the moment, it seems that this is the only way left. But she is not very good at this kind of thing. Risk it. Yuan took a deep breath, squeezed out 2 non-existent tears, and cried like a sob, "General, don't kill me. I am your niece." The curtains of the carriage were closed, and outsiders could not see the scene inside. Little did they know that when Helion Biming heard this, his hands trembled, and he almost threw out the little snow fox that he had been rubbing all the way. And the little snow fox couldn't wait to flutter out as soon as he heard the sound. "Throw it. Throw the baby quickly." Helion Biming calmed down and retrieved the fluttering little snow fox. The little snow fox sat down on his lap in frustration and sighed like an old man. "General, I'll go out and take a look." The one who spoke was the long-serving attendant who was in the same carriage with Helion Biming. Helion Biming nodded. The long-serving attendant lifted the curtain and bowed down to get off the carriage. Yuan had been paying attention to the movement of the carriage. She was worried that she had called the wrong person. But when the curtain was lifted, she clearly saw the figure with a strong aura. It was so recognizable that it was the general she had seen in the West City Lord's mansion. In fact, how could she know whether her father was the legitimate second son of the Helion family who fell off the cliff and was dead? But at this juncture, he had to be. Otherwise all of them would be doomed. The long-serving attendant walked in front of Yuan with a torch and looked at Yuan steadily in the bright firelight. Yuan was wearing a purple basil dress, a white-bottomed pink dress, a 2-color belt of the same color, and a bun tied up like an unmarried woman. She had a small face the size of a palm, fair skin, thick eyebrows that exuded a heroic spirit, but not ostentatious, almond eyes like water, red lips and white teeth, and a very comfortable appearance. No one would think that the owner of such a face would be a person who talks nonsense. But what she said just now was really absurd. "Say it again." The long-servant thought that he probably heard it wrong. Or this little girl was crazy. Yuan said calmly, "May I ask this, Lord? Was the general's younger brother born in the early spring of 35 years ago? Or did he fall off the cliff when he was 3 or 4 years old and got into trouble?" The long-servant looked at Yuan, and then at the elderly man next to him. The second master's affairs had not been mentioned for many years, and the younger generation did not know much about this information. But the old man had heard the bad news of that year. The long-servant said, "So what? This is not a secret. Do you need to ask me? Or do you think you know a lot?" Yuan said seriously, "This is certainly not a secret. But I heard that the general's brother fell off the cliff and ended up with no trace of his body. The Helion family believed that he must have no chance of survival after falling from such a high place. As for the accident, I am afraid that he was eaten by wild beasts long ago. But is there a possibility that he did not die at all? Instead, he was saved by someone passing by? Ridiculous." The attendant sneered disdainfully. "Ridiculous?" Yuan looked calm as if this was the truth. She looked in the direction of the carriage. "Does the general think so too? I came to Nanzhao from afar to find my relatives. I didn't even have a pass. I was in danger of death several times. But if the general refuses to recognize me, then I will pretend that I have never been here." These words were spoken with tears in her voice. Even though the attendant was sure that she was lying, she was secretly stunned. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. The general didn't say anything, and the guards didn't move. The Gu Master surnamed you could not hold back any longer. He and this girl had completely fallen out. If she was really the niece of the general, then he would have hit a wall. She couldn't be. She definitely couldn't be. The Gu Master said righteously, "General, don't listen to her nonsense. She came from West City. And you were in West City at that time. If it was true as she said, she came to recognize you as her relative. Why didn't you recognize her in West City? Yuan narrowed her eyes secretly. This Gu master looked stupid. But he actually got the hang of it at the critical moment. That's right. Everyone knew that Hellion Biming had entered West City. And she happened to be there during that period. It was a bit far-fetched to say that she hadn't heard of the news. However, Yuan's lips curled up slightly. And she said aggrievedly, "It's not that I don't want to find it. But I was arrested and put in jail. Those people didn't believe what I said, and just thought I was talking nonsense. She was indeed put in jail, and people could find out if they sent someone to investigate. As for what she said, there was only one jailer at the time, and they were talking mouth to mouth, trying to see who could argue better." The curtain of the carriage was opened by a slender jade-like hand. The Gu master didn't dare to peek at the general's face and lowered his head quickly. Yuan looked at the other party without dodging, meeting the other party's scrutinizing gaze. Those were a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Yuan looked fearlessly, without retreating. "You said your father was the general's younger brother who fell off the cliff. How did you guess this?" Hellion Biming asked. "Yes. How did he guess this? He was taken away when he was so young. And no one mentioned his identity. Just because the date of the accident matched. He guessed that he was from the Hellion mansion of Nanzhao? However, he asked this question. Doesn't it at least mean that he also suspected that his brother was not dead? This is much easier. 91 has been in the young master's mansion for so long. And she has not only taught her the rules, but also taught her how to be shameless." Yuan sighed and said, "To be honest, my father was picked up. The whole village knew about it. But no one wanted to find his relatives. There were wars in our area, and many children starved to death. Their parents also died. Of course, there were also children who were abandoned by their parents because they could not support them. There were many children like my father who were lucky enough to survive and were adopted by kind people. Until the beginning of this spring, an old man came to us looking for his son. He thought my father was his long-lost son, and we expected so, but it turned out that he was wrong. I still remember what the old man said when he left. He said that as long as he was alive, he would continue to look for his father. He is old, and I don't know how many days he has left." I looked at his hunched back and felt very sad. I began to think that my father might not be an abandoned child. He was also unfortunately separated, and his elderly parents were also looking for him. As for guessing that he was from the Hellion family, it was because General Wei Yuan had been to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. "Are you from the Great Zhou?" The long servant was stunned. "That's right." Yuan nodded. "I am from the Great Zhou. General Wei Yuan had an accident in the Great Zhou, and his family background spread like wildfire. That's why I know that you, the general, had a younger brother who fell off a cliff shortly after he was born. From the time point of view, it coincides with the month when my father was picked up. So I had a bold guess in my heart. Could it be, my father is your family?" Chapter 326 Recognition 2. Yuan continued, "There is another important reason why I am so bold. That is, my father is a marquis of the Great Zhou dynasty, and a fierce general guarding the border. As the saying goes, like father and son. My father grew up in the countryside. But he has such a skill. Isn't it because he has the blood of the god of war flowing in his body?" The words were true and false, with rich emotions, transitions, and strict logic, which made people unable to find any mistakes. The long servant asked himself that he had been in the Hellion family for many years, and had served the general without any mistakes. But he should not be careless about the information he should have. Is what this woman said true or false? If it is true, why doesn't he know? If it is false, it doesn't look like it. The long servant made Yuan confused. Hellion Biming said slowly, "All retreat." "Yes." The long servant took the order and retreated 10 feet away with the guards. The Gu master was also forcibly taken out. "My grandma doesn't have to go," Yuan said. The old lady was carried around by a group of ignorant assassins, and it was unknown whether she would survive in the end. Hellion Biming didn't mind the old man. The old man was as calm as a clock, which made people look at him sideways. However, Hellion Biming's mind was not on him. Hellion Biming looked at Yuan. Although his figure was not as mighty as Xiaoshenting, he was also sturdy and strong. Even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, he had an aura of war. Ordinary people would be defeated by his aura if he looked at him. But Yuan didn't. She opened her eyes as clear as water. calm and composed from beginning to end. The night wind blew through her hair. Her black hair fluttered. And her skirt fluttered. Like a fairy in the forest. Hellion Biming opened his mouth dangerously. My brother died a long time ago. I buried him myself. My mother insisted on seeing him for the last time. She lied that his body was gone because it was too horrible to look at. 1,000 words of finish rushed through Yuan's heart. That was 35 years ago. Hellion Biming had just grown into a slightly sensible child. His mother gave birth to his brother in the fiefdom of Xiqing. They planned to go to the imperial capital after his full moon. However, the carriage broke down halfway and overturned. His brother fell off the cliff. His mother asked the guards to catch him in time. But his brother unfortunately died. He was on his way to Xiqing with his father to meet his mother and brother. After hearing the bad news, he went to the bottom of the mountain with his father. He found his brother's body. He hid his brother with his own hands. Hellion Biming said, however, because of the lie that there was no body. Some rumors spread, including the absurd rumor that my brother was still alive. My mother believed it, and thought that her youngest son was not dead. Yuan was stunned. Then, the old lady has been looking for him? That's right. Hellion Biming said. This is too cruel. Accepting the news of death is only a temporary heartache. But enduring the separation of mother and child for a lifetime is like frying your heart in a frying pan. Hellion Biming has not mentioned these things to anyone for a long time. He looked at the boundless color, and his eyes became deep and distant. My father couldn't bear her to continue to suffer. So he told her the truth. And she went crazy. Yuan was speechless. Hellion Biming said, she couldn't accept my brother's death. She would rather he was still alive than endure the pain of separation from her son day and night. What happened later? Yuan asked. Hellion Biming said expressionlessly, later she forgot what my father said. And only remembered that her brother fell, and his body was completely destroyed. Over the years, I found many brothers for her. But she saw through them all. Yuan was not stupid after all. Telling them such a big secret meant that she was either going to kill them or to reuse them. After thinking about it, she raised her head and said, the general told me this because he wants me to try to pretend to be your brother's descendant. Hellion Biming did not say otherwise. Whether you can survive depends on my mother. If she recognizes you, all of you can survive. If she sees through you, you will be sent to prison. Yuan rolled her eyes. The punishment for assassinating a Gu master is death penalty. Yuan shut up. Woo. So scary. Hellion Biming's guards came back. No one knew what the general said to a little girl who suddenly rushed out to recognize her relatives. But the general ordered them to bring the little girl's family. At least for now. It seems that the general does not intend to pursue the crime of assassinating the Gu master. Pharaoh's body was found. And the group of unconscious female guards in the palace were also discovered by them. The long servant said in embarrassment, General, they are too bold to offend the lady's mansion. If the lady's mansion investigates, Hellion Biming said calmly, if the old lady recognizes her, my Hellion family will protect her. On the contrary, if the old lady thinks that this girl is not her granddaughter, then Hellion Biming will be very happy to send these murderers to the lady's mansion. Hellion Biming did not ask about the identities, origins, and real purpose of entering Nanjiao, because if the old lady does not recognize the girl, they are dead. And he, Hellion Biming, will not be interested in the information of a group of dead people. The long servant said to Yuan, my surname is Yu, and my given name is Gang. I am the long servant of the general. If Madame Yen has any problems in the future, you can find me at will. Fish tank? Yuan raised her eyebrows. How could someone have such a strange name? The team set off again. The Gu master let Hellion Biming's guards leave behind. Hey! How could this happen? Don't leave me. General, I'm a Gu master. I'm the Gu master invited by the Yu family to the imperial capital. Don't leave me. I'll die in the wilderness. However, no one paid attention to his cries, and his voice gradually disappeared in the night. Jiang Hai and the other two were injured internally, and were not suitable for driving. Hellion Biming's long-term attendant arranged several guards to be the drivers. At present, Yuan was sitting in the carriage of the old man and Lao Tzuo. And Jiang Hai and the other two were also there. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Yuan asked angrily, what is the probability of our successful escape? Everyone looked at her negative. Yuan. Well, then we can only bite the bullet and go to the general's mansion. By the way, does Hellion Biming know that Hellion Chi's death has something to do with us? The one who asked the question was Qing Yan. Strictly speaking, Helian Qi was killed by Yan Jiuqiu. If it was exposed, it was related to Yuan and Jiang Hai, but not to the ghosts. But I don't know since when. He has put them in the same camp. After hearing this, Yugo and the old man didn't refute what was wrong. Yuan thought for a moment and said, I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be hidden for long. It doesn't matter, Qing Yan said. Helian Qi is only Helian Baiming's cousin, but the old lady is his biological mother. He has a scale in his heart to weigh what is more important. They were charged with sneaking into Nanzhao, assassinating the Gu Master, offending the female monarch's mansion, and Helian Qi's life. No matter how you look at it, they were going to die. The old lady was their only chance of survival, and they had to please the old lady. Otherwise, not to mention Yin Jiuqiu's medicine, their lives would also be over. As the few people were talking, Yuan suddenly felt a burning sensation on her body. Jiang Hai noticed her gradually flushed face and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Yuan shook her head. No. It was hot. Hot in the heart. Hot everywhere. It seems that she has had this reaction since she was a child after a big meal of goo-goo. But she didn't notice it much at that time because her life was hanging by a thread. Now that she has the mind to take care of her own body, she can't suppress it anymore. I'll go back to my carriage first. Yuan got off the car, as if she was escaping. The old man saw through it but didn't say it. The rest of the people looked at each other, not understanding what happened to Yuan. In the carriage, Fuling and Zissou were guarding Yin Jiuqiu. Seeing Yuan coming up, the two bowed and performed a greeting. Madam, the female costume has been exposed. So she simply stopped pretending. But the identities of the prince and the princess consort are still unavailable. Yuan glanced at the sleeping Yin Jiuqiu. Her throat slid, and said, Leave this to me. You go back to your carriage. Yes. The two got off the car. The plan tonight was originally perfect. Yuan never expected that General Helian would show up halfway. However, even so, Yuan also made two preparations. First, let Yin Jiuqiu take medicine and sleep, and then let Fuling and Zissou guard him. If the plan succeeded, he would wake up at dawn. If the plan failed, the two could take him away. Of course, the plan was successful in the end. But Helian Baiming caught him. Before the old lady saw through it, their life was relatively comfortable. At least they did not suffer any grievances along the way. The guards of the imperial capital were stricter than any other city. Yuan had no doubt that if they still followed the Gu Master surnamed Yu, they would have to be stopped at the city gate. But not with Helian Baiming. All the guards lined up respectfully on both sides. No one dared to check Helian Baiming's team. The group entered the imperial capital unimpeded. On the way here, Yuan did her homework and asked Helian Baiming's longtime attendant Yu Gang about the old lady's taboos and preferences. She learned that the old lady's mental state was sometimes good and sometimes bad. When she was normal, she was no different from other elders. When she was abnormal, she was crazy and would talk nonsense when she caught someone. Yuan said, Then under what circumstances did my grandmother meet those people who pretended to be my father? Yu Gang, are you too immersed in the play? Chapter 327 Recognition, Part 3. The carriage drove into the Helian mansion. The few people were preoccupied with things, and had no time to appreciate the scenery of the imperial capital. Nor did they carefully appreciate every plant and tree in the Helian family. Helian Baiming went to report to the old lady first. The group sat in the slow carriage, with a solemn look on their faces. Along the way, the more they saw the strength of Helian Baiming, the more they gave up the idea of escaping. Their only way out now was to let the old lady of the Helian family recognize Yuan. If Yuan was really the other party's grandson, it would be fine. But Yuan was fake, and everyone couldn't help but start to worry. Jiang Hai sighed, If it doesn't work, I'll hold them back for a while. Qing Yan and Yuego, you take the young master's wife and grandma away. Old Chui, mine? Yuego, who was always silent, spoke, I'm strong. It's better for me to hold him back. You go. Qing Yan glanced at the two of them. You couldn't escape outside, and now you're in the Helian mansion. Are you still dreaming of escaping? Everyone was silent. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm very popular with the elders. As long as the old lady likes me, she may recognize me. This is the truth. Putting aside the elders of the Yu family, which aunt, uncle, and uncle in the village doesn't love Yuan? Everyone says that this girl has grown up, is sensible, capable and not arrogant, can do business and medicine, has a good heart, and looks pretty. There is no better girl than her in the surrounding area. If the villagers like Yuan because they are honest and kind, then Shangwan Yin and Madame Xiao, the two thorns who wish they would never see each other again, also like Yuan, which is enough to show Yuan's personal charm. What the girl said is right. Who knows if the old lady likes her and recognizes her as her granddaughter? The old lady didn't know that Helian Baiming went to worship his brother. She just thought that he went to visit the nephew of the second house, as in previous years. The old lady sat in the room bored and had no appetite. This was a sign of another illness. The old lady was unpredictable when she got sick. Sometimes she was in low spirits and couldn't sleep or eat. Sometimes she was crazy and talked nonsense. Sometimes she sat stupidly, as if someone had taken away her soul. The servant reported that Helian Baiming was coming, but the old lady didn't say anything. Helian Baiming told the old lady about his younger brother, and the old lady finally responded. But it was only for a moment. And then she looked out the window again in a daze. Helian Baiming understood that there were too many brothers coming to visit in recent years, and the old lady no longer believed that he could find the real brother. "Mother, go and take a look," Helian Baiming said softly. "If she is not my brother's family, I will drive her away." The old lady pouted and went to the flower hall with Helian Baiming. Yuan and her group were also brought in by Yu Gang. This was the first time Yuan saw the rumored old lady Helian. She was wearing a plain lotus-colored brown skirt and a brown silk jacket. Her gray hair was tied into a single bun, and she wore two jadeite exquisite hairpins and a pearl headband of the same color as the jacket. Her face was not very good and her face was haggard, but her every move had the demeanor of a noble. The old lady let a pretty maid help her and walked in nonchalantly. Yuan knew that the moment of fate had come. Whether she lived or died depended on whether she could get away with it. In fact, Helian Baiming gave her a token to prove her identity, which was the swaddling clothes that wrapped his younger brother. However, it was said that he had given this token to every younger brother who came to recognize his relatives. But the old lady did not recognize any of them. So even Helian Baiming could not understand how the old lady determined that those people were fake. Maybe blood is thicker than water. These were Helian Baiming's original words. If this was true, then Yuan's chances of winning were slim. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Yuan took a deep breath, wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief that had been dipped in chili, and said to the old lady with red eyes, "Grandma." The old lady was startled by the sudden voice and trembled twice. Then the old lady turned around in a daze. Seeing the other party looking at her, Yuan cried even harder. Her poor acting skills were not even half as good as Zhang's. The old man and Qin Yin and others turned their faces away, simply unable to bear to watch. But the old lady actually shook off the hand of the maid and walked towards this side in a daze. The old lady stretched out her arms, and her excited look clearly showed that she wanted to recognize her relatives. Yuan was filled with ecstasy, and she also stretched out her arms to the old lady, "Grandma." But the old lady walked past her. "Yuan, my grandson." Yuan was stunned. Who is your grandson?" Yuan looked back and saw the old lady hugging her husband with tears in her eyes. Yin Jiuqiao, who was stunned on the spot. Everyone who was even more stunned than Yin Jiuqiao. Helian Baiming was stunned, as if he had not expected this situation. It was not quite what he imagined. What's the situation?" Old Chui asked Yuan in a low voice. Yuan said resentfully, "How should I know what's going on? I'm even more confused than you." She memorized every taboo and preference of the old lady, and her head was full of memories. Yin Jiuqiao did nothing. Ate and slept. Slept and ate. How come he became the old lady's grandson in the end? How did he get this ready-made bargain? Old Chui cleared his throat. "Well, old lady, did you make a mistake? He is not your grandson." The old lady hugged Yin Jiuqiao tightly and glared at Old Chui. "I didn't make a mistake. He is the best looking. You can tell he is my grandson at first glance." So those people in front were not exposed because of the lack of blood, but because they were ugly. Feeling that they were exposed, everyone in the room was in a mess. "Goo." Yin Jiuqiao's stomach growled. The old lady's face changed drastically, and she said distressfully, "My dear grandson, are you hungry?" "Hungry? Yes. My dear grandson." "No." Yin Jiuqiao looked at the old lady, who was holding him expressionlessly. "Let go." The temples of all the people in the room were throbbing. talking to the old lady like this? Are you going to die? All those who came to recognize their relatives. All of them flattered the old lady to the sky. But you dared to speak coldly to the old lady. The old lady let go of her hand obediently. Everyone once again. But soon, the old lady reached out her hand again. This time she didn't hug Yanjiocha tightly, but just pulled Yanjiocha's sleeve and said with a smile, "What do you want to eat? Grandmother will ask someone to make it for you." The old lady gave the order herself, and the kitchen started working non-stop. 2/4 of an hour later, a table of steaming delicacies was placed on the table. Old Suedo and others didn't intend to stay to join in the fun, so they asked Yu Gang to take them to the temporary residence. Yuan stayed. When Yuan saw the old lady for the first time, she thought she was a normal old lady. Now she finally believed that she was a little crazy. Otherwise, how could she recognize Yanjiocha as her own grandson? Helian Baiming is the eldest son of the old lady. It is reasonable to say that she loves him to the bone. However, since she recognized him as her grandson, the old lady has not looked at her son with a straight face. The old lady asked Yanjiocha to sit next to her. Helian Baiming sat on the other side of her. Yuan walked over and was about to sit next to Yanjiocha. The old lady frowned. "Who are you? Who asked you to sit?" "She is my daughter-in-law," Yanjiocha said. The old lady changed her face in a second and said with a smile, "So it's my grandson's daughter-in-law? Then sit down." Yuan sat down with a dark face. "Grandmother is obviously hers. Give her grandmother back." The old lady picked up a big chicken leg for Yanjiocha. "See, there is still a difference between a grandson and a granddaughter-in-law." The old lady kept putting food into Yanjiocha's bowl, piling up a small hill of food in his bowl. But she didn't eat anything herself. She just looked at Yanjiocha happily. Helian Baiming winked at Yanjiocha, signaling him to pick up some food for the old lady. Yanjiocha picked up another pair of clean chopsticks and picked up a piece of crispy pork tenderloin. "This is what Yuan likes to eat." Yuan and Helian Baiming's expressions paused. The first taboo of the old lady is not to eat red meat. The next second, the two were stunned, only to see the old lady eat the crispy meat with relish. After the old lady finished eating, she looked at Yanjiocha expectantly, as if waiting for her good grandson to pick up more food for her. Yanjiocha picked up a lot of food randomly. 8 out of 10 items were not what the old lady would normally eat, but she accepted them all. The old lady had never eaten so much, nor had she ever laughed so contentedly. Yuan sighed secretly, so she remembered what was the use of being half dead, which was not worth this guy's good-looking face. The old lady did not recognize Yuan, but recognized Yanjiocha instead. This was beyond everyone's expectations. But no matter what, the old lady got the golden ticket of immunity from death, and they stayed in the general's mansion openly. Helian Baiming was also going to start to understand the details of the group. He originally planned to interrogate Yanjiocha first, but Yanjiocha was occupied by the old lady, so he had to ask someone to call Yuan. Yuan went to Helian Baiming's study. The window of the study was wide open, and the movement in the yard could be clearly seen from inside. The old lady was strolling in the yard with Yanjiocha. Helian Baiming retracted his gaze from the yard and looked at Yuan quietly. "Who are you?" Yuan pondered for a moment and said truthfully, "The Prince of Yinqing, the prince's wife." Helian Baiming's eyes tightened slightly. It can be seen that he was a little surprised, but not exaggerated. It seems that he had guessed that their identities were not simple, but he just expected them to be so extraordinary. "Where are those people?" he asked. "They are the servants and guards of the Prince of Yan's mansion, except for old Chui and the 2 maids. Jiang Hai and Wei's family are all people with a history. Yuan doesn't want Helian Baiming to suspect them because of this." Helian Baiming looked at Yuan deeply, but his expression did not show any suspicion. He asked again, "What are you doing in Nanzhao?" "My husband is poisoned and needs some medicine." "What kind of poison?" Time. Chapter 328, The Doting Grandson I. Helian Baiming had heard of time. This is a strange poison from the western regions, named because the smell of the poison resembles the fragrance of flowers. Helian Baiming did not ask how Yanjiocha was poisoned. This was none of his business. Even if the old lady temporarily recognized Yanjiocha, he could not really treat him as his nephew, as far as I know. This poison has no antidote. Half of the 4 herbs it needs are no longer available. Yuan said seriously, "I have to find it even if I can't find it. Anyway, I must cure my husband's poison." The girl is not very old, but she exudes a domineering aura of not admitting defeat. if she entered Nanzhao just for this reason. There is nothing wrong with accepting her. But Helian Biming thought of something. His eyes became deep. Yin Wangfu. Yin Wangfu related to Xiao Jinting? Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What was coming finally came. They could not hide the fact that they killed Helian Qi. The cause of Helian Qi's death could be hidden from the world. But not from Helian Biming. As early as when the group of people carried the coffin back to the country, they had already revealed the biggest suspect, Yin Jiuqiao. Helian Qi deserved to die. But he was an important official of Nanzhao. And he should die at the hands of the king of Nanzhao. Yuan said solemnly, General, I admit that Helian Qi's death is related to the Prince of Yin's mansion. But what kind of person is Helian Qi? As his cousin, you can't be ignorant of everything. I don't know how much you know about the incident. You must have heard about the use of armor to humiliate Marshal Xiao. But have you heard about him almost defiling my friend? Have you heard about him saying that he wanted to occupy Madame Xiao for a whole night? The hatred of humiliating my mother is irreconcilable. Let alone we just killed him. Even if we crushed his bones and scattered his ashes, it would be too easy for him. If you want to punish us for this, then I have nothing to say. Helian Biming has no children. And Helian Qi is the next head of the Helian family. He was killed by Yin Jiuqia. It is impossible to say that Helian Biming has no anger. He brought the enemy of the Helian family into the mansion and sent him to his mother. If he had known this, he should have asked about the identities of several people earlier, instead of waiting to make sure they could survive. My dear grandson, I'll give it to you. In the yard, the old lady peeled a fresh orange and handed it to Yin Jiuqiao. But if she had asked about it earlier, there would probably be no good grandson now. Helian Biming murmured, my mother has never been as happy as today. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiao, who was a little mad at the old lady, and smiled knowingly. Yes, the old lady really loves Yin Jiuqiao. He is not Yin Jiuqia, Helian Biming said. Huh? Yuan looked at him puzzled. Helian Biming said word by word, from today on, he is no longer the prince of Yinqing. And you are no longer the prince's consort. You are from Qinghe town. Your name is Yen Wan. His name is Jiang Chao. And now, it is Helian Chao. Even the identities were fabricated. It seems that they are not going to hand them over. Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder, does no one suspect that Yin Jiuqiao is a fake? What I mean is, your brother has already been buried. How could he have a son? Helian Biming looked at the old lady in the yard, who was laughing so hard that her eyes could not be seen, and said, only my father, and I knew that I buried my brother with my own hands. In order not to reveal the flaws in front of my mother, I also declared to the outside world that there was no body. Some people thought that my brother was dead, and some people believed that my brother was just missing. In addition, I pretended to bring back many people who recognized my brother. So your appearance was not abrupt. So Yuan was relieved. With the identity of the Helian family as a cover, no one would suspect that they were looking for medicine. Of course, the purpose of this trip was not just as simple as medicine, but also to find out the truth about the Nanzhao prince consort. The news that the old lady found her grandson spread in the mansion that night. The official statement was that the second master fell off the cliff and was picked up by a passing hunter. The child was seriously injured. The hunter sent the child to the clinic and happened to meet a kind couple. The couple had no children, so they paid for the treatment of the second master and adopted him. The couple is from Qinghe town. The second master grew up in Qinghe town. He married a wife more than 20 years ago and had a son named Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao is the second master's only son. A few years later, the second master and his wife died of illness. If Helian Biming had not gone to Xiqing this time and accidentally met the hunter of that year, and heard him talk about picking up a child in the valley in the restaurant, Helian Biming would have missed his little nephew. As for why they fabricated that the second master and his wife had passed away, it would be difficult to find a fake grandson. So where could they find a fake second master? What if they were too good to be true? And the old lady saw through the fake second master, and also saw that Yin Jiuqiao was fake. Then they would fail. The Helian mansion is divided into the East Mansion and the West Mansion. The East Mansion is where the eldest old master lives. The eldest old master has passed away, so the old lady and Helian Biming live there. The West Mansion is where the second old master lives. The two old masters are brothers. Although they built their own mansions after they got married, they are close to each other. Strictly speaking, they are still one family. Helian Qi is from the West Mansion. The group was arranged to stay in Qixia Garden, which is closest to the old lady. This courtyard was originally built for the second master. After so many years, it finally waited for its owner. Even though it was a fake, the old lady couldn't bear to leave Yin Jiuqiu and insisted on keeping him by her side. Yin Jiuqiu's luggage was moved to the old lady's courtyard in a hurry. As his personal doctor, Lao Tsuido also moved there. Yuan stayed in Qixia Garden. Qixia Garden is full of her own people, so it is convenient to do things. Perilla and Poria, go outside and guard. Yes. One of the maids stood at the door, and the other stood in the yard, alert to the surrounding movements. Yuan talked about business with Jiang Hai and Awei's family. One about the medicine, and the other about how to better avoid Helianqi's family. Such a big thing happened in the East Palace, and the people of the West Palace will definitely come to inquire about the news. Yin Jiuqiu and I have shown our faces at the banquet of King Cheng. I don't know if Helianqi's subordinates will recognize us. Qingyan said, don't worry about it. I just inquired. Helianqi died in the Great Zhou. All his subordinates were angered. Some died, and some were exiled. No one is left in the imperial capital. Yuan nodded. That's great. There is another thing. I heard. Helian Biming has no offspring. The Helian family's business was originally to be inherited by the second branch. Now that Helianqi is dead, he still has a son. If we suddenly appear, won't we become the target of the second branch? Helian Biming originally had a son. The old man suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on his face at the same time. He said like an old monk in meditation, it was just because he committed a crime and was expelled from the family. Mrs. Helian couldn't stand the blow and became a nun in anger. Helian Biming became a lonely man. Yuan suddenly realized, so there is such an inside story. Perhaps because of my father and Xiao Shinting. Yuan always has a little more favor for men on the battlefield. Thinking of the man who spent half his life in the army and ended up with his legs crippled, martial arts lost, and a miserable end, she couldn't help but feel sad for him. The wife and children were both there, but they were not there. Grandma, do you know what happened to Mr. Helian that led to him being expelled from the family? The old lady loves her grandson so much. Will she allow her grandson to suffer such grievances? Yuan asked. The old man said. It is said that it was the old lady who ordered him to be expelled. Everyone was speechless. With the old lady's loving nature, it is hard to see that she would do such an inhuman thing to her grandson. Is she crazy? But her madness is sometimes better, and sometimes worse. When she gets better, she can take her grandson back. The old man said with dignity, there are many rumors about what he did. Some say he offended the old lady, and some say he was naughty and killed someone. No matter what, this is not something we should worry about. The Helian family has the right to decide who will be the heir. Our goal is the medicine. Once we get the medicine, we will leave Nanjiao. Leaving Nanjiao. It's easy to say. Will the old lady be willing to give up Yin Jiuqiu? It seems too early to worry about this now, because no one can say whether the old lady is sick and recognizes Yin Jiuqiu as her grandson. Maybe one day when she wakes up, she will kick them all out. So what Grandma said is right. They have to find the medicine as soon as possible. On this side, Yuan, Jiang Hai, and Qingyan went to the Juxian Tower mentioned by Grandma to inquire about the whereabouts of the medicine. While on the other side, the West Mansion also received news that a group of people came to recognize their relatives. In the flower hall of the West Mansion, the second old master, who was still energetic despite his age, sat in the main seat. Below him were Helianqi's wife Li and several managers of the West Mansion. Dad, Li frowned and said, my eldest brother brought back another relative from the East Mansion. This time it's not a son, but a grandson. And the old lady recognized him. Do you think that person is real? Or is the old lady sick again? What do you want to say? The second old master said solemnly. Li pouted and said, my husband's body is still warm, and the East Mansion has recognized a legitimate grandson. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? Isn't this obvious? It's obvious. The second old master was warning her not to talk nonsense. But Li didn't hear the warning. She thought her father-in-law was really asking her. And she said what she thought in her heart. Don't let us inherit the family business. Shut up. The second old master stopped Li. Li was Helianqi's legitimate wife. She had a good appearance and family background. But unfortunately, she was stupid. Otherwise she wouldn't be unable to watch her husband and let Helianqi cause so many ridiculous deaths outside. The second old master knew everything about Helianqi's sudden death in the Great Zhou dynasty. And he almost guessed who killed him. But he couldn't openly redress his son's death, because his son's death was not unjust. As the saying goes, marry a virtuous wife. In the eyes of the second old master, his son became more and more unrestrained after marriage because he didn't have a steady and decent wife like the daughter-in-law of the East Palace. And all this was Li's fault. Chapter 329, The Doting Maniac 2. Li Shi didn't get a good impression from her father-in-law, so she left reluctantly. As soon as she left the flower hall, Li Shi's face became long. She knew that her father-in-law didn't like her and always complained that she couldn't control Helianqi. But her father-in-law didn't think about it. He was his father, and he couldn't control him. How could she, just a wife, control him? Helianqi's romantic debts outside could not be counted for 3 days and 3 nights. Wasn't she the one who felt the most wronged? How many illegitimate children had he had outside these years? If he died, he died. Anyway, she had been a widow for many years. She had a son and a daughter, so she didn't have to worry about the rest of her life. It didn't matter whether she had a husband or not. She was still free without him. Li Shi thought so in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Otherwise her father-in-law would see her gloating, and she would suffer again. Madam, are you going back to the courtyard? Asked Mother Wang. Li paused. No. I'm going to the East Mansion. Mother Wang asked, It's getting late now. What are you going to the East Mansion for? Li snorted. A young master came out of nowhere. I have to go and check whether it's true or not. Mother Wang couldn't persuade her, so she had to let her go. Li was not too rude. She asked Mother Wang to prepare ginseng bird's nest and personally deliver it to the young master of the East Mansion. At this time, the old lady had just finished feeding her baby sweetheart dinner. Literally feeding. The old lady really held the bowl and fed Yin Jiucha one spoonful at a time. Yin Jiucha's face was as black as charcoal. The old lady watched her baby sweetheart eat mouthful by mouthful. Not to mention how happy she was. Old lady, it's time to take medicine. The maid brought the old lady's medicine bowl. The old lady frowned and said unhappily, What are you drinking? My grandson is back. I'm cured. No need to take medicine. The maids persuaded for a long time to no avail, so they had to take the medicine away. Not long after, old Chui also brought a bowl of medicine, which was Yin Jiucha's. The old lady naturally concealed the fact that Yin Jiucha was poisoned. She only told her that he was born with a weak disease and needed to be carefully treated on weekdays. And he couldn't be careless at all. Yin Jiuchu's stomach was so full that he couldn't drink it. The old lady thought he didn't want to drink the bitter medicine, so she asked someone to bring her own medicine over. Grandma will accompany you to drink. I don't know who is accompanying whom. In short, the old and the young drank their own medicine. And then, they heard the servants report, The second lady is here. Yin Jiuchu's eyes paused. The old lady patted his hand and said kindly, Don't be afraid. It's your second aunt. It was the second aunt who should be afraid. After all, the other party was Helianqi's first wife. Because the old lady loved Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha could easily get rid of the other party. But he could not hide forever. And he had to meet these relatives of the Helian mansion. The old lady asked the servants to call Li in. It was still a little hot in Nanzhao in September, and the grandfather and grandson sat under the corridor to cool off. Li saw the old lady's beloved grandson, as her servants had said. He was wearing a plain white robe, with a tall figure, black hair, and jade-like facial features. I don't know if it was because he was sick, but his face was a little cold and pale. His left hand was gathered in his wide sleeves, and his right hand was holding a white jade cup. His slender fingertips were as white as jade, which complemented his appearance. He looked like a banished immortal. If she said that this was a liar who came to deceive the old lady, she would not believe it. Just this unique appearance in the world is not something that ordinary people can give birth to. Moreover, the noble aura emanating from his thigh bones is 3 points more noble than her own son. It seems like a royal family. Li spat. Is she crazy? How could the other party be a royal family? However, this kid is different from anyone who came to recognize his relatives in the past. Could it be that the old lady's legitimate grandson has returned? Come here. The old lady waved to Li. Only then did Li realize that the old lady was laughing like a child. She had never seen the old lady laugh like this since she married. If she didn't really treat him as her own grandson, how could she be so happy? Li couldn't help but look at Yin Jiuchu again. She had already been shocked by his beauty when she had just glanced at him from a distance before. Now that she was closer, she felt that this man was simply too good-looking. Judging from his appearance alone, he didn't look like a member of the Hellion family, but if he wasn't a member of the Hellion family, how could he be so good-looking? Lee asked Yin Jiuchu a few trivial questions, such as where he lived, how he came from, and who else was in his family. The servants in the yard answered one by one, and their words were exactly the same as Hellion Baiming's. As for Yin Jiuchu himself, he didn't even look at her. Lee was furious. This boy is so arrogant. Don't keep talking to my grandson. The old lady was unhappy. She hadn't said enough. How could this niece-in-law be so ignorant? Didn't she see that it was written on her face that you should leave quickly and don't disturb me and my grandson? Lee wanted to ask more questions, but was driven away by the old lady. The old lady was a little impatient with the grandson and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Yin Jiuchu snorted. "She always stares at me. I don't like it." The old lady said without thinking, "Then Grandma doesn't like it either. We won't see her anymore." Lee's plan to find another opportunity to find out the truth was strangled in the cradle. Mother Wang. Lee was walking on the way back to the West Mansion, thinking about Yin Jiuchu's appearance. "What's wrong, madam?" Mother Wang asked. "Do you think that child looks familiar? As if you have seen him somewhere?" The more Lee thought about it, the more she felt so. Especially the pair of eyes. How could Wang madam dare to look directly at her master's face? She just said, "After all, he is from the Hellion family. No wonder madam feels familiar." Really? Lee felt that those were not the eyes of the Hellion family. Whose eyes were they? Lee couldn't remember. On the busy street, a carriage stopped in front of a busy pavilion. On the golden plaque, 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style, Juxian Tower. Yuan lifted the curtain and took a look. "Is this the place that Grandma asked us to come to?" "Yes." Qingyan jumped off the carriage and reached out to help Yuan. Jiang Hai coldly blocked his hand and offered his arm. Yuan didn't care about Jiang Hai's little action, but she didn't help his arm. She jumped down easily from this height. Qingyan sneered with amusement. Jiang Hai ignored him, silently withdrew his hand, and handed the carriage to the doorman of Juxian building. In order to facilitate travel, Yuan changed into men's clothes, waving a folding fan in her hand, looking like a gentleman. Since Hellion Baiming changed her name, she was Mr. Yen. She swaggered into Juxian building. A waiter came up to them with a smile. "You 3 gentlemen look unfamiliar. But is this your first time in our Juxian building?" Yuan lowered her voice and said, "Yes. It's my first time. But I'm not here to eat. I'm here to ask you for information." "Ask for information?" The waiter was stunned. Yuan shook her folding fan and said, "I heard that you can buy information here. Is that true?" The waiter smiled. "Yes. We have many guests coming and going here. And we are well informed. You don't have to pay for it. As long as we know it, we will tell the guests when they ask." It turned out to be like this. Then this store is too good at doing business. Right? But think about it. There is no loss. Just exchanging a few pieces of information. And people can willingly buy a table of expensive food and wine. So it is still profitable. The waiter smiled and said, "Would you like to sit in the lobby or go upstairs to the wing room?" Yuan said, "Wing room. The family has a mine, so they are not short of money." The waiter led the 3 people upstairs. The business of Juxianla was booming, and there was only one wing room left. The minimum consumption was 50 taels. Yuan didn't even blink and booked the wing room. Several people entered the house. Yuan said to the waiter, "If you have any good wine and food, just bring it up." The waiter nodded like pounding garlic. "Yes. Yes. I'll go right away. It's rare to see a guest who doesn't bargain these days." The waiter went there happily. Not long after, a large table of fine wine and delicacies was presented one after another. It must be said that there is a reason why the consumption of Juxianlu is so high. The taste of this table of dishes alone is comparable to the imperial banquet in the palace. The 3 people who were not interested in wine at first ate their stomachs full, looking at the dishes on the table. Yuan finally did not forget the main business of the night. She called the waiter and asked him, "I heard that there is a fire Ganoderma lucidum sold in the imperial capital. I wonder if it is true or not." Fire Ganoderma lucidum. The waiter looked embarrassed. Yuan threw him a silver ingot. The waiter's eyes rolled. Yuan threw him another gold ingot. The waiter took the gold and silver in his arms, and said to Yuan, "You have to ask our shopkeeper. Please wait a moment. I will call the shopkeeper." The shopkeeper came quickly, and bowed to the people in the room. Okay. Okay. Forget the formalities. Yuan knocked on the table with her folding fan. I'm here to ask about the fire Ganoderma. The shopkeeper stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, the fire Ganoderma has been sold. Yuan frowned. What do you mean by sold? The shopkeeper said, oh. Originally, the fire Ganoderma was the treasure of Chunhutang. And then a rich young man bought it and gave it to the courtesan Dong Xianer of the first floor. If the young man wants this fire Ganoderma, I'm afraid he will have to meet Miss Dong. What is the first floor? Yuan whispered to Qingyan beside her. Qingyan said, a brothel. Yuan. The first floor is not only a brothel, but also the most famous brothel in the imperial capital, with carved beams and painted buildings, just like a fairy palace. As for Dong Xianer mentioned by the shopkeeper, she is the most unattainable courtesan since the opening of the first floor. She has won the first place in the wearing contest for 3 consecutive years, and deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. However, she is a beautiful woman with a bad temper. If you want to snatch something from her, you may not be able to do it with money. If you force it, the 4 masters under her are all capable and brave warriors. After listening to the shopkeeper's popular science, Yuan sighed in her heart. Is this forcing her to go to the brothel again? Chapter 330 The Mighty Little Fatty. Yuan asked the shopkeeper about the time and rules of the courtesan's reception. The shopkeeper said, Miss Dong receives guests once on the 1st and 15th day of every month, and only one gentleman is lucky enough to become her lover at a time. Yuan touched her chin. Today is neither the 1st nor the 15th day. What should I do? The shopkeeper smiled and said, young master can wait. Yuan shook her head. I can't wait. If they delay for one more day, Yin Jiuchao will have a greater risk of poisoning, and they will also have a greater risk of their identities being discovered. This? The shopkeeper paused, hesitant. Yuan gave him a gold ingot. The shopkeeper evaded. Young master has rewarded enough, and it would be unscrupulous for me to take it again. I hesitated just now, because the method was too difficult. What method? Yuan asked. The shopkeeper thought, this Miss Dong admires Gu masters very much. If any of you are good Gu masters, you can go and meet Miss Dong directly. Among them, there are doctors, assassins, and priests, but there is no Gu master. Yuan sighed. It seems that we can only wait until the 15th? Qingyan, I regret leaving Away in the village for the nth time. The reason why Away was left behind was because this kid always hindered them, and they did not expect that the road permit would be so severe. Obviously, everything went smoothly on the way here, so experience is sometimes not worth it. Jiang Hai advised, forget it. At least we have found out the whereabouts of the fire Ganoderma. 7 days later will be the 15th. Then we can go see Miss Dong. I hope that before that, no other Gu master will take the fire Ganoderma from her. Now this is the only way to do it. Or they can use this time to find a powerful Gu master. But they have just arrived in the imperial capital and are unfamiliar with the place. Where can they find a reliable Gu master? While Yuan was worried about the Gu master and the fire Ganoderma, she didn't know that Away and his 3 little fat boys had also embarked on the journey to Nanzhao. Away found the 3 little black eggs hiding in the carriage after rushing for 2 days. Away was worried that the little black eggs would find out that he was missing and clamor for his family to catch up. So he rushed like crazy all the way, day and night, so that his vigilance was not as high as before. He got off the car to relieve himself, and the 3 little black eggs also got off the car to relieve themselves, and returned to the carriage earlier than him. He ate, and the little black eggs also ate inside. Grunt, grunt, grunt. I always feel like there is a little mouse. Until the 3rd day, Xiaobao ate too much sweet potato and farted loudly, with a thunderous sound, which scared Away, who was driving the carriage, so much that he almost fell off the carriage. The 3 little black eggs were then picked up by the master. 3 pairs of big black eyes looked at him with a cute face. Away! Away! Away was about to collapse. How could the little stinky fart that he had finally gotten rid of catch up again? Away was dead on the spot for 3 seconds. He was in such a hurry that he had left Lotus Town far behind. It was impossible to send the 3 little black eggs back. After all, the smell in the air had a time limit. After going back and forth, his insects might not be able to sense the breath of Grandma and the others. Away, who was bad at finding his way, could not go home by himself. Away had to take the 3 little black eggs with him. They traveled during the day and rested at night. Since most of them stayed in the carriage, the 3 little black eggs were fine. But Away suffered. The style of the Ghost Clan's first villain is now like this. Away. I'm hungry. Away. My back is itchy. Away. I want to take a bath. Away. I want to wipe my butt. I want to drink milk. I want to sleep. I want my life. The group finally left Azhou and arrived at Qinghe town. The little fat boy was rounder, but Away was miserable and thin. It was also a coincidence that the inn they stayed in was the black shop where Yuan and Yin Jiucha and his group stayed. The black shop was severely robbed once, and its vitality was greatly damaged. But it was not dead. After some repairs, it started to live again. Away's carriage stopped in front of the inn. He pulled the back door of the carriage, and 3 little black eggs walked down with a fat white ewe. This was a milk-producing sheep that Away saved on the rations halfway and bought for them with 5 taels of silver. It was quite thin when I bought it, but somehow the 3 little guys have become as fat as them. 1 big and 3 small, plus a ewe. Entered the inn in a heroic and proud manner. Away didn't have much money on him. It was the 50 taels earned by the whole family earlier. He originally planned to use it as travel expenses, but Grandma and the others borrowed from Yuan and Yin Jiuchao. So they saved the expenses on the way and left all the money to Away. The 3 little fat boys had big appetites, and the 50 taels had been spent. So Away was very poor now. But the shopkeeper didn't think so. Sitting in such a good carriage, it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. Fat sheep. Big fat sheep. The shopkeeper exchanged glances with several waiters, and several of them smiled wickedly. After Away and the 3 little fat boys went upstairs, the shopkeeper immediately went to the firewood room in the backyard to discuss the big plan with several waiters and thugs. That young man looks like he has martial arts skills. What are you afraid of? We have knockout drugs. Are you stupid? Can knockout drugs work? When we met those masters last time, we were caught before we could even use the knockout drugs. When they mentioned the painful lesson last time, they were still a little scared. There was a moment of silence in the woodshed. A thug spoke up. What do you think we should do, boss? The boss said, give them knockout drugs. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Isn't that still giving them drugs? The boss said, but we won't wait until midnight. They have to have dinner anyway. Put the drugs in the food. I don't think they will notice. Everyone thought about it and thought, good idea. Let's do it. Everyone made up their mind and was busy preparing. But when they turned around, they saw 3 little black kids standing there with cute faces. This was even scarier than seeing adults. Damn. Where did these little black kids come from? Several people almost screamed like geese. I remembered. It's not a ghost. It's a little fat sheep they were going to slaughter. Boss, what if they hear us? Asked a waiter. Kill them, said another waiter. Wait. The shopkeeper made a stop gesture, walked towards the little guys suspiciously, bent down and asked, did you hear what we said just now? The 3 little guys looked at him cutely. The shopkeeper said again, look to the right. There are candies. The 3 of them still looked at him cutely. They are fools? Asked the first waiter. The shopkeeper snorted coldly and said, have they talked since they entered the inn? The waiter and the thug shook their heads. The shopkeeper smiled smugly. I'm afraid they are deaf and dumb. The shopkeeper said a few more words, but the little guy didn't respond at all. Now, everyone believed it. Just when they gave up the idea of killing him on the spot, a machete fell out of the sleeve of a thug. Everyone looked at the 3 little black eggs. The 3 little black eggs stretched out their hands. Their eyes were dull, and they walked back blindly. Everyone. Not only deaf and dumb, but also blind? The 3 little blind men stretched out their hands to feel the way and slowly went upstairs. Okay. Don't look at it. Hurry up and prepare. The shopkeeper asked everyone to disperse, and he went to the kitchen to drug the food sent to Away's house. As soon as he left, 3 chubby little fat boys came in and exchanged Away's rice with the rice of the shopkeeper and others. That night, the shopkeeper and others who were ambitious to make a big fortune fell into a deep sleep. The little black eggs opened the drawer and tiptoed to take out all the silver bills and silver. The inn was robbed again. It was easy to come to Qinghe town, but it was not so easy to enter Xiqing. Away didn't know where to get a pass. After all, when he followed his grandmother to Dazhou, everything was done by Qingyan and others. He just had to follow them obediently. But his poisonous insect tracked the breath of several people and came to Longin Escort Agency. The deputy escort leader asked him, "My dear brother, are you here to escort or escort?" Away said, "I want to enter the city. Go south after entering the city. I don't have a pass. Also, which direction is south?" Deputy escort leader. The deputy escort leader calmed down. "So, you are here to escort. Unfortunately, there are no Goo Masters coming to the city today. You can come back tomorrow. I am the Goo Master," Away said. The deputy escort leader was stunned. It's not his fault. Goo Masters are very popular in Nanzhao. The boy in front of him was so tan that he looked like he was living a life of luxury. However, the deputy escort leader has traveled a lot and has eaten more salt than ordinary people. He understands that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Although he doesn't look like a Goo Master. What if he is? He can't offend a Goo Master. "Do you have a Goo Master's Jade card?" Away shook his head. "How dare you claim to be a Goo Master when you don't have a Jade token?" "I am a Goo Master. The most powerful story in our tribe." The deputy escort leader was amused by the boy's ignorant words. He didn't even have a Jade token. And he was the most powerful Goo Master in the tribe? "I'm afraid there is no second Goo Master in their tribe." The deputy escort leader smiled and said, "You are a disciple, right? There is a Goo Masters Guild nearby. I will take you to the test. If you pass, I can give you the Goo Master's Jade token on the spot. With the Jade token, you can enter the city. The Jade token is also a pass. But it is a high-level pass. Only Goo Masters are qualified to get it." Wait. Alway couldn't leave the three little apprentices here. So he went to the carriage and took the three little guys down. When he saw the three cute little fat boys, the deputy escort leader was stunned for a moment. 3 triplets. It's really rare. And they are so beautiful. How could they follow a... The deputy escort leader looked at Away in confusion. "They are my apprentice?" Away said. He was a half-baked man. But he still accepted an apprentice? If the three of them had not been very close to Away along the way, the deputy escort leader would have almost suspected that he had kidnapped such a beautiful child. The deputy escort leader took Away to the Goo Master Guild. The deputy escort leader took him on a trip because he was kind-hearted. But he didn't think Away was really a Goo Master. Even if he had learned a few tricks from others, it was not so easy to get the Jade token. This was the same as the imperial examinations of the Central Plains people. 1 in a million was selected, which was extremely difficult. Away went in with the three little fat boys. They came out very quickly. The deputy escort leader shook his head and knew that there was no hope. Goo Masters are not something that can be found everywhere. How can you become a Goo Master just by chance? "Sir, please go slowly. Please accept our sincerity." "No. No. No. You don't need to pay money. You are a great Goo Master and can enjoy the bounty of our guild. This is the amount of the bounty. Please take a look. Also, please wait a moment. Your robe will be changed for you later." "No way. There are so many people coming to get the Jade token today?" A great Goo Master appeared. In Nanzhao, if Goo Masters are envied by ordinary people, then great Goo Masters are looked up to. It's like Goo Masters are scholars and great Goo Masters are Jiren Masters. Their status is extraordinary. The deputy escort leader wanted to see who the Master Goo Master was, and whether he had a chance to get to know him. But when he looked closely, he was shocked. Isn't this the poor boy who was sunburned just now? He is a Master Goo Master? The highest we have here is the Jade card of the Master Goo Master. But I believe that with Lord Away's ability, there will definitely be a better breakthrough. We will wait for Lord Away's good news." The guild leader, who used to look down on others, was as pious as a grandson. The deputy escort leader was stunned. There were even more stunned people behind. A few fat boys also strode out. And they also got their own Jade cards. In the guild, Goo Masters are not rare. And there are a lot of them. However, the youngest one is only 17 or 18 years old. The future of a Goo Master who is only 2 years old is limitless. The guild leader turned his head and looked at the three little fat boys with a smile. "Little Goo Masters, your robes are already being made and will be delivered soon." The three little fat boys raised their chins and nodded proudly. After half an hour, the Goo Master robes representing status were modified. Away, and the three little fat boys all put on their own robes and cloaks. "Looking very cool," the guild leader said flatteringly. "Little Goo Masters, where are you going?" We can send someone to escort you. The three little goo masters threw out a sign, with the words Imperial Capital majestically and domineeringly. Chapter 331 Domineering Old Lady Yuan didn't know that her son was already on his way to the Imperial Capital. Unlike their 81 trials and tribulations, which were full of ups and downs and hardships, the fat boys had a good time along the way. Some people massaged their shoulders and backs, and some people gave them money to spend. They were as happy as a few little turtles that were about to cause trouble for 1,000 years. Yuan and Qingyan left Yuxian building and planned to return to the Hellion family. Jianghai went to the first floor to keep an eye on the movements of the courtesan and Huolingji. If someone had any intentions on Huolingji, they would be the first to get the news. Jianghai left, and it was Qingyan who drove the carriage. Yuan sat in the carriage, looking at the busy streets and the shops lined up one after another. A sense of strangeness came over her, but there was also a hint of indescribable familiarity, as if she could also belong here. But it feels strange, doesn't it? She was born and raised in the Great Zhou. How could she have such an illusion about the capital of Nanzhao? She must have been obsessed with finding medicine recently. Get out of the way! There was a commotion in front, and no one knew who was shouting. The originally bustling crowd suddenly pushed to the sides, and the vendors pushed their stalls almost against the walls of the shops. The shop owners seemed to be accustomed to this, and did not blame or scold them. Instead, they moved the tables and chairs at the door to make more room for them. I'm talking to you. Stop in the alley. The owner of the shouting rushed to the carriage of Yuan and Qingyan. He rode a majestic horse, wore armor with a cold glow, and held a sharp spear in his hand. Wherever he went, people made way for him. But it was obvious that he was not the protagonist of this commotion. Behind him, a magnificent procession came in a domineering manner. Dozens of guards were waiting in formation, supporting a purple gold sedan chair. The sedan chair was carried by 10 strong masters. The body of the sedan chair was covered with purple gold gauze. A girl in a golden shirt could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. 2 flower girls dressed as maids knelt beside the girl. Pedestrians knelt one after another. Qingyan snorted coldly. Qingyan, Yuan said. Qingyan parked the carriage in the alley. A long team passed by the alley, and it took a full quarter of an hour for the last person to pass. Of course, it was because of the slow pace. But Yuan roughly counted and found that there were as many as 100 guards accompanying them. Whose daughter is this? When the sedan chair passed by the alley, Yuan saw a graceful figure inside, and could vaguely judge that it was a girl. It was not Qingyan who answered her, but another passerby who was also squeezed into the alley. It was a scholar. The scholar said, "Is this little brother from the Imperial Capital?" Yuan said politely, "I am here to visit my relatives. I just arrived yesterday." The scholar suddenly realized, no wonder you didn't recognize her. The one just now was the little princess of the lady's mansion, named Yuan. Yuan paused and asked in confusion, "Doesn't the lady have only one son? Does she have a daughter?" The scholar smiled. "There is only one biological son. Princess Yuan is the adopted daughter of the lady and the prince consort. The lady and the prince consort love her very much, and the king also loves her very much." All these guards were awarded by the king himself when the little princess came of age. It is said that they are the royal guards. 1 against 10 is very impressive. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that the adopted daughter of the female monarch's mansion is treated so highly. The status of the female monarch in Nanzhao can be imagined. The female monarch is to Nanzhao what the prince is to Dazhou. Once the female monarch is conferred, she will be the crown prince of the entire royal family. No wonder the king values the female monarch's mansion so much. Humph. Qingyan snorted again. The scholar looked at him. "Brother, are you dissatisfied with the little princess?" Qingyan glanced at the carriage behind him. How could it be? The little princess is so cute. Yuan was shocked. It's just a glance from a distance. How can you tell that she is cute? Qingyan looked at her deeply and said, "You can tell after seeing her more. Have you seen the little princess?" This time, it was the scholar's turn to be confused. Qingyan chuckled. "Not only have I seen her, but I am very familiar with her." After that, he waved his whip and left in a cloud of dust. The scholar shook his head and sneered. "You just came to the capital yesterday, but you are still boasting that you have seen the little princess. Are you a fool or am I a fool?" Yuan also thought Qingyan was joking and didn't take it seriously. The carriage stopped at the gate of the east mansion of the Hellion family. Ordinary people could not go through the main gate. But Yuan, as the daughter-in-law of the old lady's grandson, naturally had this privilege. The path of the Hellion family was built very wide, so the carriage could drive all the way to Chisha Garden. Yuan got off the carriage and returned to her house. Qing Yin went to the stable to settle the horse first, and then went to the old man's house. Grandma, Yugo was also there, and he greeted them one by one. Seeing his gloomy expression, the old man asked him, "What happened? Didn't you find out where the medicine lead is?" Qing Yin said listlessly, "I did find out. It's in the hands of a courtesan. We'll go to her to get it in a few days." "What else?" the old man asked. No one knows Qing Yin better than the old man. As soon as the old man saw that he looked worried, he knew that something serious had happened on the road. Qing Yin sighed. "I saw the little princess." Worried that Grandma and Yugo couldn't react to which little princess he was referring to, he quickly added, "The adopted daughter of the little princess." Yugo was surprised. The old man's expression didn't change much. Qing Yin said, "I saw her sitting on a wide sedan chair, with the king's personal guards beside her, enjoying the love of all the people of Nanzhao." Speaking of this, Qing Yin's voice lowered. "All one has nothing." The old man's turbid eyes moved. Yugo frowned. Although Yuan was their hostage, they still felt uncomfortable when they heard such news. It was just that all this seemed to be destined from the beginning. The child of a disaster star was naturally not as good as the offspring of a lucky star, even if he was adopted. "Grandma, is the great princess really a disaster star? Will she really bring bad luck to Nanzhao?" Qing Yin asked. This was the first time he asked such a serious question, and he didn't know why he asked it. After seeing the little princess, who was admired by thousands of people, and after seeing Yuan, who could only be squeezed in the alley and could not see the light, his chest was blocked by a fire. The old man nodded. When the eldest princess was born, dark clouds avoided the sun, and the sky was covered with black air. The entire Lingshao palace was shrouded in a terrible haze, until the little princess was born. The golden air broke through the clouds and dissipated the haze. Although I have not been to the scene, people who have seen it all say so. "Grandma, I don't believe it," Qing Yin said. Yuego nodded blankly. "Well, I don't believe it either." The old man said, "You are not the king. What does it matter whether you believe it or not?" Qing Yin, who finally got sentimental, and Yuego, who finally got infected. The weather in Nanzhao is really strange. It's still so hot in September. When Yuan entered the house, her clothes were soaked. Zhisu hurriedly got hot water for Yuan to wipe her face first, and then opened the cabinet to find a set of dry clothes. Fuling brought a few buckets of hot water and poured them into the bathtub, sprinkled with fresh petals. The reason why it was hot to dress up as a man was because of the chest binder. The circles of cloth strips made her almost unable to breathe. After untying the chest binder, she seemed to be so light that she could fly. Yuan fell on the chair. "Huh? Farming is not so tiring." Zhisu laughed. His own prince's wife was so cute. Who would compare this with farming? "Madam, have a cup of tea." Zhisu served a cup of honey-soaked flower tea. Yuan took a sip. She didn't like sweet things, but the honey tasted damn good. She simply drank it all up. After drinking it, she felt refreshed and had the energy to worry about other things. "Did anything happen in the mansion during the half day I was away?" "Madam, are you asking about the young master?" "The young master has been in the old lady's yard. I went to see him twice and nothing happened," Zhisu said, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "The second lady of the West Mansion came." "Second lady?" Yuan raised her eyebrows. "Is she Hellion Chi's legitimate wife? What did she come for?" Zhisu continued. "She brought a lot of ginseng and birds' nests to the young master, saying that she came to congratulate the old lady for recognizing her grandson." If someone else said this, Yuan would believe it. But Li was probably one of the people in the mansion who least wanted the old lady to recognize her grandson. If nothing else, it was because once the old lady's grandson came back, Li's son might not be able to inherit the entire family business. Li was probably here to test Yan Jiuchu's authenticity. But Yan Jiuchu wasn't stupid, so it would be strange if she could find out his flaws. "Did my husband drink the medicine?" Yuan was most concerned about her husband's health. Zhisu smiled and said, "He drank it." "Did he take a nap?" "I slept." "Did he get upset?" "No." Zhisu had served the two for so long, so she naturally understood Yan Jiuchu's temper. Young master has been so well behaved recently. Yuan agreed with that. Ever since her young husband was poisoned, She didn't know if he had the energy to act like a demon. But he was so well behaved that Yuan couldn't help but want to bully him. But soon, Yuan found out that she was naive. Yin Jiuqiao, who had been holding back and had nowhere to act like a demon, couldn't help but act like a demon again on the first day he stayed at the Hellion family. Chapter 332 Domineering Old Lady, Part 2. The story begins after Yin Jiuqiao took a nap. Soon after Li left, Yin Jiuqiao felt sleepy. The old lady had the house cleaned up and personally sent her grandson to take a nap. Yin Jiuqiao ignored her and turned his back to sleep wrapped in a quilt. The old lady watched with a silly smile on her side and fell asleep on the rattan chair unknowingly. When Yin Jiuqiao woke up, the old lady was still asleep. So he walked out openly. No one dared to wake up the old lady, nor did they dare to stop Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao went to Qixia Garden first. Yuan had not returned yet. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, walked out of the yard, and then wandered aimlessly in the mansion. Although the Hellion family was divided into the east and west mansions, they were not separated from each other. In the early years, there was only the east mansion. Later, the second branch had too many people, so they had to separate it and build a west mansion next to it. There was a garden between the two mansions. In the garden, there was a greenhouse with a shed. The greenhouse was shared, and things from both mansions were planted in it, so people from both mansions could enter. The gardener in the greenhouse did not know Yin Jiuqiao. Even though he heard that the old lady recognized her grandson, he did not match Yin Jiuqiao with the young master of the east mansion for a while. When Yin Jiuqiao walked over leisurely, the gardener was stunned. The gardener felt that he should ask who you are, but Yin Jiuqiao walked past him arrogantly. That aura of course was just like this was his own backyard. The gardener suddenly did not have the courage to ask. Yin Jiuqiao was ruthless and destroyed all the valuable flowers in the east mansion. He was not satisfied with destroying the east mansion, so he extended his vicious hand to the west mansion. However, he did not know that there was a distinction between the east and west mansions. He picked whatever he wanted, kept the ones he liked, and threw away the ones he did not like. The ugliest one was a pot of black Ganoderma lucidum. Seeing the thief chicken, a young master's eyes flashed with disgust. There happened to be a large rag next to it. Yin Jiuqiao picked up the rag with his fingertips and quickly covered it. The two young masters of the west mansion arrived at the flower room a quarter of an hour later. At this time, Yin Jiuqiao was tired of destroying flowers and sat on the swing basket in the flower room to rest. The swing basket was at the back of the greenhouse, and it was facing away from the main door. The two did not notice that there was a person on it at first glance. They went straight to the Wushan Ganoderma that had been raised for half a month. But they found that it was covered with a large wet rag. Wushan Ganoderma is different from other Ganoderma. It needs a breathable and dry environment. If it is covered with such a large wet rag, it will be dead or peeled. As expected, the two hurriedly uncovered the rag and saw that the Ganoderma that was still full of vitality the day before had now wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. The two were furious. Who did it? The young master on the left shouted angrily. There are two branches in the Hellion family. Originally there were 3 branches, but the third branch was a bastard and had long moved out of the imperial capital and settled in other towns. They could not be considered the main family of the Hellion clan. The eldest grandfather and the old lady had a son and a daughter. The daughter was married. The eldest son was Hellion Biming. Hellion Biming had another son with his wife Tan, who was kicked out of the family several years ago. The west mansion where the second old master lived also had only one legitimate son. That is the late Hellion Qi. But Hellion Qi was fertile, and he had 3 sons with Li alone. The eldest son was stationed in the military camp in the west city. The 2 were the second son Hellion Yu and the third son Hellion Cheng. The second and third in the mansion, and the servants respectfully called them the second and third young masters. However, since Yin Jiuqiao came, their ranking has changed. The eldest young master of the second room became the second young master, and the 2 of them became the third and fourth young masters. The one who just roared was the fourth young master Hellion Cheng. Hellion Cheng was spoiled by Li, and his temper was the most violent and the most domineering. However, he probably didn't know that the one who woke him up on the swing was the domineering ancestor. Yin Jiuqiao opened one eyelid, 2 eyelids, and hummed carelessly. Hearing the noise, Hellion Yu and Hellion Cheng were stunned, and looked at the swing basket at the end of the greenhouse at the same time. And then, they found that there seemed to be a person sitting on the basket. Who? Helian Chung asked. Yin Jiuqiao ignored him. Helian Chung exchanged a look with his brother, walked forward with big strides, walked around the swing basket, and stood opposite Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao was wearing a plain white robe today. The style was neither eye-catching nor fancy. The collar was tightly tied, and it was inevitable that he had a hint of abstinence. But the whole person was leaning carelessly in the basket, as if there was a hint of laziness. Although he was sitting, he could not hide his tall figure. His face was a face that men would be jealous of. The most handsome man the brothers had ever seen in their lives was their uncle. But the young man in front of them was no less handsome than Helian Baiming. How could there be such a good-looking man in the world? The two brothers were shocked at the same time. Helian Yu was the elder brother, and he was the first to come back to his senses. He concealed the surprise in his eyes, and asked cautiously, "Who are you? How did you appear in the greenhouse of the Helian family?" "Yes. Who are you?" Helian Chung also regained consciousness. It's no wonder that the two brothers were so surprised. In fact, they were born and raised in the Helian family. They had never seen such a person, and they didn't remember that the relatives of the East and West mansions had such extraordinary appearance and temperament. They didn't think of the old lady's newly recognized grandson. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even raise his eyelids. "Who do you care who I am? This man. Too arrogant." Helian Chung was furious and said, "This is my home. You broke into my greenhouse, and I can't care who you are? Let me ask you, did you destroy my and my second brother's Ganoderma lucidum?" Yin Jiuqiao turned his head and looked at the pot of stinky plants, and said nonchalantly, "You mean that? Is that Ganoderma lucidum? So ugly." Helian Chung was furious. You, do you know what Ganoderma lucidum that is? That is the Ganoderma lucidum that only appears once every 100 years in Wishan. You actually killed the Ganoderma lucidum that we worked so hard to find. Let me teach you a lesson," Helian Chung said, rolled up his sleeves and greeted Yin Jiuqiao. In fact, at this moment, Helian Yu had almost guessed Yin Jiuqiao's identity, but he did not stop his brother. In his opinion, this country bumpkin who came out of nowhere could not become the most precious phoenix in the nest even if he flew to the branches. He should always understand who is the real master of this mansion. A painless show of power is a gift from their brothers to this arrogant cousin. The Helian family is a family of generals, and women also practice martial arts. Not to mention the legitimate Helian young master. Both of them are the best of the younger generation, and did not take this country cousin seriously at all. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yin Jiuqiao's ability. Young Master Yin has nothing else, but he has a lot of treasures. The 1,000 machine box, which claims to have 1,000 kinds of mechanisms, is not a boast. When the servants heard the screams in the flower room and rushed to the scene, the two powerful young masters had been beaten down by the 1,000 machine box. Yu arrived at the same time as Li. Li was so distressed to see her two sons, who had walked out alive, and were lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses. "Who did this?" she shouted. The servants lowered their heads in fear. Someone quietly pointed at Yin Jiuqiao. "It was you?" Li was shocked and angry. Li had seen Yin Jiuqiao in the old lady's yard, so she was not unfamiliar with him. But it was strange that he would fight with her son. "Mother!" Helian Chung threw himself into Li's arms and exaggerated the story. It was roughly that the Wushan Ganoderma lucidum they bought at a high price was ruined by Yin Jiuqiao. They just asked a question casually, and Yin Jiuqiao beat up the two brothers. Li had no marital affection for the dead Helian Qi, but she loved her three sons dearly, especially for her youngest son. She was afraid that he would melt if she put him in her mouth, and afraid that he would fall if she held him in her hands. Normally, she wouldn't even touch him a finger, but now she was beaten up by a wild boy who just came in. Li couldn't swallow this insult, so she raised her hand and slapped Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan stepped forward and held her hand. "Second, madam. We can talk it over." Li looked at her coldly. "Who are you?" Yuan said, "I am Yin Wan, the eldest young master's wife." She acknowledged that the boy was a descendant of the Helian family. But how could a peddler from a small town dare to act wildly in front of her? Li raised her other hand and slapped Yuan. Her left hand was newly stained with cardamom, so she wore armor to avoid staining her clothes. This slap in the face would definitely scratch Yuan's face. Bang! It was Yuan who slapped her down with a big slap. Yuan had no intention of causing trouble. Whoever was wrong was wrong. She would definitely clean up the mess. But she couldn't just rely on the one-sided words of those two people. She had to at least listen to what Yin Jiuqiao said. Lee's son was wronged, and she was anxious and understood. So she stopped the first slap. But what about the second slap? Did she provoke her too? They entered the Hellion family, and made a deal with Hellion Biming. The money and goods were settled. No one begged anyone. So why should they look at anyone's face? What are you arguing about? The second old master of the West Mansion was also startled by the noise in the flower room. Grandpa the delicate Hellion Chung turned around and threw himself into the arms of this old man. Yuan was shocked by this guy. She thought he was a mama's boy. But he turned out to be a giant baby. Her 2-year-old son was not as delicate as him. Hellion she had many sons, but only 3 of them were legitimate. The second old master loved them as much as Lee. But he was not as impatient as Lee. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Hellion Chung exaggerated the words he had just exaggerated. Yuan didn't understand the original version, but she listened to Lee's crying word by word. Seeing him exaggerating again, Yuan finally saw what real shamelessness was. Hellion she cried coquettishly, "Grandpa, you have to make the decision for us. They not only bullied us, but also beat my mother." Chapter 333 Domineering Old Lady, Part 3. The second old master is the eldest old master's brother. The eldest old master died early, and the old lady was crazy. He undoubtedly became the most respected elder in the Hellion family. Even Hellion Biming respected this uncle. The second old master's sharp eyes swept across Yin Chioch and Yuan. Yuan admitted that his eyes were very scary, and his aura was extremely strong. But she was not a little girl who was ignorant of the world. After all, she had seen the emperor and the gods of the 2 countries. How could she be easily shocked? As for Yin Jiuqiao, it was even more impossible. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even protect Yuan behind him like other men protected their wives. Maybe in his eyes, this old bastard was nothing to be afraid of. The second old master's eyelids twitched. How could a couple from the countryside remain calm under his powerful pressure? Grandpa, Dad, Hellion Chung and Li burst into tears. Although Hellion Yu did not cry, the grievance on his face betrayed his heart. The second house's family was bullied by the new couple. As the leader of the second house, it seemed a bit unreasonable not to come forward to administer justice. Moreover, leaving aside the fights of the younger generations, Yuan's slap was actually slapped on Li's face. How could a younger generation hit an elder? There is no such reason in the world. But before the second old master could scold anything, the old lady arrived. Oops. The old lady saw the 2 brothers who were beaten into pig heads and asked, "How did you get into this state? Who beat you?" The old lady usually loves the younger generation. When the 2 brothers saw that she was about to accuse someone, they quickly pointed out Yin Jiuqiao. "It's him." "Chower?" The old lady pushed aside the maid who was supporting her, walked quickly to Yin Jiuqiao with a not-so-steady step, and grabbed Yin Jiuqiao's hand. "Hey, why are you still moving your hands? Does it hurt?" "Ho. It was Yin Jiuqiao who was actually shouting. Hellion Yu was stunned. Hellion Chung was struck by lightning. Next is the old lady's battlefield. The old lady pointed at the second old master and his group, and cried with tears and snot, "Your eldest brother passed away early. We are left alone, easy to bully. Right? I finally recognized a grandson. But on the first day of marriage, you people from the second house bullied him. Hellion Yu. Hellion Chung. Who is bullying who? Are you jealous of me?" "Nyo Dan." The old lady leaned to the ground. "Why don't you take me with you? Leaving me in this mansion is an eyesore. Even my grandson is bullied. Are they bullying my grandson? Are they bullying me? I am old. I am disliked." Yuan was shocked by the word Nyo Dan. If she understood correctly, Hellion Biming's biological father. His nickname was Nyo Dan. This fresh and refined name instantly made the 2 families feel closer. The old lady was not just playing a trick. She was serious. She just felt that her grandson was bullied. In fact, the 2 brothers Hellion Yu did plan this. But unexpectedly, they were bullied by Yin Jiuqiao. Li couldn't stand it anymore and reminded the old lady, "Aunt, please look at the injuries of your Aunt Chung." The old lady kicked her legs and threw a tantrum. "I don't care. I don't care. You are just bullying my good grandson. She is crazy. Why does she care about these things? She can't see it either. Li is going to vomit blood. The old lady is the widow of the old man. She is old and her brain is not bright. She has a reason to make a fuss. But they can't. Otherwise, if it gets out, it will be considered that they are bullying the old, weak and disabled. What's more, Hellion Biming has sacrificed enough for the Nanzhao kingdom over the years. They can't let his mother suffer. At least not in public. The second old master took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead, and said to the old lady, "What is the eldest sister-in-law talking about? How could I have such thoughts? Isn't it that you and Chang'er are ignorant? I was just planning to ask them to apologize to Chao." "Grandpa." "Hellion Yu and Hellion Chi," said in unbelievable. "Shut up." The second old master shouted at the two of them. "Why don't you apologize to your cousin quickly? Do you want me to use family law?" When they heard about using family law, they were scared. The two apologized in frustration. This was probably the first time they had fallen so hard since they were young. The two looked so ugly that they looked like they had lost millions. "Yuan helped the old lady up, Grandma. The ground is cold." Although this old lady was crazy, she loved Yin Jiuchao from the bottom of her heart. Yuan felt a little sorry for her. The second old master bowed and saluted, "Sister-in-law, I'll take them back to the yard first if there's nothing else." The old lady said, "You should teach them a lesson. They are so old. But they haven't learned anything else. But they have learned to bully their cousin. This is because your eldest brother is gone. If he were still here, he would definitely punish them to the ancestral hall." The second old master's eyelids jumped, and he whispered, "Sister-in-law is right. They have gone too far. I will let them go to the ancestral hall and kneel down to reflect on their mistakes." The old lady said with her nose in the air, "That's better. Dear grandson, let's go." The old lady took Yin Jiuchao and Yuan away without looking back. The servants didn't dare to stay any longer, and left one after another. No one expected that this farce would end in this way. The two brothers Hellion Yu were young and used to being domineering in the mansion. The servants had grievances, but few dared to speak to Hellion Chi and the second old master. Now seeing that they were defeated, many servants were secretly happy. Li and others naturally knew nothing about this. Li stood up for her son and said, "Dad, it was clearly the boys' fault today. Why did you punish Yura and Chang'er? They are your grandsons." What Li didn't say was that the old lady knew to protect her grandson. "So why can't you do the same?" The second old master knew what she was complaining about. He glared at her coldly and said, "It's all your fault. You spoiled two good children into what kind of a bastard? Ask them if they have the courage to tell the truth. Who started it first?" Li looked at her two sons. The two wanted to argue, but when they saw their grandfather's sharp eyes, they shrank their necks and dared not say anything. The second old master scolded, "It's just a pot of Ganoderma lucidum. He broke it. Country people don't know the value of it. You brothers let him go. If it gets out, people will only laugh at him for being stupid. Now, you are right and you are wrong. This matter can be solved easily. If the two of them didn't get angry with Hellion Chao from the beginning, then it would be that Hellion Chao was blind and didn't want to show up. They are kind and generous, and they are friendly and respectful to each other. After hearing the rumors from the outside world, the old lady will naturally try to teach her grandson and not let her lose the face of the Hellion family. In this way, the power was given and the reputation was earned, which was a two-pronged approach. But they took the initiative to provoke and beat the cousin who had just met the old lady. Do you think everyone is blind? Can't you see that this is a power giving to the cousin who came from the countryside? The eldest son of the Hellion family doesn't even have this little bit of tolerance, which is ridiculous. The two brothers didn't dare to argue with the second old master. "Go to the ancestral hall tonight," the second old master said coldly and left. Li was heartbroken. "Son," Hellion Chung said aggrievedly, "Mother, that is not just a pot of Ganoderma lucidum. It is for the little princess. My brother and I spent a lot of money and used all our connections to get it." When Li heard her son's words, she understood why he made such a fuss. Li stood on her son's side. Even if the pot of Ganoderma lucidum was not for the little princess, she felt that her son was wronged. Li sighed. "What's the point of saying this now? It's all gone. Not to mention, didn't your uncle tell you not to always interact with the lady's mansion? Don't let your uncle know about this, or he will scold you again." The Hellion family has been loyal for generations, but they never participate in the struggle for succession. The only object of their loyalty is always the successive monarchs. Although the little princess has become a lady, the Hellion family led by Hellion Biming will never surrender to her until she ascends the throne. "Humph. Uncle is also biased," Hellion Chung muttered in dissatisfaction. Li said with a headache, Okay. Stop talking. Mother will pack for you. It will be too late to go to the ancestral hall, and it will be difficult to explain to your grandfather. Helian Chung pulled his sleeve and said coquettishly, "Mom, go and tell Grandpa that the ancestral hall is a gloomy place and ghosts will appear." "Nonsense! The ancestral hall is enshrined with the tablets of the ancestors of the Helian family. If there are ghosts, it is the martyrs of the Helian family who appear in spirit." Li's reverence for the ancestors is not ambiguous. Helian Cheng's eyes were red with grievance. Li comforted them. "Mother will have someone watch over you. If you are really tired, just take a nap. You are the legitimate descendants of the Helian family. The ancestors will not blame you." Li was the last amulet for the two. Even she could not compromise. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation. At night, the two went to the ancestral hall in a dusty state. Helian Chung knelt on the hard mat. His face twisted into a ball. "You ignorant thing. Dare to damage the little princess's Ganoderma lucidum. You will be in trouble." Chapter 334 Whereabouts of the Medicine. After returning to the courtyard, the old lady immediately asked someone to invite a doctor to check her grandson's body to see if the rascal had hurt him anywhere. Even the hidden injuries could be corrected. Yuan felt that the old lady was not completely crazy. But on second thought, she should be completely crazy. Otherwise she would not recognize Yin Jiuqiu as her precious grandson just because of his face that brought disaster to the country and the people. The behavior style of a madman is different from that of a normal person. For example, Yuan couldn't help but pay attention to the injuries of Helian Yu and Helian Chung. But the old lady could selectively turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. She only remembered what she wanted to remember. "The doctor is here. It's old Sueo. This little ancestor always tortures others to death every time he goes out. When has he ever been beaten up by someone?" Old Chui pretended to feel Yin Jiuqiu's pulse, checked him, and said to the old lady, "The young master is fine." The old lady was frightened. "Then he has a minor injury?" Old Chui, "No minor injury." Old lady, "Don't worry. He was poisoned by time and could die at any time." The old lady still couldn't rest assured. So she asked someone to bring the best golden wound medicine in the mansion and applied it on Yin Jiuqiu's fist twice. In her opinion, the injuries of the two little bastards were caused by her own grandson's fists. How painful it must be. It hurt her grandson to death. "Yuan, now you remember that Helian Yu and Helian Chung were injured?" The old lady not only applied medicine to her little grandson, but also wrapped him with gauze. She said to Yuan with pride, "Your grandfather and uncle always came back with injuries during the war, and I bandaged them." Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu's fists that were wrapped like giant dumplings. Are you sure they were injured?" and asked you to bandage them. "Not because you bandaged them?" After treating Yin Jiuqiu's injury, the old lady scolded the maid who was on duty in the house. It was nothing more than that her precious grandson woke up, but didn't call her. He was new to the house and people in the mansion didn't know him very well. So he was wronged. The maids were upset. "Have you forgotten how grumpy you are when you wake up? Who dares to wake you up?" The old lady snorted. "When my grandson wakes up in the future, you must wake me up." "Yes." The maids agreed reluctantly. The old lady then relaxed her frown with satisfaction and pulled Yin Jiuqiu's wrist. "It's getting late. You should rest early. Whatever you like. Grandma will get it for you tomorrow." Yuan thought the old lady's last question was a question. The next morning, she left Qixia Garden and saw the large flower house that had been built overnight outside the old lady's yard. Only then did she realize that the old lady's words were a positive sentence. The first place Yin Jiuqiu strolled in the mansion was the flower house. The old lady thought he loved flowers. So she had the flower house built overnight. It was more stylish and spacious than the flower house shared by the east and west mansions. "Did I faint last night or what?" Yuan asked in a daze. Qixia Garden was not far away. So how could she not hear anything with such a loud noise? Qing Yin came over and said with gritted teeth without any envy, "The old lady asked Helian Biming to build it. No sound is allowed. She will be angry if you wake up her good grandson." So, Helian Biming transferred his golden-faced warriors to build the greenhouse. After all, only masters of this level can achieve almost no sound. Yuan imagined the scene of the golden-faced warriors who killed all directions turning into masons, carpenters, and bricklayers, and her mouth twitched so much that she was about to have a stroke. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou played with the princes with beacons. And now the old lady spoiled her grandson into a little devil. Yuan boiled the medicine and sent it to her husband. It happened that he had just woken up and raised a pair of Zongzi-like fists, which made it inconvenient to go anywhere. Yuan put down the bowl, took the clothes for him to put on, and said to him when tying the belt, "Why don't you tear it down? It's very inconvenient." "No," Yin Jiocha said. Yuan paused while tying her belt, and looked at him with a half smile. "Do you like the old lady?" Yin Jiochao. "Then I'd better take it off." Yuan laughed. Yuan didn't quite understand why Hellion Biming had to find a fake grandson to deceive the old lady. But now she seemed to understand a little. The old lady was so happy, and her life seemed to be rejuvenated. Although Yin Jiocha's reaction was not as big as the old lady's. It should not be a bad thing to be loved by an elder. The old lady and he were both unfortunate people. But they were lucky to meet each other. Breakfast was placed in the old lady's room. Yin Jiocha took off the gauze irritably. But the old lady brought a new one and wrapped it around again and again. Yin Jiocha was as irritable as a little lion that could explode at any time. But he never did. Yuan smiled at the two of them and said, "Grandma, I'm going out for a while. I'll leave my husband in your care." She felt relieved to leave Yin Jiocha with the old lady. "Go ahead. I'll take good care of my own grandson." The old lady didn't keep Yuan in the house. Nor did she interfere with her freedom. In this respect, she was more open-minded than most old people. Yuan curled her lips and said, "Then I'll bring you some candied haws when I come back." The old lady's eyes flashed. And she said seriously, I won't eat it." Slurp. Swallow saliva. Yuan smiled and bent over. And left happily. Hugo stayed in the house. Qing Yin pulled out the carriage. And went to Wangjiang Inn, diagonally opposite the first floor. With Yuan. The consumption level in the capital of Nanzhao was higher than that in the Zhou dynasty. The room price of a mere inn was as high as 3 taels. In order to better monitor the movements of the first floor, Jiang Hai had to ask for a Tianzi room with an excellent view, which cost 10 taels a night. 10 taels. That is 10,000 yuan. In modern times, how many stars would you have to live in? Don't worry. There is a mine at home. Thinking about it this way, Yuan no longer felt pain. Jiang Hai invited Yuan into the house. And when he saw Qing Yin following him, he said unhappily, "Why are you here too?" Qing Yin laughed and said, "If I don't come, who will drive the car?" Jiang Hai choked. This kid. Still thinking about monopolizing all one. Dreaming? You don't like Qing Yin? After entering the house, Yuan asked Jiang Hai in a low voice. Without waiting for Jiang Hai to answer, Yuan said again, "Then I will bring a moon hook next time?" Jiang Hai took a deep breath. "No need. It's the same." "Oh." Yuan got over it, and found a seat by the window to sit down. The window was very cleverly designed, somewhat similar to the blinds in the previous life. By adjusting the angle of the blades, you can clearly see the movements outside, and the outsiders will definitely not see the house. Yuan seriously suspected that this was designed for peeping at the beauties on the first floor. No wonder it was worth 10 taels. Jiang Hai poured a cup of tea for Yuan. Qing Yin looked at him. Jiang Hai said in a deep voice, "Pour it yourself." Qing Yin shook his head and poured himself a cup. "Is Dong Xianer moving?" Yuan asked. Jiang Hai sat down opposite Yuan, looked in the direction of the first floor, and said, "No. Dong Xianer has been staying in her room on days when she doesn't see guests. 2 guests asked to see her, but she refused. I want to see Miss Dong." While the two were talking, there was a huge noise at the door of the first floor. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a black cloak standing in front of the first floor with his hands on his waist, looking arrogant. "Is that a Gu master?" Yuan frowned slightly. Just like the scholars of the Zhou dynasty would wear long gowns, the Gu masters of Nanzhao wore cloaks, and their identities were very easy to identify. Of course, there were also those who acted low-key and wore ordinary clothes, but it was obvious that the one in front of him was not one of them. Miss Dong only sees guests on the 1st and 15th of the month. If you want to make an exception, you need a Gu master. Yuan's expression became unfathomable. "What are you arguing about?" A heavily made-up old procuress came out. The Gu master negotiated with her. The streets were noisy and crowded. Yuan didn't hear what the two said. She only knew that the Gu master was driven away by the thugs called by the madam. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that not every Gu master can see Dong Xianer. Jiang Hai said, "At least it has to be a great Gu master." Yuan was stunned for a few seconds. Although she met 2 Gu masters on the way here, Yuan didn't care much about their qualifications. When Jiang Hai mentioned it today, she couldn't help asking a few more questions. Only then did she realize that the Gu Masters in Nanzhao were all certified. Gu Master Qualification Certificate, a No. Jade card, is obtained by strength. There are Gu Masters and Great Gu Masters. Yu Sha Nan and Pharaoh, whom they met on the way here, are just Gu Masters. Great Gu Masters are often royal guests, and they will not condescend to come to the brothel for a herb. Yuan touched her chin. If that's the case, the fire Ganoderma is quite safe. Is it safe? Gu Master Dong Xianer looked down on her, and the Great Gu Master didn't look down on her either. They could only wait for the fair competition on the 15th. If it was a competition of wealth, she had a mind at home. If it was a competition of talent, she and Qingyan were not bad. If it was a competition of martial arts, there was also Jiang Hai. In short, she was determined to get the fire Ganoderma, and she would kill Buddhas and gods if they stood in her way. Yuan sat in Wang Jiangyan for a while, and then left. She did not forget what she promised the old lady. She found a shop selling candied haws, and bought a few strings of big and bright candied haws. She returned home in a good mood. On the other side, in the ancestral hall, where the Hellion family enshrined the ancestral tablets, the two brothers Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung sneaked out. Young master, the guarding servant called them anxiously. What are you doing? Hellion Chung asked impatiently. The servant said distressfully, can you please not go out? If the second lady finds out, she will kill me. Hellion Chung said coldly, if you don't say it, who can find out? My second brother, and I will be back soon. Although the old lady's grandson has returned home, he should change his name to the third brother. But he can't change it, and doesn't want to change it. Hellion Yu pulled his brother's sleeve. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go! Hellion Chung turned around and glared at the servant. Don't let it slip. Don't go to my mother to complain. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the house. The servant trembled and agreed. Second brother, am I ugly? Hellion Chung pointed at his face, and asked Hellion Yu. Yesterday, Yin Jiuchao's machine exploded and tortured them. Both of them became pig heads. Although they used the most powerful secret medicine of Nanzhao, they still had some bruises on their faces. Hellion Yu was not much better than his brother. He frowned and said, don't worry about these things for now. Be careful not to make the little princess wait anxiously. Chapter 335 The Little Princess of Nanzhao. The Hellion family is a loyal supporter of the monarch. On the surface, they never allow the monarch to get too close to the royal family. However, the children were once the companions of the prince and the princess. They grew up together, and their friendship was extraordinary. Therefore, even though they were forbidden by Hellion Baiming to approach the female monarch's mansion when they grew up, they still had some contact with the little princess in private. The three of them met in a tea house between the Hellion family and the female monarch's mansion. The little princess was waiting early. This was almost impossible in the past. The two knocked on the door according to the secret code, and the little princess's maid opened the door. The maid didn't recognize who it was at first glance. While the maid was stunned, the two entered the house one after another. The little princess guessed that it was them, and complained while turning back, I've been waiting for you for so long. Why did you, The little princess saw the two of them clearly, and was suddenly stunned. You? How did you get into this state? The two of them cleared their throats awkwardly. Hellion Yu didn't know how to answer. Hellion Chung snorted and complained. It's because an uninvited guest suddenly came to the house, and insisted that he was the son of my deceased second uncle. He gave me and my second brother a big show of power on the first day of entering the mansion. In addition, the Wushan Ganoderma that was originally intended for the princess was also destroyed by the guy. The little princess was relatively indifferent to the previous words, but the last sentence made the beautiful little princess frown. What did you say? Wushan Ganoderma is gone? Yes. Seeing the little princess's intense reaction, Hellion Chung became more interested in complaining. He distorted and exaggerated the words he had said to the old man twice. From Yin Jiuchao, a countryman who didn't know the value of the Wushan Ganoderma, to Yin Jiuchao knowing that it was the treasure of the second room and deliberately stepped on the second room to bully. The young princess frowned even more. How can there be such an unreasonable person? Hellion Chung said aggrievedly, isn't it? My second brother and I were bullied like this in order to protect that Wushan Ganoderma. It was obvious that he rushed to the flower room after the Wushan Ganoderma was damaged, wanting to give Yin Jiuchu a warning. But he told a completely different story. Hellion Yu did not refute anything. The young princess didn't care how the two were injured. What she cared about was that the pot of Wushan Lingji was gone. She stamped her feet and said, My mother's birthday is coming soon. I wanted to give her a special birthday gift. So I asked you to buy Wuxianlingji. Now it's gone. What should I do? The queen is second to none. She owns half of the country and has countless gold and silver. There is nothing rare about her. That's why it's always difficult to choose a gift. Wuxianlingji is not really expensive, and its medicinal effect is also very ordinary. But it is rare. It's hard to find a second one in the whole Nanzhao. It's all your fault. You can't even take care of a Lingji. The young princess lost her temper. If Brother Helian were here, he would never let that country boy succeed. Brother Helian. Hearing this title, Helian Yu and Helian Chung were both stunned. The Brother Helian mentioned by the little princess was naturally not their biological brother stationed in the West City camp, but Helian Chung, the eldest grandson of the East Mansion, who had been expelled from the family and removed from the family tree. Helian Chung was a few years older than them. They were the little princess's study companions, but Helian Chung was the prince's study companion. They had spent more time with the little princess, but the little princess only liked to pester their cousin. The cousin had been expelled for several years. The little princess had grown from a young girl to a graceful young lady, but she was still thinking about that man. Both of them felt a little jealous. However, they were not stupid enough to upset the little princess, so they just kept silent. The little princess realized that she had ruined the good atmosphere, so she changed her complaining look and said with a smile, "Forget it. If the Ganoderma lucidum is gone, I will find something else to give to my mother. My mother loves me so much. She will like anything I give her." This is the truth. Although the little princess was adopted, the lady and the prince consort treated her as their own daughter. This was certainly because she was cute and lovely. But another major reason was that the lady was injured when she gave birth to a son, and it would be difficult for her to get pregnant again in this life. The little princess was tolerant and generous, but the two brothers could not get over the hurdle in their hearts. By the way, thinking of something, the quiet Helian Yu spoke. If the lady likes Ganoderma lucidum, I know that there is a Ganoderma lucidum in our imperial capital that is better than Wuxian Ganoderma lucidum. Really? The little princess became interested. In fact, it was not that her mother liked Ganoderma lucidum, but that she decided to give Ganoderma lucidum. She did not intend to explain, and was too lazy to explain. Helian Yu continued, "Red Ganoderma?" The little princess was immediately disappointed. "What's so special about red Ganoderma? I have several in my house." Helian Yu said, "It's not an ordinary red Ganoderma. It's a top-grade red Ganoderma. People in the Central Plains call it fire Ganoderma." From the Central Plains? The little princess was interested again. Helian Yu nodded, "Yes. I heard that the courtesan on the first floor has one." The little princess stood up quickly. "Then why are you still sitting there? Why don't you go find her and get it?" Helian Yu smiled and said, "Princess, please sit down first and listen to what I have to say. This courtesan only opens the door to see guests on the 1st and 15th day of the month. It's useless for us to go now." "I am the princess," said the little princess. Helian Yu was embarrassed. "But you can't reveal your identity." "Yes. It is impossible for a princess of Nanzhao to go to that kind of red light district. If her mother heard it, she would be angry that she was unruly and didn't know the rules of the royal family." The little princess was a little disappointed. Helian Yu thought for a while and said, "But I heard that the master of poison can make an exception for her." "Princess, doesn't the lady's mansion have a master of poison? If you secretly ask him to do something for you." The little princess sighed. "If this princess asks, he will naturally not refuse. However, his apprentice had an accident some time ago, and he went to collect his apprentice's body. I don't know how long it will take to return to the lady's mansion." Helian Yu smiled and said, "How about this? My brother and I will keep an eye on the movements of the first floor in the next few days to prevent someone from getting there first. On the 15th day, we will go to find the courtesan. For the sake of the lady's mansion, the red Ganoderma lucidum will definitely become the princess's bag." Yuan returned to the mansion and gave a few strings of candied haws to Qi Yin, asking him to bring them to Fuling and Perilla, and the other strings to the old lady's yard. The old lady was old, had bad teeth, and suffered from various physical discomforts of the elderly. The doctor had forbidden her to eat candy, but the old lady couldn't help it. She always secretly grabbed a handful of snacks and stuffed them into her mouth when no one was paying attention. Yuan had only been there for 2 days, and she had already found it 7 or 8 times. When Yuan entered the yard with the candied haws, Yin Jiuchu was walking his bird. He didn't know where he got a parrot and locked it in a cage. The parrot was tortured by him, and lay in the cage gasping for breath. It was the first time that Yuan saw a bird that could lie on its back. It was probably because Yin Jiuqiu was so angry that he had forgotten that he was a bird. The old lady looked at the man and the bird happily, and laughed from ear to ear. Grandma, husband. Yuan stepped forward and greeted them. The old lady loved her grandson and treated Yuan very well. Of course, she was even more pleased when she saw the candied haws that Yuan handed over. However, the old lady was reluctant to eat it because she found that her good grandson seemed to like candied haws very much. A large string was gone in his hand. Yin Jiuqiu's taste was still at the stage where he could taste a little sour and spicy, and he couldn't taste other flavors no matter how strong they were. When the old lady saw that her good grandson had finished eating the candied haws, she hurriedly handed over the string in her hand. Here. Yuan guessed that this would happen. Otherwise, how could she dare to buy candied haws for the old lady? Eating so much candy is not good for the body. Yuan gave the string of candied haws to Yin Jiuqiu, and gave one to the old lady. The old lady ate it happily. Another string was brought to their uncle Helian Biming. Yuan suddenly thought of her uncle in Lianhua village. She and Yin Jiuqiu had been away for so long. She wondered how her uncle and his family were doing. Whether their parents were safe. Whether their brothers and sisters were well. Whether the three little ones had eaten well. And whether they missed their parents. Young madam? Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, and she realized that she had come to Helian Biming's yard. He liked quietness, and there were no strangers in the yard. Only one long-serving Yu Gang. Yu Gang didn't know that Yin Jiuqiu was a fake, and really thought that they were the young masters of the mansion. Yuan regained consciousness and looked at Yu Gang and said, I bought some candied haws for my uncle. Ah. Yu Gang wanted to say that the general didn't eat this. Yuan knew. Of course. It wasn't bought for him anyway. Yu Gang scratched his head and led Yuan in. The general is in the study, Yu Gang said. Yuan nodded and raised her hand to knock on the half-open door. Uncle. It's me. I'm here to see you. Come in. A deep voice came from the room. Yuan entered the room with a candied haws. Helian Biming was rolling up a portrait. Yuan glanced at it quickly and saw that it was a portrait of a young man. Yuan didn't think that the Nanzhao god was hiding in the study in broad daylight to spy on the portrait of a young man because he had any improper thoughts about him. It was probably the son who was expelled from the family. Right? Yuan had no evidence, but her intuition told her so. The little snow fox lying on the table flew out as soon as it saw Yuan. It was about to fly off the table, but was grabbed by a powerful big hand by the tail. Don't fall, Helian Biming said. The little snow fox was ruthlessly dragged back and rolled his eyes in anger. What are you doing here? Is there something? Helian Biming looked at Yuan expressionlessly. Yuan handed the candied haws to him. I just went out and bought a few strings of candied haws. This is for uncle. You call uncle? But it's easy to say, Helian Biming said indifferently. Yuan curved the corners of her lips. I also have an uncle at home. I call him this name more than father. For some reason, when Helian Biming heard this, his eyebrows unconsciously frowned. Chapter 336 The Doting Uncle. Helian Biming said, I don't eat this. Little snow fox, squeak. Baby. Eat it. The little snow fox fluttered its 4 paws and drooled. Helian Biming looked at the restless little guy on his leg and reluctantly accepted the candied haws. Squeak. The little snow fox couldn't wait to pounce on it, hugged the candied haws that was almost longer than its body, and started to chew it. Here, Helian Biming had already put the scroll into the scroll basket on the table. On the surface, these scrolls were all one long. But for some reason, Yuan felt that the young man's scroll stood out from the crowd. Anything else? Helian Biming asked. No more. Yuan retracted her gaze. Then I'll take my leave first. Yeah. Helian Biming nodded lightly. Yuan wondered. Is that the end? Wasn't he going to ask a few questions about the West Mansion? After all, the couple bullied Li's mother and son like that. If they were biological children, it would be fine. But they were fakes. Shouldn't he be angry and warn her not to make trouble in the mansion again? Of course. Yuan was confused. But she hadn't abused herself to the point of asking him for instructions. Yuan felt that she seemed to have touched a rule. As long as the old lady was happy, the sky would not fall. Or the relationship between the East and West mansions was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Who cares? She is not the real daughter-in-law of the Helian family. After getting the medicine, They will leave Nanjiao. She thought so in her heart. But when she returned to Qixia Garden, she asked about Helian Biming's family affairs. Grandma, what's the matter with General Helian's son? The old man was reading 3-character classic in the room. When Yuan entered the room, he quietly put the half-prepared lesson back into the drawer. What's the matter? He said calmly. Yuan didn't see the 3-character classic he was preparing for the lesson. She sat down beside him and said, Wasn't General Helian's son expelled from the family? What did he do wrong? The old man said. The outside world said that someone was killed. Yuan thought thoughtfully. Why do I find it so unbelievable? Can a man like Helian Biming teach his son to kill innocent people casually? If it's not innocent, then killing someone wouldn't be enough to get him expelled from the family. Or the old lady expelled him personally. How great a grudge is this? Ha! You don't know this? Old Shui walked in chewing a white radish. Qingyan and Hugo were packing their luggage. When they heard this, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. Yuan sighed. It seems that she is not the only one who is curious about Helian Biming's son. Old Shui lived with Yan Jiuqiao in the old lady's yard. Although he was an old man, he had an old lady's mouth and loved to ask about gossip. After a while, he really found out something. It turned out that Yuan was right. Helian Biming's son Helian Sheng was not expelled from the family because of a murder. He was found out that he was not Helian Biming's biological child, which made the old lady angry. Old Shui said, Tan admitted it herself, saying that the child was not Helian Biming's. The old lady was so angry that she almost killed the mother and the child. Yuan suddenly realized, I thought, the old lady loves her child so much. How could she bear to be cruel to her own grandson? Just look at how the old lady dotes on Yin Jiuqiao. As long as he is her grandson, she will take care of him even if she pokes a hole in the sky. Yuan asked again, what happened later? Because the family scandal should not be made public. They fabricated the false story that Helian Sheng had caused a death? Old Shui ate a piece of carrot and said, yes. What else can we do? Say that Helian Biming's head is green as a grassland? Let the Helian family become the laughing stock of the world. Yuan murmured. Tan sure became a nun not because she was angry at the Helian family for punishing Helian Sheng, but because she asked the old lady to send her to a nunnery? You can say that. Old Shui smacked his lips. Does Shifu know? Yuan asked. Old Shui spread his hands. I don't know about that. Yuan touched his chin. I always feel that the relationship between the East and West Mansions is not as good as people imagine. The old man of the West Mansion has a sinister look in his eyes, like a poisonous snake. Old Shui nodded to the table and said, okay. Don't bother with the Helian family's mess. Hurry up and get the medicine. Your husband is really not as good as he looks. Yuan's eyes moved. Old Shui sighed. He feels uncomfortable. But he didn't say it. How could he not feel anything after being poisoned by time? In the past, it was suppressed by the poison curse, and there was no big sign. Now the whole body has become a battlefield of time poison. Yin Jiuqiao is suffering from the poison all the time. Why did he destroy the flower? He was so uncomfortable that he couldn't sit still. He didn't kill people on the spot because he was tough. Do you know what happened to those who were poisoned by time in the past? Old Shui asked. What's wrong? Yuan asked. Crazy, said Old Shui. He was tortured by the poison and lost his mind. He went crazy before the antidote. There has never been such a person like Yin Jiuqiao in history. Even if Old Shui didn't like Yin Jiuqiao, he had to admire his character. He looked like a spoiled little playboy. But no one could bear the pain he endured. Yuan frowned. Why didn't you say it earlier? Old Shui coughed lightly. Do you think I dare to say it? I just let it slip. Can I tell you this? Aren't you afraid of being killed by that kid? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan walked out. Old Shui looked at the old man with a guilty look, then looked at Qin Yan and Yuego who were expressionless, and coughed. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't even told her yet. How can I tell you in advance? Yuan went to the old lady's yard, but was told by the servants that Yin Jiuqiao had gone for a stroll in the mansion. He didn't allow anyone to follow him, and the old lady had no choice. He must be feeling uncomfortable, and didn't want to be discovered. So he found a place where no one was around to hide himself. It must have been the same when he went to the greenhouse. He must have been exhausted after picking so many flowers. Why didn't she think of this? He was so well behaved along the way. And she teased him that he would not act like a demon. Why didn't she think that he was enduring the torture of time all the time? It's not that he didn't have the strength to act like a demon. but that he used all his strength to endure the poison in his body. Yuan was anxious to find Yin Jiuqiu. She was worried that he would hurt himself if he couldn't bear it. Yuan walked to a sparsely populated area. Halfway through, she met the Hellion Yu brothers, who sneaked back to the mansion. The brothers were shocked. Yuan was thinking about Yin Jiuqiu all the time. She didn't bother to pay attention to them, and didn't remember that the two of them shouldn't appear outside the ancestral hall. She just walked past them. The two brothers saw her as arrogant without even saying hello. It was really infuriating. A tea merchant's daughter from a small town in Qinghe should be so arrogant in front of the legitimate son of the Hellion family? Do you really think that a sparrow can turn into a phoenix just by flying to a branch? Stop! Hellion Chung called Yuan. Yuan ignored him and walked forward. Hey! Are you deaf when I told you to stop? Hellion Chung chased after her and walked around to block Yuan's way. Yuan looked at him indifferently. What can I do for you? The fourth young master? Hellion Chung said angrily. What fourth young master? I am the third young master. Yuan laughed sarcastically. Really? Go and tell the general about this. How dare Hellion Chung say that? It's not the right time to say it. Yuan said. Is there anything else? I'll leave first. I won't keep you company. Hellion Chung said angrily. Did I tell you to leave? Who allowed you to walk around in the mansion? Yuan looked around. This is the East Mansion. I am the young lady of the East Mansion. It's my business how I want to walk around. If the fourth young master wants to show off, why don't you go back to your West Mansion? You? Yuan smiled. I almost forgot. Weren't the two young masters punished to kneel in the ancestral hall? How come you came out so soon? Is it over? Or did you sneak out? Hellion Chung was furious. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will pull out your tongue. There happened to be a water tank next to Hellion Chung. Yuan heard him spitting shit, and was thinking about how to teach him a lesson, when she saw a white figure quickly walked up and pressed Hellion Cheng's head into the water tank. Let me go! Hellion Yu wanted to help, but he didn't even say the word brother. He let the man hold his head with his other hand, and pressed him into the water tank. It was a pair of slender jade-like hands, with distinct joints and faint blue veins on the back of the hands. The white wide sleeves slid down and dipped into the water, like two floating lotuses. There was a hint of blood in his eyes, as if it was an indissoluble blood mist, and the whole person was filled with a violent aura. This was the first time Yuan saw Yin Jiuqiu like this. The two brothers were obviously martial arts, but they were suppressed by the violent murderous aura emanating from Yin Jiuqiu, and dared not move. Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan spoke softly. Yin Jiuqiu seemed to come back to his senses in a second, and stopped holding the two people. The two took the opportunity to raise their heads, fell to the ground, and looked at Yin Jiuqiu, who looked like a demon, in horror, and their whole bodies were trembling. Yin Jiuqiu shouted, "Get out of here!" The two supported each other, and staggered away. Yin Jiuqiu turned his back. Yuan stepped forward. "Don't come over," he said coldly. It was not the coldness that he pretended to be on weekdays. There was murderous intent in his words. "It's me," Yuan said. Yin Jiuqiu clenched his fists. "I know it's you. Go away." Yuan did not go away. Yuan walked forward and hugged him from behind. "I won't leave. If you have the guts, drive me away. I'm not afraid of you no matter what you look like. If you feel bad, I'll feel bad with you." Chapter 337 First Encounter with the Prince Consort. Yuan held him and didn't move. She could feel the hostility and murderous aura around him. Yuan had thought that he might attack her if he was really upset and crazy, but she couldn't let him go. Yuan held him like this for an unknown period of time. The murderous aura and hostility on him faded. "Go back to the yard?" Yuan asked tentatively. Before he could answer, she said, "It doesn't matter if you don't go back. Hold me for a while longer." Ahem. Qingyan coughed not far away. It turned out that it was old Shui who told them about the harm of time. They were worried that Yin Jiuqiu would go crazy and hurt Yuan, so they hurriedly chased him out. They went to look for him separately, but only Qingyan was found. Qingyan arrived when Yuan and the two boys from the Hellion family had a conflict. He was going to take action, but Yin Jiuqiu was one step faster than him and pushed him into the water tank. TSK. That brutal look. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't feel the breath of martial arts from him, Qingyan almost thought he was possessed. But the pain he endured was no different from being possessed. Qingyan saw the posture of hugging a man from behind, and Yuan's face was a little embarrassed. She quickly loosened her arm around Yin Jiuchao's waist, and Yin Jiuchao frowned. Yuan immediately grabbed his hand. You are the ancestor. You are the oldest. You are the greatest. Yin Jiuchao's expression calmed down a little, and he slowly turned around and looked at Qin Yin. The hostility in his eyes had dissipated for the most part, as if the man who was crazy about the Hellion brothers before was not him. Yin Jiuchao glanced at Qin Yin and said casually, "What are you looking at?" Qin Yin subconsciously felt that this little ancestor might say, "If you look again, I will dig out your eyes." Qin Yin cleared his throat and said, "The medicine is ready. Dr. Cui asked me to come to you." For this reason, Yuan gave Qin Yin full marks. Yuan turned her head and looked at Yin Jiuchao, who was a whole head taller than her, and whispered, "Go back and take the medicine." Yin Jiuchao hummed lightly, took Yuan's hand and walked away. Yuan wondered, "Didn't you tell me not to hold your hand outside?" Yin Jiuchao said coldly. "Am I holding you? Isn't it?" Yuan looked at the two people's clasped hands, and said with humiliation, "Okay, it's me. I must hold my husband's hand, and I can't get rid of it." Yin Jiuchao snorted. "You know it. Yuan." Yuan and Yin Jiuchao returned to the old lady's yard. The old lady was waiting for her grandson, and fell asleep on the chaise longue. Yuan didn't wake the old lady up. She brought the medicine to Yin Jiuchao to drink, and then washed up with Yin Jiuchao and went to bed. Yin Jiuchao seemed cynical, but he was a more disciplined person than Yuan in private. Putting aside the rule of sex once a day, he also slept in a disciplined manner. But tonight was particularly different. He held Yuan in his arms. Yuan had her back to him, and suddenly felt a strong arm tightening around her. He buried his head in her neck, and took a breath against her hair. "Yuan, are you sucking cats?" Yin Jiuchao was enjoying it. Yuan felt that this position was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was quite comfortable. So she let him suck cats. It was hard to tell who fell asleep first. When Yuan woke up in the middle of the night, the man who held her in his arms was already breathing evenly. Yuan turned around gently. She was worried that she would crush his arm and wanted to take it out. But she didn't expect that she was tightly wrapped in his arms as soon as she moved. Yuan listened to his breathing and was extremely sure that he was not awake. So it was just an instinctive reaction. What kind of fairy love is this? Caring about her so much? You narcissistic one curled the corners of her lips, hugged the hand that was wrapped around her, supped it like a cat, and fell asleep sweetly. Of course, early the next morning, you narcissistic one was rejected abruptly. You all won. Yin Jiuchao was furious as he looked at the two people's unbearable sleeping postures. What did you do to this young master again? What do you mean I did? I knew you would turn the tables. It was obviously you last night. Yuan was halfway through her words when she looked down and was stunned by the scene in front of her. She was curled up with her back to him, but she turned around and took off his shirt without leaving any space. Her hands were not in the right place. She silently pulled her hands back. She heard a snap on the waistband. Yin Jiuchao's face turned black like charcoal. Yuan turned her face away guiltily. Well, you can't blame her. Isn't this a habit, In the next few days, the mansion was calm. Qin Yin went to Wangjiang and learned a piece of news from Jiang Hai. It seems that in addition to Jiang Hai, there are others who are also watching the movements on the first floor. People from the Hellion family? Yuan looked at Qin Yin. Is Jiang Hai right? Qin Yin shook his head. No. They have the Hellion family badges on them. It's unlikely that they are from the East Mansion. In addition to them, there are only two masters in the East Mansion. The old lady and Hellion Biming. The old lady would not do this. And Hellion Biming would not do it either. Why would he stare at the brothel for nothing? Qin Yin nodded. I also guess it's from the West Mansion. But why would the people from the West Mansion stare at the first floor? Did the people from the West Mansion discover their whereabouts? Or did the West Mansion also have intentions for the first floor? Yuan said, as long as they are not going for Dong Xiener's Ganoderma lucidum. Don't worry about it. That said, she had a hunch that the other party might really be going for the Ganoderma lucidum. As for whether it was because they lost the Wushan Ganoderma lucidum, so they wanted to find another better Ganoderma lucidum, or they realized that they wanted a Ganoderma lucidum, so they deliberately snatched the Ganoderma lucidum from them. It was unknown. In a blink of an eye, it was the 15th day. A few days ago, Jiang Hai went to the first floor to reserve a room, but it was full at that time, so he could only reserve a seat in the lobby, which was separated by a green gauze cabinet and was quite quiet. Dong Xianer met guests at night, and Yuan and Yin Jiuchao had dinner with the old lady in the mansion before leaving the house under the pretext of enjoying the night view of the imperial capital. The old lady was reluctant to let her grandson go, but she felt that she couldn't keep him in the house forever, so she reluctantly let him go. He will come back. The old lady grabbed Yin Jiuchao's hand and said. You smiled and said, he will come back. Don't worry, Grandma. The old lady stuffed a purse into Yuan's hand. Yuan opened it after getting on the car and found that it contained a gold note. What is this? Yuan looked at it over and over for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the note was. It was Qingyan who cleared up Yuan's confusion. This is the Hellion family's gold note, which is more useful than the silver note. The Hellion family only has one gold note. I didn't expect that the old lady would give it all to you. Yuan understood that this was the silver note, but the specific amount was not written. It was roughly how much money the Hellion family had deposited in the bank, and how much money could be withdrawn with it. Old lady, aren't you afraid that we will take away all the Hellion family's property? Yin Jiuchao gave Yuan a chilly look, as if to say, what about the future? Yuan happily accepted it. Although she is not short of money, who would find money difficult to handle? Naturally, the more the better. The first floor is located on the most prosperous street in the imperial capital. In the past, there were many cars and people. Tonight, because Dong Xianer was meeting guests, the guests who came here to see her were even more crowded. A full mile away, the carriage could not move at all. The few people waited for a quarter of an hour, but there was no sign of moving forward. Let's go, Yuan said. It seems that no matter in the past or present life, we can't escape the fate of traffic jams. Qingyan nodded. Okay. I'll find a carriage shop to store the carriage. You go first. Yuan and Yin Jiuchao got off the carriage. Yuan was still dressed as a handsome man, walking with a man like Yin Jiuchao, who was as handsome as jade and as beautiful as the moon. Passers-by frequently cast amazing glances at the two, even though the imperial capital is full of beauties. I have never seen such beauty. The two are both men, but somehow, they have an indescribable temperament of a perfect match. As if they are a perfect match. The originally congested streets became even more congested because of the commotion caused by the two. It was a quarter of an hour later when the two of them passed through the crowds and arrived at the first floor. It was not far from Dong Xianer's appearance. The hall was full of people. The two of them found the seat Jiang Hai had reserved, which was actually in an inconspicuous corner. Jiang Hai was embarrassed. The seats here were all reserved a month ago, and they were all here to see Dong Xianer. Jiang Hai was lucky to have this seat. A master couldn't come at the last minute, so he gave up the seat. Yin Jiuchao didn't even dislike it. Yuan thought about the way this guy entered the cell, so it was not surprising. He would feel fresh wherever he hadn't been. Jiang Hai also knew that Yin Jiuchao didn't like to be disturbed, so he ordered drinks and snacks in advance, and no waiter would come for a while. I'm going to the courtesy room. Yuan felt that her chest binder was loose, and she had to find a place to wrap it up. There were so many people tonight that even the toilet was full. Yuan had to ask for directions to the back door and found an empty woodshed and closed the door. While she was wrapping her chest, she heard the noise outside the wall. She swore that she was not eavesdropping on purpose. But who made this woodshed connected to the wall of the backyard? Father, just let me go. I promise to be back before midnight. It was the delicate voice of a young girl. Her father did not say anything, and she continued, Father, 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 promise me. You see, I have changed into men's clothes, and no one will recognize me. At most, I won't go through the front door. Going through the back door is not enough. This coquettish voice was so noisy that Yuan's head hurt. Yuan wanted to wrap it up and leave as soon as possible. But at this moment, the father spoke. Your mother will punish you if she finds out. The man's voice was so nice that it was a bit unbelievable. It was deep and magnetic, like the strange yet tender voice Yin Jiuchao had whispered in her ear in countless dark nights. Now it sounded familiar to her. Yuan suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 338 First Encounter with the Prince Consort, Part 2. Father, if you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, how can Mother know? I'll pick you up at the latest at midnight. There was a hint of authority that could not be refused in his voice, as well as a hint of helpless doting. Inexplicably, Yuan became a little curious about the man outside the wall. She tied her chest binder, opened the door, and walked out. On the side path, A young man in blue clothes came up eagerly. They were both women dressed as men, so Yuan could see through her disguise. She must be the girl who just shouted to enter the brothel. She looked delicate and tender, not like a child from a poor family. So, what was the daughter of a wealthy family doing in such a place? And her father couldn't persuade her to agree? What a weird family. But when I think of myself and my husband going to brothels together, it seems that they are not much better than this father and daughter. Yuan was thinking about the man outside, and walked out of the back door. But she didn't know that there was no one on the path outside the door. Yuan looked around, walked around in a circle, found nothing, and walked towards the back door. But suddenly, a magnetic voice called her, "Girl, your things fell." Yuan turned around subconsciously, and saw a tall and graceful man, about the same height as Yin Jiuqiao, wearing a brocade jade robe and a silver mask. He held up his sleeves with one hand, and handed a golden pose to Yuan with the other hand. The hand was as delicate as a jade carving, and it was a bit too beautiful. "Is it yours?" the man asked. Yuan came back to her senses and took the note. "It's mine." She accidentally dropped the priceless gold note that the old lady gave her, but her focus was on how beautiful the man's hands were. However, this should be the man outside the wall just now. The voice is exactly the same. Wait, how could he recognize that she is a girl? Was her disguise a failure? Goodbye. The man turned and left, leaving Yuan with a noble and unparalleled back. Some people can show the demeanor of the royal family without a single soldier. Yuan felt that the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. "Thank you." She just remembered to say thank you. The man had already walked away, not knowing whether he didn't hear it or didn't care if he heard it. He walked into the night calmly without pausing. Yuan put away the gold note and returned to the table. "Why did you take so long?" The one who asked was Qing Yin. He had come to park the carriage, but Yuan took a long time to go to the toilet. Yuan was embarrassed to tell him that she was going to bind her chest. So she said there were many people and waited for a while. Then she saw Jiang Hai silently pouring a cup of brown sugar ginger tea and placing it in front of her. "Yuan, what's the matter with the subordinate who always misunderstood her period?" On the other side, the little princess dressed as a man also entered the first floor and sat in the corner opposite Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan. She also surrounded a green gauze cabinet with hollow yellow pear wood. The young princess looked at this inferior seat and frowned. "Why are you sitting here? Don't you have a room?" The two Hellion brothers who sneaked out without telling their families looked a little embarrassed. "Hellion," you said embarrassedly, "to be honest with you, Princess, there are too many guests. They started booking a month ago. When we went to book, there were no seats left. I bought this from someone else. It's useless." A trace of displeasure flashed in the beautiful eyes of the young princess. "If Brother Hellion was here." She paused in the middle of her words, and said with a beaming face, "Brother Hellion will not appear here. He doesn't visit brothels. We don't visit either. Isn't this for you?" The two brothers felt wronged. They just don't understand. It's obvious that they are the ones who are sincere to the little princess. And Hellion Sheng is always indifferent to the little princess. But why do they not compare to Hellion Sheng in the little princess' heart? The little princess didn't notice the resentment of the two brothers at all. She looked at the stage built against the wall on the east side of the hall and said, "Which one is Dong Xiener?" A unique dance was being performed on the stage. The dance moves were beautiful, and the sound of the pipa was like fairy music. Hellion Sheng said, "They are not. Dong Xiener hasn't come out yet." The little princess frowned and said, "Why not come out? What time is it? My father is going to pick me up at the hour of high." "It's still early before the hour of high," Hellion Yu said. The little princess leaned back in her chair and sighed quietly. "I don't understand. It's just buying a Ganoderma lucidum. Can't I ask someone to negotiate the price with her directly? She'll name a price, and I can afford it anyway." Hellion Yu poured her a cup of tea attentively. "If only money could do it. This Dong Xiener has a very strange temper. You have to be her lover to have the right to talk to her. She's so arrogant," the little princess said coldly. Dong Xiener was known as the most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, so she naturally had the capital to be arrogant. But she didn't let everyone wait too long. Just when the door was crowded with people watching the excitement, the candles in the lobby were suddenly extinguished by the palm wind of the master. 20 huge night-shining pearls hung down from the roof, hanging by thin, almost invisible silver threads. Amidst the glittering pearls, a woman in pink jumped down from the beam. She was as light as a swallow, and her clothes were as beautiful as rainbows. She was so beautiful that everyone was amazed. However, just when many newcomers thought she was Dong Xianer, another woman in pink flew down. And she was 3 times more beautiful than her. A total of 8 women jumped down from the beam. And each of them had great lightness skills. They pulled apart several twisted golden silk and white silk in the air. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant silver bell sounded in the night, and countless petals fell from the dark top. A golden lotus-like jade foot stepped on a white silk in the air, and the silver bell sound came from the anklet on the ankle. Whether in the Great Zhou or Nanzhao, the feet are a very private place for women. But this person exposed it in front of people openly, which is almost the same as undressing. Some men had nosebleeds on the spot, and some were so weak that they fainted directly. Yuan had lived 2 lives. But she had to admit that it was a pair of jade feet that made women want to bleed from their noses. She wanted to know Yan Jiuchao's reaction, and see if he was also tempted by such beauty. When she turned around, she saw that the old man was lowering his head, grabbing her fingers, playing with them one by one, as seriously as a child who had just learned to count. No, the beauty is in front of you. You should at least take a look. After all, you spent so much money. In just a moment of distraction, the other party had already landed on the stage, and the white silk in the hands of the 8 maids shook and turned into a square curtain, covering the figure of the woman. Yuan secretly thought that she had missed a million. In fact, she didn't miss too much. The woman's body movement was very fast, and everyone saw nothing except her bare feet. Is this Dong Xianer? It's just like that, Jiang Hai said. Yes, not as pretty as Madame, Qing Yin said. Madame is pretty. You go imitated. Yuan glanced at the 3 people coldly. Can you wipe the blood from your nose before you brag? Dong Xianer caused quite a stir. It is said that every time she appeared, she was different. But she always amazed the guests. She was the dream of all men in Nanzhao. But it is said that she still keeps her innocence so far, in order to wait for her destined person. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, she will meet a guest. But whether she can become her destined person depends on her luck. This poisonous rose is not so easy to pick. The bidding started on the field. I offer 500 taels. In the middle of the lobby, a man with a rough face spoke domineeringly. In return, everyone laughed. Did they hear correctly? The most beautiful woman in the capital is worth 500 taels? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Don't you know that Miss Dong's starting price is always 1,000 taels? I'll offer 1,000 taels. A rich young man bid. Soon, someone was unwilling to be outdone. 1,100 taels. 1,200 taels. 1,300 taels. 1,500 taels. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly heated up. The man who was ridiculed before probably felt embarrassed, gritted his teeth, and slapped the table. 2,000 taels. In the hall, there was no silence. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, someone bid 2,500 taels. Yuan was stunned. Are you all devils? You are just a woman's lover, and you may not be able to touch her body. Why do you want to be a sucker? How much silver is our gold note? Yuan asked Qing Yin. Qing Yin thought for a moment. I don't know. But the Helian family is very wealthy. If Madame wants to bid, she can do it. Yuan rolled her eyes at him. It's not your money anyway. Right? Qing Yin, yes. Yuan. 10,000 taels. From the corner opposite came the voice that made Yuan's head ache. Little princess. Helian Yu hurriedly stopped her. Too much. The little princess raised her chin and said, So what? I have plenty of silver. That can't be 100,000 taels. Do you really think no one can find out about you? Helian Yu almost kneeled down to this little ancestor. After she shouted out 10,000 taels, no one dared to bid anymore. Dong Xianer in the curtain waved to the old procuress, who was laughing so hard that she was about to have a seizure. The madam went into the curtain, and after a moment, she came out with an unexpected look and said to everyone, Xianer said that there will be no bidding today, but a different way. She will throw the embroidered ball, and our musicians will beat the drums. After the drums stop, whoever gets the embroidered ball will be her guest tonight. This is so exciting. Those who know martial arts can go in without money, and those who don't know martial arts can ask their own guards to grab it, and then give it to them. Actually, I think that hour. Yuan was talking, and when she turned around, she saw that Jiang Hai and the other 2 had rushed to the front of the stage without knowing when. Yuan silently said what she hadn't finished. We need to talk about tactics. And don't start internal conflicts. Jiang Hai knocked Qing Yin down. Wan, what about my promise that I am the most beautiful? Men are all pigs. Brother Jiu. Hello. Chapter 339 The First Beauty, It goes without saying how bloody and chaotic the stage was. From the moment the hydrangea was thrown down, the men were boiling. In the past, it was only a game for the rich. But now it depends on brute force. I don't know how many people squeezed their heads to grab the hydrangea. The drums were passionate. The shouts were deafening. And the screams were endless. Yuan watched without blinking at first. But in the end, she couldn't tell who was who, and could only lean back on the chair and yawn. On the other hand, Yin Jiuchao, who was standing aside, looked very interested. What a naughty kid. Instead of watching the beauty, watch the fight. What are you mumbling about? Yin Jiuchao turned his head coldly. Nothing. Yuan stuffed a hawthorn fruit into his mouth. Yin Jiuchao watched for a while, and a violent and murderous light jumped in his eyes. Yuan was eating hawthorn fruit when she suddenly felt someone pulling her. She fell into Yin Jiuchao's arms without warning. Yuan was stunned for a moment. You know, Yin Jiuchao never got so close to her in public. But now he not only hugged her, but also buried his head in her neck, breathing her breath. Is this starting to suck cats again? Yuan turned around in an instant, and he felt uncomfortable again. I'm afraid he was still very uncomfortable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so disregarding the rules. Yuan didn't move, and obediently treated herself as a kitten for him to suck. Yuan seriously doubted that sucking like this would be useless. But since he liked it, she let him suck it. Anyway, she was comfortable. Yuan found a comfortable position in Yin Jiuchao's arms. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the dispute over the hydrangea on the stage. No one noticed them in the corner. Otherwise, two grown men came to visit the brothel, not only not looking at the courtesan, but also hugging each other so lingeringly. They would probably be called lunatics. Although one of them was already. Yin Jiuchao not only sucked cats, but also stroked them. Yuan's hair was stroked by him lightly, and Yuan felt relaxed all over and couldn't help but feel a little drowsy. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The hydrangea that people fought for was kicked by some idiot and fell into Yin Jiuchao's arms. Yuan was also in Yin Jiuchao's arms, and she felt that her territory was squeezed by something. Yuan was unhappy, opened her eyes and took a look. Hydrangea? Yin Jiuchao frowned impatiently and pushed the hydrangea away without thinking. Yuan rushed forward and snatched the hydrangea that her husband had disliked. Almost at the same time, the musician stopped beating the drum. The musician was beating the drum with his back to the crowd, so he didn't know who the hydrangea fell into. But the people on the stage saw it. At this moment, Yuan had left her husband's arms with the hydrangea and sat on the chair seriously. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were fighting to death here. Which stupid kid kicked the hydrangea into the hands of that pretty boy? I really want to catch him and beat him up. Yuan held the hydrangea with an innocent look in her eyes. A maid came out and looked at Yuan and said, Congratulations to that young master. Please go upstairs. Yuan was invited upstairs. No one knew that the hydrangea was kicked by one of the little princess's guards. He originally wanted to kick it to the little princess, but he mistook the green gauze cabinet and kicked it into Yin Jiuchao's arms. When he reacted and wanted to grab it, the drum stopped, and everything was settled. The little princess was furious, and Helian Chung, who was paying attention to the little princess, recognized Yuan at once. He opened his eyes wide and patted Helian Yu's shoulder. Second brother. Look! What are you looking at? Helian Yu asked depressedly. That person. She is not the one from the East Palace. Helian Chung suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten the other person's name. Yen Wan. Helian Yu recognized Yuan. Do you know him? The little princess didn't realize that the other person was a woman. The two brothers nodded in unison. Helian Chung said anxiously, She is the person I told you about coming to the East Palace to recognize her relatives. The granddaughter of the old lady? The little princess asked in confusion. Helian Chung shook his head. No. It's the granddaughter-in-law. Female? The little princess was shocked. The reason why the two brothers didn't notice Yuan at the first time was that the tables of both sides were surrounded by green gauze cabinets, so they couldn't see each other. And Jiang Hai and the other two had never seen each other in the mansion. Although they saw Yuan now, They didn't expect Yin Jiuqiao to come too. Helian Chung gritted his teeth and said, "This woman actually went to the brothel without telling the old lady and her husband. See how I deal with her. I have been defeated twice by that boy. This time, I must get back at him. If I can't teach that boy a lesson, can I teach his woman a lesson?" Helian Chung ran upstairs. But before he could say a word, Yuan grabbed him by the collar and threw him downstairs. Helian Chung fell flat on his face and couldn't even get up. Are all the people from the countryside so cruel? After his brother was defeated, Helian, you didn't dare to step forward. Besides, they shouldn't step forward. Yin Wan couldn't come to such a place. So could they? If they made a big fuss, everyone would lose face. But although he couldn't stand up, he still pretended to do it. He stood up, rolled up his sleeves and said, "I'll teach her a lesson." "No need. You step back. If the brother is incompetent, how strong can the brother be?" The little princess didn't expect the two to help her get the embroidery back at all. So she decided to do it herself. "Helian, you step back." The little princess went upstairs in her beautiful little leather boots. "Madam, please stay." The little princess stood behind Yuan and said with no concealment of her nobility. She called madam, but there was no respect in her tone. Yuan recognized that this was the same voice that was making so much noise outside the wall that it made her head hurt. She ignored her and continued walking forward. "Eh?" The little princess was stunned. "I know. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Yuan continued to walk forward. The young princess was anxious. Took a few steps forward, blocked Yuan's way and said, "I'm talking to you." Yuan paused and said, "Young master just called you madam. Please forgive me for mistaking you for someone else." "You clearly." "What about me?" Yuan looked at her with a smile. The little princess didn't want to expose that she was in cahoots with Helian Chung. So she took back her words, looked at the hydrangea in her arms and said, "Give me this hydrangea, and you can name a price." Yuan smiled. "I'm not short of money." The little princess took a breath of cold air. She was brought into the princess's mansion when she was still in her cradle. She knew she was adopted. But so what? Her mother loved her. And her father and brother also doted on her. She was the jewel in the crown of the Nanzhao royal family. And no one could refuse her. Except Brother Sheng. "Then what do you want?" "I can give it to you," the little princess said with her chest puffed out. "I want this hydrangea," Yuan said with a smile. The young princess frowned. "Except for this," Yuan said casually, "then it must be your identity." "Young master? You still want to be a county?" The young princess quickly shut up and changed the subject. "Jun's relatives? What, Jun's family or not?" Yuan didn't understand. And didn't want to understand. The young princess' eyes rolled around. And she slowed down her tone and said, My mother loves me very much. She is very powerful. As long as you promise to give me the hydrangea, I promise to give you endless wealth and glory." I said, "I am not short of money." "What about officials? Does anyone in your family want to be an official?" Helian Biming is already a divine general of Nanzhao. And the young princess is naturally referring to her husband, who came from the countryside. Yuan curved the corners of her lips, thinking, "The status of my family, you may find it hard to imagine." Seeing that the bribery failed, the young princess decided to play pitiful. "To be honest, my mother's birthday is coming soon. I need to see Dong Xiener and ask her for a birthday gift for my mother." Yuan's first reaction was that the other party also wanted the Ganoderma lucidum. So she couldn't give the hydrangea to her. Besides, speaking of birthdays, her mother's birthday is also coming soon. She also wanted to collect the medicine as soon as possible so that she could return to Lotus Village to celebrate her mother's birthday. "You have a mother. And I have one too. I also want to celebrate my mother's birthday. So I can't give this hydrangea to you," Yuan said firmly, and ignored the unruly little girl, and walked towards the house pointed by the maid. "You?" The young princess stomped her feet in anger. "Come here." But it was Dong Xiener's people who came. For dead men with strong martial arts surrounded the young princess. "If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my mother will raise the first building to the ground." A maid stepped forward, bowed and said, "The princess is right. But I think the princess would not want her highness to know that you came to the brothel without permission." The little princess was shocked. "You? How do you know I am the princess?" The maid smiled faintly and said, "It's not important. What's important is that my master begs the young princess to give her a favor and not make trouble in her territory. That young man is her lover tonight. If something goes wrong before entering the room, who will dare to take care of my master's business in the future? The young princess understood that the maid was begging her on the surface, but in fact she was threatening her. If she dared to make trouble again, they didn't mind telling her mother about it. The young princess was furious after being defeated twice in one night. A country girl didn't take her seriously, and a prostitute in a brothel dared to make her stop. Just wait for me. I will demolish your first floor sooner or later. The maid's expression did not fluctuate at all. She just bowed and said, I'm waiting anytime. Yuan was naturally unaware of this scene. Yuan entered the room at the end of the corridor, and a fragrant breeze wafted into her nose. It was not the dizzying smell of powder, but the elegant fragrance of lily of the valley, which was pleasant and long-lasting. A woman in purple sat with her back to the window, stroking a guqin on the table with her bare hands. This back view was really graceful, like jade and moon. Yuan held the hydrangea and bowed in a formal manner. I meet Miss Dong. Chapter 340 The First Beauty 2. Dong Xian'er slowly turned around. Even a common action was pleasing to the eye. Perhaps this was the charm of the courtesan. She wore a purple veil on her face. Her high nose slightly pushed the veil out of a graceful arc. On the veil were a pair of charming eyes. Yuan had no doubt that if a man came in at this time, he would have been lost in her eyes. Her willow leaf eyebrows were also very beautiful, with the right shade, coupled with the ancient version of air bangs. Yuan felt that this woman was really beautiful, and not like an ordinary person. Yuan has always been proud of her appearance, but now she had to admit that she had met her match. However, Yuan was more appreciative. After all, although there are many beauties in the world, there are very few who can truly be called fairies. Why are you looking at me like this, sir? Dong Xian'er's eyes were flowing, and she smiled and spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and seemed to be no less beautiful than her appearance. Yuan smiled slightly. Miss Dong seems very surprised. Could it be that all those who came before were blind, and were not attracted by Miss Dong's beauty? Dong Xian'er laughed, and her smart and graceful eyes made Yuan's heart seem to be softened. Sir, please sit down. Dong Xian'er pointed to the table in the room, waved her sleeves, and closed the door with her inner strength. Yuan was not surprised and sat down calmly. Dong Xian'er picked up a silver wine pot, gently poured a glass of wine for Yuan, and said slowly, although others will stare at Xian'er when they see her, your eyes are different from theirs. Oh, what's the difference? Yuan asked. Dong Xian'er put down the wine pot and handed the wine glass to Yuan. The eyes of those stinky men make Xian'er sick. But you won't. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she almost thought her disguise was exposed. Thinking about it, she even had her Adam's apple taped and used the voice-changing medicine given by old Chui. It shouldn't be so easy to be exposed. What are you thinking about, young master? You are distracted when you are with Xian'er. Is Xian'er not good enough? Dong Xian'er sat down next to Yuan and said in a delicate tone. It's strange to say that they all spoke in a delicate tone, but the little girl made Yuan's head hurt, while Dong Xian'er's made Yuan feel pity. As expected, you can't do porcelain work without a diamond drill to become the first floor courtesan in the imperial capital. I'm afraid it's not just a superficial appearance. Yuan tasted the wine she handed over. Dong Xian'er leaned towards Yuan, her fragrant arm almost touching Yuan's shoulder. This is the wine that Xian'er brewed herself. How does it taste? Yuan smacked her lips. To be honest, it's a bit hard to drink. Dong Xian'er couldn't help but laugh, and her laughter made a series of silver bell sounds. Did I say something wrong? Yuan looked at her in confusion. She belittled her wine, but she didn't get angry but laughed. What kind of fairy plot is this? You are the first person who dares to say that Xian'er's wine is hard to drink. Dong Xian'er snatched the wine glass from Yuan's hand, poured the wine into a large bowl beside her, and took out a seemingly inconspicuous wine jar. This is the wine that Xian'er brewed. It turned out to be a test. You don't need to guess to know that those who said the wine tasted good were rejected by this fairy. As expected, Dong Xian'er handed over the second glass of wine. They are not honest, so they can't drink the wine brewed by Xian'er. Yuan took the glass and tasted it. Not as good as the one just now. Before Dong Xian'er could speak, Yuan took the initiative, stroked her temples with her palm, snapped her fingers, and a beautiful rose appeared at her fingertips. Yuan gave the rose to Dong Xian'er, and a hint of surprise flashed in Dong Xian'er's eyes. How did you do it, young master? Yuan smiled and said nothing, covered her rose with her palm, flicked it gracefully, and the rose petals fell, and a colorful little parrot flew out. This kind of trick should have used a white pigeon. But there was no pigeon in the mansion. Only a little parrot that made Yin Jiuqiu very angry. So Yuan hid the parrot in her sleeve and brought it with her. The little parrot got free, flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Yuan closed the window. The little parrot hit the window and stuck to it. And it took 3 seconds before it slid down with a sound of plop. Dong Xianer laughed miserably. Yuan was not so smooth when she practiced in the mansion. But she performed exceptionally just now, seeing that she was in a good mood. Could she mention the purchase of Ganoderma lucidum? While thinking, Dong Xianer came towards Yuan. She laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, and fell into Yuan's arms. Unable to control herself, Yuan raised her arms stiffly, and it seemed that she had raised them too much. Sir. Dong Xianer finally managed to hold back her laughter. Her beautiful eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Yuan. You are the first person who made Xianer laugh. So? Dong Xianer's bare hands touched Yuan's chest. Xianer wants to serve you. Sir. Yuan grabbed Dong Xianer's hand. Believe me, sister, it's not the chest muscles that are touched. Sir? Dong Xianer looked at her wrist held by Yuan with a blank face. Yuan coughed lightly and said seriously, I have long heard of Miss Dong's name, and I admire her from the bottom of my heart. But I dare not have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. Call me Xianer, Dong Xianer said. Yuan changed her words and said, Xianer. Dong Xianer smiled sweetly and snuggled in Yuan's arms, although her chest binder was well tied. After all, in order to prevent the other party from touching something strange, Yuan changed to hug her with her arms, and hugged her very stiffly, which complemented the character of this stupid and pedantic scholar. However, Dong Xianer didn't care whether Yuan's arms were stiff or not, and buried her head in her shoulders, and asked softly, They all want me. Why don't you want me? I want to ask you the same thing. Why do you only want me? A fake one. When there are so many real men who don't want me. Scumbag quote 1, Xianer. You are too good. I am not worthy of you. I just don't want you. Dong Xianer shook her head and said, You are good. Better than them. Or, you don't like Xianer? Scumbags quote 2, How is it possible? You think too much. Why don't you go to divination if you guess so accurately? Xianer accidentally saw the young master, and the man accompanying him behaving intimately on the stage. Could it be that the young master is? Dong Xianer didn't say that he was a homosexual. Yuan continued to offer the scumbags quote 3, There is nothing between him and me. He was uncomfortable, and I took care of him. If you insist on thinking so, then I can't help it. It was said very confidently. Dong Xianer said tenderly, Young master, don't be angry. Xianer was just talking casually. Since the young master has no one else in his heart and doesn't dislike Xianer, why not be with Xianer? Because that little snake will kill you. And maybe kill me too. Of course. The most important thing is that I don't have tools. Yuan paused. Actually, the young master came to see me for something else. Dong Xianer smiled faintly, left Yuan's arms, walked to the chair in front of the bed, and sat down. Okay. I was found out. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If she didn't find out, she couldn't continue to act. Dong Xianer poured herself a cup of flower tea. There was no longer a trace of affectation in her eyes, and her tone was also stained with a trace of transcendence. Tell me, what do you want from me? Yuan arched her hands and said seriously, To be honest, I came here to ask for Ganoderma lucidum. Red Ganoderma lucidum? Dong Xianer took a sip of tea. It turns out that the people of Nanjiao call this red Ganoderma. Yuan nodded. Yes. It is red Ganoderma. Dong Xianer sneered. I do have a red Ganoderma in my hand. If you had given it to me just now, I would be yours. And the Ganoderma would naturally be yours too. Do you regret it now? Sir? How can I regret it if I can't make up for you? Yuan felt that she was like a big scumbag who was slapped in the face by her ex. She was also innocent. Yuan said, I know it's not appropriate to say this, but I really need this Ganoderma. I wonder if Xianer. Dong Xianer interrupted her coldly. Call me Miss Dong. Yes. Miss Dong. It's so scary when the ex turns against you. Dong Xianer suddenly laughed again. I can give you the Ganoderma, but I can't give it to you for free. Yuan, just ask for any conditions. Dong Xianer said with a smile. I have never seen a great Gu master in my life. If you find one for me, I will give you the Ganoderma lucidum. I knew that my ex was not so easy to please. Oh, she doesn't have a Goo Master. But I do. It was the little princess, who opened the door and walked in. The maid looked a little embarrassed. Their assassins did try to stop the little princess. But the little princess's guards also came, and the two sides were deadlocked. In addition, the little princess said that she could invite a great Goo Master. So the maid brought her here. To put it bluntly, Dong Xiener's recruitment of a great Goo Master was no secret in the imperial capital. The little princess raised her chin and said, "How about it? You give me the red Ganoderma lucidum, and I will introduce you to a great Goo Master." Yuan touched her chin suspiciously. Who is this little girl? How could she invite the great Goo Master of the royal family? Are you serious? Dong Xiener asked with a smile. The little princess said arrogantly, "Of course I am serious." Wait. Yuan stopped Dong Xiener, who was about to agree. As long as he is a great Goo Master, it will be fine. Could it be that you can recommend a great Goo Master to me? Dong Xiener asked. Yes, Yuan said calmly. No matter what. Let's save the Ganoderma first. The young princess rolled her eyes at Yuan and said to Dong Xiener, "Don't listen to her nonsense." She is. Yuan said calmly. What's wrong with me? Are all the Goo Masters in the world yours? You can invite them, but I can't. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Dong Xiener's eyes turned and she said with a smile, "How about this? I will host the party in 3 days, and the two young masters will bring their respective Goo Masters. I will give the Ganoderma lucidum to the one I like." Chapter 341 Fighting for the Medicine. The cooked duck flew away. Yuan left Dong Xiener's room. The little princess snorted triumphantly. Dong Xiener said calmly, "You go out too." The little princess choked. Before she could react, she was also kicked out by Dong Xiener. The door slammed shut. You? Humph! The little princess stamped her feet in anger. But she did not stay angry for long before successfully diverting her attention. She caught up with Yuan in a few steps, raised her eyebrows and said, "So, you also came here to ask for the red Ganoderma lucidum. What? You spent so much effort to become Dong Xiener's lover, but in the end, it was all in vain." Yuan said calmly, "You seem to have forgotten that the hydrangea fell into my hands out of thin air. What effort did I put in? Did I reject your thoughts?" The little princess was choked and speechless again. Doesn't she know it too if others don't know? Her guards fought hard for this hydrangea, but ended up getting nothing. It was delivered to this woman by mistake. But it was so annoying to let this woman turn the tables. The little princess glared at Yuan. "Don't be so arrogant. The red Ganoderma will be mine sooner or later. Don't even think about it." Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids. "Really? Then I congratulate you on getting the red Ganoderma." She got even angrier. How could this person not even know how to quarrel? The little princess felt that every punch she made was hitting cotton. She was about to get angry to death. Yuan was happy to see that she was unhappy. Yuan went downstairs without looking back. Jiang Hai and the others had already finished the battle and were waiting at their seats. Although Dong Xiener was gone, the beauties on the first floor were still endless. There were wonderful songs and dances on the stage. Jiang Hai, Qin Yin, and Yugo were watching intently. But Yin Jiuqiao fell asleep on the table out of boredom. Yuan, her naughty child who only loves to pet cats and watch fights. Yuan picked up Yin Jiuqiao. "I'll do it," Jiang Hai said. "No. You can hold your own husband." After saying this, Yuan carried the sleeping Yin Jiuqiao to the carriage under the stunned gaze of a group of people. Jiang Hai and the others also left the first floor. Yuan was always puzzled by the fact that the little girl recognized her as a woman. She asked herself that except for her lack of height, she did not look like a man in any other way. Besides, a height of 1.7 meters was not too short. Could it be that the little girl had the ability to walk through walls and saw her wearing a chest binder in the woodshed? I always feel that something is wrong, Yuan was wondering. When she opened the curtain, she saw Helian Yu supporting his brother, who had fallen and had stars in his eyes. Yuan's eyes moved and got off the carriage. Ouch! In a dark alley, Helian Yu and Helian Chung were thrown to the cold ground by Yugo and Qin Yin without any courtesy. "Who are you? How dare you touch us?" Helian Chung was furious. Yuan walked out from behind the two of them and looked down at them. It was you who were touched. What's wrong? The two men's eyes fell on Yuan's face, and their bodies froze. They said in unison, "Is it you?" "It's me," Yuan said. The two brothers climbed up with fear on their faces, looking at her fiercely and fearfully. Helian Chung had just been thrown by Yuan, and his calves were still shaking when he saw her. It was Helian Yu who spoke. What do you want to do? Yuan asked indifferently. Have you told the third person that you recognized who I am? Helian Yu's eyes flashed. No. Yugo raised his hand and punched. Helian Yu was so scared that he squatted down with his head in his hands. I said. I told the little princess. Second brother. Helian Chung changed color. Helian Yu also knew that he shouldn't say it. If his uncle found out that they were visiting a brothel, he would definitely not forgive them. Visiting a brothel with a little princess in private was a crime of aggravating the crime. But he was afraid. The guy's fist just now seemed to be murderous. For a moment, he felt that his head was going to explode. He guessed correctly. Yugo was planning to do it. Which little princess? Yuan asked. The little princess of the female princess of the female prince's mansion. Helian Yu whispered. Now, it was Yuan's turn to be surprised. The little girl she met casually in the brothel turned out to be her, and Yin Jiucha's potential mortal enemy. The prince consort might be the king of Yin. So this girl might be Yin Jiucha's concubine sister. Since ancient times, legitimate and illegitimate children cannot coexist. What else could they be but mortal enemies? Of course, if the prince consort is not the king of Yin, everything is another matter. Wait, the prince of Yin? The prince consort? Since that girl is the prince consort's daughter, then the man who just sent her to the brothel must be the prince consort himself. I'll pick you up at 11 p.m. at the latest. The man's words flashed through her mind. And Yuan paused and asked Qin Yin beside her, what time is it now? Qin Yin said, it's almost 11 p.m. That means it's not 11 p.m. yet. Yuan left the two guys and strode to the first floor. Hey! Awan! Where are you going? Qin Yin didn't stop her. Yuan hoped that she could make it in time. She walked through the lobby, walked through the backyard, and opened the back door of the first floor. But she was still a step late. On the quiet street, there was only a carriage that disappeared at the corner. It seems that he had been waiting at the back door since early in the morning. He gave the little princess a deadline of 11 p.m. If she still didn't come out at 11 p.m., he would personally pull her out. But she came out early, so they went home early. What a loving father and filial son. You are so kind to an adopted daughter. Have you ever thought about Yin Jiucha? He became a half-orphan at the age of 8. In order to wait for you as a father. He lived alone in Yanqing for so many years. But you have a son on the left and a daughter on the right. Yuan felt very distressed for her husband. But soon, Yuan told herself that everything was just their guess. There was no evidence that the prince consort was the king of Yin. Maybe they all guessed wrong. On the way back in the carriage, Yuan held the sleeping Yin Jiuchao in her arms. He breathed her scent and slept soundly. Yuan untied. Yin Jiuchao suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and saw Yuan's actions, and frowned. Yuan. What are you doing? Yuan. Oh. Sorry. I suddenly have some maternal instincts. Back to the young master's house. Yin Jiuchao went to rest in the room, and he fell asleep next to the pillow. The old lady came over with a smile, guarding her precious grandson, while Yuan took a dozen strings of candied haws bought on the way and knocked on the door of Helian Biming's room in the next yard. Who? Uncle. It's me. Squeak. The little snow fox on Helian Biming's leg began to wave its claws and flutter out. Helian Biming held it down and said, come in. Yuan pushed the door open and handed over a dozen strings of shiny candied haws to Helian Biming. Uncle. Here. Squeak. The little snow fox's eyes widened. Helian Biming didn't indulge the little snow fox this time. He said to Yuan, eat it yourself. The little snow fox turned its back and went to play with its tail. Ignoring him, Helian Biming poked it with his finger. The little snow fox shook his finger away depressed and moved forward. He poked again. The little snow fox moved again. In the end, it almost fell off his knees. Helian Biming finally confirmed that it was angry with him. He reluctantly took a string of candied haws and handed it to the little snow fox. The little snow fox remained aloof and did not move. Good babies are all dignified. Be more handsome than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the little snow fox grabbed the candied haws and started to eat them without any image. Helian Biming glanced at the dozen or so candied haws on the plate and said, if you are too attentive to others without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Yuan said, Uncle, please don't say such harsh words. Helian Biming looked at her without blinking. The god of war is worthy of being the god of war. Even his eyes can kill. Yuan surrendered. I do have something to ask for. We have found the whereabouts of the red Ganoderma. But the other party needs us to introduce a great Gu master to her. I want to ask Uncle if he knows any great Gu master. What does she need the Gu master to do for her? Helian Biming asked. Yuan shook her head and said, she didn't say that. I think she must have something to ask the Gu master for. Helian Biming said coldly. Aren't you afraid that she will ask the Gu master to do something against the will of heaven and earth for her? Yuan looked straight into his eyes. My husband's life is almost gone. What does the general think I am afraid of? Even if he asks me to kill people, and set fires, and fall into HL. What can I not do as long as I can save him? You? Helian Biming looked at her deeply, lowered his head, and stroked the little snow fox that was chewing on the candied haws. The little snow fox rarely let him stroke its fur for the sake of the candied haws. He said, you can see her, but if she makes too much request, she may not agree. Yuan was delighted. Is Uncle willing to help us? Helian Biming said calmly. It's not to help you, but rather than letting you mess around and cause trouble. It's better to have everything under my control. Yuan smiled knowingly. Thank you, Uncle. Yuan smiled and left the yard. Helian Biming called Yu Gang. Go and find out what happened. Yes. Yu Gang went quickly. After a while, he reported to Helian Biming the truth about the few people visiting the first floor. It was not difficult to find out these things. First, they had their own spies. Second, Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao did not deliberately hide it from Helian Biming. The young lady did not lie. She did go to ask for the red Ganoderma lucidum. The two young masters of the West Mansion also went there. And the little princess was also there. The little princess also went for the red Ganoderma lucidum. The two of them quarreled over a Ganoderma lucidum, and made an appointment for 3 days. Master, if we get involved in this matter, we will be in conflict with the little princess. Helian Biming helplessly held his forehead. What kind of trouble did he bring to his house? Chapter 342 Fighting for the Medicine Leaf 2. Yuan returned to the old lady's yard. The old lady was watching over her grandson, and fell asleep leaning against the bedpost. Her skinny old hand was holding Yin Jiuqiu's slender jade-like hand. The old and the young were so warm that people couldn't bear to disturb them. Yuan thought that Yin Jiuqiu was a jerk on the surface, but his heart was purer than anyone else. He knew who was good to him, and even a little bit of good he wanted to repay tenfold or 100-fold. This was because he had never been loved by others, and he always felt that it was normal for others to treat him badly. Yuan thought of Shangwan Yin and Xiao Shinting, and also thought of Uncle Wan. Because of an insult to Shangwan Yin, he wanted Helianqi's life. In the past few years, he has been lukewarm toward Xiao Shinting. Besides being unable to accept another man replacing his father, who can say that he is not protecting Xiao Shinting in disguise? The emperor is so afraid of him. If Yin Jiuqiao is really close to him, can he still have a good life? As for Uncle Wan, the man who raised Yin Jiuqiao with great difficulty, he violated his taboo in the matter of Su Yu. He will not use him again. But he did not abandon him. He sent him back to Yinchen to live in old age. He has his coldness and his softness. Yuan walked over and planned to carry the old lady back to the house, but woke her up as soon as she touched her. My dear grandson! The old lady shuddered and grabbed Yin Jiuqiao's hand tightly. Then she opened her eyes and saw Yuan's face. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's all Wan. You're back. How was your visit to your uncle just now? Yuan said softly. Very good, Grandma. You are tired. I will help you go back to your room to rest. The old lady looked at Yin Jiuqiao on the bed reluctantly, dragged her unsteady body to tuck in the corner of the quilt for him. The weather has turned cold in the past 2 days. You should be more alert at night. Don't let him kick the quilt. I will, Grandma. Yuan agreed. The old lady handed her arm to Yuan, and Yuan helped her up. Thinking of something, Yuan took out the gold card from her bosom and said, This is back to Grandma. Have you used it? Said the old lady. No. Not yet, the old lady said. Then take it first. Grandma will give you a new one after you use it up. Yuan didn't know what to say. Although she called her grandmother affectionately, it was a fake after all. If the old lady was domineering, it would be fine. But she was so sincere to them. How could she bear to spend her money? Forget it. I'll give the gold card to Helian Biming later. Yuan helped the old lady back to her room. The old lady was tired and fell asleep next to the pillow. Before leaving, The old lady's personal maid stopped Yuan. She probably saw that Yuan and her husband were favored and wanted to win her over. So she flattered her a few words. The old lady hasn't slept so well for a long time, since the young master and the young mistress came into the house. The old lady has eaten more, and is in better spirits. Blah blah. These words were half true and half false. It was true that the old lady was happy, but it would be a bit exaggerated to say that she had been reborn. Yuan nodded with a smile, exchanged some pleasantries with the maid, and went back to her room. Yin Qiuqiao was awake, looking sideways at the gate, his eyes wide open. Yuan was startled by his resentful eyes. Husband? You still know how to come back? Yin Qiuqiao snorted lightly, retracted his gaze, and lay down. How did I provoke you? Yuan felt that her husband was not right. Stepped forward and sat down beside him. What's wrong? Are you worried? Yin Qiuqiao asked coldly. Where did she touch you? Yuan was confused. He? She? Which he, she? This sour tone can't be jealous of the old lady. As for others, she didn't touch them either. In a flash, Yuan thought of Dong Xianer. Could this guy be minded about Dong Xianer? They are both women. Women can also eat together, Yin Qiuqiao said coldly, forgetting that he grew up in the palace. He must have heard more than once about things that ordinary people would never think of. But how could she have sex with a strange woman? No matter how beautiful Dong Xianer was, in her opinion, she was still not as beautiful as her husband. My husband is the most beautiful. How could I be attracted to her? Where did I touch you? I don't like that either. Arm or face? Shoulder. Yuan soon learned how terrible it was for a man to be jealous. She had never known that a man could be so great without being rude or overbearing, and could only rely on gentle skills to make her so great. She was like a dying shrimp, and even her voice was trembling. It's not even 10 days yet. The gentle torture made people wish they could die there. Before dawn the next day, Dong Xianer received an exquisite basket covered with red silk. It woke her up early in the morning. She thought there was some treasure inside, but when she took it and looked, it turned out to be 2 round red eggs. Dong Xianer. On a sunny morning, the 3-day deadline arrived as promised. The master of Gu that Uncle Helian found for them entered the mansion. He was a 50-year-old man with an ordinary appearance, but he looked heroic in the black robe of the master of Gu. Helian Baiming called him Lord Yu. With Helian Baiming's current status, he was also called Lord. The other party must be of great origin. But then again, aren't great Gu masters only available to the royal family? Yuan's undisguised doubts caught Qing Yan's eyes. Qing Yan was from the Ghost clan and had many dealings with Nan Zhao. He was more familiar with the situation than Yuan. He explained, after becoming a great Gu master, you can become a distinguished guest of the royal family. But not all great Gu masters are in the royal family. There are also many hidden masters. It is obvious that this great Gu master Yu is a hidden master from the royal family. I don't know how Helian Baiming invited such a person. On second thought, he is a Nanzhao general after all. Is it strange to know a Gu master? In the Ghost tribe, there is no systematic evaluation system for Gu masters. Their strength is determined by their Gu skills. Therefore, there is no such thing as Gu master or great Gu master. Qing Yan feels that these things are superficial. Once a person passes the exam to become a Gu master, it is like a Central Plains person passing the exam to become a scholar. Their status will increase immediately. But in fact, many of them will be dazzled by wealth and neglect their research on Gu skills after getting used to being the center of attention. A powerful Gu master should live a poor life. Like Al Wei. Why do you think of that kid again? Qing Yan felt that he might be crazy. He thought of that kid more and more often. He was just a little bastard. What's there to think about? Here, Yuan met Master Yu with the introduction of Helian Baiming. To be honest, Yuan didn't have a good impression of Gu masters. Mainly because she met 2 shameless and self-righteous Gu masters on the way to the imperial capital. One of them was killed by them, and the other was left by Helian Baiming to fend for himself. Those 2 were just Gu masters, but they were so arrogant. Would this Gu master who was 1 level higher be more arrogant than them? Soon, Yuan found that she had thought too much. This senior named Yu was not only not arrogant at all, but also very kind. So the saying a full bucket of water doesn't shake, but a half-full bucket of water will shake forever was verified. Senior Yu? Yuan greeted with a smile. She was still dressed as a man today, but Helian Baiming introduced her as his niece-in-law, and she spoke in her own voice. Just call me Alwan. Senior Yu nodded politely and called Awan. Yin Jiuchao was entangled by the old lady and didn't come over. Yuan thought it was better this way, so that this guy wouldn't get jealous when he saw Dong Xianer and say something terrible. Yuan introduced Jiang Hai and Qing Yin, who were accompanying him to Senior Yu. And Yugo stayed in the mansion waiting for Yin Jiuchu's orders. However, Yuan underestimated her husband's ability. The moment she lifted the curtain of the car, someone had already sat firmly on the seat covered with tiger skin. Yin Jiuchao said coldly, "Oh? You want to leave me behind again? Dream on. What do you mean by again? Didn't I take you with me to the first floor?" Yuan was wronged. Was it an illusion or something else? Her current situation was really like a scumbag who went to meet the mistress secretly and was caught by the principal wife. The scumbag sat down. The principal wife looked unhappy. The scumbag decided to coax the principal wife. "Look at you. Wasn't I doing this for you? I didn't go alone either. There were so many people watching. What could I do? Besides, I was worried that you would be tired. So I kept you at home because I wanted you to have a good rest. You should sleep well, and I will be back when you wake up." Humph. Yin Jiuchao didn't listen at all. He stretched out his big arm, pulled Yuan into his arms, and began to suck. Yuan looked at the roof of the car. It seemed that she was too suspicious. He followed because he was feeling unwell. Yuan let him breathe openly. Yuan didn't think her breath could calm the torment in his body. It was all just a psychological effect and spiritual support. This was probably the power of love. She thought. Dong Xianer had sent a maid to deliver the message yesterday. At 9 p.m. Biluo Villa is waiting for you. Their destination at this time was Biluo Villa. Jiang Hai was originally the driver for her. But Qing Yan knew more about the imperial capital than Jiang Hai. So Yuan asked the two to switch. And Jiang Hai went to drive Senior Yu's carriage. Jiang Hai's face was so ugly. From Qing Yan, Yuan roughly understood what Biluo Villa was like. It was roughly equivalent to the summer resort in the previous life. It was originally a royal forest garden. Later, the royal family didn't want it anymore and let a rich businessman buy it. Then it was changed to Biluo Villa. Yuan asked, "Can the royal garden still be sold? Is the Nanzhao royal family short of money?" The emperor of the great Zhou dynasty would not do such a thing, whether he was short of money or not. It was mainly embarrassing. The royal garden was only awarded, not sold. Qing Yan smiled. "It has nothing to do with money. The Nanzhao royal family is very rich. It's just that this was the place where Concubine Yun avoided the summer heat when she was pregnant. Concubine Yun gave birth to a disaster star. The king thought that this garden was also contaminated with the bad luck of the disaster star. So he sold it, because it was the house where the mother and daughter of the disaster star lived. It was not suitable to be awarded to anyone, so it could only be sold to a lowly businessman." Chapter 343 Fighting for the Medicine Lead, Part 3. The people of Dezhou were already superstitious, and the people of Nanzhao were even more so. Otherwise, they would not have believed in something as illusory as the Gu God, since it is rumored that this garden is an ominous place. "How dare the rich businessman buy it?" Yuan asked. Qing Yan smiled. "There are always a few people in the world who are brave enough not to fear death." "That's true. And besides, it is a royal garden anyway, and it is a face to be able to hold it in your hands." "Has there been any ominous news since the purchase?" Yuan asked curiously. Qing Yan laughed again. "There are rumors, but it's unknown whether they are true or not. There are many brave people who come here because of their reputation. If you have the courage to stay in the villa for a day, you will be called a hero when you go back." Yuan thought to herself. Is this the royal garden developed into a haunted house? Ancient people were so business-minded? Yin Jiuchu's head was resting on Yuan's legs. His face was facing Yuan's belly. One arm was hugging her tightly, and he seemed to fall asleep from sucking cats. Her hands naturally fell on Yin Jiuchao's shoulders. She enjoyed the intimacy between them, but felt sorry for his suffering. If he was not very uncomfortable, he would not stick to her like this in broad daylight. The journey was long, and Yuan wanted to take a nap, but found that she couldn't sleep at all. So she continued to chat with Qing Yan. Where were we just talking about? By the way, the royal garden where Concubine Yun stayed. Concubine Yun is the mother of the great Emperor Ji. Yin Jiuchao also mentioned her, but what he said was ominous. Yuan only knew that she was not favored. But it was not because she gave birth to a disaster star, but it seemed that she was disliked by the king of Nanzhao from the beginning. Why is this? Yuan expressed her doubts. Qing Yan said, there are many rumors about this Concubine Yun in the market. It is said that she is a witch concubine, a foxy monarch, and a disaster to the country and the people. However, as far as I know, concubine Yun was a woman of both virtue and talent before entering the palace. Just because of what? Yuan asked. Qing Yun sighed and said, speaking of which, this concubine Yun is also a pitiful person. She had an engagement earlier, but her fiancé fell in love with her cousin and broke off the engagement with her. She was a concubine's daughter in the family, and her influence was not strong enough to compete with the legitimate daughter of the main family in marriage. Her mother had never given birth to a brother for her, which led to her having no one to rely on at home and being bullied more and more. She was quite competitive, and was chosen as the queen's companion when she was young. At that time, the queen was not yet the queen, but because she had made an engagement with the monarch since she was a child, the late emperor and empress always treated her as the future daughter-in-law and allowed her to study in the upper study room. The queen's companion was not only concubine Yun, but concubine Yun was the only one who was favored by the queen. After the queen got married, she learned that concubine Yun had asked her fiancé to break off the engagement. The queen was furious and severely scolded the man. The man eventually failed to win the beauty, and was exiled to a small county in Nanchao, and could never return to the imperial capital in this life. This is the end. It's like losing both the wife and the army. It's not hard for Yuan to imagine how the queen stood up for concubine Yun. Yuan doesn't feel sorry for that man. He's a scumbag, so he should be prepared to be killed. But what's the matter with concubine Yun? The queen was so devoted to her. How come she became a concubine in the queen's family? Xi Ying continued, although the incident ended with concubine Yun's fiancé being exiled. Concubine Yun was heartbroken and stayed in bed for several months. After the queen heard the news, she took concubine Yun to the palace and summoned all the good men of the right age in the capital to choose a husband for concubine Yun. However, she did not expect concubine Yun would get involved with the king. This is very infuriating. I treated you as a sister, but you slept with my man. Yuan shook her head and asked, but I still don't understand. What does this have to do with the king's dislike for concubine Yun? Qing Yun said, the king drank too much that day, and didn't know that concubine Yun was in the queen's bedroom. He mistook concubine Yun for the queen. When the king woke up, he found that the woman in his arms was someone else. By then, the queen had already found out and left angrily. The king couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. The king had deep feelings for the queen. If he wasn't drunk, why would he make such a huge mistake? The king took his anger out on concubine Yun and has been disgusted with her ever since. Yuan said, then just execute her. Why did you take her into the harem? Qing Yin laughed. The emperor and empress had been married for 3 years without a child. The whole court advised the king to expand the harem. The appearance of concubine Yun was just what the ministers wanted. Some ministers pleaded for her. The king is the king, but he can't do everything on his own. Concubine Yun finally entered the harem, and was diagnosed with pregnancy soon after. Yuan nodded and said, I heard that the eldest princess and the little princess were born on the same day. So, the queen and concubine Yun were also pregnant at about the same time. Qing Yin said, yes. As soon as the news of concubine Yun's pregnancy came out, the queen was diagnosed with a happy pulse a few days later. Yuan knew everything that happened afterwards. The National Master Hall made a divination for the king and his heir, and found that he had no son. And the daughter of the queen and concubine Yun was a lucky star and a disaster star for the country. If either of them gave birth to a son, the prophecy would naturally fall apart. But they both gave birth to daughters, and it was a strange sign that people could not help but believe it. Fortunately, concubine Yun's daughter, the great princess, was the calamity star of the country. The king hated her so much that he exiled her daughter without saying a word. If it was the queen's daughter, the king would probably hesitate. Didn't concubine Yun want to make a scene? Yuan felt that concubine Yun was not a simple woman. She ruined her fiancé's reputation and slept with her best friend's man. It was obvious that she was capable. Qing Yin shrugged. Of course she made a scene. But the more she made a scene, the more the king would dislike her. The more the king disliked her, the less likely he would take her daughter back. It's a pity for the great princess, Yuan said. It's a pity for you, too, Qing Yin said in his heart. The queen has not been in good health in recent years, and concubine Yun has been fasting and chanting Buddhist scriptures, which is equivalent to being sent to the coal palace. The only thing that can make the king feel relieved is the little princess. Qingyan's face was a little cold when he said this. But he was sitting outside driving the carriage, and Yuan couldn't see it. Dong! Qingyan was hit on the back of his head. It turned out that Yan Jiuqiao threw a fruit at him. Yan Jiuqiao said expressionlessly, noisy. Qingyan cleared his throat and stopped talking. Ing Shisan and Ing Lu were not in the Nanzhao group. Yuan was worried that Yan Jiuqiao would lose his capable confidants. Qingyan and the others were all on her side. And Yan Jiuqiao would be neglected unintentionally. However, it was beyond her expectation that they loved Yan Jiuqiao as much as she loved her. Yuan lowered her head and kissed Yan Jiuqiao's cheek, saying softly, "Don't bully Qingyan." Humph. Young Master Yan rolled his eyes and continued to bury his head in her soft belly to breathe her breath. At noon, 2 carriages arrived at the Biluo villa one after the other. Dong Xian'er's maid was waiting at the door early. When she saw Yuan in her group, she stepped forward and greeted them first. Ming Xiang meets the gentleman and this lord. The last sentence was said to Senior Yu. Senior Yu nodded in response. The maid was slightly surprised. Judging from the man's clothes, he was obviously a great Gu master. There are very few Gu masters without heirs these days, let alone a higher level of great Gu master. But what surprised the maid the most was not Senior Yu, but Yan Jiuqiao. She had never seen such a beautiful man. Who is this? What does it have to do with you? Yan Jiuqiao said unhappily. The maid choked and shut up. The maid led the few people to the place where Dong Xian'er was entertaining guests. It was a waterside pavilion surrounded by fairy air. 10 steps away was an endless grassland. Dong Xian'er arrived early, but she was sweating and went back to the house to touch up her makeup. The maid led them into the pavilion. Dear guests, please take a rest in the pavilion now. My master will be here soon. The pavilion was large, with long beauty chairs on all 4 sides. Yan Jiuqiao found a shady place to sit down. He didn't like sunbathing recently, and even Yuan noticed it. Yuan sat next to him, and he wanted to lean his head over again, but he finally held back because he thought of something. Qingyan asked Senior Yu to sit on the beauty chair on the other side. Jiang Hai's but hurt after the bumpy ride, so he didn't want to sit. The maid brought a stone bench and stone table and placed them in the center of the pavilion. Fresh tea and fruits were placed on the table. Master Yu, please. Gentlemen, please, said the maid. Qingyan made a gesture of invitation to Senior Yu. Senior Yu politely sat on the stone bench. Yuan poked Yan Jiuqiao's arm. Do you want to go eat something? Yan Jiuqiao turned his face away and snorted. No. This guy has been acting more and more like a spoiled child recently. Yuan has no way to resist this. She was so soft in her heart that she covered her hands with her wide sleeves and pulled his fingertips. Then I won't go either. Qingyan, who was standing in front of the two and was fed a wave of dog food, said, Please poke my eyes blind. The few people waited for a while. But they didn't wait for Dong Xian'er, who was putting on makeup. But they waited for the little princess of the female monarch's mansion. She also dressed up in men's clothes. She thought she was very good at hiding it. No one knew except Dong Xian'er and her maid. Little did she know that Yuan and her group knew her identity. She held a golden folding fan and walked into the pavilion in a chic and arrogant manner. Behind her, there were several guards from the Lady Sovereign's mansion, and a Master Gu master in a black robe. This man was about the same age as Senior Yu, but his attire was much more expensive than Senior Yu's. Although they were both Master Gu masters, his robe was embroidered with gold edges, and his footsteps were more expensive and unique. He wore a priceless jade ring on his left thumb, as expected of a Gu master from the Lady Sovereign's mansion. Regardless of his ability, he was very impressive. Yuan suddenly thought of Pharaoh, whom they killed outside Lucheng. It seemed that he had a master who was a Master Gu master in the Lady Sovereign's mansion. Could it be this one? As Yuan was thinking, Senior Yu on the side spoke, Junior brother. Everyone was stunned. Even the little princess was stunned. She looked at the man on the stone bench, then looked back at her own Master Gu master, and saw a trace of surprise in the Master Gu master's eyes. Chapter 344 Ninth Brother Takes Action 9. Do you know each other? The little princess frowned. Yuan looked at Senior Yu, and saw Senior Yu stood up and walked to the great Gu master of the Lady Sovereign's mansion, and said with a look of regret, after 10 years of separation, I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. A trace of complexity flashed across the eyes of the great Gu master. Big brother. If the little princess said that Senior Yu recognized someone unilaterally, she would not dare to believe it. Now that Master Ming said such words, it was hard for her not to believe it. What kind of evil fate is this? The reinforcements brought by the other party turned out to be the senior brother of her own Gu Master? The same doubts flashed through Yuan's mind. She never expected that the Gu Master invited by Hellion Biming would be involved with the Lady Sovereign's mansion. She likes to watch Yan Jiuchao whenever she has nothing to do. Sometimes she just wants to watch him. And sometimes she wants to ask him for his decision. For example, at this moment, her face is full of the words, "Who do you think will win?" Yan Jiuchao snorted disdainfully. "You won. What does this mean?" "Senior Yu said politely. Junior brother Ming seems to have had a good time in the past few years." Master Ming said with a hint of confidence from a superior, "Although you have inherited the master's mantle, I also said that I would become a great Gu master sooner or later." Senior Yu smiled. "It seems that junior brother Ming has done it. Senior brother congratulates you here." Compared to his senior brother, Master Ming was a little more serious. "I have not forgotten your care for me. I once sent someone to write a letter to you, inviting you to follow me to the Queen's mansion to serve Her Highness. I wonder if you didn't receive my letter." Senior Yu smiled and said, "I received the letter, and I appreciate your kindness. But everyone has their own ambitions. I am used to being an idler, and cannot abide by the rules of a wealthy family." Master Ming said seriously, "With your qualifications, if you get help from the Queen's mansion, you will definitely make a breakthrough in Gu techniques." The young princess came over, showing a rare politeness on her face. "So you are Mr. Ming's senior brother. Nice to meet you." "I am." She was about to say that she was the princess of the lady's mansion, but suddenly remembered that she was traveling incognito, and hurriedly changed her words. "I am from the lady's mansion. Are you interested in being our guest? The lady's mansion can provide you with the best medicinal materials, the best conditions, and endless wealth and glory. I know you are a great Gu master with a noble status, but looking at the whole world, apart from the palace, there is no place more respected than the lady's mansion." Senior Yu had already learned from Hellion Biming that the troublemaker he met this time was the young princess, and he guessed who she was. He saw through it but didn't say it, and bowed his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Young master, you still said the same thing. Everyone has their own ambitions." The young princess pouted. He was invited for Master Ming's sake, but he didn't appreciate it? The little princess couldn't persuade Senior Yu, so she angrily found a seat and sat down. The seat she found happened to be on the other side of Yan Jiuchao. When she turned around, she saw Yan Jiuchao's impeccable profile. This was the first time she saw a man who was better looking than Brother Sheng. She was stunned for a moment, but she was interrupted by the late Dong Xiener. Dong Xiener said she was going to touch up her makeup, but it was not an excuse. She did touch up her makeup to make her look clear and energetic. However, she still wore a veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes. The peach-colored eyeshadow at the end of her eyes was just right, not too thick or too light, which made her eyes more charming. She was wearing an apricot pink dress, and she was beautiful without a trace of worldly air. She was completely different from the enchanting woman who danced barefoot that night. But as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone recognized her. She smiled and said, "Are you all here? Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. These are..." She looked at the two great Gu masters with a puzzled look. "This is the great Gu master Ming from the lady's mansion," the little princess said with her chest puffed out. Dong Xiener bowed leisurely. "Master Ming, I have long admired you. This is Master Yu." Yuan introduced, not mentioning that he was invited by Hellion Biming. "Master Yu, I am honored to meet you." Dong Xiener also bowed to Senior Yu with a smile, and then her eyes passed Yuan and fell on Yan Jiuchao's face. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Is he the one who went to the first floor with Master Yin last time? I couldn't see him clearly from a distance, but he turned out to be such a handsome young man." Yuan had thought of a good excuse on the way, and immediately said, "He is my friend. He is here to watch the fun." Yin Jiuchao, sneer. Yuan turned around and gave him a dagger. "Don't ruin my show." Young Master Yin turned his face away. I don't know if it was Yuan's illusion, but I always felt that his eyes looked a little aggrieved. Dong Xiener smiled and asked about the identities of Jiang Hai and the others. Yuan only said that they were guards and said nothing else. Dong Xiener said, "Both great Gu masters are here, so why not start? Whoever has the better Gu technique, I will give the red Ganoderma Lycidum to him." She said to give, not to sell, implying that she would not take a penny. "No other conditions?" Yuan asked. Dong Xiener smiled and shook her head. "Master Yin, Do you think I'm in a hurry to find a goo master for some shameful purpose? Can't I just admire goo masters? You know, although the imperial capital is big and I'm rich, it's rare for me to meet the legendary goo master. This is true. The people of Nanjiao believe in the goo god. Just like the people of the Central Plains are willing to spend a lot of money to see the top scholar. Dong Xian'er's gift of Ganoderma lucidum to see the goo master seems to be justified from any perspective. But is it really that simple? As if she saw Yuan's doubt. Dong Xian'er spread her hands. I can't help it if you don't believe it. Believe it or not is a later story. The most urgent thing is to get the medicine. Then let's get started, Yuan said. In Nanjiao, people would often exchange skills in goo arts, which could be generally divided into two categories. One was the exchange of goo worms, and the other was the exchange of goo arts. The exchange of goo worms was similar to cockfighting and beast fighting, where each person's goo worm was put into a jar and allowed to fight each other, and the one who survived was the winner. If it was the exchange of goo arts, the scope was much wider, and it was said that when a person's goo arts had been practiced to the extreme, he could control all the insects in the world to serve him. Of course, that was just a rumor, and no one had actually seen it. Yuan and her group were all outsiders, so the two great goo masters decided what to compete for. After some discussion, the two decided to fight goo. 2 out of 3. Yuan didn't dare to get too close, fearing that her little goo would affect the goo of both parties. This kind of influence is not targeted, and everyone will prosper if one prospers, and everyone will suffer if one suffers. Yuan winked at Qingyan, who knew what to do. He walked over to help Senior Yu and asked, Senior Yu, what are your chances of winning? Senior Yu thought for a moment and said, although he is my junior fellow apprentice, Master once praised him as a rare talent when he was alive. If it weren't for his impetuous temperament and the need for experience, he would be the one to inherit the mantle. Not me, Qingyan hurriedly said. Senior Yu, there is no need to be so modest. Senior Yu shook his head and said, it's not that I am being modest. When we were in the same sect, his goo technique was not inferior to mine. In recent years, he has entered the ladies' mansion. The conditions created by the ladies' mansion for him are much better than those of the sect. So I think his goo technique must have improved a lot. Senior Yu means, will you lose? You can't lose. If you lose, the medicine will be gone. Senior Yu smiled and said, don't worry. Although I am not talented, I have taken good care of him in the early years. Today, he will return this favor to me. Master Ming has been a loner since he was young, but he has extraordinary talent. Those people hate him and envy him, and they have made things difficult for him in secret. As the eldest senior brother, Senior Yu has helped Master Ming out more than once. Master Ming's family is poor, and when his mother was seriously ill, it was Senior Yu who paid for his medicine. This is why Master Ming wrote to his eldest senior brother after he became rich, inviting him to go to the imperial capital to enjoy happiness together. Although Qingyan didn't know what Master Ming's temperament was like, he looked down on others and thought he was not an easy person to get along with. He was invited to enjoy happiness by him, which meant that he owed Senior Yu a lot. Qingyan was relieved. Qingyan made a winning gesture to Yuan. Yuan nodded secretly and watched the fight between the two sides patiently. As expected, Senior Yu won the first round. The little princess stood up and said in disbelief, how could this happen? Aren't you very powerful? How can you not even beat a great goo master from the folk? Master Ming said perfunctorily, he is my senior brother. His goo technique is worse than mine, and he is not the one who can inherit my master's mantle. I don't care. Anyway, you must win for me. If you dare to lose, I will. The little princess threatened halfway, glanced at the eyes cast at her everywhere, and snorted coldly. Anyway, you have to win. You can't let it go too obviously. In the second round, Master Ming went round. The young princess raised her eyebrows and smiled. Looking at Yuan proudly, I said, Lingji is mine. Yuan smiled faintly. There is still one round. Don't say it too early. Yin Jiuqiao didn't like to watch insects, so he strolled around the farm. While strolling, he actually ran into someone. An acquaintance. Chapter 345 Brother 9 Takes Action, Part 2. The other party was wearing a goo master's robe, but it was a bit worn out. He looked very embarrassed, with unkempt hair, cracked lips, and stubble all over his face. Yin Jiuqiao didn't recognize who this ugly guy was at first glance, but the ugly guy recognized Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao's appearance was too unique. It was really hard to forget him. Not to mention that the other party had been with him for a long time, and had already remembered his facial features and figure firmly in his mind. "It's you?" The other party gritted his teeth and shouted. Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows. "Do we know each other?" The other party pushed aside the messy hair in front of his forehead, pointed to his face that was more than 10 years older than before, and said, "Open your eyes and see who I am." Yin Jiuchao, "I saw it clearly, but I don't know me." The other party's eyes were red with anger, and he said, "West City. Long an escort agency. Master you. You dare to say you forgot?" "Oh." Yin Jiuchao remembered it after hearing this. He looked at the other party strangely and asked innocently, "You are not dead yet?" "Master, you almost choked to death. I've seen people who are infuriating, but I've never seen someone so infuriating. Has he forgotten what those bastards have done to him?" They asked him so openly whether he was dead or not. Yes. He was a weak Gu master, and was thrown outside Lucheng in the middle of the night. He was lucky to be alive. What's more cruel is that his Gu master's jade card was lost, and no one knew how he got to the imperial capital. He didn't just want to join the aristocratic families in the capital. He wanted revenge. He wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. "You bunch of liars. You can fool others, but not me. You are not relatives of the Hellion family. General Hellion was fooled by you. I'm going to report you." When Yuan rushed out to recognize her relatives, Master Yu was shocked by the scene. But when he came to his senses afterwards, he realized that something was wrong. If they were really relatives of General Hellion, why didn't they go to General Hellion to recognize him when they were in Xiqing? They acted low-key, fearing that people would discover their identities. Does this look like they have a backer? Master Yu could almost conclude that they were working together to deceive the general. Yin Jiuchao didn't even raise his eyelids. "Oh, really?" Master Yu said with a fierce look on his face. "Don't pretend to be indifferent. I will not only report you to the Hellion family, but also to the Queen's mansion. How do you think I found this place? I've been to the Queen's mansion. They told me that Master Ming was out and came to the Biluo villa. When I meet Master Ming later, I will tell him that you killed his most beloved apprentice." Yin Jiuchao frowned strangely. Master Yu smiled coldly. "Don't tell me you even forgot Lord Pharaoh." "Ha! That's the Gu master who fell in love with your maid. Kill him. Master Ming will not let you go. The Lady Lord's mansion will not let you go." Yin Jiuchao looked innocent. "Well, that old man is the master of that loser." Master Yu laughed with his hands on his hips. "Huh? Are you scared? There's no point in being scared. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't let you go. You all just wait." "Hack you." Yin Jiuchao covered his neck with one hand and pushed him down the stairs. Gu Master Yu rolled down like a skinny winter melon, hit his head on a stone, and died on the spot. What does it mean to die before achieving success? This is it. It was clearly a plot of revenge with great ambition. But a certain young master played a copy that gave away one blood. Yuan, who witnessed this scene not far away, silently shed a tear of sympathy for a certain Gu master. You can threaten anyone else, but you have to threaten Yin Jiuchao. Who can you blame? Yuan didn't think her husband was too much. He didn't know how many times he had escaped death. Now saying, "Oh, my God, I can't bear to see this scene," is as disgusting as saying, "How can you eat rabbits? Rabbits are so cute." This man came to kill them, but he didn't have the ability himself. So he wanted to use the hands of Master Ming and the Queen's mansion. Either he dies or they die. So it is better for him to die. Yin Jiuchao took out a white handkerchief and wiped the hand that had touched the Gu master. He thought it was dirty. He didn't want the handkerchief anymore after wiping it, and threw it on the ground with the fire stick, and it sizzled and burned. Yin Jiuchao returned to the waterside pavilion with a cold expression. The third round of the duel was also coming to an end. Both sides sacrificed 100 Gu kings. The Gu king of Master Ming had the upper hand. The little princess was so excited that she kept crying, "Bite it to death! Bite it to death!" It seemed that Senior Yu's Gu king was about to be bitten to death. But unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred at this time. The Gu king of Master Ming suddenly froze and didn't move. Although it was only for a second, it was enough for its opponent to counterattack. When the little princess came to her senses, her own Gu king had been bitten to death by the opponent. The young princess was struck by lightning. What's going on? It's almost winning. Did you do anything?" As she said this, she looked coldly at Senior Yu and his group. Jianghai said coldly, "You have been watching all the time. Don't you know whether we have done anything?" "That's right. I'm willing to accept the loss. You don't want to default on it? Qin Yan rarely vented his anger with Jiang Hai. The young princess glared at Master Ming in anger. The lady's mansion has raised you for so long. And this is all you have? You can't even beat a Gu master from the folk. What's the use of you? These words are really heartbreaking. Especially in front of so many people. It can almost be regarded as a humiliation. Master Ming frowned. And soon relaxed. And did not care about the young princess. Dong Xian'er clapped her hands happily. The winner has been decided. The two great Gu masters are worthy of their reputation. Wonderful. Wonderful. What's wonderful? She lost. It's all your fault. The little princess glared at Master Ming angrily and walked away without looking back. Dong Xian'er looked at Yuan with a smile. Then, Sir, will you follow me to get the Ganoderma? Okay. Yuan smiled and went with her. Senior Yu bowed to his junior brother. Thank you for letting me lose 2 Gu kings. I'm really sorry. Although they were just putting on a show for the little princess. Neither of them used their best skills. But the 100 Gu kings are very rare. And losing 2 pairs at once would be heartbreaking for anyone. Master Ming said solemnly, I have repaid you, senior brother. From now on, we are no longer in debt. When we meet again, we may be real rivals. Senior Yu nodded with a sigh. Master Ming turned and left. Junior brother. Senior Yu called him. You have upset the little princess. Will she make things difficult for you? I didn't know it was you at first. Master Ming was not surprised that the other party had seen through the identity of the little princess. The girl almost wrote on her face that she was the princess. Only a fool would not be able to see it. He turned around and said, I am loyal to Her Highness the Lady Sovereign. Today's incident was just a farce of the little princess. Her Highness will not vent his anger on me. Take care. Senior brother. Senior Yu bowed his hands and said, Take care. Junior brother. Thank you. Senior Yu. Qin Yan stepped forward and thanked him solemnly. Senior Yu said politely, It's nothing. It's what I should do. My junior brother is the great Gu master of the Lady Sovereign's mansion. I don't know how high his status is, but his Gu skills are not blown out of thin air. In the future, you must not be his enemy unless it is absolutely necessary. Qin Yan nodded. Although he was not a Gu master, he could see some of the tricks of getting along with a Wei for a long time. The strength of the great Gu master surnamed Ming was probably not inferior to a Wei, and he really didn't want them to face him one day. When they got the 2 medicinal leads, they quickly returned to the clan. Everything here would have nothing to do with them. Yuan followed Dong Xian'er to an elegant courtyard nearby. Previously, my mind was full of fighting, and I didn't have time to appreciate the scenery of the villa. Now, as I walked along the way, I found that the scenery here was beautiful with stacked stones and water, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, which made people feel indescribably relaxed and happy. Sir, have you heard that an ominous person once lived here? Dong Xian'er suddenly spoke. Enjoying nature was interrupted, and Yuan looked at her with unsatisfied interest. Ah. Miss Dong said this. What? Does Miss Dong also believe in the unfounded rumors? Do you believe it? Dong Xian'er asked with a smile. Yuan shook her head. I don't believe it. A trace of admiration flashed across Dong Xian'er's eyes. You are worthy of being the person I... Dong Xian'er. Like. Yuan touched her nose angrily. Don't say this nonsense. It will be another gentle torture to my husband's ears. The topic was aborted by Yuan's uninteresting I don't believe it. Dong Xian'er didn't want to continue talking. She led Yuan around the corridor and entered an elegant and unique room. The Ganoderma lucidum is inside. Yuan was a little excited that she could finally get the medicine. Dong Xian'er turned her back to Yuan and bent over to open a big box. Yuan had every reason to believe that she was seducing her based on her slow movements of her hips and waist. Ahem. Yuan shook the folding fan in her hand and fanned it. Boring. Dong Xian'er sneered and came to Yuan holding a small box with jewels and gems. Here. The red Ganoderma lucidum is inside. Open it and check it yourself. Yuan looked at her. Is there a mechanism in this box? Dong Xian'er rolled her eyes at her, and instead held the box with one hand, opened it in front of her, and asked unhappily, Is there a mechanism? Yuan smiled awkwardly, and bowed. I was judging you by my own standards. I apologize to Miss Dong here. Stinky man. Dong Xian'er rolled her eyes, and stuffed the box into Yuan's hands. Yuan never dreamed that an incredible scene happened, and all the beads inlaid on the outside of the box lit up. Yuan's mind was numb for a moment, and she blurted out, Gu beads. Chapter 346 Shocking Secret Yuan had seen goo beads before, but she had never seen so many of them, all inlaid in a box. Did she buy all the goo beads in the world? Goo beads are actually no different from ordinary beads. The only difference is that they glow in her hands. Dong Xianer's reaction was even more surprised than her. Her eyes were fixed on the group of shining beads. The box was hers, so she naturally recognized these beads. Her eyes told Yuan that no one had ever been able to light up all the beads. You? Dong Xianer's expression became serious. Yuan quickly took out the Ganoderma lucidum, put the box on the table, and said calmly, "You didn't see anything. You are dazzled." Dong Xianer was originally stunned, but after hearing this statement that he was trying to cover up the truth, she laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yuan wrapped the red Ganoderma lucidum in a handkerchief and stuffed it into the small interlayer of her wide sleeves, and asked. Dong Xianer sat down on the chair slowly, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "I'm laughing. I seem to have discovered some great secret." "Oh, don't you want to listen?" "No. I have to tell you. This person." Dong Xianer laughed and said, "There are actually many rumors circulating in the imperial capital. One of them is that there is something fishy about the position of the crown prince of Her Majesty the Queen. Although you are not from Nanzhao. You can see this too? The X is so scary. I really want to go home. But I guess you are familiar with the title of Her Highness the Queen. And you should know why she took the position of Queen." Without waiting for Yuan to answer, Dong Xianer continued to talk. She found the king of 10,000 gu for Nanzhao. And the king of 10,000 gu was worshipped as the sacred object of Nanzhao. And the sacred object recognized her as the master. She became the emperor's daughter blessed by the gu god. And the king therefore appointed her as the crown prince. All this can be said to be what everyone expected. And it can also be said to be a natural outcome. But there is a rumor that the sacred object is missing. The sacred object that recognizes the master will not leave the master casually, unless the recognition of the master is false. Yuan's face was full of "I really don't want so much. I just want a Ganoderma lucidum. Please let my ex let me go." "Wait. Why is she telling me this?" Yuan's heart was filled with an ominous premonition. Dong Xianer stood up, walked gracefully to Yuan, stretched out her white fingertips, and raised Yuan's chin. "Do you know how many goo beads are on this box?" 108. No matter how powerful the Goo King is, he can't make half of them shine. Yuan said indifferently, "You are ignorant. Don't blame others for not being able to do it." Dong Xianer smiled. "Do you know how many great Goo masters I have found to try? Just say that this predecessor didn't just find a great Goo master to play with casually. Right? It may be that your beads are broken." She firmly refused to admit that she had the 10,000 Goo King. Dong Xianer approached Yuan and said ambiguously, "Or, you have the Nanzhao sacred object in your hand. You can eat whatever you want. But you can't say whatever you want. The sacred object of Nanzhao belongs to Her Highness the Lady. You are accusing me of something. Do you want to use Her Highness the Lady to avenge me for not favoring you?" Yuan doesn't like quarreling. But when she really quarrels, every word is sharp. As expected, Dong Xianer was choked by this remark. And for a moment, she didn't know how to refute it. Yuan took advantage of her daze, and walked out of the house with her head held high. Dong Xianer came back to her senses, and squinted at Yuan's back. "Whether it is the sacred object of Nanzhao or not, I will always find a way to find out." After leaving the yard, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This courtesan is not as difficult as it seems. Fortunately, she slipped away quickly, and didn't let her catch the evidence. Otherwise, once it was spread out, the medicine lead was not found. But the lady was attracted to kill her, and take the goo. When Yuan returned to the waterside pavilion with the red Ganoderma, the young princess and her group had already left. Senior Yu also had something to say goodbye. Jiang Hai sent him off. Qin Yan relayed Senior Yu's words to Yuan. Yuan was shocked. She didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous Master Ming was so powerful. Fortunately, Yin Jiuqiao dealt with a man surnamed Yu. Otherwise, if the man surnamed Yu had killed Fei Luo, he would have spread the news to Master Ming. They might not have gotten the red Ganoderma today. Yuan told Qin Yan and Jiang Hai about the man surnamed Yu's visit. They were both stunned. It was so dangerous. Fei Luo was Master Ming's apprentice. Yuan said, "It's okay. The man surnamed Yu has been dealt with." Qin Yan pondered for a moment, went to deal with the body of the man surnamed Yu, and then drove Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao back to Helion Mansion. The day passed without any danger. The red Ganoderma was successfully obtained. The first thing Yuan did when she returned home was to find Old Chui and ask him to identify whether the red Ganoderma was real or fake. Old Chui put down the half-eaten radish, grabbed the red Ganoderma, and studied it over and over for a long time. Yuan was so nervous that he said, "Don't tell me it's fake." Old Chui frowned and murmured, "There really is another red Ganoderma lucidum in the world." Yuan narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What do you mean? Do you know where there is red Ganoderma lucidum?" Ahem. Old Chui wanted to tear his mouth apart. Why couldn't he control his words at the critical moment? He said, "Prince Jing had a red Ganoderma lucidum in his hands. I haven't thought of that person for a long time." When Yuan heard this name, she was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that he was referring to Yan Huijing. She felt balanced in her heart. With Yan Huijing's feelings for her, she might as well go to Dong's Hinner to get the chestnuts out of the fire. "Okay. I'll keep the things. Ganoderma lucidum is spiritual. Don't touch it if you don't have anything to do," Old Chui said, and found a box made of white jade, spread red silk, and carefully put the Ganoderma lucidum in it. Thinking of something, Old Chui said, "Also, Helian Biming helped a lot this time. You have to thank him." Yuan nodded. She would thank Helian Biming without Old Chui's reminder. After all, if he hadn't asked Senior Yu to come, it would have been difficult for them to get the red Ganoderma. But how to thank him? Yuan touched her chin. "By the way, Old Chui, you are such a great doctor. Can you cure my uncle's leg? Isn't your uncle's leg already healed?" Old Chui was halfway through his words when he realized that the uncle the girl was talking about was not the uncle she was talking about. He glared at her and said, "You call him that smoothly. He is not sick, but injured. His tendons and veins are all broken. He can't be cured as before." It was late at night, and Helian Biming was sitting alone in his study. There were several memorials submitted by his subordinates at hand. However, his eyes were not on the memorials. A scroll was spread out in front of him. The portrait was of a young man in blue who looked 50% similar to him. He stroked the boy's face with his fingertips, and his eyes became complicated. "Uncle!" Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Helian Biming put the painting into the basket beside him and said calmly, "Come in." Yuan came in with a tray. "I guess that Uncle didn't rest. So I went to the kitchen to make a few side dishes and brought them to Uncle as midnight snacks." "You're not resting yet?" Helian Biming asked calmly. "I'm happy and can't sleep." Yuan curled her lips. "It's just a red Ganoderma lucidum," Helian Biming said indifferently. Yuan said, "But it's also hard to get it. Uncle doesn't know who we met today. That little princess." Speaking of this, Yuan paused and looked at him with her eyes rolling. "Didn't I tell Uncle that the little princess of the lady's mansion wants to snatch the Ganoderma lucidum from us?" Helian Biming gave her a look that said, "What? Do you think you've kept it a secret?" "Okay." Yuan cleared her throat. She was so busy recently that her brain was not working well. They were in Helian Mansion. How could their whereabouts be hidden from Helian Biming? He was afraid that he knew who they had offended before inviting Senior Yu. But despite this man still took action. At this point, Yuan's gratitude to Helian Biming increased by 3 points. Yuan said with pride, "The great Gu Master in the Nujuan Mansion is very powerful. By chance, he is Senior Yu's junior brother. I gave Senior Yu a face. Where is the coincidence in the world?" It's just that Helian Biming had guessed who the person was and knew the relationship between the two Gu Masters. So he invited him out. As for Senior Yu, he was indeed kept in the dark. But Helian Biming didn't say these. Yuan put the tray on the table. "This is chestnut cake, poured with rose sauce. This is crab roe crisp. This is almond barley porridge. I used honey instead of sugar. You won't be unable to sleep after eating it. This is the experience of making food for Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu appreciates her cooking skills very much. As long as she makes something, he can eat it all without leaving any. But sometimes too much sugar makes it difficult for him to fall asleep. If he doesn't sleep, she can't sleep either. That little ancestor has 1,000 ways to make her crazy. In addition, if you don't like sweet food, there is this." Yuan took out a big meat bun bigger than her faceplate from behind her like a magic trick. Helian Biming had never seen such a majestic and domineering big bun, and he felt his eyelids twitching. Yuan smiled and said, "Well, Uncle, take your time. I'll go back to the yard first." The old lady, Yin Jiuqiu, and Zissou played mahjong at the table. But they were short one. Yuan left quickly. Helian Biming looked at the snacks in front of him. Once upon a time, when he was reading late at night, someone would always bring food to his room. But since he sent his wife to become a nun, no one dared to barge into his study room. Apart from the scary big bun, the other foods were quite exquisite, with golden crispy skin, red and juicy rose juice, and well-arranged sweet cakes. Just looking at them made people eat with relish. Helian Biming's mood suddenly improved. Squeak! The little snow fox on his leg woke up. The little snow fox smelled the familiar fragrance, and with a tuft of hair on its head, it jumped onto the table and grabbed the big meat bun into its arms. The little snow fox held the big meat bun and rolled around on the table with a satisfied look on his face. Helian Biming was in a better mood. The child was grateful, and even made snacks to honor him. Helian Biming picked up a piece of chestnut cake dipped in rose sauce, and fed it into his mouth with joy. The next second, the paralyzed general jumped up. Damn! Why is it so unpalatable? Where is the gratitude you promised? This is repaying kindness with enmity. Ha ha ha. Chapter 347 Shocking Secret 2. One of the 4 medicinal ingredients has been obtained, and the next one should be the snow toad. As soon as the sun rose, Yuan went to Qixia Garden and asked the old man who was meditating in the corridor, Grandma? Where is the snow toad? The old man slowly opened his eyes. The old man did not expect that the red Ganoderma lucidum would come so easily. The progress was more than twice as fast as expected. The reason was that luck played a big role. Think about it. This girl can get the Nanjiao holy object in a muddle, and it seems not surprising to get another Ganoderma lucidum. Luck is something that others can envy. It's also in the imperial capital. The old man answered Yuan's question. The last time I heard about the snow toad was a few years ago. At that time, it was enshrined in a Gu temple. I don't remember which Gu temple it was. I have to go and ask about it. Gu temple. Yuan touched her chin. She had been in Nanjiao for a while, and learned a lot about the customs and habits of the imperial capital. Naturally, she knew what this Gu temple was. It was similar to the temples in the Central Plains. The difference was that the temples in the Central Plains enshrined bodhisattvas, while the Gu temples in Nanjiao enshrine Gu gods. Well, I have lived 2 lives and have never been to a Gu temple. Then should we go to Juxian Tower to inquire about the news? Yuan asked the old man. The old man nodded. The reason why they didn't inquire at once was that the 2 medicines were connected together, which made it easy for people to guess that they were to detoxify time. This kind of poison is not something that everyone can have. If you are not careful, it is easy to find out Yin Jiuchi. Yuan said with a slight curve in her lips. Then I'll go call Qin Yin and Jiang Hai. Yugo came out with a dark face, and he said he wanted to go too. He was always left in the mansion, and he was almost bored. Yuan could choose to bring Yin Jiucha with her, so that no one would have to stay in the mansion. But Yin Jiucha slept late last night, and Yuan didn't want to wake him up. So after some thought, she left Qin Yin behind. Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Yin. Yuan said to Jiang Hai, you stay too. Jiang Hai. Yuan changed into men's clothes and went out with Yugo. Yugo was quiet, and it was the most peaceful to travel with him. Several people came to Juxian building, because it was not yet dinner time. There were not many guests in the building. Yuan asked for a seat in the lobby and ordered a table of thin bean powder for Yugo, which he loved. Yuan didn't know about this snack until she came to Nanjiao. Thin bean powder is made from peas. First, soak the peas for 4 or 5 hours and grind them into pulp. The first grinding is called head pulp. After 1 hour, separate the head pulp and grind it for the second time. The resulting pulp is clear pulp. Add water and vegetable oil to the clear pulp. Stir and boil it with a wooden stick until it can be made into a thread. Then a bowl of delicious thin bean powder is freshly baked. Thin bean powder is mostly salty, and can be paired with chopped green onions and special pickles. With a first-class taste, Yugo was born strong. When Yuan saw him for the first time, she thought he loved to drink big bowls and eat meat. Later, she found out that he didn't drink at all and was a vegetarian. Yugo ate it with a huff. Yuan was not used to thin bean powder, so she asked for a few plates of vegetarian cold dishes and snacks. The waiter who entertained them today was not the original one, but it didn't matter. There were endless guests in Juxian building, and the waiter might not remember them. Sir, the dishes are all served. Do you need anything else? The waiter placed the cold dishes and snacks on the tray on the table one by one. Yuan's eyes fell on the dishes. I didn't order so much. Did I? The waiter smiled and said, someone invited us. This is strange. They just entered the imperial capital and didn't make any friends. But they had a lot of grudges. Who would invite them to dinner? Yuan looked in the direction the waiter pointed, and saw a girl wearing purple clothes and a purple veil standing on the railing on the second floor. Who else could it be but Dong Xianer? Dong Xianer looked at Yuan with interest, and threw an unparalleled seductive look at Yuan. Yuan didn't dare to underestimate her again. After all, who could be an ordinary person who could decorate a box with 100 goo beads in one breath? The courtesan of a brothel? It's probably just a cover identity. But since they met, it would be a bit unreasonable not to say hello. Yuan said, Yugo, let's go upstairs. Yugo didn't waste it. She drank all the bean powder in the bowl in one breath, wiped her mouth, and went upstairs with Yuan. Yuan didn't think Dong Xianer was following her. In fact, it was true. Dong Xianer came to Juxian building to wait for an old friend. Who knew that she didn't wait for the old friend, but met Yuan by chance? Sir, we meet again. Dong Xianer saluted leisurely. Yuan took the folding fan and bowed in return. My young master has met Miss Dong. Dong Xianer smiled. Sir, why do you have to be so formal? Just call me Xianer. Yuan, please sit down. Dong Xianer pointed to the chair opposite the 8 immortals table. Yuan and Yugo sat down. Dong Xianer glanced at Yugo and said with a smile, young master's guards are stronger than each other. Yuan said politely, you are flattered. Dong Xianer raised her delicate hand and poured 2 glasses of wine for the two. Yuan took Yugo's glass. He doesn't drink. I drink for him. Dong Xianer said angrily, young master is so indulgent even to the guards around him. Why don't you love Xianer? Here it comes again. It's really scary when a woman acts coquettishly. Yugo is not only her guard, but also her family's mining expert. How can she not cherish him? Fortunately, Dong Xianer didn't hold on to this. She forgot about it after asking. She leaned towards Yuan and said softly, I haven't asked what your surname is yet. My surname is Yen. Yuan said with a little distance from her. Mr. Yen? Dong Xianer smiled, as if she didn't mind her evasion, and continued to lean on her. It's not time for dinner now. What are you doing in Juxian Tower? Did you make an appointment? Or to get information? So Xianer has made an appointment. Yuan will not be led by her. Dong Xianer didn't expect that her unintentional words would reveal her thoughts. And she didn't expect that such a flaw that no one would notice would be keenly captured by the other party. Dong Xianer was stunned and said angrily, so what? But the person I'm waiting for didn't come. You men are really the same. It turned out that she was waiting for a man. Dong Xianer put on a smile again. Mr. Yin hasn't told Xianer what you are here for? If you want to get information, you might as well ask me. I may know more than Juxian Tower. Really? Yuan took a sip of wine calmly. This woman is too cunning. If you are not careful, you can fall into her trap. Of course, Yuan is not a vegetarian. It is enough to fall into the same trap once. It is not so easy to make her fall for the second time. Yuan said seriously, to be honest, I have just come to the imperial capital. I don't know what interesting places there are in the imperial capital. I have been to Billuo Villa. Is there anything as famous as it? Dong Xianer couldn't help laughing with shaking shoulders. Yuan, you have a low sense of humor. After laughing enough, Dong Xianer said excitedly, is Billuo Villa interesting? Master Yin probably hasn't been to any good places. The most famous place in the imperial capital is the Gu Temple. Here it comes. Stay calm. Are there many Gu temples in the imperial capital? Yuan said in a normal and curious tone. Dong Xianer smiled, of course. But there are only 2 or 3 most famous ones. Whichever one you want to go to. Xianer will accompany you. Yuan said with a distressed face. I don't know which one to go to. Are the gods worshipped in these Gu temples the same? It's different. Dong Xianer said. Some worship the Gu King. And some worship the Gu Queen. Have you heard of the snow toad? You mentioned it yourself. Yuan said calmly. No. Dong Xianer smiled and said, the snow toad is a Gu Queen, and is worshipped in the Gu Temple of Shiling Mountain. Ling Mountain. Dong Xianer looked at Yuan's expression and said with a smile, it seems that you are interested in this Gu Temple. Let's set off now. Woman, you say the wind is rain. The matter of the medicine guide should be done sooner rather than later. Yuan took the moon hook and boarded the carriage to Shiling Mountain with Dong Xianer. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. It took more than an hour for the group to climb up to the Gu temple. But when Yuan saw the golden snow toad on the table in the center of the hall, she was stunned. Is this the Gu queen you mentioned? Dong Xianer nodded devoutly. Yes. Isn't it beautiful? In fact, it was originally a Gu king, and was praised as the Gu queen by the world because it was too beautiful. Yuan felt a flash of lightning above her head. Is it fake? Dong Xianer's eyes widened and said, It's real. Made of real gold. Yuan held her forehead and panted, No. What I mean is, I came all the way here and climbed up to see such a statue? Dong Xianer was stunned for 3 seconds. Then she held her stomach and laughed out loud. She laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. If there was no pillar to support her, she would have almost rolled on the ground. Yuan's face darkened. Is it really that funny? Dong Xianer laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Have you ever seen a real Guanyin in a Guanyin temple, or a real Guangong in a Guangong temple? Yuan, I refuse to answer your question. Dong Xianer finally understood that Yuan wanted to see the living Gu queen. But she was so happy that she didn't connect the two medicinal ingredients. She held her belly that hurt from laughing and said, The living Gu queen is not here. Then where is she? Yuan said coldly. That little look was especially Yin Jiuqiao. Dong Xianer wiped the tears from her laughter and said, In Gu Mountain. But Gu Mountain is not a place that anyone can go to. Not even the female monarch. Except the king and Gu Lao. Gu Lao is the elder among the Gu masters, and his strength is even higher than that of the great Gu masters. The Gu Lao in the entire imperial capital can only be counted on one hand. Dong Xianer smiled and said, The Gu master Ming that the little princess brought with her is an old Gu master. He just concealed his strength to please the little princess. If you want to see the living Gu queen, why not go find him? Don't you know his senior brother? Just let him help you one more time. But I advise you to act quickly, because the Nanjiao sacred object is gone, and the Gu queen is the only one who can replace it. Do you think Her Highness the Lady will take action against it? Chapter 348 Super Drama Queen. It's the lady's mansion again. Did they have a grudge against the lady's mansion in their previous life? They have been fighting again and again in this life. Before the truth of the prince consort was revealed, they had already had a grudge with the little princess and the Gu master of the lady's mansion. Now it seems that they will soon have a grudge with the lady herself. No, they have already had a grudge with her. The little Gu that the lady has been thinking about is in her hands. Yuan covered her chest. Well, I can't give it back to her. I can't say what the reason is. I just don't want to give it back. Several people went down the mountain. When they just reached the middle of the mountain, a maid of Dong Xianer hurried over and whispered a few words in Dong Xianer's ear. Dong Xianer curled her lips and said reluctantly, I know. You go and reply. Just say I will be there in an hour. Yes. The maid rode away. Yuan had no intention of eavesdropping, but her hearing was too good, so she had to pretend that she heard nothing. Dong Xianer came over gently and pulled Yuan's sleeve tenderly. I'm leaving. Yuan nodded. Go slowly. Dong Xianer threw Yuan's sleeve and stamped her feet and said, You blockhead. Yuan, what did I do again? You blockhead. Dong Xianer got on the carriage angrily. After everyone got into the carriage, she suddenly jumped down and stuffed a handkerchief into Yuan's arms. Under Yuan's confused gaze, she got on the carriage with a look of affection. Alas, woman, your name is drama. If the incident at Biluo Villa had not happened, Yuan would probably really think that this courtesan had just fallen in love with her, and that she had more secrets than him. And would she easily fall in love with a fake man like her? Alwan. Yugo suddenly spoke. Yugo is a man of few words, and is extremely silent most of the time. He answers whatever Yuan asks. If Yuan doesn't say anything, his mouth can be as tight as a clam. So when he speaks, Yuan immediately pays attention. What's wrong? Look! Yugo waved his hand and pointed. Yuan looked over and saw a grand and luxurious carriage parked under a mountain opposite. It was only because of their good eyesight that they could see it so easily. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to tell whose carriage it was. From our mansion? Yuan touched her chin strangely. Who came out? My uncle or Yin Jiuqiu? Yugo said, from the west mansion. I've seen the coachman. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Why are they here? Is our whereabouts exposed? Let's go and take a look. The two went to the foot of another mountain. The coachman was dozing off on the door. Yugo opened it and took a look. There was no one in the carriage. Yuan looked around and made a gesture to Chong Yugo. There was actually a nunnery halfway up the mountain. The nunnery looked shabby, and the door was deserted. It didn't look like there were any pilgrims. Could it be that the people from the West Mansion went there? Isn't it strange? They didn't go to the Guwang Temple, which was full of incense, but went to an almost abandoned nunnery. What tricks is the West Mansion playing again? Yuan said to Yugo. I'll go check it out. You wait here for me. Watch the carriage, and don't let anyone take it away. Their carriage was parked at the foot of the Guwang Temple. Yugo could see it naturally with his eyesight. It was only a few dozen steps away from the nunnery. If Yuan was really in danger, Yugo would be able to help her in time. Yugo nodded in agreement. Yuan went to the nunnery. The gate was locked from the inside. Yuan was more and more confused. There was no village in front of her and no shop behind her. If the people from Shifu really went up the mountain, the only place they could go was this nunnery. It was so mysterious. It must be bad. Yuan climbed up the wall with the help of a towering tree. She put her legs on the branches and lay on the wall with her upper body. She saw the courtyard of the nunnery clearly. It was simpler than the courtyard in Lianhua village. There was nothing else except a water tank and a clothesline. Where is the person? Yuan muttered. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the room. I really feel sorry for you. If you had not made a mistake, why would you be expelled from the family and suffer in such a place? It was Li. Who was she talking to? The person who was expelled from the family, the nunnery. Yuan's expression paused. Could it be the eldest lady Tan who cheated on Hellion Biming? Why are you silent? Do you think I'm an eyesore and are not happy that I came to visit you? Hearing Li's address. It must be Tan. Yuan stretched her neck to see what Tan looked like. But the room was too deep, and she could only see a shadow projected on the ground. The shadow was very thin. And I think Tan was also thin. Tan didn't respond to Li's words. Li gradually became annoyed. From the beginning? She said. I came to visit you but you ignored me. Later. She said. You have been expelled from the family for a long time. What do you think of me? How dare you ignore me? Yuan felt that Li was angry, and came to Tan to vent her anger. This was too much. Not to mention that Tan was no longer a member of the Hellion family. So what if she was still a member? The person she felt sorry for was Hellion Biming. Not Shifu and Li. Li was obviously angry at home. She didn't feel relieved when she took it out on the maid. And she didn't dare to take it out on her son. So she went to her sister-in-law, who had suppressed her in the past. It is said that people from the same family don't enter the same door. No wonder she and Hellion Chi are husband and wife. These two people have the same bad taste. But Tan's forbearance exceeded Yuan's imagination. Li cursed a lot of unpleasant words. But Tan didn't respond at all. It didn't seem like she didn't dare to reply. But she seemed to be disdainful to reply. Sister-in-law. I really feel sorry for you. You were married to my eldest brother in a grand ceremony. You took care of your husband and children at home, and served your parents-in-law. You have made great contributions. But the old lady drove you and your son away without saying a word. This is to leave you no way to live. Now, I don't know where this country boy came from, claiming to be my second brother's flesh and blood. I think he is a liar. But the old lady spoiled him to the top of her heart. After all, the eldest young master has called the old lady grandma for so many years. Even a dog should have developed feelings for her. How can the old lady be so cruel? I think she is not only cruel, but also confused. She doesn't love the grandson she raised, but loves a liar from outside. This Li is so venomous that she has even tried to sow discord with Tan. Yuan's eyes turned cold. Li came out without warning. Yuan pulled back her body suddenly, but her feet slipped and she fell from the wall and branches. She was about to fall on her buttocks, but was supported by a strong arm. Then she turned around and fluttered, subconsciously hugging the arm. After Yuan stabilized her body, she found that the other party was a monk in green, wearing a bamboo hat. She quickly pulled back her hand. Thank you, Master. After saying that, she suddenly felt something was wrong and looked up at the other party. Isn't this the monk she met twice in Xiqing? He lived next to her in the inn, and shared a cell with her in prison. I didn't expect to meet him here. Big. Yuan was about to speak, but the monk in green bowed with one hand and said goodbye. Yuan didn't even see his appearance clearly, but the clothes and the hat made her sure she didn't make a mistake. Did he not recognize her? Or did he not want to know her even if he recognized her? Yuan shook her head and didn't force it. Yuan didn't delay for too long and hurried to find Li's bad luck. She rushed to the carriage before Li took out a dagger and tampered with the wheel. In the afternoon, Yuan walked into the old lady's yard, and the old lady's confidant maid came to report with a look of shock. Oh, the old lady is not good. The second lady's carriage broke down on the way. The wheels rolled out, and the whole carriage turned over. What about my second aunt? Yuan asked with concern. The maid said, the second lady has a sprained waist. She is so old and still has a sprained waist. The doctor said that she may not be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 months. Yuan drank a sip of tea calmly and continued to act like a demon. The old lady went to visit Li. The old lady knew that Li did not like her good grandson, so she did not bring him and his two. Yuan took the opportunity to go to Yan Jiuchu's room, where Qin Yan and Jiang Hai were also. The few people didn't ask anything. It was just a Li family. What did their life and death have to do with her? Yuan told them about the news about the snow toad and Gu Lao, that she met Dong Xianer on the way and learned from her. It seems that the lady's mansion has also set its sights on the snow toad. There are only 2 ways now. One is to hand over the Nanxiao sacred object and let the lady give up the idea of the snow toad. The other is not to hand over the sacred object and forcibly snatch the snow toad. What do you think? Everyone said in unison, the second one. Yuan, are you really not bandits? Chapter 349. The most powerful little fat boy. Yuan is the only hostess in the group. Even she thinks that she should be the group's favorite. But she is not. Yan Jiuchu is. Although everyone has been at peace along the way. Qin Yan and Jiang Hai secretly dislike each other. The old woman does not say it, but she has her own vision on some things. She thought that everyone would argue about the 2 methods. But it did not happen. Everyone can pamper her in anything, but they will not give in on some decisions. Grandma? No discussion. Yan Jiuchao. Humph. Qin Yan. Heh. Jiang Hai. Don't even think about it. Hugo probably doesn't need to ask. He listens to Grandma the most and is Grandma's good baby. If Grandma says to grab, then he will definitely rush to the front to grab. Why are you so confident about robbing things? It's so natural. Forget it. The arm can't twist the thigh, and 1 fist can't beat 4 hands. Since you have decided to rob, then think about how to rob. The safest way is to enter Gu Mountain, Yuan said. But Gu Mountain is a forbidden area of Nanxiao. Only Gu masters can approach it, and only Gu masters can enter. Where can we find a Gu master now? There is another way, Qin Yan said. Aren't they also planning to get the snow toad? Then let them go and find it. When they find it, we will rob it from them. Yuan looked at him with a look of pity. Do you really know who you are robbing? You can't even withstand a punch from my uncle's golden-faced warriors. How long do you think you can last from the female monarch's mansion? You can also steal, Hugo said. Yuan was shocked. She couldn't believe that such words came from Hugo's mouth. But it seems not bad. If they can't do it openly, they may be able to do it secretly. Jiang Hai said, I will go to the lady's mansion to find out the news first. Qin Yan nodded, I will go with you. The 2 people who were competing with each other made the same decision at this moment. What else could Yuan say? She could only let them go. The 2 chose a dark and windy night, put on their night clothes, and quietly went to the lady's mansion. The lady's mansion was heavily guarded. The 2 waited for a long time before they caught a gap in the change of guards, and used their light skills to jump over the wall of the lady's mansion. Neither of them expected that there was a patch of thorns under the wall, and there were poison knives hidden in the thorns. If it were an ordinary assassin, he would have been stabbed to death here. However, Jiang Hai kicked the wall hard and used the force to jump a dozen feet away. Qin Yan was grabbed by him and landed on a cobblestone path with him. Qin Yan tentatively stepped lightly on the grass in the direction of the wall and found that the grass was soft. He was shocked and heard Jiang Hai say, It's a swamp pit. No wonder Jiang Hai had to jump so far. He was still wondering. It was just to avoid the sharp knives and thorns. Couldn't he land closer? Now it seems that it really can't work. This kind of swamp pit is full of poison. Once you fall into it, there is no way to get out alive. Qin Yan was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. No wonder no one dared to enter the queen's mansion. This is not a mansion. It's the king of hell. Qin Yan looked at Jiang Hai. How do you know these mechanisms? Have you been to the queen's mansion? No, Jiang Hai said expressionlessly. Then you have seen it somewhere else? Qin Yan asked. Jiang Hai didn't say anything. Qin Yan was relentless. Jiang Hai said coldly, I didn't ask about your origins, so don't ask about mine. Qin Yan subconsciously wanted to say, That's not okay. Who knows if you have any ulterior motives towards Alwan and Chiochu? When the words came to his lips, he suddenly remembered that they seemed to be here to lure Alwan and Chiochu to the Ghost Clan. Ahem. He almost forgot such an important thing. No one laughs at another. No one says anything. The lady's mansion is much bigger than the Bilio villa. The two wandered around inside, and almost got lost. Finally, when they were almost going far away, they found the figure of Master Ming. He was led by a well-dressed maid, and seemed to be going somewhere. Qin Yan and Jiang Hai exchanged glances, and followed quietly. Master Ming was led to an octagonal pavilion bathed in moonlight, and the fragrance of birds and flowers. The pavilion was not big, and hollow sandalwood roller curtains were hung around it. Master Ming, please. The maid held a lantern in one hand, and lifted the curtain for Master Ming with the other hand. Master Ming stepped into the pavilion. Qin Yan and Jiang Hai found a rooftop, crouched on the tiles, and used the eaves to cover their bodies, revealing only two pairs of eyes that could see through fire. There was a person sitting in the pavilion. A woman. Because of the curtain, the two could not see clearly. They could only vaguely see that Master Ming bowed respectfully to the other party. And then the other party raised his hand and pointed to the stone bench opposite. And Master Ming sat down. The two listened to the conversation to the extreme. My daughter is naughty, and has wronged Lord Ming, the woman said. Jiang Hai and Qin Yan exchanged glances. And almost at the same time, two words flashed through their minds. Lady. Master Ming said, it is my honor to serve the princess. The lady said with a pleasant face, the child was spoiled by me and the prince consort. She is not upright all day long. You don't have to take her words to heart. I will discipline her later, and let her admit her mistakes to Lord Ming, as worthy of being a superior who has been in power for many years. Her tone and actions are very gentle, but she exudes a dignity and majesty that cannot be challenged. Master Ming said, children speak without restraint. Your Highness, you are embarrassing me. Children speak without restraint? Jiang Hai and Qin Yan rolled their eyes. She was only 1 or 2 years younger than Awan, and Awan was much more sensible than her. The two continued their conversation. The queen said, I called you here late at night because I want to discuss the matter of the snow toad with you. As you know, the holy object has been missing for a long time. I heard that it fell in the Central Plains. I sent people to the Central Plains to look for it, but found nothing. I am worried that the holy object may have met with an accident. If I can get the snow toad, it can be regarded as a compensation. I understand that your strength has already reached that of a Gu Master, but you just lack that Jade token. This is true. Master Ming has already possessed the strength of Gu Lao. However, Gu Lao also has levels. The lowest is level 1. The highest can reach level 9. And each Gu Lao test needs to be 3 months apart. Master Ming wants to become a big fat man in one go, so he is not in a hurry to take the test. But now that the female monarch has spoken, he will not wait any longer. However, with his current strength, he is confident that he can pass the highest level in history. Master Ming said, I will go to Gu Temple to get the jade card tomorrow. The female monarch smiled and raised a glass of wine. Congratulations to Master Ming Gu in advance. Gu Temple is located at the foot of Gu Mountain. There is only one entrance here, and there are 2 gold-faced death warriors guarding the entrance. Therefore, Jiang Hai and Qin Yan, who originally planned to continue to follow Master Ming, had to give up and return to Hellion Mansion to wait for news. Master Ming entered Gu Mountain under the guidance of a special person. There are only 3 types of people in Gu Mountain: Gu Master, Gu Female, and Death Warrior. Of course, the Gu Masters referred to here include both the Grand Gu Masters and the Gu Masters. But the Grand Gu Masters, who come for the test, are not seen at all. The Gu Masters are all sitting in an empty room. In front of them is a piece of crystal clear colored glass. This colored glass has its own mystery. You can't see in from the outside, but you can see out clearly from the inside. The 5 Gu Masters sat on the chairs, staring at the passage in front of the colored glass. These passages seem ordinary, but in fact, there are poisonous Gu everywhere. The deeper you go, the more poisonous Gu there are and the stronger they are. The Grand Gu Masters who come in need to use their skilled Gu techniques to control them so as not to be attacked by them. The Gu girl who led the way introduced the rules of the test to the Grand Gu Master Ming. Entering the passage, every 10 feet you walk is a level. So far, walking all the way is 9 feet. If you really can't stand it in the middle, there is nothing you can do. Life and death are at your own risk. Those who can come here are all outstanding among the great Goo Masters. Each of them is extremely rare. It is not worthwhile to lose them on the way of testing. Therefore, the Goo girl advised Master Ming to do what he can. Master Ming is confident in his Goo technique. Hundreds of years ago, the Goo technique of Nanjiao was popular for a time, and many Goo masters of the 8th and 9th ranks were produced. However, with the differentiation and loss of Goo technique, no one can walk 6 feet now. The most powerful 6-foot Goo master in this dynasty is old, and is worshipped in the Goo palace for retirement. However, Master Ming is very sure that he can walk 7 feet. In fact, he did it. When he entered the passage without any pressure, the Goo master sitting behind the glass showed excitement and expectation. And he did not disappoint them afterwards. It is worth mentioning that Goo Mountain encountered an earthquake a few days ago, and the passage behind was blocked. It is still trying to dig it. So the current passage is only 7 feet. Of course, this is also the limit of Master Ming. He can't go any further. His Goo technique is not enough to control more powerful Goo worms. But this is enough of a surprise, isn't it? He became the only 7-Zhang Goo master in this dynasty. He is less than 40 years old. He is still very young. There are still many possibilities in his future. At this moment, Master Ming forgot everything, and was completely immersed in the surprise of victory. He left the passage. He was not in a hurry to meet several Goo masters. He found a place to calm down his excitement. Finally, he came to the lobby where he received the jade card. Congratulations, Master Qizhong Goo. Before he even entered the door, the group of people congratulated him. Look, this is the treatment of a child of destiny. Master Ming raised his head proudly. Suddenly, he smelled a warm milk fragrance. He frowned and looked in the direction of the fragrance. He saw a man in a master's cloak squatting in the corner of the yard, squeezing a fat ewe's milk. His movements were very skillful. After a while, he squeezed a big bowl of milk. A small temporary stove was set up next to him. He poured the squeezed goat milk into the pot, added some firewood, and patiently boiled it. A trace of disdain flashed across Master Ming's eyes. A great master of Goo was not doing his job and actually boiled goat milk in such a sacred place. Are you a milk daddy? Even if such a person became a master of Goo by chance, his future cultivation would probably stop here. Master Ming would not waste extra energy to pay attention to a useless junior. He strode across the threshold. 7-foot Goo master, please take a seat. Someone shouted. Take a seat? Master Ming smiled and squeezed through the crowd, and walked towards the impressive chair in front of everyone. But just as he was about to sit down, he was suddenly pulled away by a pair of arms that stretched out from nowhere. It was a Goo girl. The Goo girl said fiercely, "What? You can't sit here?" Master Ming was about to say, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I asked you to invite the 7-foot Goo master." But suddenly, 3 small black figures came over in a heroic manner. The 3 of them were dark-skinned, wearing miniature versions of the great Goo master's robes. But the Goo master's badge was already hung on their chests. The Goo girl instantly changed her face to a pious smile. "Welcome to the little Goo master." Master Ming's temples throbbed. Little Goo master? Just these 3 black eggs? Not only was the Goo girl so pious, but even several Goo masters with strong qualifications came to congratulate them. They had seen the 7-Zhang Goo master before. For example, a man in his 40s just now also walked through the 7th Zhang. But that man walked with great difficulty, and his age was also there. Have you ever seen a 3-year-old Goo master? And a 7-Zhang one? Can you estimate how limitless their future is? That man was able to walk through 7 Zhang because his strength was only 7 Zhang. And these little black eggs were able to walk through 7 Zhang because the end was 7 Zhang. So they are both 7 Zhang. But can they be the same? Master Ming's limelight was snatched away by the little guys. Everyone forgot that there is a 7-Zhang Goo master here. The Goo Lao personally presented the jade plaque to the youngest Goo Lao of Nanjiao, Qizhong, and presented the most exquisite and delicious cakes. The little black eggs took the things and ran out without saying a word. They ran to the yard, came to the young man who boiled goat milk, stuffed the jade plaque and cakes into his arms, then put their hands behind their backs, tilted their heads, and looked at him cutely. "Away. Are we great? Away, helpless face, only walk 7 feet. Really a loser." Chapter 350 The Most Powerful Little Fat Boy, Part 2. Master Ming. Now it is Master Ming. Master Ming watched a few genius little masters jump in front of the young man whom he disdained, looking very excited, as if waiting for the young man to praise them. What a loss of status! Of course, Wei did not praise them. What was there to praise? He just threw a few little losers in to play with them. Why should he praise them? Wei put the boiled and cooled goat milk into the three people's small milk bottles. The three people grabbed their own small milk bottles with both hands and drank them. Wei packed up his things, carried his bag in one hand, led the goat in the other, and left the place with his three loser apprentices. Wait! Master Ming couldn't help but chase after him. Wei turned around, and the three little black eggs held the bottle mouths, glanced at him perfunctorily, and continued to drink milk. The Gu Lao who stole his limelight turned out to be a few unweaned children. This realization made Ming Gu Lao feel very unhappy. However, he could not make trouble here. This was a place that even the Queen's mansion had to avoid. As a staff member of the Queen's mansion, what virtue and ability did he have? Ming Gu Lao took a deep breath and asked Wei with a normal look, "Who are you?" "Who are they?" Ming Gu Lao seriously suspected that these people cheated, but he had no evidence. If Gu Lao cheated for the Grand Gu Master, it would be easy. But the Grand Gu Master was not strong enough. How could he help others pass the Gu Lao's test through additional means? "What's your business?" Wei said bluntly. Ming Gu Lao took a breath of cold air. He was just a Grand Gu Master, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of him. A 7-Zhong Gu Lao. If it were in the past, he would not have to take action, and the people of the Gu Palace would teach him a lesson. But there were 3 7-Zhong Gu Lao standing next to this young man, 3-1, and he did not dare to find fault with them. The little black eggs were impatient to talk to this old man, so they took Wei's hand and left. Ming Gu Lao wanted to ask something else, but was persuaded by Wei's indifferent look. Every Gu Lao is a treasure of Nanzhao. Not only does he have bonuses, but he also has a monthly allowance and a spacious courtyard. He is definitely a person who eats the emperor's food. Nanzhou's Gu Lao is more precious than the top scholar in the Central Plains. At least one top scholar can appear in 3 years. But Gu Lao is unlucky and may not appear in 30 years. Today, 3 of them appeared. Ming Gu Lao was crazy. "Have you forgotten me?" These 3 are brothers who have not been weaned. So it is not good to live separately. So after seeking the consent of their master, the other 2 houses were temporarily handed over to Gu Dian for management. And they lived in the one with the best location. This best is relatively speaking. In fact, the 3 houses are all in the prime location of the imperial capital, and the top dignitaries live around them. Thus, while their parents were still living under someone else's roof, the 3 little black eggs already own 3 pieces of real estate in prime locations. Master Wei. These are the salaries of the 3 young Gu Masters. Where should they be placed? An accompanying Gu Palace steward pointed to the large box carried by 2 waiters and said, he was also a great Gu Master, more than 10 years older than Wei, with more experience. But who could have let Wei teach 3 Gu Masters at once? No matter if it was luck or something else. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to Wei. Wei casually pointed to a room. "Carry it inside." "Yes." The Gu Hall manager hurriedly instructed the waiter to carry the box inside. Wei and his 3 little disciples stayed happily. The little disciples were happy, but Wei was not. He was a villain, and villains didn't like children. The 3 little disciples came over, raised their heads, and looked at him eagerly with lamb-like eyes. Hungry, Wei went to the kitchen to cook in a second. The Gu Lao temple was in a commotion because of the discovery of several talented Gu Masters. But Ming Gu Lao was not happy at all. It was not for anything else, but because today should have been the most memorable and boastful day in his life. But no one congratulated him. It was not until the sun was setting that a Gu girl suddenly reminded the Gu Lao, "Oh, isn't there a 7-foot Gu Lao? Where is he?" Ming Gu Lao was finally remembered. Ming Gu Lao was depressed and received the jade token he had dreamed of, but he wanted to throw it away. He always felt that this was not true. How could there be such a young Gu Lao? He seriously suspected that they had cheated. But the people in the Gu temple unanimously believed that everything was the will of the Gu god. It was the Gu god who protected them. So the poisonous Gu in the passage did not attack them. It didn't matter whether they knew Gu magic or not. They were blessed by the Gu god, and that was enough. Ming Gu Lao wanted to argue something, but the great Gu Lao spoke up. "Don't forget, Her Highness Lady Queen is also blessed by the Gu god. You said that the blessing of the Gu god is fake. Does that mean that there is something fishy about the Lady Queen's subjugation of the holy object? Meng Gu Lao shut up in a second. Meng Gu Lao got on the carriage and returned to the Lady Queen's mansion. The Lady Queen knew that he was going to the Gu Palace today, and she waited for his good news in the mansion early. The reason why the Gu Palace is called the Forbidden Land of Nanzhao is that no one except the king can put their claws in there. The Lady Queen really doesn't know the result of the test. After getting off the carriage, Meng Gu Lao asked the Lady Queen's maid to lead him to the flower hall. Meng has met His Highness. Meng Gu Lao bowed and saluted. The lady's eyes fell on the Gu Master badge on his robe, and a smile gradually spread out of the corners of her eyes. Congratulations, Lord Meng. I wonder how many feet of Gu Master you are. Meng Gu Master said, I am not talented. 7 feet. The lady stood up excitedly. Meng is worthy of being the #1 Gu Master in Nanzhao. Even the Gu Masters in Gu Palace are far inferior to you. Meng Gu Master bowed and said, Your Highness, thank you for your praise. I am ashamed to accept it. If it were in the past, this would be a polite remark. But now it is the truth. He was defeated by 4 unknown masters and apprentices. So what is the point of talking about the #1 Gu Master in Nanzhao? He didn't want to talk about this matter, so he didn't mention it to the lady. But in 3 or 5 days, the people from Gu Palace will go to the palace to meet the king, and the lady will naturally know about it. The lady noticed that Meng Gu Lao was not in a good mood, so she thought he was exhausted and didn't think too much about it. She quickly told him the business so that he could go back to his room to rest earlier. Since Lord Meng has become a Gu Lao, he must be qualified to enter Gu Mountain. I wonder how sure Lord Meng is that he can get the snow toad. Meng Gu Lao said confidently, Don't worry, Your Highness. I am 100% sure that I will help you get the snow toad. The lady lifted his hand with satisfaction and patted it gently. Then I will rely on Lord Meng. The little black eggs ate the delicious meal made by Away, and they were a little full. Their little bellies were bulging. Away went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and the little black eggs strolled in the yard. They first fed the ewe with grass, and fed the sheep until they were plump, and then took the sheep for a stroll. They strolled out of the yard. This is not their fault. When they lived in Lianhua village, they often strolled around the village. No one restrained them. They couldn't walk in a hurry. But wouldn't they be suffocated? The 3 little black eggs led the ewe to the road. There were big houses around, and there were small alleys between the houses. The 3 people and the sheep went back and forth in the alley, and they couldn't find the way home. Away said that if they couldn't find the way home, they would wait for him there, and he would find it. The 3 little black eggs found a closed door and sat down on the steps. At first, they were still trying to stay energetic, but they were exhausted during the day, and soon they fell asleep against the wall. The rope tied to the ewe loosened, and the ewe didn't run away. The ewe knelt down and curled up her furry body to keep the 3 little black eggs warm. The old lady came out of the West Mansion to visit Li, and saw this scene. Originally, the East and West palaces were connected, and you could walk directly from inside. But the 2 palaces were too big, and the distance was too far, so it was more convenient to go through the alley. The maid who was supporting the old lady said, Hey, whose child is it? Why is it sleeping at the back door of our East Palace? The old lady walked up and took a look. Oh, what a dark child. But why is it so beautiful with a dark face? Look at the chubby little face. It is just like Nyo Dan when he was a child. Old lady. The maid was halfway through her words when she saw the old lady, who needed someone to support her, when walking suddenly threw away her crutches. I don't know where she got the strength from, but she actually picked up one of the fat kids. The maid screamed, Old lady, what are you doing? So the old lady asked her to shut up, looked around, and said with a sly look, Hurry up. Pick them all up and sneak them home to be my little great-grandchildren. Chapter 351 Family Reunion. The maid was terrified. Is it really okay for you to steal the child so openly? Are you crazy again? The maid's crazy was not meant to be disparaging. The old lady was indeed crazy and often had attacks. But this situation improved with the eldest young master's visit to recognize her relatives. The old lady was much more normal than before. How could the maid expect that after visiting the second lady, the old lady would have another attack? It must have made the second lady angry. The second lady was a big mouth. She would say anything to anyone she caught. And she also said that her accident was caused by the eldest young master and the eldest young lady. How could it be possible? The maid found a suitable excuse for the old lady's attack in her heart, and felt much more relieved. The maid had served the old lady for several years, and knew that she couldn't go against the old lady at this critical moment, which would not help her condition. She could only coax the old lady first, and then make long-term plans. The maid called 2 gatekeepers, and she and the gatekeeper picked up the 2 little black eggs on the ground. The remaining maid wanted to take the little black egg from the old lady's arms, but the old lady refused to let her. "I can hold it," said the old lady. "Maid, if you have the ability, stop shaking your arms." The old lady's arms were indeed so sore that it was hard to describe, but she couldn't bear to part with the little guy in her arms. Finally, after she used all her strength to walk the distance she could walk, she gave the little black egg to the maid next to her, and she only took 1 step away from picking up the little black egg. The servants in the God General's mansion were all good at it. But even so, when the maids carried the 3 little black eggs back to the old lady's yard, they were all exhausted. "What kind of weights are these? They can't be so heavy." The old lady first called a little maid to change the mattress and bed sheets, and then asked the maid to put the child on her luan bed. The maid hesitated. "This is not good." The old lady glared at her. "My bed is not dirty." The maid's mouth twitched. "I mean, these babies who slept on the floor are dirty." The old lady didn't care, and asked her little great-grandson to be placed on the clean luan bed. Yes, they are her little great-grandsons. No discussion. The old lady was very ill this time. The maid took the opportunity when the old lady was crazy about the 3 little black eggs, and quickly reported to Helyan Biming. Helyan Biming came quickly. He pushed his wheelchair into the room, and saw his mother sitting on the edge of the bed, laughing and laughing. He followed his mother's gaze, and saw 3 little guys lying on the luan bed. That black one. He felt like he almost stood up again. He calmed down and said to the old lady, "Mom, I'm here." "Yeah," the old lady responded without even looking at him. "Helyan Biming, are they still his biological children?" The old lady touched the little hands of the 3 people, and pinched their little feet. She liked them so much that she wanted to rush forward and kiss them. Helyan Biming pushed the wheelchair to the bed, and said with a headache, "Mom, who are they?" The old lady made a shushing gesture to him, and said in a low voice, "My little great-grandson." Helyan Biming was about to speak loudly, but his mother glared at him, and he died before he could accomplish his mission. He had to whisper, "Why don't I remember you have a little great-grandson? You just picked him up from the street, right?" The old lady's eyes flashed. "Nonsense. Who picked him up? Look. They look the same as Nyo Dan when they were young." Helyan Biming said calmly, "You got married at the age of 15. And you haven't seen what my father looked like when he was a child." The old lady was stuck. This matter is not a big deal, but it is not a small matter either. If the old lady really likes it, Helyan Biming can have some dealings with that family after consulting with the other family. But it is said that these children were lying at the back door of their own house for no reason, which is a bit intriguing. Did they get separated from their families? Or did someone deliberately place the children in a place where the old lady might pass by to attract her attention? The old lady is old and has madness, so there is no guarantee that no one will bet on her illness to see if she will be attracted by the children. After some consideration, Helyan Biming had already made a decision in his heart that these children could not be kept and should be sent back to where they were found. "I won't." The old lady used her body to protect the 3 little black eggs and prevented them from being taken away. Helyan Biming said, "They are so dark. They are not good looking at all." The old lady said without hesitation, "They are better looking than when you were a child." Helyan Biming, whose heart was stabbed 10,000 times by his own mother, said, "I am not as good as a few black eggs." It was a quarter of an hour later that the news reached Chishia Garden. At that time, the old lady was about to quarrel with Helyan Biming. The maid saw that something was wrong and hurried to find the eldest young master and the eldest young lady. But the servant said that the 2 had gone to Chishia Garden. "Young master, young lady, it's bad. Something happened to the old lady." The maid ran into the yard in a panic. Several people were sitting in the old man's room, studying the map of the female monarch's mansion drawn by Qi Yin and Jian Hai from memory. Hearing the sound, Qi Yin hurriedly put the map away. When the maid entered the room, everyone sat on the stool and drank tea quietly. "Maid, are you having a tea party? What's wrong?" Yuan asked seriously. The maid then remembered that she had come to see the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress for a serious matter, and hurriedly said, "Report to the eldest young master, the eldest young mistress. The old lady, and the general are arguing." They are quarreling over a few children from outside. Speak clearly. What children from outside? That's right. That's right. The maid scratched her head. And the more anxious she was, the more unclear her words became. We found a few fat kids at the back door of our east mansion. The old lady was ill, and took them back to the mansion. The general wanted to send them away, but the old lady refused. She insisted that they were her little great-grandchildren. Oh! Ridiculous. The old lady's little great-grandchildren can only be her 3 precious eggs. How could they be a few fat kids she met casually outside? Yuan put down her teacup and decided to meet those little guys, who were competing for favor with her and Yin Jiuqiao. Lead the way. A particularly cool tone. Yes. The maid turned and left the room. Yuan said confidently, Husband, wait for me here. I will be back soon. You don't need to show up for such a small matter. I can handle those little things pretending to be my great-grandsons by myself. What a joke. It's enough for the 2 of them to come to the house to recognize their relatives. Suddenly there are a few more little brats. Are they trying to steal their jobs? Yuan went there with murderous intent. As soon as she entered the old lady's room, she saw the old lady sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. I don't care. They are my great-grandsons. I won't give them to you. Oh no. The enemy's charm is very strong. Yuan narrowed her eyes, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed over in one step. She bypassed the old lady at lightning speed and came to the bed in a flash. You little. The little black eggs on the bed were awakened. Slowly opened their big watery eyes. Their eyelashes were as long as butterfly wings. And their eyes were confused and innocent. The 3 of them hummed, yawned, and stretched their bodies. Yuan was petrified instantly. Was I poisoned? How could I see my son? My son was clearly in Lotus Village thousands of miles away. The 3 little black eggs didn't know where they were. They raised their little heads, opened their big black eyes, twisted their bodies, and looked around on the top of the bed. Finally, they saw Yuan, who was stupidly standing in front of the bed. The eyes of the 3 little black eggs lit up, stood up from the bed, and threw themselves into Yuan's arms. Yuan endured the unbearable weight of life and almost fell out alive. Damn it. These children not only look like my son, but also have similar tonnage. Look! I said they were my little great-grandsons. The old lady who was throwing a tantrum on the ground suddenly pointed her finger at the 4 mothers and children who were hugging each other tightly. Helian Biming's eyes turned cold. Very good. These little guys are really well trained. After entering the house for 2/4 of an hour, they have completely confused the 2 hostesses in the house. Yin Jiuqiao stepped in. The reason why he came was because Awei came. Awei found a few little guys to find into the mansion. Combined with the maid's words, he almost guessed what was going on. Sure enough, those little guys are very good at finding, and they occupied their mother in a short time. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiao with tears in her eyes. Yin Jiuqiao. Did someone put a curse on me? Why do I feel that they look like my sons? Yin Jiuqiao glanced coldly at the little guys who were rubbing against Yuan's chest, and picked them up and said, What do you mean? That's it. Old lady, my little great-grandson is the most handsome boy in the imperial capital. No rebuttal. Chapter 352. A Happy Family. So this is true? Her son really came from afar to reunite with her? But how is this possible? Aren't they in Lotus Village? The old lady brought these little fat kids from the door. Awei is here, Yin Jiuqiao said. These 4 short words contain a huge amount of information. Awei is the master of the 3 little guys. He is here, which means he brought the 3 little guys here. Why did he bring them here? Yuan didn't have time to think about it for the time being. The sun she thought about day and night was in her arms at this moment. Her heart was about to melt, and her body was about to float. She hugged the 3 little guys, and kissed them on their little faces. The little black eggs shyly covered their little faces. The old lady at the side saw the scene, and her nose almost turned up to the sky with pride. Although it is a bit disrespectful to say this, the brain circuit of a madman is different from that of ordinary people. The logic that seems incomprehensible to ordinary people is completely valid for the old lady. Helian Biming guarantees that his mother did not think that the little great-grandchildren would be her good grandson's biological sons at first. She wanted to bring them back to her good grandson as sons. But now they are. She is not surprised at all. Just like a villain who has succeeded. Oh, that's it. I knew it earlier. How smart I am. You are all big idiots. This is not the first time that Hellion Biming has encountered such a situation. His mother has been crazier and more inexplicable. This time is not bad. What he wonders is what is going on. Are they really your sons? He looked at Yin Jiuchu. Yin Jiuchu said nothing, but just took a little black egg from Yuan's arms and held it to his face. The little black egg opened his eyes innocently. Hellion Biming took a closer look. Isn't this just a tan version of Yin Jiuchao? It's impossible that they are not biological children. After all, no one in the world can really look so alike. Both brothers were rubbing against their mother's arms, and only he was pulled up by his father. Xiaobao expressed resentment. Yin Jiuchu patted his buttocks, and he became even more resentful. You are so old and still spanked. Wait until I grow up. Yuan brought the youngest son over, and had a good time with the little guys, and began to introduce the old lady and Hellion Biming to them. This is your great-grandmother, and this is your great-grandfather. Hellion Biming's appearance really doesn't look like a grandfather. Hellion Biming thought they wouldn't call him, and in fact they didn't call him, but nodded politely. They are calling great-grandfather. Yuan was worried that Hellion Biming didn't understand, so she explained it for them. Hellion Biming didn't know that the three little guys couldn't talk, and thought they were shy. He hummed heavily, and then he was silent. After a while, he whispered to the maid beside him, Am I old? The maid was stunned and stammered, You don't look old. Hellion Biming's face darkened. Yuan chuckled. This uncle, who looked like he had seen through the world, actually cared about others saying he was old? How could he be old? He was still very young. But her parents, Shang Wanyin and Xiao Shinting, were also very young, and they all had first-class good looks. So it was not difficult for the little guy to accept a handsome grandfather. The child didn't really understand what the great-grandmother meant, but from the attitude of his parents, he could vaguely understand that they were family members, like the grandmothers and grandfathers in Lianhua village. The three little black eggs were very good at trying to please the great-grandmother. Children who don't recognize their parents are so cute. The old lady took out the candy she had hidden and gave them to her little great-grandson with a smile. Give them all. Give them all. Hellion Biming's face turned black as the bottom of a pot. Mom, you actually hid so many candies. The old lady had a new fun again. She was so happy that she didn't want to sleep. It happened that the children had just taken a nap and were not sleepy at this time. The old man and the three children started eating in the house. I don't know what the old lady did. Yuan walked out of the yard and suddenly heard a row of pig-like laughter from her own sons in the house. This devilish laughter made Yuan stagger. Yuan thought she was the most out of control. And then she looked at the paralyzed uncle next to her, who stood up with a look of horror. Hellion Biming, my legs hurt after standing for a while. Ha ha ha. The old lady laughed like a hero. And I don't know what she was laughing at. The veins on Hellion Biming's forehead were throbbing. Although his mother was not normal before, she became more and more abnormal after this family came. Yuan pushed Hellion Biming's wheelchair to Qixia Garden. Away and Qingyan had finished fighting, and both of them had bruises on their faces. This matter has to start with Away looking for the children. He washed the dishes in the kitchen and came out with a clean big bowl to squeeze goat milk for several little apprentices. The three of them had the habit of drinking goat milk before going to bed. As a result, Away found that the sheep was missing, and several little apprentices were also missing. Away used the poisonous insect to track the breath of the three people, and came to the back door of the east mansion of the Hellion family. The Poryu was forgotten by the old lady at the door, so it was impossible to steal without being discovered. After all, who would steal things and leave the stolen goods outside the door? Away entered the mansion. He was wearing a strange robe and covered his face with a black scarf. Qingyan didn't recognize him, and he didn't recognize Qingyan, who was disguised and planned to go to the lady's mansion to spy on information. The two of them fought, and that's how it turned out. Both of them had cotton stuffed in their noses to stop bleeding, and their foreheads were rubbed with purple golden medicine made by Lao Tzuedo, which looked very funny. Several people asked Away what happened, why he appeared here with three little guys, and what he had experienced along the way. Away was angry. Angry that Grandma only took the two of them, and not himself when she left. So he didn't say anything at this time, and acted like a sawmouth gourd. But if he didn't tell me how many people there were, wouldn't we guess? The children must have cried to see me. And Away was soft-hearted, so he sent them thousands of miles to reunite with me. Yuan thought to herself, Away is such a good man. Away must have been worried that we would be soft-hearted towards Awan and Jiuchao. So he kidnapped the little guys. Qin Yan said to himself. Awei is such a good teammate. The villain Awei, who was given 2 good guy cards in a row. After returning from the Gu temple, Awei took off his large robe as a Gu master and put on the short coat he usually wore in the village to make cooking and housework easier. He also changed the lightest and most breathable clothes for his 3 apprentices. Therefore, if he didn't tell them what they had experienced along the way, the people in the room would never guess that one of the 4 masters and apprentices was a Gu master, and the other 3 were the youngest Gu masters in the history of Nanzhao. But they would know soon, because Yugo and Jianghai went to carry Awei's luggage. The luggage contained not only the robes of Gu masters and Gu masters, but also the jade cards symbolizing their identities and ranks. Since he was not a suspicious person, Helian Biming returned to his own yard with peace of mind. When he passed by the old lady's yard, he wanted to greet his mother, but was persuaded by the domineering laughter. When Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao left Qixia Garden and went back to the old lady's yard to rest, the old lady Xiong Batian had already fallen asleep at the head of the bed. The old lady didn't sleep well, and it was especially difficult to fall asleep. After Yin Jiuqiao came, she looked at Yin Jiuqiao twice every night and could fall asleep more peacefully than before. After the little black eggs came, they fell asleep while playing, and the 3 little black eggs were still energetic. The great-grandmother is asleep. Let's not disturb her. Yuan made a small gesture to her sons. She picked up one. Yin Jiuqiao picked up 2, and went back to their room together. Fuling and Zissa came to bathe the 3 little guys and changed their clothes. The 3 of them rolled around on the bed with their bare buttocks. Zissa couldn't hold them down, so Fuling put on their clothes quickly, 1 in each hand. Yuan also washed and went into the house. The 3 people who were noisy before suddenly became obedient like 3 little sheep, lying flat and covering themselves with a small quilt. Zissou almost suspected that she was dazzled. It's only been a few days since we last met. The young master's skills have improved again. Fuling and Zissou left. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao got on the bed, and the 3 little guys slept between them. Tabea next to Yuan, and Xiaobao next to Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan looked at them sideways and gently stroked the little foreheads of the 3 people. Be good. Understand? The 3 people nodded cutely. To show friendship, Xiaobao also hugged his father's arm. Father is kind and son is filial. Yuan rewarded Xiaobao with a big kiss with satisfaction. After turning off the lights, the room was dark. Xiaobao decisively pulled back his hand and kicked his father. However, if he could be kicked by him, he would not be Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao grabbed the kid's foot accurately and tickled the sole of his foot with his fingertips. Ha ha. Xiaobao laughed like a pig. Yuan said seriously, Xiaobao, go to sleep. Woohoo. Bad daddy tickled my foot. Xiaobao, I want to talk. I want to complain. Chapter 353 The Resentful Xiaobao. Xiaobao was betrayed by his father, and became the only naughty baby who didn't sleep well. Xiaobao felt bitter, wronged, and resentful. The resentful Xiaobao threw his butt to his father, and fell asleep angrily. Yin Jiuqiao curled the little boy who was sulking with him into his arms, and closed his eyes to sleep. A family of 5 had a good night's sleep. Before dawn, the old lady suddenly woke up from her sleep. Where is my little great-grandson? Here. Here. The maid came over with her shoes on. You sleep for a while. I'll go and bring him over. The old lady looked at the gray sky, said oh, and fell asleep again. The panic-stricken maid. Last night, Qin Yan and Jianghai went to help Awei, and the 3 little guys get their things. Awei didn't tell them who the house belonged to, so the 2 thought that Awei rented it. Thinking of the hardships they had gone through, they both thought that Awei and the little guys had suffered a lot, and secretly vowed that no matter what the grudges were, they must treat Awei well. Awei deliberately put the Gu Master's robe in the box, and no one went to look through his box. It was the 3 little black eggs, who were used to wearing that cool and awesome robe every day, and ran into Awei's house, turned out their own robes and put them on, which made the 4 masters and apprentices fall into the trap. West City, August 17th. Grand Gu Master. Gu Master. Gu Master. Gu Master? U City, August 30th. Grand Gu Master. Grand Gu Master. Grand Gu Master? Gu Palace, September 15th. 7-foot Gu Master. 7-foot Gu Master. 7-foot Gu Master? Qin Yan gritted his teeth as he read the pile of jade cards that could scare a bunch of officials out of the box. He was not surprised, but angry. They had suffered so much along the way, and even put 2 young men in jail. They thought that Away had a harder journey than them. But look, this kid passed the exam to become a Grand Goo Master in West City. Don't they know what the Grand Goo Master is treated like? These guys are well-fed, and were carried into the imperial capital in golden sedan chairs. He didn't say it. They felt guilty all night. So angry. Qing Yan was furious. I don't want to care about you. Yugo nodded innocently. I don't want to care about you either. The old man clenched the dagger. Don't be impulsive. Don't draw the knife. Of course, the little black eggs didn't understand that the adults were so angry that they wanted to kill people. These small cards, and the small black robes on their bodies seemed to be very great things. People on the road would be very polite to them when they saw them. The little black eggs looked at the people in the room cutely. Everyone also looked at them. The only consolation was that the children didn't suffer. But it didn't seem like they suffered. After all, they were fatter than before they left. In addition to the robes and jade cards, Qing Yan also found a stack of house deeds and land deeds from the box. And countless blinding gold. It's okay to eat and drink well, but even have real estate and gold. Damn. I want to kill Away even more. Because they were too jealous of Away. Their brains were short-circuited. And they didn't realize for a while that they could enter Goo Mountain with Goo Lao. Looking at the elders' love-hate eyes, the little black eggs frowned innocently. The world of adults is so complicated. The little black eggs went to the next yard to find their great-grandmother. Yuan took Yin Jiocho back to the house. The poison in Yin Jiocho's body could not be completely suppressed by taking medicine alone. And he needed to use the acupuncture of Old Chui. Fortunately, Yuan's acupuncture skills had been perfected by the dedication of the iron-blooded men in Lianhua village. When she acupunctured Yin Jiocho, she only mispunctured 70, 80 or 90 acupoints, which was very accurate. Looking at Yin Jiocho, who fainted after being pierced by her, Yuan put away the gold needle in dismay, pretending that it was not her who pierced. At this point, everyone finally realized what the jade pendants on the table meant. But the first one to react was not Qing Yan, the think tank among the group, but the silly Yugo. Qing Yan and Away were staring at each other, when Yugo suddenly pointed at the 3 Goo Lao jade cards on the table and said, "What does the 7 Zhang Goo Lao mean? Is he stronger than the Goo Lao in the lady's mansion?" Everyone was shocked as if struck by thunder. Qing Yan grabbed the jade cards on the table. 1, 2, 3 Goo Lao? They have 3 Goo Lao? Yes. He just read these jade cards. But he was angry and didn't think about it. As for the test of Goo Lao, several people have heard more or less. It is to perform goo magic in a passage full of poisonous goo. The deeper you go, the stronger the poisonous goo. Ordinary people can only walk 3 or 4 zhang at most. 7 zhang is really not something that ordinary people can walk naturally. They don't believe in the saying of Goo God's blessing, because they understand what this is like better than anyone else. Yuan holds the Nanzhao holy object in her hand. The little guys are probably with Yuan for a long time, and have been tainted with the aura of the holy object. The Goo Masters cannot detect these auras, but the Goo insects cannot fail to sense them. It would be strange if they dare to approach the 3 of them. Now that he has the identity of Goo Lao, the plan can be changed. Originally, he planned to wait for the female monarch's mansion to seize the snow toad first, and then steal it from them. This is certainly a method. But there is great uncertainty. What if the female monarch's mansion hides the things tightly, and they can't find them? Or the snow toad has already recognized the master before they arrive? Then they will fail. Old Chui went to the old lady's yard to guard the sleeping Yin Jiocho. Yuan, Jiang Hai, and Away's family sat in the old man's room to discuss the next big plan. Yuan looked at the old man and said, "Grandma, now that we have the Goo Lao jade card, can we also enter Goo Mountain?" The old man nodded. It's not that simple. Goo Mountain is a forbidden area of Nanzhao. Just like the Goo Palace, only Goo Masters are allowed to approach it. Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. Grandma means that only Away and the others can go? That's not possible. Not to mention that she couldn't bear to let the little guys take risks. She was also worried about leaving Away alone in the mountains. It's not just them who are planning to get the snow toad. There's also the Lady King's mansion. If he runs into someone from the Lady King's mansion, Away will be in danger. If she had to gamble with Away's life, she would rather steal from the lady's mansion. The old man thought for a while. Unless we can find a way to hide it from the world. This means that he wants to disguise himself as a Goo Master. Everyone looked at All Wei in unison. All Wei suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The old man said, "Pack up and go and take more Goo Master's jade cards later." All Wei, who was ruthlessly enslaved on the first day of the reunion. After the conversation, Qin Yan led All Wei to find different Goo Master guilds, and Yuan returned to the old lady's yard. The three little guys were not there, so the old lady took them to the pavilion to learn to play leaf cards. The old lady thought that the triplets were really good, and from then on, they would not lack corners in playing cards. Yuan went to Yan Jiucha in her room. Old Chui fell asleep on the table. Yuan came to the bed, but found that Yan Jiucha, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, had disappeared. Yuan woke up Old Chui. "Where is Yan Jiucha?" Old Chui rubbed his eyes, looking confused. "Isn't he lying there? Look for yourself," Yuan said. Old Chui looked at them and was stunned. They were all here just now. I didn't take a long nap." Yuan squinted at him. "Do you remember how long you took a nap?" Old Chui said guiltily. "Well, that's true. But he is so old. He won't get lost?" asked the maids in the yard. "Someone should have seen him." Yuan asked a little maid who was pruning branches in the yard, "Have you seen the young master?" The little maid bowed and said, to reply to the young lady, "I saw him. The young master just went out. He said he wanted to walk alone and didn't let us follow him." Yuan nodded and asked her, "Which direction did you go?" "That way." The little maid pointed to the back door of the East Mansion. Yuan went to the back door. Yan Jiuchao didn't avoid anyone on purpose. He just wanted to go out for a walk after sleeping for a long time. He didn't expect that he would walk out of the house while walking. So they are father and son. Even their ability to walk is surprisingly the same. The only difference is that Yan Jiuchao remembered the way home. But he was not in a hurry to go back. He shuttled through the alleys. At first, there were deep mansions all around. After walking for a while, he entered the commercial district and saw rows of shops and busy streets. The noise came over him. Yan Jiucha paused. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting for candied haws. He walked over. Nanjia's candied haws are not stuck on sticks, but placed on trays. There are more varieties than those in Dazhou. In addition to rock candy haws, there are also rock candy oranges, rock candy dates, rock candy grapes, rock candy yams. "Sir, my candied haws are the cleanest and most delicious. Look at this string." The vendor smiled and picked up a rock candy grape. Yan Jiucha said disdainfully, "It's too ugly. I don't want it." Vendor. Yan Jiuchao carefully selected them. He rarely bought things in person, but when he did, he would choose very carefully. As he was carrying the rouge, a large carriage stopped across the street. He turned his back to the carriage and didn't notice anything, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Father, wait for me here. I'll go see if the rouge I ordered for my mother is ready." It was the little princess of the Nujuan mansion. "Father," she said. Yan Jiuchao's hand holding a string of candied dates suddenly stopped. The vendor asked, "Sir, do you want to buy this string?" 10 cents. The little princess jumped off the carriage and went to the rouge shop. Yan Jiuchao threw down the candied dates in his hand and turned to walk towards the carriage. The vendor was stunned. "Hey, sir, you don't want it?" Yan Jiuchao was filled with a huge murderous aura, and stepped on the sedan chair and got on the carriage without thinking twice. "Who are you?" The driver was stunned by this sudden scene, and had no time to stop him. Yan Jiuchao had already opened the curtain. Yan Jiuchao looked at the prince consort in the carriage, and the prince consort also looked at him. Chapter 354 Father and Son Meet. Everyone in Nanjiao knows that the consort of the lady's mansion is a low-key person. Unlike the little princess, who wants to show off the emperor's ceremonial guards when she goes out, the consort does not even have a guard accompanying her. His clothes are also very simple. He is not like the brocade clothes of ordinary noble families. He only wears a dark blue long gown. He is holding a book and sitting on a cushioned couch. His posture is upright, and his figure is thin and tall. He has a pair of slender jade-like hands, which are the hands of a scholar. The fingertips seem to smell the fragrance of books. The sun shines in lightly and falls on his silver mask. Yan Jiuchao had learned about the description of the consort from Bai Xiaosheng, so he was not surprised to see the mask, but was more certain of his identity. Yan Jiuchao looked at him without blinking, and he also looked at Yan Jiuchao without blinking. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became a little weird. Yan Jiuchao broke in for his own purpose. But the prince consort passively accepted the scene, and did not show the slightest panic. The prince consort sat there quietly, with a temperament as beautiful as water and jade, but his eyes showed shock that he did not even notice. Yin Jiuqiao naturally caught his strangeness, which was not because of a daring stranger who broke into the carriage. It was a kind of look that Yin Jiuqiao could not describe. Yin Jiuqiao felt as if his blood was flowing backwards. "Hey! Who are you? Where did you come from? Madman? Who allowed you to trespass into my master's carriage?" The coachman, who was shocked by Yin Jiuqiao's wave of operations, finally came to his senses. He hurried to lift the curtain and was about to pull Yin Jiuqiao out, but was pushed down by Yin Jiuqiao. Ouch! The coachman fell on his back. Even when Yin Jiuqiao was pushing him, his eyes were fixed on the face of the prince consort. Neither of the two grown men spoke. The deadlock caused by the coachman seemed to make the atmosphere even more weird, and even a little frozen. At this moment, Yin Jiuqiao suddenly stepped forward and took off the mask on his face. But the little princess went to the shop to see the rouge customized for the lady. All the people in the shop put down their work to serve her, and the customers were cleared out. She was the only buyer left in the huge shop. The little princess didn't think it was wrong. The lady's birthday was coming soon. The little princess originally planned to send Lingji to the lady, but the first Wushan Lingji that the two brothers of the Tohelian family bought at a high price was destroyed, and the second red Lingji was snatched away by someone else. She was furious. In desperation, her father gave her an idea, saying that the lady's rouge was almost used up. So she asked her to send a new box. "How could a lady like you have all the rouge you need? You just use it to appease your children. But as long as it's given by children, the lady will like any gift. This is a rouge shop, a century-old brand in the imperial capital. It is rumored that it has a secret recipe that has been passed down from generation to generation. The rouge made is not only fine in texture, good in color, and fragrant, but also has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. It is more popular than the palace rouge. In fact, the princess' husband accidentally gave her a box of powder from this shop. The princess and the princess' husband were deeply in love. Since then, the princess's table has never been free of things from this shop. The princess was very concerned about the progress of the rouge. In order to show her love for her mother, she did not ask her subordinates to come to the shop every day to urge her, which made the shop panic and almost had no intention of doing other business. But would the princess care about these? She only cared about her mother's birthday gift. In fact, a box of rouge can be shipped in one day and one night if it is really rushed. But this princess is a difficult person to serve. If you ship it quickly, she will think you are perfunctory and not conscientious. If you ship it slowly, she will suspect that you are slacking off. It's just that the latter is easier to get by with. The boss said, "Princess, look, this Master Chen is the master of our shop. He has been improving the new formula for you these days, striving to make it the best. These boxes are all the ones he made but was not satisfied with. Take a look." How could the little princess understand this? She pretended to look at it and said coldly, "How can one master be enough? Is there no one in your shop? I think you don't want to do business with this princess." The boss hurriedly said, "Princess, you are too polite. How could we not want to do business with you? It's like this. The master of our shop is not in the imperial capital. There is only Master Chen. Aren't newbies afraid that the things they make are not good enough? People have already rushed to invite those masters." The little princess snorted. "That's about right. Anyway, the rouge I want must not have any mistakes. The color, style, and smell must meet my requirements. Do you understand?" The boss nodded and bowed. Yes, 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 little princess. Please rest assured that the rouge made for you is made with the best materials and will not disappoint you." The young princess threatened, "If you dare to cheat, I will sack your whole family." The owner was terrified. "No, no, I dare not even if I have 100 guts." After warning the store owner, the young princess got on the car at a leisurely pace. The driver's face was swollen and his body was dirty. The young princess looked at him with disdain. "What's the matter? How can you serve my father like this?" The driver said aggrievedly, "Just now a madman broke into the carriage and pushed the servant down. Is my father okay?" The young princess hurriedly lifted the curtain. The mask has returned to the face of the prince consort. The prince consort sat in the carriage and looked at her with a smile. "I'm fine. Nanjiao in September is neither cold nor hot. and the climate is pleasant. But somehow, this afternoon, it suddenly became a little hot. Yuan was walking in the alleys. She was worried that Yan Jiuqiao was feeling uncomfortable again and was hiding in a deserted place. Because she had found him once when he was hiding in the mansion. He simply hid far away. Yuan didn't know that she was being too suspicious. Although she had acupunctured the wrong acupuncts, the effect was not to be underestimated. Yan Jiuqiao was not feeling uncomfortable at the moment. At least not physically. Husband. Yuan finally saw him. He was standing under a desolate eaves, looking up at the sky, not knowing what he was looking at. He didn't respond when he heard Yuan's voice. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the few needles she had just given him had made him stupid? No. She didn't pierce his brain. Husband? Yuan walked over and called him in a low voice tentatively. The low voice didn't work, so she raised the volume again. Husband. I'm not deaf, Yan Jiuqiao said, looking at the blue sky. Yuan curled her lips strangely. If you're not deaf, why don't you pay attention to me? Yuan followed his gaze to the sky and asked in confusion, why did you come out? What are you looking at? Just walking around and looking around, Yan Jiuqiao said calmly. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? I've only learned that set of acupuncture not long ago, so I'm not very good at it. Let old Chui take a look at you when we go back. The damned old Chui refused to treat Yan Jiuqiao directly, and insisted that he had sworn a poisonous oath at the beginning. Now, she, a half-baked Chinese medicine practitioner, was forced to do it temporarily. Yan Jiuqiao didn't respond to her. This means that she didn't want to go back and let old Chui see her. Yuan felt that she had been married to Yan Jiuqiao for such a long time, and they had hardly separated. The two of them were in love with each other, and she should know him very well. But he still often made her unable to see through him. For example, at this moment, he was looking at the sky like a fool, and Yuan didn't get what he was doing at all. Yan Jiuqiao said, I just saw the prince consort. His tone was as calm as water, as if he was saying, I saw a bag of cabbage today. Oh, Yuan was stunned. What did you say? Who did you see? Yuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. No one could maintain this reaction when seeing someone who was suspected to be their biological father. The prince consort, Yan Jiuqiao said. His tone did not change at all. Yuan was even more surprised. This time she was sure that she had not heard wrongly. He really saw the prince consort. But his reaction was too calm. She had already been shocked. Otherwise, why did she think he was standing here? Could she really see a flower in the sky? Yuan had also seen the prince consort once, but she didn't know that he was the prince consort that time. She didn't know how Yan Jiuqiao was sure. Yuan didn't ask this, but asked, did he see you? Yes. He did. Did he say anything? No. Did he say anything? Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She thought about it and finally decided to express the biggest doubt in her heart. Is he the king of Yan? Really? Really? Chapter 355 The Angry Little Treasure. Yan Jiuqiao recalled the face he saw when he took off the other person's mask in the carriage. The first thing he saw was a scar that spanned half of his left face. The scar looked quite old. The reason why it didn't heal was definitely not because of the lack of medicine. After all, he was the son-in-law of the emperor, and the best medicine in Nanzhao could be handed to him. It could only be that the injury was too deep at the time, so that no medicine could cure it. At that moment, Yan Jiuqiao forgot to think about who he was. As early as the Great Zhou dynasty, Yan Jiuqiao heard by Xiaosheng mention that the son-in-law of Nanzhao wore a mask all year round. It was rumored that it would damage his appearance. He naturally didn't believe it, but he didn't expect it to be true. Of course, he finally saw the other person's face clearly, even with that hideous and ugly scar. He looks. Yan Jiuqiao stopped thinking, raised his hand, covered half of his face, and asked Yuan, if I look like this, can you still recognize me? Yuan nodded in surprise. I can recognize you even if you cover it up completely. Why do you ask? I think so too, Yan Jiuqiao said. Huh? Yuan was even more confused. She found that since she asked whether the Nanzhao prince consort was the king of Yan, her husband's words became strange and unpredictable. It was not strange to think about it. If the prince consort was the king of Yan, he was still alive, which was a good thing. But he abandoned his wife, which was unacceptable. If the prince consort was not the king of Yan, then the king of Yan did not betray them, mother and son. Even if this was the belief in Yan Jiuqiao's heart, It also cut off the last glimmer of hope. He must be very conflicted in his heart. After all, that was his father whom he always respected. Yin Jiocha actually didn't think as much as Yuan did. He was already grown up, and was no longer the child who chased after his father all day. At this point, all he wanted was the truth. He said, although that face has changed a lot, with scars and traces of time. I won't make a mistake. Yuan looked at him quickly. What he meant was, Yin Jiocha sighed and said, it's my father's face. For some reason, Yuan was not as shocked as she imagined when she heard such an answer. Perhaps in her heart, she had already tended to believe that the son-in-law was the king of Yin. She said in a normal tone, then why didn't you say anything? Didn't he see you? Yin Jiocha looked at a dark cloud floating in the sky and said, he saw me, but he didn't seem to know me. Or maybe he didn't recognize me. Yin Jiocha was only 8 years old when the king of Yin left. Now, 15 or 16 years have passed. Yin Jiocha looks very different from his childhood. It's not surprising that he didn't recognize him at once. But, people who have seen the king of Yin say that Yin Jiocha looks exactly like the king of Yin when he was young. Didn't the king of Yin have any thoughts when he saw someone so similar to himself? Didn't he guess that it was his son who appeared? Or has the prince of Yin long forgotten him, and started a new life with the little princess? Also, why was his face destroyed? Yuan couldn't figure out all of this. But she didn't have to figure it out. They were all in the imperial capital, and the truth would come out one day. She held Yin Jiocha's hand. It's getting late. Let's go home. Yin Jiocha didn't say anything. But when Yuan pulled him back, he didn't resist. The two went to Qixia Garden first. Old Chui stood at the gate of the courtyard with his head on his hips. He caught a glimpse of two figures walking not far away, and hurriedly bit a big pig's hoof and said, I said nothing would happen. Isn't it back? Old Chui rolled his eyes as if relieved, and went back to the house while biting the pig's hoof. The old man and Jiang Hai saw that the two had returned intact, and turned back to the house without saying a word. Uncle. Yuan smiled and greeted Hellion Biming, who didn't have time to disappear in the first place. I came to see a few children. They are not here. So I left. Hellion Biming said expressionlessly, pushing the wheelchair out of the yard. Yuan saw through it, but didn't say anything. She smiled and shook Yin Jiocha's hand. Everyone is worried about you. Yin Jiocha said coldly, who asked them to worry? Yuan looked at his slightly red ear tips, and curled her lips. At dinner, Wei and Qin Yin returned home. They had obtained all the jade cards they needed. To avoid being exposed, Qin Yin took Wei to several different Gu Master guilds. Fortunately, there was no such thing as face recognition in ancient times. But it was necessary to press handprints. This was not difficult for Qin Yin. Long before leaving, he had printed the handprints of several people with dough. When pressing the handprints, Wei only needed to be quick and nimble to conceal the truth. Wei naturally lived up to everyone's expectations. After dinner, Yin Jiocha went to take a medicinal bath, and Yuan went to Grandma's house to discuss the matter of entering Gu Mountain with Grandma. Yuan asked, where is the snow toad in Gu Mountain? The old man said, I don't know. We have to look for it. Yuan paused. Is it really in Gu Mountain? The old man said, yes. Someone has seen it in Gu Mountain, but no one has been able to get it so far. First, its whereabouts are strange. And second, it sleeps all year round and only wakes up once every 3 years. As for how long it wakes up, it depends on its mood. Yuan asked again, will it be easier to find it when it is awake? The old man nodded. It will look for food when it is awake. We can lure it out with bait, which will be much better than our aimless search. Yuan understood after hearing this. The Gu worm is so small that its breath will become weaker when it falls asleep. Finding it in the vast Gu Mountain is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is different to let it fall into the trap. With their strength, Yuan believes that as long as it is willing to show up, it will definitely not escape their grasp. But there is still a question, Grandma. When was it last awake? The old man said, it happened to be 3 years ago. The Lady King's mansion must have calculated the time of its awakening. So they thought of a way to attack it recently. I found out something. Qin Yin suddenly spoke. What is it? Yuan asked. Qin Yin said, today, I went to the Gu Master Guild with Wei, and heard a piece of news that Ming the Gu Master of the Lady King's mansion has also passed the examination for the 7-foot Gu Master. I think they are also ready to enter Gu Mountain. Yuan was not surprised by the news. After all, Dong Xianer had reminded her in Juxian Tower that the great Gu master in the lady's mansion might have the strength of Gu Lao. Yuan pondered. What we can think of, they may not be unable to think of. When both sides send out bait, it is hard to say who will be fooled by the snow toad. At worst, we can just rob it, Jiang Hai said stubbornly. This is a helpless retreat. The little princess needs the snow toad to keep her position as the lady. And they need the snow toad to cure Yin Jiuchao's poison. No one can give in. The old man looked at the sky and said, It will rain today and tomorrow. So it is not suitable to enter Gu Mountain. The earliest they can go is the day after tomorrow. Qing Yan made the decision and said, Then we will also set off the day after tomorrow. Female Lord's Mansion. Female Lord has learned that there are 3 7-Zhang young Gu masters in Gu Palace. She feels a sense of crisis. She is the one who should be blessed by the Gu God. Now there are 3 more. She feels that she seems not so special. However, she did not worry about it for long. She is a person who wants to be a monarch. Her mind should be as broad as the sea. It is a good thing to have the Gu God bless her people. She is the way of heaven. And they are children born in accordance with the way of heaven. When she ascends the throne one day, she will definitely use them. As for the moment, there are things that concern her more than a few young Gu masters. Lord Meng, how are you preparing for this trip to Gu Mountain? If you need anything else, please tell me. She looked at the man standing in the middle of the flower hall and said. Meng Gu said, Everything is ready. The bait is ready. The accompanying Gu master and guards are also decided. I will leave the day after tomorrow. Your Highness, just wait for my good news. The lady smiled with satisfaction. When I become the king, I will appoint you as the national master. The national masters of all dynasties were priests. And Gu masters have never had this honor. Meng Gu Lao was flattered. And he bowed and said, I am terrified. The queen held up his hand and said, As long as you help me get the Gu queen, you will be my trusted minister. And you are the right person to be the national teacher. Meng Gu Lao took a step back, lifted his skirt and knelt on one knee. I, Meng Qi, swear here that I will find the snow toad for your highness. The queen smiled with relief. Meng Gu Lao was the highest ranking Gu Lao in Nanzhao. Although there were 3 7-Zhang young Gu Lao, they would not go to Gu Mountain to compete with them for the Gu queen. Second, they were still young. As a 7-Zhang Gu Lao, Meng Qi was of course more experienced. So the Gu queen would definitely be Meng Qi's. The queen believed it without a doubt. As Grandma said, it rained lightly at night. The 3 little black kids knelt on the bed in a pretentious manner, with their faces buried in the pillows and their butts raised high, looking like they were afraid of the rain. Yuan almost laughed herself to death. That night, Xiaobao squeezed out his 2 brothers and successfully occupied the position closest to the inside of the bed, where Yuan slept. Finally, I can get rid of my stinky daddy. Xiaobao twisted his butt proudly. After turning off the lights, the room became dark, and Yuan and Yin Jiuchao got on the bed. Xiaobao looked at the figure passing by the 3 of them and lying down, and he rushed over without saying a word. After he rushed over, he found something wrong. He opened his big black eyes and stood there in a daze, until a low laugh came from above his head. Oh my god! I hit the wrong target. Xiaobao's hair exploded. Chapter 356 Little Fatty Speaks. It rained for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, the weather was fine and the sky was clear. Xixia Garden packed up and prepared to leave. The few young Gu masters did not need to take risks. They only needed to send the Gu masters to the Gu Palace. Then, they would go to Gu Mountain on the pretext that the young Gu masters were looking for poisonous insects to make Gu. Grandma, can I go? Yuan asked before leaving. The old man said, You can go to the Gu Palace, but you can't go to Gu Mountain. Why? Your Gu King will have an impact on the snow toad, so you better not be there. Yuan nodded. Then I'll send them there and come back. Although the snow toad wakes up every 3 years, no one can tell when it will wake up. Even if it wakes up, it will take a long time to spread bait all over the vast Gu Mountain. Yuan handed over the pack bag. This is half a month's worth of dry food. 1 for each person. I have prepared it all. There are 3 water bags. You must find a water source as soon as possible after entering Gushan. Don't worry. Qing Yin took the bag and gave it to Jian Hai. Yuego went away, and kept 1 for himself. Only this girl is worrying about nothing. Can these rough men starve themselves to death in the deep mountains and old forests? However, since it was prepared by Yuan herself, they still cherished it. The people from the Lady King's mansion also had to go into the mountains, and there was a high possibility that the two sides would meet. For this reason, Yuan specially asked Lao Tsuedo to change the appearance of Jianhai, Shi Yan and Yuego. As for Wei, although Menggu Lao had seen him once in Gudyan, he didn't know that he was in the same group with them. Yuan's guess was right. As soon as she sent Wei and his party into Gushan, the carriage of the Lady King's mansion arrived at Gudyan. She got on the carriage with her son in her arms, and opened a gap in the curtain to look out. Menggu Lao also noticed the carriage that suddenly appeared in the Gu Palace, and called a waiter from the Gu Palace to ask what happened. The waiter said, "Little Gu Lao wants to make Gu," and asked the Gu masters to catch insects for them. The poisonous insects in Gu Mountain are of course much better than those outside. Menggu Lao did not doubt anything, and led the 3 Gu masters, who accompanied him into Gu Mountain. Yuan took her son back to Helian Mansion. When they were halfway there, the 3 little black eggs were attracted by the sound of selling candied haws. The 3 little heads squeezed on the car window. Drooling, Yuan asked the coachman to stop the carriage on the side of the road, rubbed the heads of the 3 little guys and said, "Mom will go down to buy candied haws. You guys should be good in the carriage. Don't run around. Understand?" The 3 of them nodded cutely. Yuan got off the carriage and walked to the shop selling candied haws. She ordered 3 bunches of candied haws, candied dates, candied oranges, and candied grapes. She also saw that the shop was selling small glutinous rice dumplings. The white dumplings were coated with a layer of yellow fine sugar powder. She tasted it and found that the taste was somewhat similar to the donkey rolls she had eaten in her previous life, but without the red bean paste filling. Yuan ordered 5 boxes. 1 for her grandmother, 1 for her uncle, 1 for the 3 little ones, 1 for Yin Jiuqiao, and the last box was for Poria Cocos and Perilla. Seeing that she bought a lot, the shopkeeper gave her another box. Yuan walked towards the carriage with a lot of food, but unexpectedly met an uninvited guest. "Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. A country bumpkin." A girl in pink clothes walked towards Yuan arrogantly. Who else could it be but the extremely noble little princess of the female monarch's mansion? The little princess came to check the progress of Rouge again today. This shop selling candied haws and snacks happened to be opened opposite the Rouge shop. They ran into each other unexpectedly. However, it was fate to run into each other in the 12 hours of the day. As for whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was unknown. Today, both of them were wearing women's clothes. The little princess knew that she was a young wife who came to live with her relatives in a small county, so she was not surprised. Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to her, which in her eyes meant that Yuan did not recognize her. She smiled proudly. "Why? I changed back into women's clothes, and you didn't recognize me?" Yuan said bluntly. "With your poor disguise skills, I'm afraid you can't fool anyone except yourself." "You?" The little princess choked with anger. "How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Yuan smiled faintly. "Do you know who I am?" The little princess snorted coldly. "Of course I know. Aren't you the village woman who came to the countryside to recognize her relatives? Do you really think that you are a member of the Hellion family after entering the door? A pheasant can't turn into a phoenix. The clay Buddha thinks he is a big Buddha. Don't make a fool of yourself again." Yuan listened to her words, and laughed instead of getting angry. "Are you talking about me? Or yourself? It's true that I came to the countryside to recognize my relatives. At least I recognize my relatives. How come I heard that you, the princess, are not the biological child of the lady and the prince consort? I am a pheasant. What are you? The princess? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? My mother is the princess of Nanzhao." The little princess was most bothered by people saying that she was not her parents' biological child, although her parents loved her enough. She was so angry that she said something irresponsible, and even brought up the female monarch. If it were someone else, they might be scared. But Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids. Really? The princess of Nanzhao raised such a bullying daughter? The little princess's breath stagnated, who bullied others. Yuan looked into her eyes calmly. "Isn't it? I have no grudges against the princess. But the princess scolded me as soon as she saw me, as if she wanted to cut me into pieces to relieve her hatred. Excuse me, princess, if this is not bullying others?" The little princess was choked speechless by Yuan. Many onlookers gradually gathered around. If she continued to hold her, she would be convicted of bullying others. Damn it! It was obviously she who provoked me first. Her husband broke her Wuxian Ganoderma lucidum. And she stole her red Ganoderma lucidum. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. But she made it unreasonable. How could this woman be so good at talking? Nothing. I'll go first. Yuan nodded politely, and got on the carriage with her things. The little princess was so angry that she didn't even go to the roost shop, and got on the carriage back home with a gloomy face. This little episode did not affect Yuan's mood. Yuan took the three little guys back to the mansion. The three little guys took candied haws and glutinous rice balls to find the old lady. Yuan gave the rest to Helian Biming, kept one for her husband, and gave some to Perilla and Poria. She didn't eat sweets herself. Yin Jiuqiao had just taken the medicine and was sleeping under the effect of the medicine. Yuan felt his pulse and found it was normal. She kissed his forehead, tucked the corners of the quilt for him, and went to the yard to squeeze goat milk for the little guys. Halfway through the squeezing, the maid next to the old lady suddenly rushed out. "Madam, the eldest young master. What's wrong?" Yuan turned around and looked at her. She said excitedly, Little young master spoke." Yuan was startled. "Did you hear it right?" The maid shook her head like a rattle. No. I really heard it. The old lady heard it too. If you don't believe me, go ask." It was no secret in the mansion that the three little guys couldn't speak. The servants had said in private that the little young masters were so cute. Why didn't they speak? Could they be little dumb? So when the maid suddenly heard someone of them speak, she was stunned, and her first reaction was to run to tell their mother. This was a big deal. Yuan didn't even care about the bowl of goat milk. She put the bowl on a stool beside her, got up, and went to the old lady's room with the maid. The old lady was still immersed in the joy of her great-grandson speaking. She hugged them and laughed until her eyes were gone. As soon as Yuan entered the room, she boasted, "I am really amazing. He can speak after just a few days of following me." Seeing that the old lady didn't seem to be fake, Yuan was a little excited. "Who spoke?" "It was the young master," said the maid. It turned out to be Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was the most introverted. Yuan once thought that the first person to speak would be Dabao or Erbao, and never expected it to be Xiao Bao. What did Xiao Bao say? Yuan squatted down in front of Xiao Bao. "Grandma," Xiao Bao said. It was the first grandma. He wanted to drink milk. In the past, the goat milk was cooked when he got up early. But today he was in a hurry to go to the Gu Palace and didn't have time. Unexpectedly, he was so addicted to milk that he actually spoke. This was really a pleasant surprise. Yuan touched Xiao Bao's face. "Call mother." "Grandma." Xiao Bao wanted to drink milk. Yuan looked at him gently and said, "Call me mother, and I'll cook for you." Xiao Bao thought for a moment and said, "Mother." "Hey!" Yuan was so excited that she hugged her son in her arms. Xiao Bao said the first word, the second word, and soon the third and fourth words. When Yin Jiuqiao woke up from the effect of the medicine, Xiao Bao had already called not only mother, but also great-grandfather and great-grandmother. The old lady was so happy that she rewarded everyone in the East Mansion with 10 taels of silver. Yin Jiuqiao hurried to the old lady's room after hearing this. This kid can really talk? Yin Jiuqiao didn't believe it. Really? Yuan said. Dabao and Erbao were still unwilling to speak. But Xiao Bao really could. He called many times just now. The old lady was so happy that she fainted. And even Helian Biming had a smile on his face. Yin Jiuqiao picked up the kid and said, "Call me Dad." Xiao Bao didn't call. Yuan said gently, "Call me Mother." Xiao Bao, "Mother." The old lady smiled and said, "Call me Great-Grandmother." Xiao Bao, "Great-Grandmother." Yin Jiuqiao said again, "Call me Father." Xiao Bao just refused to call me Father. "You have to teach him. Don't be mean. Teach him well," Yuan said. Yin Jiuqiao slowed down his speech and spoke very clearly, "Father." Xiao Bao opened his mouth. "Hey!" Yin Jiuqiao. Chapter 357, Xiu Bao's Story of Trickster. This cry not only stunned Yin Jiuqiao, but also everyone in the room. Then someone laughed, and the whole room burst into laughter. How could there be such a bold child? "Oh! I am so cute about him." Yin Jiuqiao wanted to crush this kid to death. Xiao Bao is not afraid of being pinched. Xiao Bao just spoke. Xiao Bao is the most obedient baby in the world. Yin Jiuqiao silently repeated the kid is my own 10,000 times in his heart, and finally suppressed the urge to slap him away. He decided to give him one last chance. Yin Jiuqiao pointed to the flowers in the bottle and said, "Flowers." Xiaobao said, flowers. Yin Jiuchao pointed to the door and said, sheep. Xiaobao said, sheep. Yin Jiuchao, ant. Xiaobao, ant. Yin Jiuchao, grandma. Grandma. Dad. Hey! Xiaobao successfully reversed the routine. Yin Jiuchao's face darkened again. Yin Jiuchao's body burst out with a stern murderous aura. Xiaobao stretched out his little arms to the old lady with a strong desire to survive. Grandma. The old lady used the speed of a vegetable chopper to grab Xiaobao into her arms, turned her back to Yin Jiuchao, and said resentfully, "Don't bully my great-grandson." Yin Jiuchao said with a dead look, "Then do you still remember your good grandson?" Yuan listened to her husband's little tone of endless grievance, and a sentence flashed in her mind inexplicably. "Do you still remember Xiaoyuhe by the Daming Lake?" With the protection of the old lady, this beating was not in vain. Although Xiaobao is less than 3 years old and does not understand many big principles, he can tell who is the eldest and who is the second in his heart. For example, if he follows the great-grandmother, he will be fearless. Xiaobao always eats in the arms of the old lady. The old lady ate whatever the old lady fed him. He was so well behaved, soft and cute. The old lady loved him so much that she smiled all night. Of course, the old lady did not neglect Bao and Erbao. Her 3 little great-grandchildren all liked them, but they were too heavy. She hugged them one by one, and her hands and feet were numb. She liked them even if they were numb. The old lady was very happy. Since Helian Sheng was expelled from the family and Tam became a nun, the old lady no longer ate with others. Even Helian Biming ate in his own yard. But on the first day when the 3 little guys came, they hurriedly dragged the adults over when they heard that they wanted to eat. This was the case in Lianhua village. They were used to the whole family eating at the same table, and thought it was the same here. The old lady didn't say anything, and Helian Biming didn't say anything either. So, when they had dinner for the second time, they called the adults together again. After eating like this for a few times, the mother and son didn't say anything, but their appetite was twice as much as before. So there must be a child in the family. A servant whispered. The companion said, "It depends on what kind of child it is. The little princes are so well behaved and cute. Let's try a naughty one." The cute little boys took a bath, drank milk, and prepared to go to bed. "Sleep with mom." This sentence was asked by Zisu when she was bathing him. Xiaobao likes to sleep with dad or mom. Xiaobao decisively learned and applied. Who can refuse the request of a baby who has just learned to speak? Anyway, Yuan can't. Yuan brought her little son over. When Yin Jiuchao took a bath and returned to the room, he saw the little boy lying in Yuan's arms and rubbing against him. He immediately frowned. "Are you ashamed? Xiaokai slept with your mom. You are so old now. You should sleep by yourself." Xiaobao just opened his mouth and couldn't say 2 complicated words, but his eyes said everything. "I am the youngest in the family. Compared with me, you are old. And you sleep with my mom, who is not ashamed. This beating is inevitable." Yuan held her forehead. She couldn't bear to watch. "Good luck to you, kid. I can't save you." Early in the morning of the next day, Xiaobao covered his butt with one hand, limped to the old lady's room with a wronged expression. On the other side, Jiang Hai, away, and the other 2 successfully entered the depths of Gu Mountain. Snow toads, which are Gu insects with a certain spirituality, do not live in the shallow forest near the Gu Palace. There are still different versions about the origin of snow toads. Some say that it was refined by a legendary Gu Zun senior, and some say that it absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon and refined it into Gu. There are many different opinions, but there is one thing that is surprisingly consistent in every statement. That is, it is extremely powerful, second only to the holy objects. All Gu masters in the world want to get it, but ordinary people can't enter Gu Mountain at all. The Gu masters and Gu masters who can enter Gu Mountain don't have the luck to encounter it, and those who are lucky enough to encounter it don't have the strength to catch it. Of course, it is different now. Meng Gu Lao is a 7-Zhong Gu Lao. He is not contaminated by the breath of holy objects. He can walk 7 Zhong by his own strength. Therefore, he is confident that he will not return empty-handed on this trip to Gu Mountain. He went into the mountain with 8 Gu masters holding jade cards. Originally, according to his plan, he would not bring this group of people, but all the real Gu masters. However, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, the queen let 4 fake Gu masters sneak in. Although they are not dead men, they are also first-class martial arts masters. and their skills are no less than those of the golden-faced dead men. The method used by Meng Gu Lao is the same as that of a Wei. They both use the 100 Gu King as bait to attract snow toads to come for food. The more powerful the Gu, the more it likes to cannibalize its own kind. Compared with the 100 Gu King, the poisonous insects in the forest will seem dull. However, the breath that the 100 Gu King can emit is limited, and it must be within 100 steps for the snow toad to sense it. Wei originally planned to use his own king of 100 Gu, but after seeing Meng Gu Lao doing the same, he put away the king of Gu and followed closely. Finally, on the third night, the snow toad appeared. It was a small toad like white jade, shining beautifully under the moonlight. Just looking at it like this, no one would believe that it was a poisonous Gu. It looked like a fairy, so beautiful that it was not of this world. It bit 100 Gu King. The masters hurriedly drew their swords. Don't move. I'll do it. Meng Gu Lao was worried that they might accidentally hurt the snow toad, so he asked them all to retreat. Meng Gu Lao still underestimated the ability of the snow toad. It was much more difficult than he thought. All the 100 Gu Kings he brought were killed by the snow toad. He had no choice but to sacrifice the 1,000 Gu Kings that he used to save his life. The 1,000 Gu King died, and the snow toad was in hand. Meng Gu Lao's flesh was throbbing with pain. No matter how precious this Gu Queen was, it was just 1,000 Gu King. But in order to catch him, his 1,000 Gu King was gone. Forget it. Everything is for the great cause of Her Highness the Queen. As soon as he finished speaking, a masked man in black fell from the sky and took away the snow toad that he had finally obtained. Meng Gu Lao was shocked. Who are you? The masked man didn't say anything, and turned around to leave. But Meng Gu Lao shouted, Stop right there. I got the poisonous insect first. Give it back to me. The masked man gave him a look of contempt. No. Meng Gu Lao was furious. Okay. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to Hell, but you break in. If you had handed over the poisonous insect obediently, I would have spared your life. But since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Come on. Heal you. No one answered. Meng Gu Lao raised his voice. Are you all deaf? You had to intervene when I told you not to. And you all died when you were supposed to? He said, and turned around angrily. Aren't they all dead? He looked at the 8 bodies that fell to the ground at some point, and was petrified on the spot. There are 4 masters here who are as good as the golden-faced death warriors. What kind of Shura can kill them silently? Huh? The masked man sneered. Hell is empty, and Wei is in the world. Wei left without looking back. After meeting with Jiang Hai, Qing Yan and Yugo, he decided to return home immediately. However, Master Meng Gu was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he remembered the 4 people who entered Gu Mountain on the same day as him. His first reaction was that they had done something. Their idea of looking for insects was fake, and the idea of hunting snow toads was real, sacrificing 1,000 Gu King. But the result was that the mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole was behind. Master Meng Gu couldn't swallow this breath, and he hurriedly chased after them. Qing Yan's ears moved. He's coming. 1, 2, 3. Fall. The 4 fell down in perfect tacit agreement. When Master Meng arrived at the scene, he saw 4 dying masters. Wei and Yugo had fainted. Jiang Hai was seriously injured and died, and Qing Yan was still half-breathed. Master Meng was stunned. Wait, why is it different from what he thought? Master Meng came to Qing Yan, who seemed to be half-breathed, and asked Qing Yan, what happened? Just now a man sneak attacked us. I just saw him holding a very strange Gu, so I looked at a little more twice and let him. Qing Yan didn't have the energy to say the rest, but Meng Gu Lao figured it out. It must be that the masked man was escaping with the snow toad when these 4 unlucky guys saw him. The masked man thought they recognized the snow toad, so he killed them to prevent the news from spreading. Wait, I am also an insider. Why didn't the masked man kill me to silence me? Oops. I overlooked this. How can I make up for this flaw? Qing Yan's eyes flashed and cold sweat broke out. But at this moment, Meng Gu Lao figured it out again. I know. He didn't intend to kill you. He wanted to frame you for the crime of stealing the Gu. So he kept me alive. He hoped that I would believe that it was you who did it. Damn guy. I almost fell for it. Qing Yan was stunned. We are both men. Why are you so outstanding? I don't know what to say anymore. Brother. Then, just die. Qingyun's tongue twitched. His head tilted. And he died. Meng Guilao left. After a while, he came back and searched the 4 people. Except for some dry food and newly caught poisonous insects. He found nothing else. Now he had no doubts at all, and left with a cold face. Awei used his qin gong to climb up the branch, and took down the bag hidden in the bird's nest. Then, the 4 people walked out of Gushan in a swagger. It seems that someone is going to vomit blood. Chapter 358, returning with a great victory. The truth about the son-in-law. There are many checkpoints when entering the Gu Temple. From the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Gu Temple, there is a guard every 100 steps, and a sentry every 10 steps, making it difficult for people to sneak in. It is different to leave the Gu Temple. In fact, as long as you can get in, you are almost safe. Therefore, the guards inside the Gu Temple are not as strict as those outside. Awei and the other 2 waited at the entrance and exit of Gu Mountain. Jiang Hai sneaked into the back house of the Gu Temple and stole a few sets of waiters' clothes and brought them to change into. As the saying goes, do the whole play. Since they died in Gu Mountain, it is best not to let the people in the Gu Temple see them come out alive. As for their bodies, this is easy to deal with. There are many beasts in the deep mountains and old forests. And the bodies were eaten. When the clothes were handed to Awei, Awei refused. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He said very seriously, I'm not dead. I just fainted. And I came out by myself after I woke up. Everyone. Is it really okay for you to be so immersed in the play? This is the script that Awei had at the beginning. So he insisted on carrying it out to the end. Although he was the youngest among the few people and rarely had the opportunity to interrupt. Once he made a decision, 8 horses could not pull him back. As a result, Awei was the only one who came out among the 4 Gu masters, who caught insects for Xiao Gu Lao. The guard looked at him, then looked behind him, and asked in confusion, Excuse me, Lord Awei, where are your 3 companions? Didn't they come out with you? Oh, they have already sneaked out. Awei said indifferently, dead, eaten by wild beasts. There is no body. But you don't look very sad at all. The waiter looked at Awei in a daze. You. Please accept my condolences. Yeah. Awei walked away expressionlessly. A quarter of an hour later, the back house was in an uproar because a waiter said, I suspect that the Master Gu Master killed his 3 companions and fed their bodies to wild beasts. He looks so cold and ruthless. He is the master of the 3 young Gu Masters. Why did he kill his companions? We don't know. And we dare not ask. All of this has nothing to do with Awei and the 3 companions killed by Awei. The 4 of them have taken the spoils and successfully got on the carriage back to Helian Mansion. On the other side, Meng Guilao also left the Gu Hall. He was angry at the time and didn't care about being afraid. Now that he got on the carriage, the fear in his heart spread little by little. He forced himself to calm down, but found that his legs were shaking. Master Meng, where are they? Aren't they coming? The driver asked. It would be better if he didn't mention it. His companions who were still talking to him 1 second ago and died suddenly the next second. This is too weird. Really not a ghost? Meng Guilao was so scared that his eyes rolled up, and he finally fainted. This fainting delayed the time to return to the queen's mansion. The queen didn't know that the snow toad she had been thinking about had been kidnapped. She lay on the luxurious and soft bed and had a sweet dream. She dreamed that she got the snow toad, and with the help of Meng Guilao, she made the snow toad recognize her as the master. Although the snow toad was praised as the queen of Gu, it was actually the most powerful king of 1,000 Gu. It was the closest to the sacred object of Nanzhao. Even the national teacher could hardly tell the true and false of its aura. 100 Gu beads glowed faintly in her hands, and she stood on the altar that belonged exclusively to the monarch. Her father took out the golden imperial seal and handed it to her gently and kindly. Just as she was about to take the seal, she suddenly shook and woke up. It was a dream. She sighed. She cheered up in a moment, and the corners of her lips curled up. Soon this was no longer a dream. She had worked hard for this day for so many years, and it was time to get something in return. Power, status, men. Although it was hard, she finally got everything she wanted. She leaned over and touched the side of the bed, and found that it was empty. She quickly propped herself up and asked coldly, "Where is the prince consort?" The maid on duty hurried over, saluted through the curtain, and reported, Your Highness. The prince consort has gone to the study. The lady frowned. What time is it? The maid said, 1/4 of the first hour. It was just past midnight. Why did the prince consort go to the study? Do you need me to invite the prince consort? The maid asked in a low voice. No. You leave. The lady ordered. Yes. The maid respectfully left. The lady put on her outer robe, let her long black hair hang loose, and slowly went to the study. In the study, the prince consort sat alone in front of the windowsill, staring at the moon in the sky in a daze. The silver moonlight fell obliquely, like a thin layer of cool silver gauze on the ground, and the lady paused, moved lightly, and stepped over the threshold with a smile. The cold hem of her clothes rubbed against the threshold and made a rustling sound. She slowed down her steps, quietly came behind the prince consort, and gently lowered her head. Can't sleep again? What are you looking at? The prince consort didn't say anything. The lady was used to it. When he had something on his mind, he would stare at the sky blankly. I don't know where this habit came from. The lady sat down on the chair beside him, gently held his hand and said, I have been too busy these 2 days, but I neglected you. Is there something tricky in the cabinet? No, the prince consort said. He still looked at the sky, not knowing whether he was looking at the moon, the stars in the sky, or the endless darkness in the sky. The lady asked again, Why do you look so worried? Did you have a nightmare? No, said the prince consort. The lady nodded. Okay. You are not worried. You just want to enjoy the moon. Then I will accompany you to enjoy the moon. The prince consort finally retracted his gaze from the night sky and turned to look at her. You have to attend the morning court tomorrow. The lady held his hand tightly and said affectionately, The morning court is not as important as you. The prince consort looked straight ahead. His eyes fell on the blooming epiphyllum on the windowsill, and he seemed to hesitate for a moment before asking, Don't you think I'm ugly? The lady looked at his impeccable right face and said earnestly, Why do you think so? We are husband and wife. Didn't I tell you that no matter what you become, you will always be my husband? Really? The prince consort murmured. The lady looked at him deeply. Beauty fades easily. Will you despise me and leave me when I lose my beauty? How could that be? The prince consort asked back. The lady smiled gently. That's it? Besides, your face became like this because of me. If I despise you, what would I become? If you hadn't blocked the assassin's sword for me, this scar would have appeared on my face now. The prince consort shook his head in a daze. I can't remember it. The lady's hand touched his cheek. It's not a pleasant memory. It doesn't matter if you can't remember it. You just need to know that you have me in your heart. For me, you can even give up your own life. I am the same to you. No one and nothing in this world can separate us. The prince consort covered his heart. There was indeed someone living in his heart. He had a son with that person. It's me and our son, the lady said knowingly. You like? The prince consort was stuck for a while before muttering. You like to eat snake meat? I don't. But since you like it, I will enjoy it with you. The lady smiled. Isn't this what I remembered? The prince consort shook his head. Do you want to continue to enjoy the moon? The lady said. The prince consort said, I'll sit for a while. You go to sleep first. You don't have to accompany me. The lady thought for a while. Then I'll go first. You don't stay too late. You still have to take care of yourself. After that, she stood up and was about to leave. The prince consort suddenly said, I drew a picture. The lady paused and looked at him. Really? Show it to me. The prince consort opened the drawer, took out the scroll, and slowly spread it out on the desk. When the lady saw the man in the portrait, she was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Isn't this you painting yourself? Although he changed his clothes, his eyes didn't look like him. He looked 20 years younger, and there was no hideous scar on his face. It was still easy to tell that it was him. After all, who else could look so much like him except himself? The lady laughed and said, Why did you paint yourself? And you painted yourself so young and beautiful. I said I don't mind your face being damaged, so don't mind it yourself. The prince consort put away the scroll silently. Did I say the wrong thing? I'm not blaming you for painting yourself like me. The lady was suddenly at a loss for words. This man was very petty, and he got angry without warning, and was very difficult to coax. It's not me, the prince consort said. What? The lady didn't understand. Nothing. The prince consort put the scroll back into the drawer. Chapter 359, The Scheming Little Treasure. since Yuan moved into the Hellion mansion. She had lived a very comfortable life, and woke up later than usual. When she opened her eyes, the three little guys had gone to play in the old lady's room. And Yin Jiucha also went to take a medicinal bath. In order to suppress the toxicity, he stopped taking the decoction and replaced it with acupuncture and medicinal bath. Yuan sat up slowly, and Zissou pushed the door open. "Madam, are you awake?" "Yes." Yuan lifted the curtain. Zissou took the curtain in her hand, hung it with a hook, opened the door, and chose a set of light blue dress. "How about wearing this today?" "Is this my dress?" Yuan's eyes fell on the fresh and elegant dress. "Why don't I remember that I have this dress?" Zissou smiled knowingly. "The general asked the embroiderer to make it. The general called the embroiderer to the yard and asked me about your size and preferences. She asked me to make several sets of clothes for you. 4 sets were delivered yesterday. And there are 4 sets in the embroidery building. The general also made one for the prince. But the prince's was not so fast. There are also ones for me and Fu Ling. The general said that I am your and the prince's personal maid, which means I am the maid of the Hellion mansion. In the future, I will follow the rules of the Hellion mansion and make 4 sets of clothes a season. Raise your arm and call. The Nanchao general with 1,000,000 mighty troops will actually take care of such trivial matters in the house." Yuan imagined the scene of Hellion Baiming sitting in a wheelchair and explaining the chores to the servants in detail. Somehow, she burst out laughing. This uncle is really unexpectedly cute. Although the old lady is crazy and Tan is gone, there is always a housekeeper in the house. Hellion Baiming can be a hands-off shopkeeper. But he didn't. It is said that serious men are the most attractive. Now she thinks that Uncle Hellion is also very attractive. Yuan washed up, dressed neatly, and went to pay respects to the old lady. The embroiderer came again and squatted in front of the 3 little guys to measure their sizes. They are different every day, and Zissou can't tell how big their clothes are. "Come here." The old lady waved to Yuan with a smile. Yuan walked over. When the 3 little black eggs saw their mother, they didn't bother to measure the size and rushed over. Dabao and Erbao had the advantage in physical strength, and they pushed Xiaobao to the back. But Xiaobao was not afraid. He had a magic weapon. "Mom, hold me." Xiaobao stretched out his little arms. Yuan then picked up the little guy. Dabao and Erbao looked at him resentfully. "Scheming brother." Xiaobao stuck out his tongue. "Lowly, lowly, lowly." Yuan pinched his face in anger and amusement. "Are you teasing again? It's not enough to be punished by your father. So you come to provoke your 2 brothers again. This little thing, originally the most introverted and honest, is now the most eccentric. Mom, I like you." "Xiaobao, I like you the most." Xiaobao lay in Yuan's arms and acted coquettishly, coaxing Yuan into a trance, and soon forgot that she was scolding the little guy. Dabao and Erbao were so angry. Damn. They really deserved to be punished. Yuan had breakfast in the old lady's room, and then she heard the movement of the carriage. After a while, Fuling came in and said that Jiang Hai and his friends were back. "Grandma, I'll go to Qixia Garden first," Yuan said to the old lady. The old lady waved her hand generously. Go. Without her mother, the little grandson can only stick to her." Yuan went to Qixia Garden. Several people stayed in the woods for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Hai couldn't stand the smell, so he took a hot water bath. Away, and the other 2 sat in the old man's house and discussed business with the old man very seriously. "Grandma," Qing Yan was the first to speak. "Now that we have the things, what should we do next?" According to the plan, they first helped Yuan and Yin Jiuchao get the first 2 medicinal leads, and after gaining enough trust from them, they lied that the remaining 2 medicinal leads were in the Ghost clan, so as to lure them back to the clan. But after Qing Yan asked, everyone in the room was silent. Always spoke up. "I think that the next step is to implement." "Shut up." Qing Yan and Yuego scolded him in unison. Always shut up with a dark face. He was enslaved on the first day he came, and he was scolded on the 6th day he came. The great villain Ah Wei remembered everything. "Grandma." Yuan knocked on the door and asked outside, "Are Qing Yan and the others back?" Qing Yan glanced at Grandma. Seeing that Grandma didn't object, he stood up and opened the door. He pulled the corner of his lips and said, "We just came back. Why did you get up so early?" "It's late. The sun is shining on my butt." Yuan looked into the room. "Are they all here? How is it? Did you get the snow toad?" Qing Yan cleared his throat and said seriously, I got it. Let's talk in the room. Yuan went into the room. Grandma. Yuego. Ah Wei. Yuan greeted them one by one. The three nodded to her and called Ah Wan. Sit down. Qingyan said. Yuan sat down next to Grandma and asked the others. How was it? Did the trip to Gushan go smoothly? Was anyone injured? No. Qingyan said. We did run into people from the ladies' mansion. But we have dealt with them and didn't let them suspect us. That's good. It's not that Yuan was afraid of the ladies' mansion. But at this critical moment, there was no need to confront the ladies' mansion openly. Their current situation was most suitable for doing things secretly. Where is the snow toad? Can I see it? Yuan asked. Qingyan opened the bundle on the table and took out a jade box as big as a small bowl. Here. Yuan took the box and opened it without saying a word. Qingyan was frightened by her quick movements and was about to say be careful. But when the words reached his lips, he remembered that this girl was holding the sacred object of Nanzhao, and he should be careful of that little thing. Sure enough, the moment the box was opened, a white light flashed out from Yuan's sleeve and flew towards the snow toad in the box. With a snap, Wei quickly closed the box. The white light flew into nothingness and flew back into Yuan's sleeve. How could this happen? Yuan was puzzled. Wei said, the sacred object wants to eat the snow toad. This is the nature of the goo worm. The strong prey on the weak. But at the level of the sacred object, ordinary goo kings are no longer in its eyes. If Pharaoh's goo worm, which is infinitely close to the 1,000 goo king, is a tasteless white rice, then this real 1,000 goo king is a big piece of fat meat with good color, fragrance and taste. It was a close call. I almost got eaten by it. Yuan covered her chest and dared not touch the box again. She looked at her sleeve and said, You are the goo king after all. And she is the goo queen. A girl. Can't you be a gentleman and stop thinking about eating her all the time? Wei, it's a male goo. Yuan. Yuan handed the snow toad to Wei for safekeeping. And then she asked about the third medicinal lead. By the way, where is the third medicinal lead? Is it also in the imperial capital? Or somewhere else? Wei, in the imperial capital, said the old man. Wei's eyes were cold. The script was not like this. Don't frame me. The old man said, the last saint died in the imperial capital, and the saint's heritage has been lost since then. But the handwritten notes about the saint's hall are still intact in the Wanshu pavilion. As long as we find them, we may be able to find a clue from them. Yuan said, thoughtfully, the clue Grandma is referring to is. The old man pondered for a moment and said, there has been such a rumor circulating in the world that the inheritance of the wizard and the saint was annihilated because they had a feud with each other and fought each other, which eventually led to both sides being injured and no one survived. But I once heard another saying from my grandma, that the saint and the wizard became Taoist couples, and their union was cursed by the gods, and it was the gods who destroyed them. If what my grandma said is true, then they may have some descendants. As long as we find their descendants, we can get the last two medicinal ingredients. Hugo said naively, but what if it is the first one? Don't be a bad mouth. Qingyan glared at him. Oh! Hugo stopped talking obediently. Yuan thought for a moment and asked, can we find the answer if we go to the Wanshu pavilion? It's not that simple, the old man said. Over the years, many people have been looking for the answer. But the Wanshu pavilion has always been controlled by the National Master Hall. No one can enter except the successive National Masters and their confidants. National Master Hall. Yuan touched her chin. I'll go. Jiang Hai pushed the door open and walked in. He took a shower, changed into a set of dry clothes, and felt refreshed. He glanced at Yuan and the others, and said seriously, I'll go to the Wanshu pavilion and steal the notebook. Chapter 360. Xiaobao's struggle for favor. Erbao speaks. Qingyan chuckled and said, what do you think the Wanshu pavilion is? You can go there whenever you want. The guards of the National Masters Hall are more strict than those of the Queen's Mansion. And the Wanshu pavilion is a place that is guarded with all its might. Even the king cannot easily enter. Have you been there? Jiang Hai asked back. Qingyan coughed lightly. When he went from the Ghost Clan to the Great Zhou, he accidentally took a stroll when passing by the Nanzhao imperial capital. The result of the stroll was a little difficult to talk about. In short, he didn't want to get close to the National Masters Hall again. The old man said, the National Masters Hall is full of traps, guarded by death warriors with high martial arts skills. And there are also many poisonous insects hidden in the traps. Several people looked at Away. Among them, the only one who was not afraid of poisonous insects was Away. Except Yuan. Away's face was stinky. He was fierce to me just now. And now, he wants to exploit me again. The great villain Away will not compromise. Pack your things and leave at night, Grandma said to Away. Away went to pack in a second. Yuan actually wanted to go too. She wanted to see the rumored Wanshu Pavilion. But she also knew that Grandma would not agree to her risking her life. Grandma is really nice. Grandma, you are a jack of all trades, who can't even do qigong. I'm just worried that you will be a hindrance if you go. The Imperial Master's Hall is not so easy to enter. There are many things that need to be prepared. Unfortunately, Yuan can't help much except paying the silver. But now she doesn't even have to pay the silver herself. The old lady asked her to spend the silver in the gold note. If she doesn't spend it, the old lady will be angry. Grandma, I'm going to Wudong Garden first. Call me if you need anything. Yes. The old man nodded in a deep voice. And Yuan got up and returned to the old lady's yard. Wudong Garden. The old man, Qin Yan and Yuego looked at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, they had agreed to take the person back to the tribe. It was embarrassing to suddenly stop taking him. It's not that we don't take him back, the old man said. We have only found 2 medicinal ingredients. We haven't completely gained their trust. If we suddenly say that we are going to the ghost tribe, it will definitely arouse their suspicion. Qingyan straightened his back and said, Grandma is right. Let's help them find more medicinal ingredients, so that they can let us control them without distraction. We haven't forgotten the oath we made in front of the king. We swear to be loyal to the ghost tribe until death. We will never betray. Yuego scratched his head, but if we find the last 2 medicinal ingredients, don't they need us anymore? Then how can we trick people into the ghost tribe? The old man was silent for a while. Qingyan was also silent. A quarter of an hour later, Yuego came out with a bruised face. After Yuan returned to Wudong Garden, she immediately went to her room with Yin Jiuqiao. Suddenly, she remembered that after she heard that Yin Jiuqiao needed a medicinal bath, Hellion Biming had people dig a pool overnight and paved it with high-quality white marble. Right in Wudong Garden, Yuan picked up the medicine box and went to the bath. There was more than one person in the bath. Xiaobao was here too. He left his brothers behind and came here alone. He stood by the pool with his hands on his hips, staring at his father in the pool with a proud look on his face. Come on. Hit me. The little guy was still holding a grudge for being beaten up by Yin Jiuqiao, and vowed to get back at him. Yin Jiuqiao was leisurely soaking in the pool, his arms casually resting on the surface of the pool, and said calmly, Come over here. Xiaobao put his hands on his hips and said, You hit me. And you still want me? Come over here. The kid has learned a lot of words these days. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at him slightly, but didn't show it on his face. He hummed and said, Don't you want to be beaten? Naturally. You have to come over. Xiaobao thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. No. Xiaobao stamped his feet. Come here. Yin Jiuqiao curled his lips. Come here. I don't. Don't you want to be beaten? Yes. The content of the conversation was unknowingly led astray by Yin Jiuqiao. Originally, the little guy was provoking Yin Jiuqiao to beat him. But in the end, he was the one who couldn't be beaten. Xiaobao was even anxious and scratched his head. Yuan listened behind the screen for a while, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The father and son might have been enemies in their previous life, fighting each other all day long. Xiaobao didn't come up with a solution in the end, and left angrily. Yuan came out from behind the screen and glared at her husband. You bully my son too? Yin Jiuqiao looked at her strangely, his eyes saying, Sons are meant to be bullied? Otherwise, where's the fun of having a son? Yuan, what happened to the illusion that this guy was a perfect father? However, although Xiaobao did not seek advantage in front of Yin Jiuqiao, he immediately became a little favorite in the old lady's room. First, the old lady smiled and hugged him into her arms, saying affectionately, My little darling, my little great-grandson. Call me Grandma. Grandma, Xiaobao called in a baby voice. The old lady's heart was about to melt, and she grabbed a big bag of candy for him. You haven't called me Grandpa yet. Xiaobao looked at Hellion Biming in the wheelchair again, and called me Grandpa obediently. Everyone in the room laughed. The maids also loved to tease him and coax him to call them sisters. And he also called them sweetly, while Debao and Erbao were pooping. Xiao Bao had already successfully captured the hearts of everyone in the room. There was a maid in Wudong Garden who was prettier than Zissou, named Xiaoyu, who was responsible for taking care of the flower garden for the old lady. Xiaoyu was beautiful and kind, and treated the 3 little fat boys very well. After lunch, the old lady went to take a nap. The 3 little fat boys couldn't sleep, so they climbed out of bed and went to the flower garden to find Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was drying the newly picked chrysanthemums, and after drying them, she made chrysanthemum tea for the old lady. Chrysanthemums have the effect of clearing the liver and improving eyesight, and drinking it is good for the body. The 3 of them didn't understand what it meant to clear the liver and improve eyesight, but they understood that it was good for the body. Debao and Erbao rolled up their sleeves without saying a word, and each of them picked up a small basket with great effort and sent it to Yuan. The 2 were so tired that they were sweating profusely. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Xiao Bao, who had done nothing, get there first. "Mom, this is for you. You are so beautiful." Xiao Bao shyly gave a small flower to Yuan. Yuan was so amused by this child that she couldn't help but hold him in her arms and kissed him on the face. "Xiao Bao is so good." Xiao Bao shyly pointed his fingers. "Xiao Bao, is it Mom's favorite? Good baby?" Debao and Erbao were upset and wanted to beat this guy to death. Xiao Bao was the smallest and the weakest. His strength was often crushed by his 2 brothers. But since he started talking, Xiao Bao learned to cheat. "Mom, Erbao hit me," Xiao Bao complained. "Grandma, Debao robbed me." Xiao Bao continued to complain. "Grandpa, help, help." Xiao Bao never returned on the road of complaining. Debao and Erbao were punished to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. Xiao Bao lay on his stomach behind the door, poking out his round little head, and proudly stuck out his tongue at his 2 brothers. "Lowly, lowly, lowly. Where there is oppression, there is resistance." Debao and Erbao finally couldn't stand it anymore. One sunny afternoon, the 2 of them beat up Xiao Bao, who was still asleep. Xiao Bao covered his painful buttocks with snot bubbles hanging from his nose, and went to the old lady's room with grievance. Xiao Bao wanted to complain, and complained a lot, but no one expected that when Xiao Bao finally entered the old lady's room, he saw Erbao sitting obediently on the old lady's lap, and his mother, Stinky Daddy, and great-grandfather sat on both sides of the old lady. The old lady smiled so hard that her eyes could not be seen. "What did Erbao say just now?" "Say it again, Grandma," Erbao said. Xiu Bao's hair exploded. "What about me? What about me?" Yuan patted her chest expectantly. "Mom," Erbao said softly. Compared with Xiu Bao's coquettishness, Erbao's voice is sweet and soft, just like a textbook, well-behaved and gentle. Yuan rewarded him with a big kiss. "And what about the great-grandfather?" Helian Biming said. "Great-grandfather," Erbao called sweetly. "Call Daddy?" Yin Jiocha said. "Dad," Erbao said cutely. Yin Jiocha curled his lips and rubbed his son's head with satisfaction. "Xiao Bao can call. Erbao can call too. And if Xiao Bao doesn't call, Erbao will call too." Erbao instantly upgraded to a new generation of little group pet. "Oh, Grandma's little darling. Why does Grandma like you so much?" The old lady held Erbao tightly in her arms, and the posture was really afraid that he would melt if she held him in her mouth, and afraid that he would fall if she held him in her hands. Xiao Bao seemed to hear the sound of the sky falling. An expression of despair and grief flashed across his little face. He knelt on the ground and punched his chest with his fists. "Woo! I've fallen out of favor. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done." Chapter 361. The National Master Hall is located in the east of the imperial capital, in a completely different direction from the Gu Hall. The Gu Hall has a steep natural barrier like Gu Mountain, while the National Master Hall is located on an open flat land. But don't think that the National Master Hall is easy to break into. Compared with the well-arranged houses, the National Master Hall is more like a cold and solemn castle. The castle wall is 100 feet high and towering into the clouds. It is definitely not something that can be climbed up by light skills. They have to climb up little by little with the help of tools. This is why Grandma must make them fully prepared. Unfortunately, they are ready for everything except the east wind. There have been guards patrolling above the castle non-stop. They squatted for 3 days and 3 nights. But they didn't get a chance to avoid the eyes and ears of the guards. On a big tree outside the castle, Yugo withdrew his eyes from monitoring the castle and asked Qin Yan, "Should we wait? Or change to another place?" In the past few days, I don't know how many monitoring points have been changed. Qin Yin frowned. No. Just wait. I don't believe that I can't wait for an opportunity. After waiting for another day, on the fourth night, Wei woke Qin Yin. Wake up. There is a drunk man upstairs. Qin Yin quickly opened his eyes. How do you know? Wei said, I heard him vomit. Qin Yin thought, he vomited. So someone needs to take over. They climbed up before the guards came to take over. Maybe it was a good opportunity. Qin Yin was full of energy. He woke up Hugo and Jianghai, covered his face with a black cloth, and walked towards the castle. When they came to the corner of the wall, they found that the castle was higher than they had seen from a distance. According to their original plan, they were going to drill through the wall. But at this height, they were afraid that the replacement would come before they could drill up. At this moment, Jianghai took out a box slightly larger than a fist from his arms. What is this? Qin Yin asked. Jianghai said, the 1,000 machine box. The prince asked me to take it. Before leaving, Yin Jiuqiao gave him the 1,000 machine box. Qin Yin sneered. Such a precious thing. The prince is not afraid that you will abscond with it. Jianghai glanced at him. If you are jealous, just say it. Oh, I am so jealous. He loves Shuzhou so much. But Shuzhou doesn't give him the thing. Jianghai felt relieved when he saw that he was jealous. Jianghai would never tell Qin Yin that Yin Jiuqiao originally wanted to give it to Qin Yin. But he just happened to bump into him. Yin Jiuqiao thought it would be okay to give it to him. So he let him take it. Are you still going up? The great villain Wei said expressionlessly. If not, stay where you are. Qin Yin slapped him on the back of his head. Stinky boy. When will it be your turn to be lectured? Jianghai opened the Qianji box, and an eagle claw hook shot out and hung on the top of the wall. The four of them put on silver gloves and grabbed the thin rope of the eagle claw hook to climb up the castle. During the climb, Qin Yin accidentally stepped on something, and he asked Wei tentatively, Don't tell me that person vomited outside. Wei said, That's right. Otherwise how could I hear it? Qin Yin was in a bad mood. When they went up to the castle, the guard had already passed out. Several people hid outside the passage. After a while, 2 guards who were on duty came out of the passage. And one of them said with disdain, You are really useless. You got drunk like this after a bowl of wine. Okay. You take the man down. I'll take his place tonight. And if someone asks about it later, just say that he is not feeling well. Not drunk. I know. The companion walked over. The guard who was on duty helped the drunk man on the ground to his back. And Jianghai and the other 4 took advantage of the 2 people's distraction to quickly enter the passage and walk to the bottom of the castle along the spiral staircase. Qin Yin looked around and said, The National Master's Hall is so big. Where's the 10,000 books pavilion? Follow me. Jianghai said. Qin Yin was stunned. Who is this guy? He is not only familiar with the mechanism of the lady's mansion, but also familiar with the terrain of the National Master's Hall. What are you daydreaming about? Jianghai asked. Nothing, Qin Yin said calmly. And as soon as he finished speaking, his ears moved. Several people hurriedly hid behind a huge pillar, holding their breath to prevent their breath from leaking out. The man came closer, and they could see his appearance clearly. He was the National Master who had met him once in Nanxiao. It's the National Master, Qin Yin said silently, signaling them to suppress their breath more carefully. Several people understood and even pinched their pulses. The National Master looked hurried, as if something had happened, so he didn't notice that there was someone behind the pillar. It wasn't until the National Master walked away that Qin Yin and others breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Jianghai realized something was wrong. I know the National Master because my wife saved the National Master's disciple. And the National Master once visited him in person. How do you know the National Master? Who are you? The National Master has also been to Lotus Village, Qin Yin said. Did he say he was the Nanjiao Imperial Master when he went there? Jianghai asked suspiciously. Of course not. It was Grandma who recognized him. But Qin Yin would not say that. Otherwise their identities as ghosts would be lost. Qin Yin was stunned by Jianghai's question for 2 seconds. Then he raised his chin and said, Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other? We didn't ask why you are so familiar with the Imperial Master's Hall. But you asked us about how we recognize the Imperial Master. Jianghai shut up. Jianghai spoke again. You are suspicious. Qin Yin glared at him and said, Not as suspicious as you. Away, you are so noisy. Qing Yin and Jiang Hai said in unison. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Away. Jiang Hai was not as familiar with the National Masters Hall as Qing Yin imagined. Jiang Hai only knew the general direction of the 10,000 Books Pavilion, but was not sure where it was exactly. They wandered around the National Masters Hall for more than an hour before finally finding a seemingly inconspicuous attic. There was no plaque on the attic. Qing Yin frowned. Are you sure this is the 10,000 Books Pavilion? Yes, Jiang Hai said, staring at the attic in the dark night. It's so easy to find. I don't think there are any traps or dangers. It's better to be guarded by the lady's mansion, Qing Yin said lightly, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door of the attic. At this moment, something strange happened. A row of sharp arrows shot over without warning. Qing Yin's eyebrows jumped, and he hurriedly drew his sword to block it. But it was too late. When thousands of troops were at war, fine silver needles shot at those arrows like a big net. The arrows were crushed alive, and Qing Yin saved his life. Qing Yin's back was soaked. He looked at Jiang Hai behind him in shock. Jiang Hai shook the Qianji box in his hand. Don't thank me. Thank the prince if you want to thank someone. After this incident, Qing Yin dared not take it lightly again. Go in, Jiang Hai said. Several people entered the attic. On the other side, Menggu Lao, who had been in a coma for several days, finally woke up. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the residence assigned to him by the Lady Lord's mansion. He was dizzy for a while, and then he gradually remembered that he fainted in the carriage on the way back to the mansion. I think the coachman sent him back. I don't know how long he has been in a coma. Does the Lady Lord know about the snow toad? A maid came in and saw Menggu Lao with his eyes wide open and wandering in the sky. She said in surprise, Master Meng is awake? I will go to inform the Lord. Menggu Lao wanted to call her, but she had already turned away. The Lady Lord came very quickly. Your Highness. Menggu Lao lifted the quilt and was about to get down to pay his respects to her. The Queen extended her hand and said, No need to be polite. Lord Meng. Lord Meng has been in a coma for several days. I am so worried. Don't move. I will ask the imperial physician to check your pulse. Menggu Lao bowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. The Queen gestured to the maid in the room, and the maid brought the imperial physician in. The imperial physician checked Menggu Lao's pulse and said to the Queen, Your Highness, Lord Meng was too frightened and his pulse is weak. I will prescribe a prescription for Lord Meng to calm his mind and spirit. The disease will be cured in 3 to 5 days. Thank you, Imperial Physician Wang. The Queen nodded slightly. It is my responsibility. Imperial Physician Wang bowed and went out with the medicine box. The Queen glanced at the servants in the room and said, You all leave. Yes. The servants filed out. There were only 2 of them left in the room. And the Queen looked at Menggu Lao solemnly and said, What happened in Gushan? What happened to the others? Menggu Lao lowered his head in shame and said, I have failed Your Highness' trust. The mission failed. Please punish me, the Queen said. Now is not the time to talk about this. Tell me about what happened in Gushan. Menggu Lao said. The snow toad was originally in hand, but I don't know where a master suddenly came from. He killed the master that Your Highness gave me in a blink of an eye. And he also took the snow toad away. Hearing this, the Queen took a deep breath. From the moment Menggu Lao was carried back, she guessed that the mission failed. But she thought the failure was that she didn't get the snow toad. The snow toad was still in Gushan. She never expected that the snow toad had been taken away by someone. The female monarch's eyes were cold and she asked, What is the origin of that man? How could he kill so many masters at once? Menggu Lao shook his head. I don't know either. He was cruel. He not only killed our people, but also killed several other Gu masters, who went into the mountains to find poisonous insects. It was my fault that I lost such an important thing. Don't blame you. Your mission was to find the snow toad. And you did it. The mission of bringing the snow toad back safely was theirs. I neglected it. The female monarch said it lightly. But her fingers were tightly clenched together, and even her nails dug into the flesh. Chapter 362 Grandparents Meet Grandchildren. After several consecutive light rains, the morning in the imperial capital was slightly cooler. The prince consort sat in a pavilion surrounded by flowers, quietly looking at the painting on the stone table. The man in the painting looked to be in his early 20s, wearing a crescent-shaped white robe, with black hair like satin, jade-like facial features, arrogant and cold eyes, and a hint of impatience between his eyebrows. as if he could kill someone at any time. A bit worthy of a beating. "Father!" The little princess came over quietly, and called out to the prince consort suddenly. The prince consort had heard her footsteps a long time ago, but he couldn't bear to see the girl bored. So he looked up and showed a surprised look. "You scared me." He. The little princess smiled happily and proudly, sat down beside the prince consort, took his arm, and rested her head on his shoulder. "Father, what are you looking at?" "The painting," the prince consort said. The little princess stood up, took the portrait and took a look, and cried out, "Why is it him? Do you know him?" This time, the surprise in the prince consort's eyes was not pretended. However, the little princess was not good at observing people's expressions, and she didn't see the difference between her father's two looks. She said angrily, "Of course I know him. I would know him even if he turned into ashes. He was the one who robbed my Ganoderma lucidum with the people of the Hellion family." The little princess only saw Yin Qiuqiu and Yuan at the Billuo villa that day, but she didn't know that he was the eldest young master of the Hellion family, Yuan's husband, who came from the countryside to recognize his relatives. "You mean the group of people who robbed your Ganoderma lucidum?" the prince consort murmured thoughtfully. "Isn't it?" The little princess rolled her eyes. In the past, the prince consort would have teased her daughter that she would become ugly if she behaved like this. But today the prince consort said nothing, just stared at the portrait and said, "So he is also from the Hellion family." The little princess still did not notice the prince consort's abnormality, but said angrily, "I don't know about this. It's probably true. That woman is a peasant woman from the countryside, and she only knows people from the Hellion family in the imperial capital. But I don't think she is a guard, but more like a master." The little princess had such an illusion when she saw the other party for the first time. But it must be impossible. After all, he knew all the masters of the Hellion family. If he said that he was a country bumpkin young master who came from the countryside to recognize his relatives, the little princess would not believe it even more. Can a small town merchant cultivate the temperament of a noble family? Or is it a guest of the Hellion family? The little princess thought about it, and got confused. Sheer. Wake up. The little princess felt someone calling her in a daze. She raised her head, rubbed her eyes, looked at the person and said, "Mother?" The lady put a dress on her shoulders and said, "Why did you fall asleep in the pavilion? Where is your father?" "My father is..." The little princess was halfway through her words when she found that her father, who was originally sitting in the pavilion, had disappeared. She scratched her head. "Oh, have I slept for a long time? My father is gone? Why didn't he call me? I can't wake you up." "Right." The lady stared at her in anger and amusement. "Why did I raise such a pig like you?" The little princess smiled and snuggled into the lady's arms, saying coquettishly, "I got up too early. Didn't I?" The lady said lovingly, "Okay. Go back to the room if you want to sleep. It's not decent for the servants to see you lying in the pavilion." "I know. It's all my father's fault for not calling me," the little princess muttered resentfully. The lady tapped her forehead. "If you dare to say anything bad about your father again, I will punish you." The little princess pouted. "Okay." In her mother's heart, her father is always the first. She and her brother have to stand aside. But then again, where did my father go without saying a word? On the busy street, a spacious carriage slowly drove past, and passed through a clean and narrow alley. Although the imperial capital is a place where the rich and powerful gather, if you pay close attention, it is not difficult to find that such narrow alleys are often a bit messy. But this is not the case. There are 9 bends and 18 turns. Not to mention every alley. Even every corner is clean as if there is no dust. Ordinary people don't know who cleaned these alleys and streets, and when they clean them, they only know that they have become extremely clean when they pass by every day. This area is blessed by the Hellion family, and the public security is good enough that people can leave their doors open at night. The carriage stopped on a quiet road, and the driver asked, "Prince Consort, the Hellion family is ahead." The Prince Consort lifted the carriage curtain and looked ahead. There were 2 majestic mansions next to each other about 100 feet apart. One was the East Mansion, and the other was the West Mansion. The back door at the end of the road was the West Mansion. "How did you get to the West Mansion?" the Prince Consort said. The driver was stunned. "Are you going to the East Mansion?" You didn't say it. Our little princess has no contact with the East Mansion, but is very close to Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung of the West Mansion." The driver muttered this in his heart. But he didn't dare to shirk the blame. He quickly grabbed the reins and turned the direction and said, "I misunderstood. The East Mansion is also very close. Let's go back and pass through that small alley. Let's go to the back door." He couldn't understand it. A dignified prince consort came to the Hellion family. Why did he go through the back door instead of the front door? It's not like he did anything shameful. The driver drove the carriage to the back door of Hellion East Mansion strangely. However, at this moment, something even more puzzling happened. "Wait. Stop here," said the prince consort. The driver looked at the back door of Hellion Dongfu, which was dozens of steps away from the carriage, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it a bit far? Are you just going to walk over?" "No," said the prince consort. No. What's going on? The master came from the lady's house just to stand outside the back door of the Hellion family? The driver suspected that he had heard it wrong. He slightly tilted his body, opened a gap in the curtain, and stole a glance at his master. He saw him turning his head to look at the back door of the Hellion family outside the window, looking like he was in deep thought. The driver thought about it, but didn't say anything in the end. The master and servant just sat in the carriage. Fortunately, there were not many people passing by the back door of the Hellion mansion. Otherwise, they would be regarded as evil thieves if they stared at people like this. He didn't understand why the prince consort came to the Hellion family when he was fine, and he didn't dare to enter. However, the relationship between the Hellion family and the female monarch's mansion was indeed not very good. The heads of the Hellion family in all generations only served the monarch. And although the female monarch was the crown prince, she was the object that the Hellion family had to avoid. Of course, this was the first reason. The second reason had to be traced back to more than 30 years ago. The queen and the concubine were pregnant, and the two princesses were successively crowned with the fate of blessing and disaster. The old Hellion family head thought this was nonsense, and wrote a letter to request severe punishment for those who spread rumors and misled the public. The monarch did not punish them. After the two princesses were born, the monarch sent the disaster star princess out of Nanzhao. This matter was also strongly opposed by the old Hellion family head. How tragic that the child is innocent. To put it bluntly, these things are nothing more than the duty of eating the emperor's salary and worrying about the emperor. But in the eyes of those who are interested, it is inevitable that the Hellion family is biased towards concubine Yun and her daughter. In the end, the queen and the little princess have lost their affection for the Hellion family. So why did his son-in-law hide outside the back door of the Hellion family? Did he want to catch the Hellion family's pigtail? Wudong Garden. Today is the third day that Xiaobao has fallen out of favor. In these 3 days, Xiaobao has struggled, tried hard, and resisted. But he is not as good as Erbao in every way. Erbao spoke later than him, but spoke better and more than him. "Little dear great-grandson, what is this?" the old lady asked, picking up a string of candied haws. "Candied haws," Xiaobao said with his little chest puffed out. "Sparkling candied haws," Erbao said cutely. Xiaobao was knocked out instantly. The old lady hugged a few of her little great-grandchildren. Xiaobao put his little hands around the old lady's neck and said coquettishly, "I like you, great-grandma." The old lady felt sweet in her heart. "Oh, great-grandma Xiaobao. Great-grandma likes you too." But Erbao let go of his hand and climbed down from the old lady's legs. He said obediently and sensibly, "We are heavy. Great-grandma, please don't hold us. It will make your legs tired." The old lady's heart was about to melt. "Oh my Erbao. You will feel sorry for great-grandma." Xiaobao was knocked out again. The old lady put Xiaobao down and hugged the silent Debao into her arms. "The younger brothers have spoken. Why doesn't our Debao speak?" Xiaobao said proudly. "He is stupid. I am smart." Erbao said softly. "Brother is not stupid. He will speak in a few days." While Erbao finished speaking sensibly, he also touched Debao's face. What a deep sibling love. Xiaobao stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. On this day, Erbao received the most praise. Debao received the most encouragement. And Xiaobao called his brother stupid, and got a slap from his father. "I can't stay in this house anymore. You can live with whoever you want. I'm leaving." A housekeeper in the back room caught her husband drinking secretly again. Had a big fight with him. Packed up her bags and left angrily. Xiaobao, who accidentally saw this scene, felt deeply educated. Xiaobao stood under the sky, staring at the sky steadily. After a while, he made a painful decision. He returned to his room, stepped on a small stool, and climbed onto the bed. Grabbed the small bag his mother had sewn for him. Opened the closet. And found 2 sets of his own clothes. In addition, he also found a toy of his own and his own small milk bottle. And stuffed them into the small bag. Pulling the mouth of the small bag, it became a heavy small bag. He went to the yard to find a branch. Forked the small bag. And carried it on his shoulders. You all don't like Xiaobao. Xiaobao is going to run away from home. Xiaobao carried his small bag and went to the back door. Son of the royal family. It's getting late. Let's go back. His Highness will be worried if he can't find you soon. The driver said earnestly on the seat outside the carriage. Wait a little longer. The son of the royal family said. The driver asked blankly, Are you waiting for someone? How about I go to ask? The son of the royal family paused and lowered his eyes. No need. Let's go back home. Hey! The driver stretched his muscles, tightened the reins, and whipped it. Go! The horse felt pain and raised its hooves to run. Going back was actually a long way around. Going straight past the back door of the Hellion family. Turning right at the end, you can get to the street, which is a shortcut. But no one expected that a child would suddenly rush out of the back door. The driver was too late to tighten the reins. The child fell to the ground, and the carriage was passed. Oh! The driver tried his best to stop the carriage. He jumped off the carriage, and went back to look for the child. He saw a chubby little black egg lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He was terrified, and thought he had hit someone to death. Prince. The prince consort came over. The prince consort squatted down and frowned. Shut up. This was said to the driver. The driver quickly covered his mouth and swallowed the sound. Then the driver heard an incredible noise. Hoo. It came from the little black egg's nose. This wonderful little snore. So the child is not dead, but just asleep. What kind of fairy child is this? This is the first time Xiaobao has run away from home since he was a child. He didn't know that the sky outside is so vast. He walked until he was exhausted and yawned. But he hadn't even reached the end of the world. Finally, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. The driver was sweating. I was scared to death. The prince picked up the little black egg on the ground. The moment the little body was in his arms, his heart seemed to soften. He looked at the face in his arms. Although it was dark, the facial features were too delicate, and there was a sense of familiarity. Prince, what's wrong with you? The driver felt that Prince suddenly became abnormal. Since Prince's head hurt, as if something had split his head. The driver listened for a while and asked, Bugs? Are there bugs? Where are they? Songa. The prince consort hugged the child tightly in his arms. Chapter 363 Father and son meet again. Xiaobao sneaked away during the nap. They have their own room in Wudong Garden. But they don't usually sleep there. They stay at the old lady's place during the day, and at Yin Qiuqiu and Yuan's room at night. Everyone was asleep, including the maids. Xiaobao quietly climbed out of bed without disturbing anyone. After Yuan finished acupuncture for Yin Qiuqiu and went to the old lady's room to see if the 3 little guys were naughty, she found that a little black egg was missing. Yuan didn't think that the little guy had run away from home at first. She thought he had gone to steal food somewhere. She walked around several rooms where Xiaobao might appear, and went to the guest room to look, but still didn't see anyone. Then she guessed that the little guy might no longer be in the yard. If this happened in the Great Zhou, Yuan would worry whether the little guy was abducted by the enemies of the Prince of Yan's mansion. But not in the Hellion mansion. They had just arrived and not many people had any grudges with them. And even fewer knew about them in the Hellion family. As for the guys in the West mansion, they could not reach out to the East mansion for the time being. It couldn't be the little princess of the lady's mansion. That girl was just a straw bag with nothing on the surface. She bullied others by taking advantage of her power, but didn't dare to make too much trouble for fear of making the lady unhappy. She was less suspicious than the West mansion. Yuan thought about it, and thought that Xiaobao must have walked out by himself. Yuan called Fuling and Zissou, and asked them to look for Xiaobao in places where the children often went. Yuan told Yin Qiuqiu that Xiaobao was missing. The little guy didn't know where he had hidden for a while. It was always like this in the young master's mansion. The 3 little guys hid, and could make Uncle Wan cry. But the old lady didn't understand the bad taste of the little guys. Yuan was worried that the old lady would think too much. So she asked Yin Qiuqiu to stay and coax her. Fortunately, this little ancestor did not make trouble today, and agreed to it very politely. Yuan was still a little worried. If the old lady asks, just say that I went to buy rouge. Xiaobao woke up and pestered me to go out. Yin Jiuqiao gave her a chilly look. Yuan. Are you doubting my IQ? The word IQ was taught by Yuan, and he used it flexibly at once. Yuan. Really shooting himself in the foot. Yuan went to the children's room and found that the pocket she made for Xiaobao was gone, along with a small toy Yin Jiuqiao personally carved for his son, and a special small milk bottle for Xiaobao. Oh! This posture. It seems like he is going to have a four-way affair. Yuan is more and more sure that the little guy is hiding by himself. Fighting with your mother? You are still a little naive. Yuan went to Helian Biming's yard and took the little snow fox out. Yuan let the little snow fox smell Xiaobao's diaper, and the little snow fox fainted on the ground. It took 3 seconds for it to get up dizzy and go looking for someone. The little snow fox walked around the mansion with 4 short legs. Yuan followed it closely and came to the back door of the East Mansion. She couldn't help wondering. The little guy can run. At this time, Yuan still didn't guess that the little guy ran out of the mansion until the little snow fox came to the back door and kept scratching the half-open back door with its claws. Is this sneaking out of the house again? Given that the little guy had sneaked out of the house more than once before, Yuan was not too shocked by this wave of actions. He usually went with his brothers, but this time he acted on his own. The little timid one was really fattened up. However, when Yuan opened the back door and walked out, she only saw an empty street. Where was Xiaobao? In the bustling street market, there was a fuyuanzi that had been selling for more than 10 years. The store was not big, with only 4 small tables. The tables and chairs looked a bit old. It had good business every day, but it was not mealtime, so there were not many customers. At a table in the corner, there sat a man wearing a silver mask. The man was wearing a stone blue long robe with wide sleeves. He was tall and straight, like a green pine, graceful and elegant. On his right sat a little black kid, who was less than 3 years old. The kid was really black. When the man walked in hand, the boss was scared. But it is true that the baby is good-looking, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a small nose and a small mouth, and 2 dimples when she smiles, which is so cute. The 2 people's clothing and temperament are incompatible with this old and simple shop. But when they eat the food in the shop, they don't look disgusted at all. Is it enough? The prince consort looked at the small bowl of fuyuanzi in front of Xiaobao and asked gently. Xiaobao thought for a while. It's enough. This shop has many flavors of fuyuanzi. The prince consort asked Xiaobao a bowl without fillings, but asked the store to beat sweet egg flowers and put sweet rice wine. He didn't know why he thought of this way of eating. It seemed that he had eaten it with someone like this a long time ago. Xiaobao blew the small spoon. I'll do it, the prince consort said. Xiaobao handed him the spoon. The prince consort took the spoon and bowl and stirred it gently. Xiaobao opened his black eyes wide, staring at the floating yuanzi in the bowl without blinking. Drooling. The prince consort was amused by his greedy look. Do you want to eat? The prince consort asked. Xiaobao nodded like pounding garlic. The prince consort smiled gently. It's almost ready. Xiaobao swallowed his saliva. The prince consort scooped a small, half-spoonful and fed it to his mouth. And Xiaobao licked it gently. How can it be so delicious? Xiaobao opened his bloody mouth and waited for him to feed him obediently. The prince consort fed him a bite. And the floating yuanzi was so delicious that Xiaobao kicked his legs. The prince consort smiled. What's your name? Xiaobao. Xiaobao said. Who is your father? The prince consort continued. This question stumped Xiaobao, who sadly discovered that he didn't even know what his stinky father was called. It doesn't matter. Eat it. The prince consort fed Xiaobao another mouthful, and Xiaobao ate it with relish. The bowl of fuyuanzi was soon finished, and Xiaobao smacked his lips, still not satisfied. So the prince consort asked the store to make 2 more bowls. Xiaobao ate 3 bowls in one breath, which stunned the prince consort. He really didn't know how this little stomach could hold so many fuyuanzi. He didn't eat any of them, and the little guy ate them all. Xiaobao ate his fill, rubbed his round belly, and leaned against the wall, happy as a god. The prince consort stared at his eyebrows and eyes, and the more he looked, the more he couldn't take his eyes off him. This child made him feel very close, and even reminded him of Songer. But he and Songer were not similar at all. Songer. He called him that again without paying attention. I'm Xiaobao. Xiaobao corrected him. Ah. Sorry. The prince consort smiled. I'll take you back. Xiaobao folded his arms and turned his face away. I don't want to. The prince consort asked softly. Why not? If you come out like this, your family will be worried. Xiaobao said aggrievedly. Huh? No way. They don't like Xiaobao. They only like Debao and Erbao. He is no longer the good baby in their hearts. The prince consort rubbed Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao is so good. Your family must like you very much. They will be very anxious and sad when they find out that you are missing. And your mother will cry. Speaking of his mother, Xiaobao's eyes turned red. He missed his mother so much. But after the little snow fox chased all the way to the door, Xiaobao's breath disappeared. So there is only one explanation. Xiaobao was taken away by someone. And it is very likely that he left in a carriage. Yuan called Yan Jiucha out and told him about Xiaobao's situation. Yan Jiucha's eyes turned cold. I know. You go back home and wait for my news. I'll look for him with you. Yuan said. No need. Yan Jiucha said. Yuan looked at him in confusion. Do you know where he went? Yan Jiucha said calmly. I know how to find him. Yuan seriously suspected that she had missed something. But it was important to find someone at this critical moment. And any doubts could be put aside after Xiaobao returned. Yuan immediately returned to Wudong Garden. Yin Jiuchao took out a small porcelain bottle. A quarter of an hour later, Yin Jiuchao appeared in the shop selling fuyuanzi. Although this shop has been open for many years, and dignitaries have visited it in the past. 3 of them came at once. The boss was not only a little dumbfounded, but the father and son inside were already stunning. And this young man was even more noble and extraordinary. If you didn't know, you would think he was a royal guest. Kikik, the boss was so shocked that he stuttered. Yin Jiuchao ignored him, and went into the shop. As soon as he entered the lobby, he heard his kid's extremely annoying sentence, I'm not going home. As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, he felt a dangerous breath approaching him. He looked up and trembled with fear. What's wrong? Xiaobao? The prince consort turned his head, and saw Yin Jiuchao behind him. Yin Jiuchao also saw him. When their eyes met, they paused at the same time. This was the second time they met. But they were still not sure who the other person was. Just because he had a face exactly like King Yin, it didn't mean that he was King Yin. He didn't have such a father. His father would not abandon him. Would not want him. Yin Xiaobao. Yin Jiuchao turned his eyes away indifferently, looking at the little boy who was caught, and said, Why don't you come here quickly? Xiaobao slowly climbed down the stool, and walked towards the stinky daddy. Yin Jiuchao took his greasy little hand, turned around and walked out. The prince consort suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Chapter 364 Let's have another child. You? Who is it? This question has been on the mind of the prince consort since he saw Xiaobao. They are both from the Hellion family and look so alike. Who would believe that they are not father and son? And the interaction between Yin Jiuchao and Xiaobao just now has further confirmed this guess. But Xiaobao is his child. What about him? Whose child is he? The prince consort stared at Yin Jiuchao in a daze. But before he could finish his words, a charming figure rushed over like a swallow. Father! The little princess threw herself into the prince consort's arms, hugged his arm, and acted like a spoiled child for a while. Father! You are really too much. You didn't even bring Sheer with you when you came out. Sheer is almost suffocated in the mansion. The prince consort looked at the little princess, who suddenly rushed out, and then looked at Yin Jiuchao, who looked indifferent in front of him. Somehow, he suddenly felt a little at a loss. Yin Jiuchao glanced at the little princess coldly, pulled Xiaobao and turned away. Wait! The little princess stopped him, let go of the prince consort's arm, walked around in front of him, and looked him up and down. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turned out to be you. Why are you here? What's your business? Yin Jiuchao asked coldly. The little princess was furious. Who is this guy? Why does he talk exactly like the peasant woman who came to the countryside to recognize her relatives? Wait, he also led a little black child? The little princess's eyes fell on Xiaobao's face. Xiaobao turned his back and buried his little face in the thigh of his stinky father, and shook her big butt. The little princess's breathing stagnated. If she got it right, this little black kid was looking down on her. She was a princess of a country, but she was looked down on by a little black kid? You. The little princess was about to get angry. But Yin Jiuchao didn't bother to pay attention to her. He picked up the kid hanging on his legs and left without looking back. Father! Look! The little princess stamped her feet in anger, hoping that her father could help her get back on her feet. Although she was a princess, she didn't really dare to cause trouble outside. Otherwise her mother would hear about it, and she would definitely punish her severely. If her father took action, it would be different. Her mother would never get angry with her father. However, the little princess was disappointed. The husband who always loved her didn't go to find trouble with Yin Jiocha for her. Okay, stop making trouble and go back home, the husband said a little tiredly. The little princess looked at her father in disbelief. In the past, if she was right, her father would stand up for her. If she was unreasonable, her father would not blame her at all, but would comfort her kindly. But what did her father say just now? She was making a fuss? Was her father blaming her? Why? Father! The little princess felt upset. But when she saw the disappointed look of the prince consort, she couldn't say a word. The prince consort took the little princess to the carriage. The little princess felt wronged and didn't say a word all the way. The prince consort didn't try to comfort her like he used to. So the little princess felt even more wronged. When they were near the mansion, she finally couldn't help it. Father, why were you with that man just now? And why do you have his portrait? The answer is simple. But somehow, the prince consort didn't want to say it. I know. The little princess' eyes lit up, and she hugged the prince consort's arm and said, Did you know that he and the Hellion family bullied me? You are investigating him. Have you taught him a lesson just now? That's why you don't let me interfere. The prince consort opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally patted her shoulder. Go back home. The father and daughter returned to the mansion. The princess cooked a large table of delicious dishes herself, which was not common. After all, she was the princess, busy with all kinds of affairs. Her hands were used to control the world and strategize, not to make soup. And because of this, everything she did was even more precious. Mother, what good day is today? The little princess said with a smile. Naturally, she felt that the prince consort had not been paying much attention to her recently. The lady glanced at the prince consort calmly and said gently, Somer is coming back. Without waiting for the prince consort to answer, the little princess glared at him. Is my elder brother coming back? The lady looked at her and nodded lovingly. Yes. Then she said to the prince consort, Somer sent a letter saying that he is on his way back to the imperial capital and will arrive at the end of next month at the latest. Ah, that's more than a month away. The little princess was instantly disappointed. The prince consort was stunned and a little absent-minded. Sona, why do you think of Xiaobao's face when you mention this name? The resourceful prince consort actually has many things that he can't figure out. He can't think too much, or he will have a headache and his eyes will tear. Yin Jiuchao took Xiaobao back to Hellion Mansion. He didn't rush to bring the man back to the yard, but stopped halfway. Xiaobao knew that his stinky father was angry. Although he always went against Yin Jiuchao on weekdays, he relied on someone to support him. Now that the old lady, Hellion Biming, and Yuan were not there, he instantly became a coward. Yin Jiuchao walked in front, and he followed behind with his head drooped. Yin Jiuchao stopped, and he stopped obediently. He held the bag in his left hand, and the tree branch in his right hand. This was all the belongings he took when he left. He was so tired. Yin Jiuchao looked down at him. His eyes were cold, and a little scary. It seemed that he couldn't escape this beating. Xiaobao took a breath with great pain, turned his back slowly, and stuck his little butt out to him. Beat him. Yin Jiuchao. The beating didn't end. Hellion Biming came. He didn't follow Yin Jiuchao specifically, but he knew that Xiaobao was missing. He could hide this from the old lady, but not from him. He planned to go find Xiaobao, but he ran into him halfway. Xiaobao. Grandpa. Xiaobao's mouth sank, and he felt wronged. He was about to run into Hellion Biming's arms. Yin Jiuchao said seriously, Stop! Xiaobao stopped. Yin Jiuchao said again, Don't cry. Xiaobao held back his tears. Hellion Biming pushed the wheelchair over, touched Xiaobao's wronged face and said, What's wrong? Xiaobao said, I'm fine. No one wants to beat me. I don't cry. See, you scared the child. He Lianbei stared at the Yanjiu dynasty. After a while, your grandmother came to see the distress. Xiaobao knew that the uncle would protect him. It's a bombing. Well, you have to close the lesson. Why is grandpa's heart so dark? Although Hellion Biming hurt Xiaobao, the habit of running away from home cannot be used to it. Xiao Bao was so scared that he threw himself on Yan Jiuqiu, hugged Yan Jiuqiu's thigh and said, "Don't lock Xiao Bao up. Don't. Don't. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Yan Jiuqiu is not Yuan, who would be so soft-hearted at such a young age. He is so bold that he doesn't know how to write rules if he is not taught a lesson." Xiao Bao was taught a lesson badly. Stinky daddy. Woo woo. Xiao Bao covered his butt and went back to the yard. Debao and Erbao had already fallen asleep, and the old lady had also gone to bed. When Yuan coaxed the old lady, she changed the script of Xiao Bao following her out to the script of following Yan Jiuqiu out, with Debao and Erbao sticking to her. The old lady had no time to doubt anything. Xiao Bao stood at the door with grievance. Yuan led the little guy over, asked Sisu to get some water, took off the little guy's dirty clothes, and took a comfortable hot bath. "Is it fun outside?" Yuan asked as she put on his clothes. Xiao Bao shook his head. Yuan buttoned up. "Are you going to leave your mother behind?" Xiao Bao hugged Yuan's neck with his little hands. "I want your mother." Yuan said angrily, "You still want your mother? Do you know that your mother is almost dying of anxiety? If you leave the house like this, what if you meet a bad guy? If he kidnaps you, you will never see your mother again. I want your mother. I want your mother." Xiao Bao hugged Yuan tighter. "Are you still running around?" Yuan said. "No more running. I want your mother," Xiao Bao said in a baby voice. Who knows if this guy is just talking sweet words? When they were little kids, they were all very honest. As they were almost 3 years old, they began to have their own ideas. Yuan sometimes couldn't figure out what was in their little heads. Among the 3 little guys, Xiao Bao had the most ideas. To be precise, all 3 of them looked like Yan Jiuqiu. But Xiao Bao looked the most like him. This guy's little nose, little eyes, little mouth, even the toughness of his hair, and the curvature of his knuckles were exactly the same as Yan Jiuqiu's. Looking at him, it was not difficult for Yuan to imagine Xiao Jiuqiu in his childhood. Yuan kissed Xiao Bao. This was a kiss for Xiao Jiuqiu. Xiao Bao was stunned. And then he kissed his mother. Yuan smiled and kissed him back. "This was how you kiss your precious son." Xiao Bao got 2 kisses in a row, and he was very happy. He fell asleep sweetly in Yuan's arms. Yan Jiuqiu returned to the room after taking a shower, and saw Yuan sitting at the head of the bed. The little boy was sleeping in Yuan's arms with drool flowing. Yan Jiuqiu walked over with a dark face. Yuan touched Xiao Bao's head and whispered, "He looks like you." Yan Jiuqiu sat down next to Yuan. "Of course my son looks like me." Yuan said, "I mean, he looks most like you." Yan Jiuqiu said disdainfully, "I'm not that dark." The 3 sons were all tanned, but Xiao Bao was the darkest. Xiao Bao, who was sleeping, seemed to feel his father's disdain and snorted in dissatisfaction. Yuan chuckled, "Yes. You are white. You are the whitest. Little white face." Yan Jiuqiu looked at Yuan with a sinister look and said, "I think you are scolding me." "Yuan, shut up. We have been married for too long. And this guy knows what I am thinking with just one look. Everyone in the ladies' mansion has gone to bed. But the prince consort has not slept. He has been in the study for a long time. And it was almost midnight when he returned to his room. He took off his robe and lay on the soft bed. But suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in his ears, "Prince consort." The prince consort's expression paused. The lady approached him gently and breathed in his ear like orchid. The prince consort's body was facing away from her, and he did not move. The lady reached into his quilt, and after a while, her face was startled. "My husband is not in the mood today?" The husband's eyes flashed with a complexity that he himself did not understand. He paused and said, "I'm tired. Let's do it another day." The lady was disappointed, but she did not show it on her face. She smiled gently and said, "It's all because of Sheer, the girl. She is always not doing anything serious. I also heard about her making rouge. In fact, it's just an ordinary birthday. She didn't need to make such a fuss and drag you, her father, into it. I will talk to her later and ask her not to bother you all the time." The husband said, "It's not Sheer's business. I didn't sleep well." The lady looked at his back and called softly, "My husband." The husband responded. The lady smiled and said, "Let's have another child." The prince consort's eyes moved slightly. "We already have Songer and Sheer." The lady smiled slightly and said, "How can 2 be enough? I want to have many children with the prince consort." The prince consort said, "You are the lady. the lady said gently. And also your wife. It was getting darker, and the dew was heavier. The lady sat up, glanced at the sleeping man, tucked in the corners of the quilt for him, put on her outer robe, and went to the warm room. The imperial physician presented the medicine. Your Highness. Your pregnancy medicine. The lady looked at the medicine bowl in her hand and sighed. I have been drinking this pregnancy medicine for many years, but there is no improvement. Tell me the truth. Can I get pregnant again? The imperial physician hesitated. Your Highness was injured in that pregnancy. It may be difficult to get pregnant again. I will do my best to take care of you. The lady said seriously. What I want is for you to cure me. Not just do your best. The imperial physician knelt on his knees. I obey your order. Chapter 365. A warm family. 3 cute little kids. Yuan got up early, and the 3 little guys were still asleep. They were originally sleeping between her and Yin Jiuqiao. But somehow, they rolled to her feet in the middle of the night, lying all over the place, which made Yuan laugh. September in the capital should be very cool. But Nanzhao was cool for several days after a few light rains. And it got hot again this morning. The 3 little guys didn't catch a cold even if they were naked. Yin Jiuqiao rarely didn't get up early, and he lay there straight with his eyes wide open. Yuan turned her head, and saw that it was Xiaobao who put one foot on his chest, and a few inches higher. It could almost poke his nostrils. So this guy actually enjoyed such an offensive and abusive posture? Yin Jiuqiao played with his son's little feet. He looked as serious as if he was taking an exam. Yuan was touched by his appearance, and a touch of emotion passed through her heart. Although he always disliked this and that, he was the biological father of the children after all, and he loved them more than anyone else. He was the best father in the world. Yin Jiuqiao had enough fun, threw his son's feet aside, and got up with disgust. Yuan, so you really just played with it? Your son's feet are hairy and fun? The couple got up. Yin Jiuqiao didn't have the habit of letting the maid serve him, so he put on his clothes by himself. Yuan took out the belt and tied it for him. By the way, I forgot to ask you how you found Xiaobao. Where did you find it? Awei's poisonous insect. Yin Jiuqiao answered the first question. Awei and his companion set out to look for the handbook. Yin Jiuqiao gave them the Qinji box, and Awei also gave Yin Jiuqiao a poisonous insect that could track the breath of the little guys. It would be impossible to bring the little black egg safely to Nanzhao without some special skills. Awei, who said he disliked his apprentice, was actually more worried than anyone else that the little guys would get lost. Awei was so familiar with the road. I'm afraid that the little guys had run around more than once or twice along the way. Awei has worked so hard. Yuan decided to reward him when Awei came back. Yin Jiuqiao didn't answer where he found Xiaobao. Yuan was thinking about Awei at this moment and forgot to ask questions. She murmured. Awei and his friends have been in the Imperial Master's Hall for several days. I don't know what the situation is. If the things are not in hand, we can find another way. Please don't let anything happen to them, Yin Jiuqiao said. No news means nothing happened. Yuan thought that this was the reason. Once the Imperial Master's Hall found the thief, it would cause a big uproar. Now the Imperial capital is calm, which shows that several people are still hiding in the Imperial Master's Hall. Besides, the Wanshu Pavilion is so big, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to find a small note from thousands of books. Dabeo woke up and stretched hard. Yuan heard the little sound coming from his nose, smiled knowingly, walked over and said, Dabeo. Dabeo rubbed his eyes and crawled towards Yuan. Yuan held her son in her arms. Call me mother. Dabeo looked at Yuan with his eyes open. The younger brothers were talking better than each other, but the older brother still refused to speak. Yuan pinched his little nose. When will Dabeo call me mother? Dabeo rubbed his little head in Yuan's arms. Forget it. He will always speak when he wants to. Xiaobao and Erbao have proved that their language ability is fine. It's just a matter of time before Dabeo speaks. Yuan dressed Dabeo, and soon Erbao and Xiaobao woke up. Xiaobao opened his mouth and called me mother. Erbao was better at pleasing people than him, and he called me dad. But it was precisely because of this dad that Erbao was extremely honored to be taken away by the beloved daddy. Huh? Mom is Shiba's now. Xiaobao sat in Yuan's arms and stuck out his tongue at his brother, who was carried out by Yin Jiuqiao. Lowly. 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 Erbao was upset. Woo! Yuan also dressed Xiaobao. Xiaobao jumped off the bed and hugged Yuan's thighs. Mom! Mom! Yuan said with a smile. Mom has to work. Xiaobao hung on Yuan's thighs like a spoiled child. No work. Mom will accompany Xiaobao. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, if Mom doesn't work, Xiaobao will have no milk to drink. Xiaobao let go of his mother in a second. Yuan was made to laugh by him. Xiaobao stamped his feet in embarrassment and ran to find the old lady. Grandma. Grandma. Do you miss Xiaobao? Xiaobao rushed into the old lady's room like a tornado. The old lady had just asked the servant to comb her hair, and she opened her arms to hold the little weight in her arms, saying kindly, yes. Of course. Grandma misses Xiaobao. Does Xiaobao miss Grandma? Xiaobao said immediately, yes. I miss Grandma the most. The old lady was so obsessed with this little guy that he didn't need to eat candy after hearing this in the morning. He felt sweet all day. Soon, Debeo and Erbao came over. Erbao also called Grandma sweetly. Debeo didn't say anything, but he also threw himself into the old lady's arms and leaned for a while. The old lady liked everyone she saw. The three little guys looked so similar that the servants often called them by the wrong names. But the old lady never made a mistake. In the old lady's own words, my little great-grandson. How can I not recognize him? Yuan and Yin Jiuchao also came over. The old lady estimated that Helian Biming was almost done, and told the maid, set the table. Erbo and Xiaobao rushed out. Grandpa. Grandpa. Go and call Helian Biming to eat. Debeo. 2. Yuan patted her son's shoulder. Debeo went obediently. When Helian Biming came over, the wheelchair was full of children, with Xiaobao on the left armrest, Erbao on the right armrest, and Debeo on the back of the chair. Breakfast was made according to the tastes of the couple and the children. The old lady and Helian Biming were both casual about eating. The little guys were happy eating, so they also had an appetite. The little guys burped from eating so much. The old lady laughed so hard that she burped as well. The old lady was a little addicted to playing cards today. Yuan called Zisu and Fu Ling, and the four of them played a table of leaf cards. Yuan and the old lady played leaf cards happily, and Yin Jiucha went to take the kids out for a walk. At first, the kids were just playing around in the mansion, but suddenly they saw a servant's child sitting at the door licking a candied haws. The three of them sipped their saliva together. Slurp. Want to eat? Yin Jiucha asked. The three of them nodded cutely. Yin Jiuchao then turned around and took his son to buy candied haws. The shop selling candied haws was not far away, so Yin Jiuchao did not take a carriage and walked with the three little guys. When they arrived at the candied haws shop, the first batch of candied haws had been sold out, and the second batch was being made. The shop owner asked them to wait, and the three little guys really waited obediently. Yin Jiuchao was impatient to wait for the food, but the three little guys didn't leave, so he didn't say anything and quietly watched them. It was at this time that the lady's carriage passed by. She was traveling incognito, without the lady's ceremonial guard, and only sat in a carriage pulled by 2 horses. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was just an ordinary official family's travel. The weather was a bit hot, and there was a gap in her carriage curtain, which was not enough for the outside to see the scene inside clearly, and she couldn't see out very well. Simply, she didn't come to enjoy the scenery. But somehow, when she passed by the candy shop, she looked out for some reason, and at a glance, she saw a familiar figure. Seeing only his back, she almost mistook him for the prince consort. But when the carriage passed by, she saw his face and realized that he had no mask on and had an extremely young face. Stop, she said. The driver stopped the carriage. The lady pushed open the small window at the back of the carriage, and through the mottled broken jade curtain, she saw an incredible face. Sir, the candied haws you asked for are ready. The shopkeeper handed over 15 strings of candied haws, a total of 100 coins. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. This box of glutinous rice dumplings is for you. Yin Jiuchao took the candied haws and glutinous rice dumplings. The little guy couldn't wait to open his mouth. Yin Jiuchao used a skewer to pick up the glutinous rice dumplings and fed them to his son. The little guy stood on the other side of Yin Jiuchao. When he fed them, he turned his back to the direction of the lady's carriage, because of the obstruction of his body. The lady didn't see how many children they were, and what they looked like. The lady was in great shock. Your Highness, do you have any instructions? The driver asked. The lady withdrew her gaze. Her chest rose and fell violently. She calmed down and looked towards the candied haws shop. But Yin Jiuch and the children were no longer there. Did I see it wrong? The lady closed her eyes and ordered, "Go back to the mansion." "Yes." The driver drove the carriage back to the lady's mansion. After the lady got off the carriage, she didn't go anywhere, but went straight to the study of the prince consort. The prince consort loves reading. The queen collects famous books from all over the world for him, and builds a library in the mansion. The prince consort spends most of his time in the library every day, and this time is no exception. The study is empty, and no one dares to enter except the queen. The queen walked to the desk with a cold look and searched in the drawers and baskets. Finally, she found a scroll. She slowly spread out the scroll. On the scroll, the face she saw in the city today appeared. "Why did you paint yourself? And you painted yourself so young and beautiful." "I said I don't mind your appearance being damaged, so don't mind it yourself." "Did I say something wrong?" "I'm not blaming you for painting yourself, me." "Not me." "What?" "Nothing." She didn't react at the time, but the prince consort clearly meant that the person in the painting was not him. If it wasn't the prince consort, who could it be? The young man? The prince consort had seen him, and the prince consort also painted him. Why did he paint him? Did he think he looked like himself? Or? The lady felt dizzy. She held the table, steadied herself and said coldly, "Come here." A guard stepped in, bowed and said, "What do you want?" "Your Highness?" The lady picked up the scroll and said to him firmly, "Go and find out who this person is." "When did the prince consort see him? What did you say to him?" Chapter 366, Finding Out the Truth. This guard's name is Imo Ming Sang. He has been in the lady's mansion for 7 years. He has climbed from the lowest guard to the position of the chief guard step by step. His ability is highly recognized by the lady, and he is highly valued by the lady. After receiving the order from Her Highness the lady, he asked some questions about the person in the painting, such as whether Her Highness the lady had seen him, and where she had seen him. A shop selling candied haws on Luoyang Street is just opposite the Rouge shop where the princess goes to report for duty every day. After learning this accurate information, Imo Sang quickly went to Luoyang Street and found the shop selling candied haws. He asked the shopkeeper about the whereabouts of the man. There are not many customers like Yin Jiuchao. Just one glance can make people unforgettable for life. Not to mention that Yin Jiuchao has come more than once. The shopkeeper recalled, "The first time he came to me, he left without buying anything. He got on a carriage." "What carriage?" Imo Sang asked. The shopkeeper said, "How should I know? Stop at the Rouge shop." Imo Sang asked about the carriage and the driver, and vaguely guessed what he was. Then Imo Sang asked who the young man was, and whether he had heard his last name. How could the shopkeeper know? The young man came twice, both times just to buy candied haws. He would never try to make friends with a small shopkeeper like him. However, the shopkeeper told Imo Sang that the young man came from the alley across the street, and he probably lived in that noble area. There were many powerful people in that noble area, but the most eye-catching one was the Hellion family. This area was protected by the Hellion family, and even thieves dared not patronize it. However, because of this, the news inside it was tightly blocked and rarely spread to the outside world. Imo Sang took great pains to rule out the irrelevant houses one by one, and then the Hellion family was left, which was not so easy to sneak into. The little black eggs slept safely at the door, because they were children, and no death warriors would guard a few babies tightly. Imo Sang was different. He was a martial artist. Once he approached, the death warriors could sense his inner breath. Imo Sang returned to the lady's mansion. The prince consort was still in the library. He was like this, with no other hobbies. Only loved to read. Read when he was happy, and read when he was worried. People often couldn't tell what he was thinking. But what was certain was that the prince consort had been a little abnormal recently. And I don't know if it was because of meeting that young man. "Your Highness." Imo Sang asked for an audience outside the door. The lady pressed her eyebrows and said, "Come in." Imo Sang stepped inside. The lady gestured to the maids to retreat, and the maids understood and retreated respectfully. "What happened?" the lady asked. Imo Sang said ashamedly, "I am incompetent. I only found out that he met the prince consort once in the carriage outside the Rouge shop. As for what they said, I don't know. Whether he and the prince consort only met once, I am still investigating." "So what did you find out?" A trace of coldness flashed across the lady's face. Imo Sang said seriously, "According to the clues provided by the store, I have ruled out all the houses nearby, and only the Hellion family is left. I can't find any information." The lady paused. You mean he might be from the Hellion family? Mo Sang said, unless he doesn't live there at all. But this possibility is very small, because the store owner saw him coming out of that alley twice. If he didn't live there, it would be impossible for him to come out of that alley. How could there be such a person in the Hellion family? The lady murmured thoughtfully. Mo Sang said again, I heard the little princess mention something about the Hellion family a few days ago. What is it? The lady looked at him solemnly. Mo Sang replied, a couple came to the Hellion family to claim to be the son and daughter-in-law of the younger brother of the Baiming God General. The lady pondered. The younger brother who fell off the cliff and left no trace? Mo Sang nodded, yes. The old lady was too sad and went insane. There are rumors that the child was not dead at all, but was rescued. Over the years, people have come to claim to be their relatives, saying that they are the children who fell off the cliff. But they were all seen through by the Hellion family. The little princess said that 80% of the people who came this time were fake. But they didn't know what means they used to confuse the old lady and the Baiming God General. Why did she say that? The lady asked. The little princess was outspoken and could not hide her words. She almost had to tell the maids everything when she returned to the courtyard after being wronged outside. As the chief guard of the lady's mansion, Mo Sang had his own spies in every courtyard. Of course, this was agreed by the lady. Mo Sang told the maid all the news she had heard. The young master from the countryside destroyed the Wushan Ganoderma lucidum she found for you, and also taught the two young masters from the West Mansion a lesson. The two sides had a grudge. These words should have been said by young Master Hellion and the princess. The lady waved her hand. Then it doesn't count. Yes, maybe the two young masters are resentful and said bad things. Mo Sang first agreed with the lady's words, and then put forward his own point of view. But no matter what, I think that this young man is probably the young master who came from the countryside to recognize his relatives. It's not difficult to know the answer. The lady called the little princess over. The little princess had just finished her bath, and her hair was not dry yet. When she heard that her mother had summoned her, she came with a smile, sat on the chaise longue, hugged her mother's arm and said, Will you let me sleep here tonight? The lady smiled indulgently. How old are you? Do you still want to sleep with your mother? No matter how old you are, you still want to, the little princess said coquettishly. The little princess is not too old, but not too young either. Ordinary girls would have married at her age. But the lady has not started to find a husband for her. One reason is that she has been raised too spoiled, and the other is that she is reluctant to let her go. She wants to keep her for 2 more years. However, the children of the emperor's family will never have trouble getting married. So what if her daughter is 18 or 19? Which man in the world dares to dislike her? Today is not a time for romance. The lady talked to the little princess about business. Have you been out and causing trouble for me again these days? How could I? The little princess said with a guilty conscience. The lady raised her eyebrows lightly and said, Then why did I hear that you caused the 2 young masters of the Hellion family to be punished by their grandfather? The little princess was furious and said, How could it be me? It's not me. Then who is it? The lady asked in a persuasive way. The little princess didn't know that she had fallen into her mother's trap, and she said in a babble, It's that country bumpkin who came to recognize his relatives. Mother, you probably don't know that the Hellion family has come to claim to be the grandson of the old lady, and he has brought his family and settled in the East Mansion. The little princess didn't know about the little black eggs, and she didn't think about it when she saw a black child in the shop. The family she mentioned was Yuan, who had given her 2 setbacks. It seems that my daughter has been bullied. The lady gently stroked the little princess's head. If the little princess didn't complain to the lady easily, she would appear narrow-minded. Secondly, the lady would put the overall situation first, and would not punish her people for trivial matters. Otherwise, why would people say that the lady loves the people like her own children? But since the lady asked about it today, the little princess told the story of Yan Jiuqiao damaging the Wushan Ganoderma, bullying Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung, and Yuan snatching the red Ganoderma from her. Naturally, she omitted the part about visiting the brothel. She only said that it was the Hellion Yu brothers who made the connection and agreed to fight each other, and Meng Gu Lao lost. The lady had heard about the fight long ago, and Meng Gu Lao deliberately lost to others to repay his senior brother's favor. But Meng Gu Lao didn't tell the details, and the lady didn't ask, which led to the loss of such important information. If she had known that the young master of the Hellion family had come, she would have asked someone to check it out. As long as she saw that person and that face, She would definitely not let him appear in front of the prince consort. To ensure that everything is foolproof, the lady brought the portrait of the man. Is it him? It's him, Xiao Jun said angrily. In this case, it is undoubtedly the young master of the Hellion family. But how could this be? Why does the young master of the Hellion family look so much like the prince consort? The younger brother of the Biming god general was born in the 35th year, and his child will not be more than 20 years old. The face of the young man is very tender, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is 17. But the calm and restrained temperament he exudes does not look like a child who is still wet behind the ears. The lady closed her eyes. He looks so much like the prince consort. Could it be that child? That child will be 24 this year. But isn't he in the great show? How did he come to Nanzhao and become the eldest son of the Hellion family? He was brought back by the Biming god himself, the little princess said with a pout. The lady's eyes tightened. He, Lian, Bei, Ming, General, in the Hellion mansion. Yu Gang hurried into Hellion Biming's yard. Hellion Biming was teasing the little snow fox, and turned around when he heard the words, "What's the matter?" Yu Gang said, "The lady is here." Chapter 367 Little Black Jiang is here. Hellion Biming couldn't understand why the lady came to visit, since he had a problem with his health. He gradually faded out of the court. In recent months, he even asked the king for a long vacation. Now he is idle at home, and no one needs to ask him about the affairs of the court and the military camp. So it is unlikely to be for official business. If it is for private matters, it is even more impossible. The Hellion family has no dealings with the lady's mansion. What private matters are worth the lady's personal visit? Hellion Biming went to the flower hall of the East Mansion to meet the lady. The lady did not wear the official uniform of the court. It looked like an ordinary visit. She sat in the main seat with dignity, and Mo Sang and two close maids were waiting on both sides. The housekeeper of the East Mansion served the newly brewed tea early. But it was not the best tea in the mansion. The best ones were all taken by the old lady to please the little grandson. It was better that the lady did not come to drink tea. Yu Gang pushed the wheelchair into the hall, and then stood behind his master. Hellion Biming's tendons were broken, and his martial arts skills were lost. The king had exempted him from bowing to anyone. Hellion Biming bowed slightly to the person on the seat. "I didn't know that your highness was coming. I failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me." The queen smiled kindly and said, "God, there is no need to be polite." Yu Gang pushed the wheelchair to the place where the queen sat. The lady's gentle eyes fell on Hellion Biming's handsome face, and she smiled and said, "I haven't seen the general for a long time. How are you?" Hellion Biming said, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern." The lady said again, "I wonder how the old lady is." Hellion Biming said, "My mother is in good health and everything is fine." "Then I am relieved. The last time I saw the old lady, she didn't recognize who I was." The lady said, lowered her head and laughed, and then looked at Hellion Biming again. The seemingly casual question was questioning whether the old lady was really awake. Hellion Biming pretended that he didn't understand. "My mother didn't meet your highness many times." "That's true." The lady hit a soft nail. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and then talked about family matters. Hellion Biming got to the point. "Your highness, you came to the Hellion mansion today. I don't know why. But what does the king want?" The queen said, "It's not my father. I came here on my own. I heard that the relatives of the general were found. They are the flesh and blood of the child who fell off the cliff. I don't know if it's true or not." "It's true. My brother unfortunately fell off the cliff and his body was gone. Although many people said he was dead, my mother and I always believed that he was alive. Over the years, I have been asking around for my brother's whereabouts. God will not let those who work hard find him. I finally found him. It's a pity that it's too late. My brother and sister-in-law have both passed away. Fortunately, they left their flesh and blood in the world. My mother was very happy to see the child, as if my brother was really alive." When Hellion Biming said this, the queen's eyes were always on his face, as if she wanted to know if he was hiding something. However, Hellion Biming paused. "I haven't announced this matter to the public yet. I don't know where your highness got the news from." The only person who dared to question the lady so blatantly, besides the king and his wife, was this man in front of him. The lady had expected him to ask this question, so she didn't hide anything and said truthfully, "I heard from Sheer that Sheer and the young master and mistress, who just returned home, seemed to have some misunderstandings. It was just a play between children. The generals don't need to take it to heart. Hellion Biming looked like he had a headache and said, "Is it your Enchung'er? I warned these two children not to disturb the princess. But they didn't listen. They caused trouble for His Highness. I apologize to His Highness and the princess on their behalf." The lady smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Political affairs are political affairs. And children are children. They grew up together since they were young. And their feelings are extraordinary. Don't blame them." Hellion Biming said seriously, "I obey your order. Hellion Yu and Hellion Chung are not the eldest sons of the Hellion family. They will not inherit the position of the head of the family. Their words and deeds cannot represent the position of the entire Hellion family. Therefore, although it is best to stay away from the lady's mansion, if you can't help it, it's okay to visit them. If the eldest sons of the East and West mansions were to keep in touch with the little princess, I'm afraid it would be a different story." The lady smiled and said casually, "Is the child in the mansion today? I haven't seen him yet." Hellion Biming sighed and said, "What a coincidence." Chower went out. "Young man, staying in the mansion all day is boring. So I asked the guards to take him out for a walk." "Ah." The lady nodded in understanding and said with a smile, "It's actually nothing serious. Sheer has been spoiled by me. She has bad words and deeds. I don't want it to be spread that Sheer bullies the eldest grandson of the Hellion family." Hellion Biming said solemnly, "I guarantee to your highness that this will never happen." The lady smiled and said, "I feel relieved with your words. You know, Sheer is 17 years old, and it's time to get married. If she has a bad reputation, I will have a headache." "I understand." Hellion Biming bowed. The lady said softly, "It's getting late. I should go back home. These are my little gifts for the old lady and the two children." The lady raised her hand and pointed to the brocade boxes on the table. Hellion Biming said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness." The lady stood up and said goodbye. Hellion Biming sent her out of the flower hall. The lady asked him to stay and left with the guards and maids. The two maids followed behind without looking away. Mo Sang followed and whispered to the lady, "Your Highness, is that young man really from the Hellion family?" The lady asked back, "What kind of person is Hellion Biming in your mind?" Mo Sang thought for a while and said, "He is loyal to his country and has a heart of steel. He is an impeccable minister." The lady smiled faintly. "But he is also a rare filial son." Mo Sang was stunned. "Your Highness means..." The lady said, "I remember one year the old lady wanted to eat lychees from the county. But the bridge leading to the county was broken that year. The road was blocked, and the caravans were unwilling to go there. Hellion Biming asked the emperor for leave and went to the county to buy lychees in person. But the old lady didn't eat them after she bought them. After a few days, the old lady started talking about the lychees from the county again. He knew that the old lady would forget about it after a few days, but he still went there resolutely. He is such a person. He can do anything to please the old lady." "Your Highness, are you saying that the child is fake, and that he brought him from outside to satisfy the old lady's wish?" When talking about the child, he was very cautious and even refused to let me see him. I couldn't help but doubt it. But the lady didn't say the rest. If the child is not his own, then the only person who looks like him is the prince of the great show. The lady privately thinks that this possibility is not high. After all, the prince is the murderer of Hellion Chi. No matter how much Hellion Biming wants to please the old lady, he will not bring the enemy who killed his brother back home. While the two were talking, the sound of a child struggling came from not far away. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a child who seemed to have crawled out of a haystack. While walking towards the flower hall, he used his fleshy little hands to clumsily grab the grass debris on his head. He was about 2 or 3 years old, chubby, like a little black egg, and looked very cute. He was uncomfortable with the grass debris, but he couldn't scratch it off. Hellion Biming came out pushing a wheelchair. The child walked towards him and handed him his head. Hellion Biming carefully picked the grass debris on his head. "Did your brother bully Debeo again?" The three of them were playing hide-and-seek, and Debeo was trapped in the haystack by his 2 younger brothers. Debeo was itchy and uncomfortable. Hellion Biming took off his clothes covered with grass debris, leaving only a cool little bellyband. He climbed onto Hellion Biming's legs with his bare butt, sat in his arms, and scratched his head with both hands. "Don't scratch it. It hurts if you scratch it. Grandpa will blow it for you." Hellion Biming took away his little fleshy hand and blew gently on his head. The lady had never seen Helian Biming like this before. He was so gentle that he seemed to be a different person. He called himself the great-grandfather. So, that little black egg is his nephew? DeBeo was still itchy, and rubbed his little head in Helian Biming's arms, messing up all his clothes. His little hands grabbed Helian Biming's face uncomfortably, scratching his face. Helian Biming didn't care about his disfigurement at all, and said softly, DeBeo, don't feel uncomfortable. Great-grandfather will take DeBeo to take a bath now. Okay. DeBeo nodded obediently. The grandfather and grandson returned to Woodone Garden. The lady looked at the direction where the two went away, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Your Highness, what are you thinking about? Mo Sang interrupted her thoughts. Too much like. The lady murmured. Like? Mo Sang didn't pay much attention to the little black egg, and went to monitor Helian Biming. The lady said in a daze, too much like the child back then. Just a little fatter and darker. Mo Sang didn't understand. The female monarch paused. Send someone to Dezhou and find someone for me. Who? Mo Sang asked. The female monarch said, the Prince of Yanqing. As long as he has found out that he is not in Dezhou. Then the young master who came to recognize his relatives is most likely him. Mo Sang set a pair of twins under his command, one of whom is a death warrior, and the other is a scout. They are a perfect combination similar to Ing Shirsan and Ing Lu. The difference is that the two have undergone more rigorous training. The elder brother is a golden-faced death warrior, and the younger brother is a supreme scout. So far, there has been no unfinished mission for the two of them. After receiving the order, the two rushed to the border without stopping. On a dark and windy night, they left Xiqing and arrived at Qinghe town, which borders Dazhou. Yulian is the largest inn in Qinghe town, and also the most shady inn. However, after being robbed twice, the inn has been closed for a long time until today. In view of the painful lessons of history, they decided to turn over a new leaf and start a new life. In the evening, the first guests of this month came to the inn. They were a pair of twin brothers with cold temperament and strong aura. The shopkeeper was nervous and asked bravely, Sir, are you staying in the hotel or eating? Stay in the hotel. The younger brother slapped a gold ingot on the table. One of the upper rooms. Oh, it's good to turn over a new leaf. You can earn so much money without robbing. The younger brother took out another gold ingot. Feed the horse. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he nodded like pounding garlic. Feed. 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 Definitely feed. The shopkeeper put the silver ingot in his arms, called the waiter to take the two to the Tianzhou room, and personally went to the stable to feed the two Fergana horses. The shopkeeper had never seen such a good horse in his life, and he almost wanted to do the black shop again. But thinking of the murderous eyes of the twin brothers, he suppressed his courage again. The inn had been closed for so long, and I thought the business would be very bad. But soon, there were guests again. This time, a carriage came, and the driver was a burly man, about 30 years old, tall, with strong features, handsome face, and extraordinary demeanor. Another distinguished guest. The shopkeeper sucked his saliva and quickly came forward. Please come in. Sir, our small shop has all kinds of guest rooms, wine and food, all of which are the best in town. The man said, my wife likes quietness. May I ask if there is a quieter room upstairs? The shopkeeper patted his chest and said, yes. Yes. My place is the quietest. I guarantee that you won't even hear birds singing at night. The man said, please wait a moment. I'll ask my wife. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. What? A grown man has to ask a woman's opinion? The man lifted the curtain. The shopkeeper took a sneak peek and saw a pair of embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls. The man said gently, Ashu, how about staying in this inn tonight? Okay. The owner of the embroidered shoes nodded softly, and with the help of the man, she got off the car in a sickly manner. Chapter 368 The Mighty and Domineering Little Black Jiang. The shopkeeper watched intently. The lady was thin, wearing a lavender wide-sleeved silk dress, a veil and a bamboo hat, looking very frail, panting every 3 steps, holding her heart. The shopkeeper was worried about her slow pace, fearing that the strong wind outside would blow her away. Ahem. When passing by the shopkeeper, the lady coughed weakly twice, and the shopkeeper almost instinctively made way for her. Madam, please. I was afraid that I would accidentally bump into her and kill her. Thank you. Jiang thanked him sickly, and with the help of her husband Yu Shaoqing, She stepped over the threshold and entered the inn. Yulai Inn is indeed the largest inn in Qinghai, at least in terms of area. The furnishings inside are a bit unworthy of the name. Fortunately, they are all country people who are used to hard life and are not picky about this. It is because Yu Shaoqing is reluctant to let his wife suffer grievances that he always chooses to stay in a large inn. Be careful. Yu Shaoqing reminded his wife to pay attention to the steps. Jiang smiled gently and moved up the stairs with lotus steps. There is only one Tianzi room in the inn, which has been given to the twin brothers just now. The shopkeeper provides the couple with a dizzy room, which is just opposite the Tianzi room. Sir, this is the best room in our inn. You two have been traveling hard. I will prepare some wine and food for you. Since you have made up your mind to change your ways, you have to look like you have changed your ways. For example, do every business seriously. Yu Shaoqing said seriously, no need for wine. Just make some of your signature dishes and send them over. But don't put garlic in them. My wife doesn't eat garlic. The shopkeeper replied with a smile, yes. I'll go and arrange it right away. I'm downstairs. Please let me know if you have anything to say. Yu Shaoqing nodded and helped his wife into the house. The shopkeeper went downstairs to the kitchen to order the food. And just after he finished, he realized that he hadn't served the guests at Tianzijian yet. I promised to be a conscientious shopkeeper, and I really failed in my duty. The shopkeeper felt a strong sense of guilt and went upstairs himself. He knocked on the door of the Tianzi room and said, I am the shopkeeper of the inn. I would like to ask if the two gentlemen would like to eat something tonight. The inn has roast goose, salted chicken, braised duck, braised pork belly. He listed the names of 27 or 28 dishes in one breath, without waiting for a response from the inside. He continued, if the young master does not want to eat the food in the inn, it doesn't matter. There are many special snacks in our town. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I will buy it for you. I am always a qualified shopkeeper like this. However, there was no response from the room. The shopkeeper looked at the sky. It was still early. He would not go to bed, sleep on an empty stomach. The shopkeeper continued to knock on the door. Young master. Young master. Young master. Creaky. The door was opened from the inside. The cold face of my brother appeared in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was startled by his murderous eyes, then smiled and said, Sir, would you like to have dinner? Since he had neglected his duty and made the other party hungry, the shopkeeper said that he would treat them to a meal. After the meal, he served them tea and water attentively, and served them attentively. After the shopkeeper finally rolled back to the house to rest, the twin brother bolted the door. The twin brother took out a carrier pigeon from the box, untied the note tied to one of its feet, and read it carefully. Ordinary pigeons can only return to the breeding grounds, but the pigeons tamed in the lady's mansion know how to track their breath. This pigeon arrived just now, but was interrupted again and again by the shopkeeper. So they only saw the instructions of the lady's highness now. What did the highness say? Asked the twin brother. The twin brother said, the highness asked where we were and asked me to sneak into the Great Zhou as soon as possible. First capture a few confidants of the Yin Prince in Yinqing, and force them to tell the whereabouts of the Yin Prince. This is not difficult, the twin brother said. Yinqing is not far away, just in the south of the Great Zhou, and it can be reached from Qinghai town in 1 day and 1 night. The twin brother said, we only need to find out his whereabouts, and then we can return to the capital to report to His Highness. That's right. The twin brother nodded. His Highness also said that there must be no mistakes in this matter. If anyone suspicious is encountered, they will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door again. It's me, said the shopkeeper. I saw that the two young masters had a hard time traveling, so I boiled some hot water for them. The two exchanged glances, and the twin brother clenched the dagger in his hand. He went to open the door, and the shopkeeper brought the wooden barrel in with a smile, and then walked out with a smile. At this time, the door of the opposite room also opened. Yu Shaoqing asked the shopkeeper, excuse me, is there any place selling candy here? The shopkeeper hurriedly said, go out and turn east, and you will see a big shop. Come on. I'll take you there. Thank you, shopkeeper. Yu Shaoqing closed the door and went downstairs with the shopkeeper. The twin brother clenched the dagger in his hand and closed the door coldly. Not long after Yu Shaoqing and the shopkeeper left, Jiang quietly opened the door. She didn't want to eat candy. She wanted to sneak into the kitchen to eat meat. Fat pork belly, with green onions and garlic. Slurp. Jiang had just left the room when an unusual movement came from the Tianzi room. She walked over calmly and put her ear to the door. The conversation inside came out clearly. Brother, keep your voice down. I suspect she is eavesdropping. Ah! Were we discovered? What if she heard us? With her weak shoulders and hands. What can she do to us? Brother, you are too cautious. Little Black Jiang looked at his hands and showed off his biceps. Better safe than sorry. Besides, I suspect she is not as simple as she looks. She must have disguised her identity. Little Black Jiang glared. So, she is suspicious? Not only her, but her companions are also suspicious. Then I will kill them. Bang! The door was kicked open. Who are you going to kill? The twin brothers were shocked and looked towards the door together. However, before they could even see each other's appearance, they were strangled by a pair of strong hands. They were all top-notch masters. And the twin brother was a golden-faced warrior with deep internal strength. One punch could shatter a stone mountain. They were as heavy and strong as brown bears. But the bare hands easily picked them up, as if they were pinching two weightless little chickens. The little chickens were slammed against the wall. Ask again. Who are you going to kill? Both of them were stunned. They could hardly believe it was true. They were thrown to the ground. Paw paw paw. Several big slaps in the face were bombarded in turn. Don't say it. Just as the two were about to speak, another slap came down. Tried to speak again. And another big slap came down. Speak or not. Damn it. Stop beating me. Let me speak. The golden-faced warrior of the lady's mansion, the supreme scout, was beaten to death. Fainted. Woke up from the pain. Woke up and fainted again. And in the end, both of them only had their last breath left. And the twin brother finally got the chance to speak. We are talking about killing the shopkeeper. After saying this, he died. Xiao Hejiang realized that he had hit the wrong person again. Ahem. The irritable Xiao Jinggang turned back into a weak and sickly beauty in a second, holding a handkerchief in one hand and holding her heart with the other, and said to the twin brother, who was still half-breathed, "Let me help you to bed and rest." It would have been fine if he didn't help. But once he helped, the twin brother, who was psychologically traumatized by the beating, was directly frightened out of his wits, tilted his head, and died. Xiao Hejiang, huh? The queen far away in the imperial capital didn't know that the spies she sent out had both been killed. And the loss was inexplicable. She sent out the top masters of the queen's mansion. They would definitely bring her back the news of the Prince of Yanqing, and also capture a few confidants, so that she could go to the Hellion mansion to confront him face to face without any risk, because they had to hurry. Yu Shaoqing got up before dawn, and Jian also woke up. Yu Shaoqing said to her, "Sleep a little longer. I'll call you when I'm done." Along the way, Jian was mainly responsible for shopping, eating, and sleeping. Yu Shaoqing did all the big and small jobs. Yu Shaoqing packed his bag and found that he had run out of money. I heard that there is an escort agency in Qinghe town, which can escort to Xiqing. I'll try my luck. You wait for me here. Jiang nodded obediently. Yu Shaoqing went to the escort agency. The shopkeeper was snoring on the counter. Suddenly, he felt a chilly breeze blowing, which made him shiver and wake up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a lady wearing a veil, standing in front of him with a sinister look. He was still dazed and didn't recognize the other person for a while. He rubbed his eyes and said in confusion, "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" Xiao Hejiang showed his dagger. "Robbery." Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, roaring to the sky, "What did I do wrong?" Chapter 369. Heir of the Hellion family. Yu Shaoqing went early, and Longman Escort Agency had not yet opened. He waited for a full hour before the door opened. However, he was unlucky because no one was escorting to Xiqing today. Instead, he had a mission to go to nearby Lu County to pick up a newly promoted Gu Master, and the reward was 5 taels of silver. Lu County was not far away, and he could return in 1 day by galloping. This business was good. But Yu Shaoqing had to greet his wife first, and let his wife accompany him. Although it was a bit hard, he was worried about leaving his weak wife alone in the inn for a whole day. On the way back to the inn, Yu Shaoqing bought 2 rose buns. Shu loved to eat such beautiful and exquisite things. When Yu Shaoqing returned to the inn with the buns, he saw that Jiang had actually gotten up and was sitting in the middle of the lobby talking to the shopkeeper. The shop assistant stood around him. and everyone was respectful, like guarding a gangster boss. Yu Shaoqing frowned. Aren't you afraid that so many fierce people will scare Ah Shu? He knew that Ah Shu shouldn't be left here alone. Ah Shu. Yu Shaoqing walked over quickly, blocking his wife behind him, and looked at the people who seemed to be bruised and swollen with vigilance. What are you doing? The shopkeeper had a huge panda eye and said embarrassedly, We are serving the wife breakfast. Yu Shaoqing looked at the table of fragrant food. His expression was slightly relieved, and then his eyes fell on the green onions and garlic cloves beside him, and his eyebrows were frowned. Didn't I tell you that my wife doesn't eat these? Shopkeeper, who is the woman who just finished half of the basin? And this? Ah Shu doesn't eat two greasy things. Yu Shaoqing brought out a large bowl of shiny pork belly. Nor pig offal. Yu Shaoqing picked out the stir-fried pig intestines, and husband and wife lung slices. And chicken feet. Chicken feet are detrimental to one's image. Ah Shu is a lady from a noble family, and she never eats them. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched, and he seriously suspected that the woman, who was sitting with her legs crossed and eating like a female bandit, was not her. That's right. I said I don't eat these, Jian said softly. The shopkeeper almost knelt down. Where's that big voice of the Hedong lioness? Did you eat it? Yu Shaoqing said softly, Ah Shu, I came here to discuss something with you. I found a job in the escort agency. I am going to Lu County to pick up an escort. You don't have to go out to find work. They also want to haul escorts. Jian looked at the shopkeeper and others and said, Oh, really? Yu Shaoqing looked at the shopkeeper in confusion. You are a jerk. The shopkeeper limped back to the counter and took out a brocade box the size of 2 bricks. This is what we want to escort. Please send it to the imperial capital. This is your reward. As he said this, he handed over all his belongings with a painful heart. Yu Shaoqing looked at the large table of silver and suspected that they had made a mistake. Is this too much? Not much. Not much. The things are very valuable. The shopkeeper felt bitter, but he dared not say anything. To be able to pay such a large reward, there must be a treasure of great value inside. Yu Shaoqing solemnly accepted the big box containing a stone. Don't worry. I will definitely deliver it to you. By the way, where are you sending it to? The imperial capital, the shopkeeper said with a sad face. Ah, on the way. That's great. Thinking that he would soon see his daughter and several children. Yu Shaoqing smiled happily. Seeing him smile, Jian also gently raised the corners of her lips. With the solemn farewell of the shopkeeper and a group of younger brothers, the waiter, the couple got on the carriage to the imperial capital. In Hellion Mansion, several little guys were sitting in the yard taking a bath. The weather was good, and there was no need to worry about catching a cold. The old lady was happy to see her little grandson, and asked someone to move a chair to lie down beside her. The old lady liked the little guys, and she would not feel bored even if she watched them all day. But the little guys were not very energetic today. The reason was simple. Debeo had severe allergies, and had a lot of lumps on his head. Yuan wanted to cut his hair, to make it bald. Debeo was so young, but he knew he was ugly. He held his head, and refused to let his mother cut his hair. He had to cut his hair. Not only was he allergic, but he also had prickly heat. He could only blame him for having such thick hair at such a young age. Somehow, Yuan thought of the hair of the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, and couldn't help but sigh. The genes of the Yin family are good. Yuan coaxed him gently. Be good. Mother is very gentle, and won't hurt Debeo. Yeah. Debeo held his head, and shook his head in protest. Xiaobao and Erbao sat in their own small bathtubs, and stuck out their tongues at Debeo. Lowly. He was quite gloating. Erbao didn't stick out his tongue at first, but was led astray by Xiaobao. Yuan narrowed her eyes, and made a major decision. Cut the hair of the 3 of them together. This way, Debeo won't worry about being ugly alone. If we want to be ugly together, that's what real brothers do. No. Xiaobao hugged his head. Erbao doesn't want it either. Erbao protested. Yuan tapped the heads of the 2 little guys. Protest is invalid. Who told you to bully your brother? Let's see if you dare to trap your brother in the future? Originally, they just wanted to trap their brother, but ended up getting themselves involved. The 2 little guys were very aggrieved. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 little black eggs all turned into round little bald heads. West Mansion, Begonia Courtyard. But Li was angry in the mansion, and had no place to vent. So she ran to the nunnery to find Tan to make a fuss. As a result, she sprained her waist on the way back to the mansion, and still can't get out of bed. But she couldn't get out of bed, so she still got out of bed. Mother Wang advised, "Second madam, please don't be like this. It's been a while since you've finally gotten better. But you've made a move, and you've slipped away again." Mrs. Li gasped in pain and said, "It hurts me. How can I not know better than you? But what's going on in the mansion now? Do you think I can still sit still?" Mrs. Wang hesitated for a moment. "Second madam, are you talking about the eldest young master in the East Mansion?" Mrs. Li spat. "Bah! Where did the eldest young master come from? My son is the eldest young master." Before Yin Jiuchao came to Helian Mansion, the Helian family had 4 legitimate sons. Helian Sheng, born by Tan of the East Mansion, and 3 sons born by Li. Helian Sheng was the same age as Li's eldest son, but 1 year older and 1 year younger. After Helian Sheng was expelled from the family, Li's eldest son naturally became the eldest son of the Helian family. What does this mean? It means that her son is the heir of the entire Helian family. When Li learned of Helian Qi's death, she had never had such a headache. However, as long as the position of the head of the family was her son's, she didn't care whether Helian Qi died or not. But now, the eldest house has a long-lost Helian Chao. In terms of identity, Helian Chao is much more orthodox than her son. He is the grandson of the old lady and the nephew of Helian Baiming. He has given the old lady 3 little great-grandsons in one breath. Just for this fortune of having many children and good fortune, he is more suitable than her son to be the heir. If she had never dreamed of being the heir from the beginning, it would be fine. But since the mother and son of Tan were driven out of the family, Li has regarded herself as the mistress of the Helian family. Now it is not easy to let her give up what she has obtained. Li sat on the sedan chair and went to her father-in-law's study. The second old master was checking the homework of his 2 grandsons. When he heard that Li wanted to see him, he asked them to continue studying and went to the lobby to meet Li. The second old master did not like this daughter-in-law, so he naturally had a bad face for her. "Why don't you stay in bed and recover from your injuries? Why did you run out?" Li said aggrievedly. "Father, have you heard about the visit of the female monarch to the East Palace? Is this something you should worry about?" The second old master said coldly. Li hit a nail, and her heart was blocked. She said, "I heard that the prince came to see Helian Chao." "So what?" the second old master asked. Li was irritated by her father-in-law's tone. He acted as if she was happy to come if it wasn't for his son. Li suppressed her anger and said slowly, "Father, I know you don't want to see me. If it wasn't a serious matter, I wouldn't go to you to dislike you. Have you ever thought that if His Highness came to see Helian Chao, it means that His Highness already knows about Helian Chao? Soon the whole world will know that there is a young master in the East Palace who can inherit the God General Palace. What about Feng? You have always trained him as an heir." Helian Feng, the eldest son of Li and Helian Qi, has been stationed in the West City fiefdom for many years, compared with the son who is more likely to fail than to succeed. The second old master really likes this young and promising grandson more. Helian Yu and Helian Cheng, the second old master also loves them, but it is the love of ordinary grandsons. Helian Feng is different. The second old master sent him to the farthest place and gave him the most difficult experience, just to inherit the Helian family one day. But some people are born with luck. No matter how hard Helian Feng tries, he can't compare to his brother who can reincarnate. Helian Chao was born in the belly of the second wife of the East Mansion. He is the heir of the Helian family. However, the second old master has never been a person who accepts his fate. Chapter 370. Late at night, father and son meet. 10 days have passed since Jiang Hai and Qin Yin sneaked into the Imperial Master's palace. During this period, no news has been received from them. Grandma and Yin Jiuchao are still calm, but Yuan is a little restless. She wondered if she should find an opportunity to sneak into the Imperial Master's palace to take a look. But she was interrupted by the sound of kicking in the yard. She walked out of the house and saw Hong Ling, the old lady's confidant maid, instructing several servants to carry things. They were all sealed wooden boxes, as if someone was going to move in. Yuan called Hong Ling. "What are these?" Yuan's first reaction was, could it be that her uncle bought clothes for her? Yin Jiuchao and the 3 children again? The clothes of the embroiderer were sent to the mansion all day long, and they couldn't wear them all in a few months. Hong Ling said with a smile, "It's a gift from my aunt and uncle from Fuqing." "Aunt?" "Yes. The old lady has a daughter who married to Fuqing. which is also the hometown of the old lady. The uncle is the nephew of the old lady's mother's family. This marriage is considered a close relationship. But because of the long journey, he doesn't often go back to his mother's family. What gift did my aunt send? Yuan asked. Hong Ling said, the general's birthday is coming, and my aunt and uncle will send gifts every year at this time. It turned out to be my uncle's birthday, and I haven't heard my uncle mention it. This is not Yuan's fault. In fact, Helian Biming himself forgot it. The old lady was immersed in the joy of reuniting with her little grandson and great-grandson recently, and had long forgotten his son. They didn't say anything, so Yuan was even less likely to know. But now that she knew, Yuan decided to celebrate for her uncle. In Lianhua village, birthdays are celebrated on the 30th, 40th, and 50th birthdays. Rich families are more particular and celebrate birthdays every year, but they are divided into big and small. The big birthday is the big birthday, and the aunt and uncle will return to their parents' home. This year is a small birthday, so the aunt and uncle only sent gifts. Of course, there are not only gifts, but also things for the old lady. The latter was moved into the yard by Hong Ling. The gifts were still outside the door, and Yuan said, I'll send them to my uncle. Hong Ling said, please trouble the young lady. When Yuan and the servants delivered the gifts from Fuqing to Helian Biming's yard, the West Mansion also delivered the gifts in advance. The second old master said that we should set up a few tables in the mansion to make the family lively. It was the voice of the West Mansion's housekeeper. Got it. Just follow uncle's arrangement. It was Helian Biming's voice. Soon, the housekeeper of the West Mansion came out and met Yuan unexpectedly. He bowed to Yuan and said, Madam. Yuan nodded and said, Housekeeper Su. My last name is Qian, said the housekeeper of the West Mansion. Yuan. I forgot that housekeeper Su is from the East Mansion. Yuan was embarrassed to say that she had overheard his conversation with Helian Biming. So she asked, My uncle's birthday is coming soon, and I was wondering if I should set up a few tables. The housekeeper of the West Mansion smiled and said, Don't worry about it, madam. My old master has already taken care of it and invited the opera troupe. Then the old lady, the general, the young master, the young mistress and several young masters will celebrate the West Mansion together. Seeing that Yuan was a little surprised, the housekeeper of the West Mansion added, It was celebrated like this in previous years. The old master passed away early, and the general's birthday was hosted by the second old master. Yuan smiled. The second grandfather really loves my uncle. The housekeeper of the West Mansion said, Isn't it? The second old master treats the general better than his own son. Ha. Better than his own son. How could he dislike her and Yin Jiuchu so much? I always feel that the second old master's eyes are very gloomy. Not like a good guy. It was Helian Biming's birthday, and the whole family went to Jiuzhou Pavilion in the West Mansion, except for Li, who was ill in bed and could not attend the banquet. The second old master and the brothers Helian Yu and Helian Cheng were all there. The two brothers were very rude to Yin Jiuch and Yuan, but Yin Jiuch and Yuan were too lazy to pay attention to them. The banquet was set up in the garden, and the three little bald heads could not sit still, running around in the garden. The old lady was fascinated by the singing on the stage. The second old man raised his glass. Minger, you've worked hard. Come. Uncle will give you a toast. Helian Biming hurriedly picked up the glass. Thank you, Uncle. The second old man glanced at Yin Jiuchao, who was arguing with a hairy crab, and smiled. If I can find Chow in my lifetime, I can put my mind at ease. I can also explain to my eldest brother when I go to the underground one day. Uncle will live a long life, Helian Biming said. The second old man sighed. I am old and useless, so I hope that my children can support the Helian family. In fact, among the children, I value the most. At this point, the second old man suddenly stopped and changed the subject. I drank too much. Please don't be offended. Minger. How could it be? Helian Biming said, drinking the wine in the glass. His eyes gradually became complicated. The troupe was too noisy, so Yuan didn't hear what the two said. It was not until the banquet ended that she realized that her uncle looked strange. Yuan pulled Yin Jiucha's hand and whispered, What's wrong with Uncle? Yin Jiucha said bluntly. He missed his son. Why did you suddenly think of Helian Sheng? Isn't Helian Sheng the child of Tan and another man? Helian Biming is not his biological child. What is he thinking? Shouldn't he feel betrayed and disgusted with this child? Or, after raising him for so many years, He has developed feelings for him? Yuan thought of the several times she entered the study and found Hellion Biming staring at the portrait of Hellion Sheng. And she became more and more certain that Hellion Biming really doted on that child. It's a pity that the child has been expelled from the family and will never come back. If someone else had kicked him out of the house, Hellion Biming might have had a way. But it was the old lady, the only person he couldn't disobey in this world. That night, Hellion Biming went to bed early. A few little bald heads couldn't sleep, so they ran to his yard and came out again with no interest. The next day, the family sat together to eat breakfast. Perhaps they sensed that the grandfather was in a bad mood, so the little guys came to him and handed him bowls. "Grandpa." "Hey," Xiaobao said. Hellion Biming took the spoon with a forced smile and fed Xiaobao a mouthful. Xiaobao ate it with a grunt. "Erbao wants some too." Erbao opened his big, small mouth. Hellion Biming also fed him a mouthful. With the interruption of a few children, the shadow between Hellion Biming's eyebrows finally melted. After dinner, Hellion Biming returned to the yard, and suddenly a pigeon landed on his windowsill. Hellion Biming took a note from the pigeon's leg, opened it, and looked excited. "You gang, prepare the carriage." You gang, who was washing his brush outside, was stunned. "I asked you to prepare the carriage," Hellion Biming said. "Oh." Yu Gang put down the half-washed brush in confusion, wiped his hands, and went to the stable to prepare the carriage, changed to a smaller one. Hellion Biming disliked the carriage as too luxurious. Yu Gang frowned strangely. "Aren't you always not very low-key when you travel? You said it yourself. Even if you are paralyzed, you are still a Nanzhao general, and you have to show the pomp of a general wherever you go." Yu Gang muttered in his heart, but didn't dare to ask, and changed a servant's carriage. "Is this okay now?" Hellion Biming nodded. Yu Gang pushed the wheelchair onto the carriage and asked Hellion Biming, "General, where are we going?" "Jiuwei Mountain." "So far?" Jiuwei Mountain is a hillside outside the imperial capital. In terms of distance, it is not too far, but the road is rugged and needs to be detoured. It will be dark when we get there. But his master wanted to go, so Yu Gang had no choice but to take 2 assassins with him and rush to Jiuwei Mountain without stopping. There is a pavilion at the foot of Jiuwei Mountain. There are curtains around the pavilion. There are lights in the curtains. It seems that someone has been waiting for a long time. "Don't come over here," Hellion Biming said. "Yes." Several people respectfully stood 10 feet away. Hellion Biming pushed the wheelchair over. He lifted the curtain and entered the pavilion. In the pavilion, a blue-clothed monk wearing a bamboo hat stood with his hands behind his back. Hellion Biming's body trembled slightly. Shenger, the monk in green, did not turn around, nor did he pay attention to him. His back was lonely. Hellion Biming pushed the wheelchair to his side. At this moment, the monk in green finally looked at him. It was the face in his memory. Hellion Biming's chest tightened, and he reached out his hand tremblingly. The next second, something incredible happened. The monk in green suddenly pulled out the dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it into Hellion Biming's heart. Chapter 371. The East Mansion was in chaos in the middle of the night. First, the candles in Hellion Biming's yard were lit, and then a little white shadow swooshed into Wudong Garden and came to the door of Yan Jiucha and Yuan, scratching with its little claws. The couple was woken up. Yan Jiucha lifted the quilt, and Yuan held him down. "I'll go and see." "You lie down." Yuan got off the bed and opened the door, and the little snow fox swooshed in, biting Yuan's trouser legs and pulling Yuan out. The little snow fox had never reacted like this before, since it was adopted by Hellion Biming. It has become Hellion Biming's little pet. Seeing that her uncle liked it, Yuan did not point out that the little snow fox was Yan Jiuchao's, and let her uncle raise it. The little guy tried to escape countless times, but was caught by Hellion Biming countless times. But when Hellion Biming was really in trouble, the little snow fox could not sit still. Yuan quickly changed into clothes that could be seen by outsiders, and said to Yan Jiuchao, "Maybe there is something wrong with my uncle. I'll go and see." Yan Jiuchao looked at the night outside the window, called Zisu and Fu Ling to look after the children, and put on his clothes, and went to Hellion Biming's yard. Hellion Biming was carried back by a dead man, and now he was lying on the bed covered in blood. Yu Gang knew that old Cui and Yuan were doctors, and was about to ask them, but unexpectedly Yuan came by herself. Yuan thought that Hellion Biming was looking for her for something, and never thought that he was in trouble. seeing Helian Biming with a knife stuck in his chest. Yuan's mind went numb. Yin Jiuchao's maid, whose face was pale with fear, said calmly, "Go and boil water. Go to Wudong Garden to get the young lady's medicine box. And call Dr. Cui as well." "Yes." The two maids immediately took the order. Yin Jiuchao gently patted Yuan's shoulder. Yuan understood. Calmed down. Found a pair of scissors in the house. And cut open Helian Biming's shirt. Helian Biming's injury is not optimistic. He has lost too much blood and has fainted. This is a very dangerous situation. If he is not careful, he may never wake up again. Block the news first, and don't tell the old lady, Yin Jiucha said to Yu Gang. Yu Gang was stunned at first, and then nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. Yes. I'll do it now. While checking Helian Biming's injuries, Yuan heard Yin Jiucha calmly directing various measures. Yuan's heart suddenly settled down. He is the little snake who can always make people angry. But at a critical moment, he becomes the man who can hold up the sky. Yu Gang issued a gag order to the steward of the East Palace and the guards and maids in the courtyard, asking them not to tell the old lady about the news that Helian Biming was seriously injured and died. When he returned to the house, old Suedo also arrived with a medicine box. At this moment, old Suedo didn't care about the oath or not. After all, he was no longer in the Great Zhou, and the gods of the Great Zhou couldn't control him. Right? God of Gu. I want to save your national god of war. You can't let me be struck by lightning. After muttering in his heart, old Suedo walked forward with the medicine box. What's wrong? Yuan stood up and made room for him, and said truthfully, not very well. I didn't dare to draw the knife. Old Cui first felt Helian Biming's pulse, then nodded after a moment's hesitation. It's right not to draw the knife. Once you draw the knife, he won't be able to stop bleeding, and will die immediately. The knife is too poisonous, and went straight to his heart. He probably dodged and missed by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. The two were doctors, and their first reaction was to save the dying and the wounded. As for why Helian Biming was so injured, they didn't have time to think about it for the time being. Can he be saved? Yuan asked. It's hard to say, old Cui said solemnly. He injured his tendons and veins a few years ago, and his martial arts skills were completely ruined. He was originally weaker than ordinary people, and then he was stabbed in the heart. Old Cui didn't say the rest, and changed the subject. I'll go and prepare the hemostatic powder first, and you use the gold needles to seal his acupuncture points. Okay. Yuan took out the gold needles and disinfected them with candlelight. Fortunately, her acupuncture method tonight was not wrong. When the two talked about Helian Biming's injuries, Yin Jiuchao did not interrupt them until the two began to treat Helian Biming with all their strength. Yin Jiuchao called Yu Gang aside and asked about what happened. Yu Gang recalled the scene in the pavilion, and his legs went weak. The general didn't let us follow him, and he entered the pavilion by himself. We didn't expect the general to have someone assassinate him. When the assassins heard the noise and rushed to the pavilion, the general had already been stabbed. Helian Biming was a great general of Nanzhao. He had killed countless enemies on the battlefield. It was impossible to say that he had no enemies, but there were few who could really succeed. The key to this matter was not how strong the opponent's martial arts was, but that Helian Biming didn't set up defenses against the opponent at all. Isn't this very strange? Helian Biming is not a rookie boy. How could he be so careless? Yu Gang said angrily. We only found out after we caught the assassin that he had disguised himself as the young master. My appearance? Yin Jiucha frowned. Ah. No. 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 Yu Gang waved his hand and corrected. The original young master. Helian Shou? Yin Jiucha asked. Yeah. Yu Gang lowered his head, as if he was embarrassed and annoyed for making a slip of the tongue that he shouldn't have made. Yin Jiuchao didn't care about this. It didn't matter to him whether he was the eldest young master or not. He wouldn't be jealous of Helian Biming's son, nor would he want to take away everything from anyone. He asked Yu Gang to continue. Seeing that he was really not annoyed, Yu Gang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although we caught him, he bit himself to death before we could interrogate him. It seems that he is also a dead man. Yin Jiuchao's eyes paused. Has the general met Helian Shung so quietly before? Yu Gang shook his head. Occasionally. We can meet, but we just look at each other from a distance. Perhaps it is because of this that the eldest young master. No. I mean, that person asked the general out, and the general went without hesitation, because he missed him too much. Yin Jiuchu asked. Do you know that the general went to see Helian Sheng? Yu Gang said. I don't know. Yu Gang was Helian Baiming's confidant and attendant. And even he didn't know. It must be that Helian Sheng deliberately emphasized not to let others know when he made an appointment with Helian Baiming. This did not arouse suspicion. After all, Helian Sheng had been expelled from the Helian family. His existence was a taboo, and it was reasonable for him to avoid everyone's sight. What Yin Jiuchu wondered was that the guards of the Helian family were so strict. How did that person get in touch with Helian Baiming? Yin Jiuchu's fingertips gently tapped on the table a few times. Has anyone sent a letter to the mansion? No. Yu Gang was sure. Yin Jiuchu went to Helian Baiming's study. At this time, the little snow fox came over with a bird feather in its mouth. It jumped into Yin Jiuchu's arms and put the bird feather in Yin Jiuchu's palm. Yin Jiuchu took a look at the feather and found it was a pigeon. Send a letter by carrier pigeon? But if the other party says he is Helian Sheng, does he have to be Helian Sheng? Helian Baiming believed it so easily. I am afraid that the other party not only disguised Helian Sheng's appearance, but also imitated Helian Sheng's handwriting. Yin Jiuchu asked Yu Gang about some things about Helian Sheng and Helian Baiming. Until Yu Gang had nothing to say, Yin Jiuchu turned around and went back to Helian Baiming's house. Everything was ready, but Helian Baiming hadn't drawn his sword yet. Yin Jiuchu instinctively felt that Lao Tsuedo's face was not right. What's wrong? Lao Tsuedo stroked his beard and sighed. His sword can't be drawn casually. Yin Jiuchu didn't ask why. Lao Tsuedo didn't say that it couldn't be drawn, but that it couldn't be drawn casually. This means that the sword can be drawn, but there are conditions. Tell me, what else do you need? Yin Jiuchu said indifferently. Old Chui scratched his head. It is not without reason that wisdom leads to injury. This young prince grew up with many difficulties, probably because he was too smart and was hated by God. Old Chui coughed and said, it is not enough to just stop bleeding in his case. He urgently needs to replenish blood. In order to maximize the effect of the blood replenishing pills, he needs a red Ganoderma lucidum. Oh! Yin Jiuchu's expression was very calm, as if Helian Baiming did not need his medicine, but anything that could be given up. Don't you have a red Ganoderma lucidum? But that's your medicine. Old Chui was stunned. Didn't they come here from afar just to find a medicine for Yin Jiuchu? Now that they finally got it, are they going to give it to others? Yin Jiuchu said nonchalantly. You can find another red Ganoderma lucidum. Anyway, I won't die for a while. Old Chui looked at Yuan in embarrassment. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchu. With just one look, Yuan understood him. At this moment, Yuan really felt that he had an uncle. Chapter 372, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Ganoderma and Gu Queen were kept by Grandma. When she learned that she had to take the red Ganoderma that she had finally obtained to save Helian Baiming, Grandma didn't say anything and gave the red Ganoderma to Yuan. Inside the house, Old Chui pulled out the knife, stopped the bleeding, and sewed Helian Baiming in one go. Outside the house, Yuan boiled blood replenishing pills and Ganoderma soup according to Old Chui's prescription. Except for the taste, there was nothing wrong with it. Yuan fed Helian Baiming the medicine. Helian Baiming actually had a trace of residual consciousness, but he couldn't wake up completely. The medicine contained a small amount of tranquilizer, and he fell into a deep sleep again. You go back to the house and rest first, Old Chui, and I will watch over your uncle, Yuan said to Yin Jiuchu behind him. Yin Jiuchu couldn't help much if he stayed here. He hummed and went back to the old lady's yard. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was still worried that Yin Jiuchu would not leave. It seemed that she had underestimated Yin Jiuchu's resilience. How confused this person was at ordinary times. How calm he was at critical moments. If he stayed now, he would be unable to do anything but stare blankly. It would be better to go back to the yard and have a good sleep, so that at least one of them would have the energy to take care of the old lady and the children during the day. Yuan and Lao Tsuedo had been busy with Helian Baiming's injuries. At dawn, Helian Baiming's injuries were finally under control. The next step was to prevent post-operative infection. In Lao Tsuedo's words, he had excellent medical skills, and it was not a big problem. But Helian Baiming's body had already been broken, so it was still unclear whether he could survive the critical period. The two did not dare to leave Helian Baiming's room. Lao Tsuedo casually put two stools together and lay down. Yuan stayed by the bed, and the little snow fox jumped to the pillow and curled up and lay down. When Helian Baiming opened his eyes weakly, he saw a small head lying on the edge of the bed. He slowly raised his hand and touched it. Yuan woke up suddenly, looked up at Helian Biming, and said in a daze, "Uncle? You are awake? How do you feel?" Helian Biming's chest hurt so much that it seemed to burst with every breath. But he just smiled slowly. "Very good." "What's good?" "It must be painful." Yuan hurriedly grabbed his wrist and took his pulse. The pulse was not much different from before. It was not improved, but it was not worse. This was a blessing in disguise. "Uncle, don't worry. The wound has been treated properly and will heal soon. You can't say things like the critical period. After all, fighting the disease requires strong willpower and desire to survive. You can't hit people at this time." Helian Biming was not a young boy who had just started out. He had been injured countless times in battle. How could he not understand his own situation? But since the little girl didn't want him to worry, he would not worry about it. "I'm sorry," he suddenly said. The voice was very small. Not like he was talking to Yuan, but rather like mumbling to himself. But Yuan's hearing was different from that of ordinary people, so she still heard it. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was sorry for. He knew that they had used up the red Ganoderma lucidum, and he felt sorry for Yin Jiuqiu. He should have had a little consciousness at that time, and wanted to stop it but couldn't wake up. Yuan held his hand, like a little girl being loved by her elders, and said with admiration, "Don't say that. If it weren't for Uncle, we would have been unable to stay in Nanzhao long ago, and we would never have had the chance to get red Ganoderma lucidum." Helian Biming's dry lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, and then fell asleep again. It was impossible to keep the old lady in the dark about Helian Biming's injury. After all, Helian Biming had been eating in the old lady's yard for a while. If he suddenly stopped going, the old lady would definitely ask. It would be easy to fool her once or twice, but it would be exposed after a long time. However, since Helian Biming's injury has been treated, just say it lightly. "Uncle went out yesterday and encountered an assassin and suffered a minor injury," Yin Jiuqiu said. "Is it serious?" the old lady asked worriedly. Yin Jiuqiu said, "It's not serious. He just needs to stay in bed and rest." The old lady frowned. "Who is the assassin?" Yin Jiuqiu sighed. "I don't know. He ran away. After all, he is her own son." How can the old lady not feel pain? She hurriedly leaned on her crutches and went to Helian Biming's yard accompanied by Yin Jiuqiu. Helian Biming had just fallen asleep after drinking medicine. Knowing that the old lady was coming, Yuan asked Zisu and Fu Ling to clean up the bloodstains in the room, and also used medicinal incense and incense to cover the bloody smell remaining in the air. Helian Biming was lying on a clean bed, with a circle of gauze wrapped around his upper body. His face was too bad, but the old people were a little presbyopic, and it was difficult to see clearly from a close distance. Yuan and Lao Tsuedo were both there. When they saw the old lady coming, they stood up and made way for her. The old lady sat down on the edge of the bed, touched her son's forehead, and said anxiously, "Oh, Dr. Cui, is my son okay?" Old Cui said seriously, "It's just a minor injury. According to me, there is no need to bandage it. You have to pull me up in the middle of the night and bandage this and that. Do you think I am free as an old man?" Hearing him say this, the old lady was relieved. But soon she brought it up again and asked Yuan in a low voice, "Is your uncle really okay?" Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Of course. Grandma, if something really happened to my uncle, my husband and I would be so anxious." "That's true." The old lady nodded in enlightenment, and thought about it, and felt something was wrong. "Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" Yuan smiled and said, "There is a tranquilizer in the prescription prescribed by Dr. Cui, and normal people will feel sleepy after drinking it. This is not false. The decoction does contain tranquilizing ingredients. But Helian Biming's main cause is weakness caused by excessive blood loss. No matter how effective the red Ganoderma and blood-replenishing pills are, they are not direct blood transfusions into the body, so the effect will take a few days to see." Fortunately, the old lady was coaxed. She subconsciously did not want her son to get into trouble, so she was naturally willing to believe that what Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan said were true. However, just when Yin Jiuqiu was about to send the old lady back to Wutong Garden, the people from the West Mansion arrived unexpectedly. The eyes of the young couple turned cold at the same time. The news from the West Mansion came so quickly. They had just broken the news and told it to the outside world. And the people from the West Mansion came to the door. The ones who came were the second old man and the Helian Yu brothers. "My uncle is in trouble," Is that true? Helian Chung came in, with a look of surprise on his face, which didn't seem to be fake. Helian Yu's reaction was similar to his. The two brothers heard about Helian Biming's injury, and immediately put down the books they were reading and rushed over. After all, he is an uncle who has lived with him for so many years. It is impossible to say that he does not care about him at all. However, this kind of care is limited. How can an uncle compare to a real grandfather and brother? Old Chui rubbed his eyes and said impatiently, "What are you doing? The patient just rested. Don't wake him up." Helian Chung glared at him coldly and snorted, "Is it your turn to speak?" Yuan said, "Dr. Chui is a famous doctor invited by the eldest house. Please be careful about your words when talking to Dr. Chui." Humph. Helian Chung rolled his eyes and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Helian Yu. Helian Yu winked at him. "The elders are all here. Why are you arguing? Why don't you pay your respects to the old lady?" The second old master said in a deep voice. The two brothers obediently called her great-grandmother. "And where are your eldest brother and sister-in-law?" said the second old master. The two reluctantly called out, "Sister-in-law?" Yin Jiuqiao didn't even bother to look at them. The second old master walked to the bedside worriedly and greeted the old lady. "Sister-in-law, is Ming'er okay?" The old lady said, "It's okay. Just a little scratch. It will heal in a few days." "Why are you all here?" The second old master said in a gentle voice. "Didn't I hear that Ming'er was injured? I specially invited a doctor to come and see Ming'er." The old lady said, "No need. Dr. Chui and Alwan have already seen Ming'er." The second old master said, It's always good to have more people to see. Dr. Lu is a famous doctor in the capital, specializing in external injuries. Moreover, he is also quite accomplished in treating injuries to tendons and veins. Why not let him see Ming'er? Maybe Ming'er's old injuries can be healed. If he only said that he came to treat Helian Biming's skin injuries, the old lady would certainly not be tempted. After all, his granddaughter-in-law and Dr. Chui had already treated him. If other doctors intervened, it would seem that they did not trust them. But if he brought up the fact that he could treat Helian Biming's old injuries, it would be different. This would not conflict with their diagnosis and treatment at all. Of course, this is from the old lady's perspective. If it were Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan and old Chui, it would be another matter. Not to mention that Helian Biming's old injuries could not be cured at all. Even if they could be cured, why didn't they let this doctor come earlier or later? Why did they bring him into the mansion when Helian Biming was about to die? Was it a coincidence in time? Or was it a deliberate excuse to expose Helian Biming's injuries? The old lady is old. If she knew that her only son was injured like this, how could she bear it? And once something happened to the old lady, Helian Biming would definitely not be able to rest assured to recover from his injuries. What a great plan to kill two birds with one stone. Second old master, I am just so smart. Ninth brother, haha. Chapter 373 Brother 9 abuses the trash. This time, without waiting for the young couple to come out, old Chui stood up in a sloppy manner, blocking the doctor surnamed Lu, and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you come to steal my business?" This is a beautiful statement. It is true that old Chui is Yin Jiuqiao's doctor. Since he entered the Shao mansion, Helian Biming has recorded his medical fees in the public account. Originally, old Chui, who was just kidnapped and didn't have a single cent for the medical fee, was simply overjoyed. This person also came to the East Mansion to treat illnesses, which was equivalent to stealing his business. It was reasonable for him to stop him. Dr. Lu had never seen such a straightforward person. How could he speak out his true feelings? Dr. Lu was choked by his words, and his face turned red. How can you talk like that? Old Chui snorted, "Isn't it? Are you here to steal my business?" Dr. Lu straightened his back and said, "I'm here to treat the general. If you can't cure it yourself, can't you let others do it? So you can cure it?" Old Chui raised his voice. Dr. Lu pretended to be calm and said, "Of course. You have to diagnose it first. How can you draw a conclusion without seeing the patient?" Old Chui laughed and said, "You also know that you haven't seen the patient. What's the matter with the second old master saying that he can cure it? I think you are not here to treat the disease, but to make trouble." Dr. Lu was not here to treat the disease, but to expose Helian Biming's injuries. When he was suddenly exposed, he was so guilty that he couldn't speak. The second old master on the side was calm and said to the old lady politely, "Sister-in-law, I have no reason to distrust Dr. Chui's medical skills. I just hope that more people can treat Ming'er's injuries, And there will be more hope. Right? If you don't trust me, just pretend that I haven't been here today. Helian Chung hurriedly said, yes. Great-grandmother. We are also concerned about Uncle's illness. Who knows what this Chui guy is thinking? He didn't let Dr. Lu treat Uncle. Yuan spoke slowly. My uncle is a rich man. How can anyone get close to him? We are not worried that the second grandfather loves his nephew so much that he will be deceived. What if he lets the wolf into the house? Helian Chung interrupted Yuan. What nonsense are you talking about? Who let the wolf into the house? Dr. Lu was invited by my second grandfather. Before he finished speaking, he heard a clang. He looked back and saw Yin Jiuchao holding Dr. Lu's wrist. And a dagger fell out of Dr. Lu's sleeve. Everyone was stunned. Oh! The old lady's face changed. Dr. Lu was stunned. What happened to the dagger? He didn't bring it into the house. Of course, he didn't bring it. But Yin Jiuchao quickly stuffed it into his sleeve and shook it out. But at that time, everyone was watching Yuan and Helian Chung quarreling, and didn't notice Yin Jiuchao's actions. Old Chui jumped up and down. Ah! You said you didn't have any ulterior motives? Look! The dagger is out! You are clearly here to assassinate the general. With one word you. He also cursed Shifu. It wasn't us. Helian Yu and his brother refuted in unison. Yuan said seriously, if it wasn't you, could it be us? Don't forget that you invited him. You also said that he wanted to treat my uncle. My uncle was unconscious. If he really got close to him, could he still escape? The old lady thought that this was the reason. And she was immediately scared. She said to the servants in the room, come on. Drag him away. Several strong women rushed up and carried the screaming Dr. Lu out. This shit pot was too hard. And the second old master got into trouble. The second old master guessed that Dr. Lu was plotted. But the person who plotted him was the old lady's most beloved little grandson. The old lady would never doubt Helian Chao. The second old master apologized. It's all my fault. When I heard this doctor tell me that he could cure Minger's injury, I was so concerned that I forgot to be on guard. It was my negligence. I hope my sister-in-law won't blame me. The old lady was kind-hearted and didn't suspect his intentions for a while. But when she thought that his negligence almost harmed her son, she didn't want to see him again and drove him away with a stinky face. In the short term, he won't come to the East Mansion to make trouble again. However, it would be naive to think that the matter ended here. The second old master took a pair of grandsons out of Helian Biming's yard. After a few steps, the second old master's ears moved and stopped. Grandpa, what's wrong? Helian Yu asked. The second old master's eyes flashed. And he said to him, go back with your brother first. I have something else to do. Yes. Helian Yu was not as rebellious as his brother. Since his grandfather had given the order, he obediently took Helian Chung back home. It was not until the two brothers walked away that the second old master slowly turned around and said, come out. Yin Jiuchao walked over leisurely, playing with the dagger that had just framed Dr. Lu. There was no third person here. So the second old master did not pretend to be a grandfather and grandson with deep affection. But he didn't know why Yin Jiuchao followed him. And a layer of uncontrollable emotion surged in his heart. Yin Jiuchao shook the dagger in his hand calmly. Do you recognize this dagger? Second old master? It was taken from my uncle. The second old master looked at Yin Jiuchao calmly. I don't quite understand what Chao is talking about. Wasn't your uncle only slightly injured? How did he pull out a dagger? Yin Jiuchao smiled sarcastically. I only said that it was taken. But did I say it was pulled out? The second old master's face changed immediately. Yin Jiuchao said without surprise. It turns out that you are the real murderer behind the scenes. In fact, it is not difficult to guess. First of all, from the motive point of view, the second old master is very suspicious. Although they are uncle and nephew. What does this blood relationship mean in the face of huge family property and power? Not to mention that after he came, the eldest grandson changed his master. And the East Mansion once again had the qualification to inherit the Helian family. How could the second old master be willing to give up the position of the head of the family? He had to kill Helian Biming, the stumbling block, and then use Helian Biming's death to defeat the old lady. In this way, he lost the two umbrellas above his head, and it seemed much easier to kill him. Secondly, it was an opportunity to commit the crime. Helian Shung was not a famous scholar, and his calligraphy was not widely circulated outside the mansion. Those who wanted to get his handwriting must have been very close to him. Moreover, since Helian Shung was expelled from the family, Hellion Biming had ignored this son. The outside world thought that their father-son relationship was broken. Who would be stupid enough to use Hellion Shung to lure Hellion Biming out? At the banquet, the second old man took the excuse of drunkenness and said to Hellion Biming, "I am old and useless. So I hope that a few children can support the Hellion family. In fact, among the children, I value the most." At this point, he deliberately stopped talking. But even a fool could hear that the name he didn't finish was Hellion Shung. He deliberately aroused Hellion Biming's thoughts about Hellion Shung, and then asked Hellion Shung to meet Hellion Biming. In this situation, how could Hellion Biming not join the game? As early as when Yin Jiocha plotted against Dr. Liu, the second old master almost realized that he was exposed. So Yin Jiochao's words were not too surprising to him. What surprised him was that this kid had the courage to question him in person. If it was the old lady who came, the second old master might still struggle a few times. But for a kid who was still wet behind the ears, the second old master didn't even have the desire to pretend to be with him. The second old master glanced at him arrogantly and sneered. "So what if it is? So what if it is not? Do you have any evidence?" Yin Jiocha paused. "Well, it seems that I really don't have it." "Ha ha ha." The second old master laughed arrogantly. "You come to testify against me without any evidence. Do you think anyone will believe you? Why should I ask others to believe it?" Yin Jiocha asked back. The second old master was stunned by him. "This is strange. If you don't let others believe it, why do you come to confront me? Don't you want to announce my crimes to the world? Boy, I don't care where you come from. I advise you to get out of the Hellion Mansion as soon as possible. At least you can save your life. How long do you think the old lady and Hellion Biming can protect you? They are old, and will soon go to the underground to meet my eldest brother. By then, without their protection, you will be a poor little worm on the chopping board," the second old master said proudly, and suddenly thought of something. He smiled coldly. "Ah, I forgot to tell you that even if today's plan is ruined by you, it doesn't matter. You know that next month is the day to return to the hometown to worship the ancestors. This kind of thing has always been the first incense offered by the head of the family. It's a pity that your East Mansion can't do it this year." Hellion Biming was seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed in the short term. As for Hellion Chao, he hasn't been included in the family tree. According to the family rules, he is not a member of the Hellion family, let alone qualified to go. As long as he burns the first incense, it means that he has declared his status in the Hellion clan, Yin Jiocha said. "So, second grandpa wants to burn the first incense?" the second old master said arrogantly. "It's not that I want to go, but I will definitely go. Unless you kill me." Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, a shiny dagger pierced his stomach. Second Old Master. Chapter 374 ending. Bei Ming wakes up. The second Old Master never expected that something like this would happen to him. He was completely shocked. Is this a devil? Or a madman? In broad daylight, he stabbed him without hesitation? How is this different from killing someone in the street? Yin Jiocha used the dagger that Hellion Bei Ming was assassinated with. If he dares to stab Hellion Bei Ming, he will stab him. There is nothing in this world that Yin Shaoxi is afraid to do. And there is nothing he can't think of. What was unexpected was the second Old Master. He had never seen such an abnormal man. Was he really free of fear and guilt? Madman. This is a madman. Come! The second Old Master was about to speak, but found that he was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. Yin Jiocha hummed and kindly finished his words for him. Someone. The second Old Master was assassinated. The second Old Master. The second Old Master looked at his calm expression and was once again shocked. The guards arrived quickly, looking at the second Old Master lying in a pool of blood with a dagger stuck in his stomach. Each one was more stunned than the other. Yin Jiocha said calmly, "Just now an assassin broke into the mansion to assassinate me, and the second grandfather blocked the knife for me. You should quickly catch the assassin and call 2 servants to send the second grandfather back to the West Mansion for treatment." The guards did not doubt him, and all responded, "Yes, young master." The second Old Master was in a bad state. "All of you come back. The assassin is him. He assassinated me." 5 guards went to catch the assassin, and another guard called a strong servant to carry a stretcher to put the second Old Master on it. Yin Jiocha said, "Don't worry, second grandfather. You are blessed by heaven and will be safe." After that, Yin Jiocha looked down at him and said, "Just watch carefully. Without the general and the old lady, can I crush you to death?" The second old master endured the severe pain and glared at Yin Jiuqiao with his eyes wide open. Yin Jiuqiao turned around and walked away without even raising his eyelids. But after a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and turned back, smiling and saying, "I killed your son." Sheer. The second old master glared and rushed over to grab Yin Jiuqiao, but was held down by the servants who brought the stretcher. "Second old master, don't get excited. We will send you to the hospital for treatment right now." "Asshole. He killed my Cheer. He is not Helian Chao. He is not. You are all fooled by him. If he is really Helian Chao, then it is not too unfair for the second old master to lose to him. But this kid is a fake. He is not even qualified to compete with him." The second old master finally understood why Helian Biming was not in a hurry to put him on the family tree. Because he was not. Then what was the purpose of his desperate plan? A joke? What's even more ridiculous is that he is actually the enemy who killed his son. The second old master didn't know whether to hate himself for not knowing the situation clearly before moving Helian Biming, or hate himself for not really taking Helian Biming's life. A bunch of bastards. You. The second old master was so angry that he started shaking all over. First, his chest rose and fell violently, and then his limbs began to twitch. After a while, his nose and mouth began to twist. An experienced servant cried out, "Oh no! The second old master has had a stroke. If he is not well, Yin Jiuqiao will be well." Yin Jiuqiao returned to the yard leisurely. The news of the second old master's assassination spread quickly in the mansion. And along with it, the assassination of Helian Biming spread. It is said that the two assassins were the same person. The assassin first ambushed Helian Biming outside the mansion, and then sneaked into the East Mansion to assassinate Yin Jiuqiao. The second old master loved his grandson so much that he blocked the knife for his nephew. But because of the serious injury and his old age, he had a stroke on the spot. Alas, that knife didn't hit the vital part. It's not fatal. The key is that he had a stroke. Stroke is very dangerous. These are the original words of the doctor invited by the West Mansion. Li was about to faint from crying. She had never been so sad when her husband died. Her husband was a playboy, and he would flirt with other women as long as he was alive. Who knows if he would help his beloved concubine or son to take the throne after he became the head of the family. Therefore, Li didn't care that Helian Chi was alive at all. But the second old master was different. Although the second old master didn't like her as a daughter-in-law, he really loved her three sons to the bone. As long as the second old master was alive, he would plan for her sons. When the second old master fell, Li felt that the sky was about to fall. Li didn't care about her waist injury, and went to the second old master's bedside to take care of him personally. She also called her two precious sons to the room, and asked them to stay with the second old master all the time, and make sure that the second old master would not make any mistakes. How could this happen? If we had known, we would not have left Grandpa and come back alone. Helian Yu said self-reproachfully. Helian Chung said sadly, "It's all your fault. I didn't want to leave, but you had to drag me away." Helian Yu took a breath. Grandpa gave the order. What can I do? Maybe at that time, Grandpa realized that there was danger, so he asked you and me to leave. Helian Chung muttered. But doesn't Grandpa hate Helian Chao very much? Why did he save him? In my opinion, Helian Chao was afraid of death and ran away. The assassin couldn't catch him, so he assassinated Grandpa. Right? Helian Yu said seriously. That's right. He is such a coward. The two tried their best to think the worst of Yin Jiuqiao, but they didn't know that Yin Jiuqiao was so bad that they couldn't imagine it at all. Run away? Leave the second old master alone to face the assassin? Forget it. He was the one who stabbed him. Right? Why Yin Jiuqiao was not suspected. It was all thanks to the murder weapon. The murder weapon was not from the Helian family. When the second old master sent someone to assassinate Helian Biming, he thought that no one could find out. Therefore, the murder weapon was custom-made. Except for Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan, Lao Tsuedo and Yu Gang. No one could recognize that it was the dagger that assassinated Helian Biming. When Yu Gang went to the West Mansion to investigate clues, he saw the dagger. The dagger was taken by the eldest young master, and now it appeared at the scene of the second old master's murder, which can only mean that the assassin was none other than his own eldest young master. Yu Gang didn't understand why the eldest young master did this, but instinctively, Yu Gang remained silent and said nothing. The second old master's situation was not as optimistic as Helian Biming. The doctors rescued him for a day and a night. It was said that the injury was stopped, but the stroke was too serious. I don't know if he can wake up again in the future. Even if he wakes up, he probably won't be able to eat, dress, and live like a normal person. Then, can you go back to your hometown to worship your ancestors? Lee asked the doctor. The doctor looked at Lee as if he was a fool, and almost said, "He is paralyzed. He can't even feed porridge. And you still expect him to worship his ancestors? I think he is going to see the Buddha." "No," said the doctor. Such a thing happened at the critical moment of returning home to worship the ancestors. It was simply going to ruin the luck of the West Mansion. After hearing the doctor's words, Lee rolled her eyes and fainted. On the East Mansion side, no one thought about worshipping the ancestors. After hearing that the second old master was also assassinated, the old lady went to visit him in person, thanked him for saving her little grandson, and told him to take good care of his health. Don't worry about the affairs of the mansion for the time being. Chow has already caught the assassin, and will definitely bring the assassin to justice. Chow. Catch. Assassin? The second old master, who had a hint of waking up, fainted again. The old lady didn't pay much attention to her brother-in-law. After all, her son was also injured. The old lady talked to the unconscious second old master for a while, saying that everything in the mansion was going well for Chow, and asked him to rest assured and recuperate. Then she left. The doctor didn't know if it was his illusion. After the old lady came to see the second old master, the second old master's condition seemed to be even worse. The old lady went to Hellion Biming's yard. Yuan exclaimed, "Grandma, you came at an inopportune time. Uncle just ate porridge and went to bed." The old lady was disappointed. "I missed it again." "It's not that he missed it. In fact, Hellion Biming never woke up. The red Ganoderma took effect. His complexion was better, but there was still no sign of waking up. This made Yuan worried. Could it be that Uncle has become a vegetable since then? That would be too cruel. Mother and son are connected by heart. Even if the secret is perfect. The old lady began to panic. "Grandma. Grandma." Xiaobao hugged the old lady's thigh. Xiaobao wants to be fed. Erbao wants it too. Erbao hugged the old lady's other leg. Debao threw himself into the old lady's arms and hugged her tightly. The three little guys successfully distracted the old lady's attention again. But this method can be used once or twice, but not for a lifetime. Hellion Biming still had to wake up by himself. The night was heavy, and the night wind was howling. Hellion Biming lay on the bed with a weak breath, and the incense burner exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, a shadow swept into the yard and pushed open the door silently. The maid on duty fell asleep on the table. The man pressed her acupuncture points and walked gently to Hellion Biming's bed. He sat down and held Hellion Biming's cold and thin hand. Hellion Biming's fingertips moved. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. The first thing Yuan did when she woke up was to go to her uncle's room to check on his injuries. This was the third day, and the old lady could no longer hide the truth. If this continued, she would have to ask Yan Jiuchao to find a way to coax the old lady out of the house for a while. While she was thinking, she entered the house and saw Hellion Biming, who was originally unconscious, sitting at the head of the bed in high spirits. He was still pale and his lips were bloodless, but his eyes were bright and compelling. "Uncle, are you awake?" Yuan walked over in surprise. Hellion Biming nodded. He was holding a wooden dagger in his hand. The dagger was small and old, and it looked like it had been there for many years. "What is this, Uncle?" Yuan asked, looking at the dagger. A smile of reminiscence appeared in Hellion Biming's eyes. "I made this dagger for Sheng'er when he was 7 years old. When he woke up, the dagger was at the head of his bed. Sheng'er had been here. Not in a dream." Chapter 375, Unrivaled Luck. This was the first time Yuan heard Hellion Biming mention his son. From his eyes, Yuan saw the unconcealable doting. He knew that he was not his biological son, but he still loved him so much. Yuan thought of Xiao Shenting. But Hellion Biming's situation was very different from Xiao Shenting's. Shang Wanyan had never betrayed Xiao Shenting. Xiao Shenting accepted this woman and her child. The feelings between them were accumulated bit by bit over the long years, from nothing to something, and little by little. But Hellion Biming was actually cuckolded in his marriage. In his anger, could he still love this bastard so much? Could it be that Tan had never done anything wrong? This child is Hellion Biming's own flesh and blood? If this is true, Then did Helyan Biming know or not? His father-son love for Helyan Shung is engraved in his bones. Even if he was deceived, he still couldn't change his original intention. Or did he know the truth at all, and know that it was his biological son? When the old lady came to Helyan Biming's yard again, Helyan Biming had already drunk half a bowl of millet porridge obediently under Yuan's oppression. His appetite was not very good. But Yuan said that she had finally cooked noodles. Helyan Biming was frightened and hurriedly asked if there was anything else to eat in the kitchen. Yuan said that the cook had cooked the millet porridge for her. Helyan Biming hurriedly said that he wanted to drink porridge too. Helyan Biming was drinking the porridge halfway when he saw a figure coming to the door. It was the old lady. I have been unconscious for so long. My mother must be worried. It is unfilial of him to make his mother worry. Helyan Biming sighed guiltily. I've made my mother. How are you? The old lady interrupted him. Seeing him drinking porridge, the old lady immediately believed that he was really fine, and that she had been worrying about nothing. The old lady took 1 foot back from entering the house. Then I'll go first. I'll go find my little great-grandson. Helyan Biming was stunned. I'm still my biological child. Helyan Biming didn't wake up for too long. After a while, he felt weak again and fell into a deep sleep. His pulse had improved greatly, but his vitality was severely damaged and needed careful care. Yuan called Helyan Biming's longtime attendant. Although my uncle has passed the critical period, he needs to rest. Try not to let him be stimulated in the short term. Don't mention the assassin and the second old master to my uncle for the time being. Others can't guess that the assassin is Yin Jiuqiao. So can you gang guess it? He saw Yin Jiuqiao take the dagger away with his own eyes. And finally the dagger was inserted into the second old master's stomach. Even a fool can understand what happened. As for why Yin Jiuqiao assassinated the second old master, Yuan didn't explain to Yu Gang. She believed that she didn't need to explain. Yu Gang always understood the principle of giving someone a taste of his own medicine. Yu Gang didn't expose Yin Jiuqiao, which means that he has figured out that the second old master is the culprit of the assassination of Helyan Biming. But it's easy for Yu Gang to figure it out. But Helyan Biming may not. That's his real second uncle. Can he accept this blow? If the second old master had only done this one evil thing, it would be fine. But what if it was more than that? Would the matter between Tan and Helyan Shung, and the matter between the old lady and the youngest son, all be related to the second old master? What she could think of, I believe Yu Gang had also thought of. But now there is no evidence. Everything is still just speculation. Yu Gang nodded. Yu Gang understands. Yu Gang will not let it slip. Yuan glanced at the sleeping Helyan Biming and said, it's not necessary to keep it a secret from him. Wait until the wound heals better and doesn't bleed when excited. Then it won't be too late to tell him. Yes. Yu Gang agreed. Yuan stood up. I'll go back to Wutong Garden first. Call me if you need anything. Madam. Yu Gang called Yuan. Yuan turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Yu Gang's eyes moved. Thank you very much. Thank you for protecting the general. Yu Gang will also protect you in the future. Yuan returned to Wutong Garden. The 3 little guys went to the old lady's room. Yin Jiuqiao was happy to be quiet, and was sitting alone by the window looking at the scenery. Yuan walked over. Uncle is awake. Yeah. Yin Jiuqiao responded nonchalantly, as if he didn't care about Helyan Biming's life or death, and didn't know who the guy who killed the second old master half of his life for Helyan Biming was. He is like this. He will never say it, and he will pretend that he didn't do it. Yuan curved the corners of her lips and sat down beside him. What are you looking at? The scenery, he said. Is it beautiful? Yuan asked. Yuan could also see the yard in front of him. But the same thing is different scenery in different people's eyes. Not as beautiful as me, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan choked. Isn't this the opposite of what he said? Shouldn't he say not as pretty as you? She is such a beautiful woman in front of him. But he is just obsessed with himself. Come on. Come on. Catch me. Lowly, lowly, lowly. Xiaobao's extremely annoying voice came from the old lady's room. Yuan saw that Yin Jiuqiao's lips bit unconsciously. The arc was very faint. Maybe he didn't even notice it. This is a love engraved in his bones, which can't be quit or erased. Yuan thought of the small wooden sword she saw in Helyan Biming's hand. Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan asked. Do you think Helyan Shung is the general's son? Yin Jiuqiao replied, yes. Huh? Now it was Yuan's turn to be puzzled. I'm not kidding you. Do you want to answer me more carefully? I'm talking about his biological son, Yuan said. I just heard my uncle mention Helian Sheng. I feel that he still loves him very much in his words. Yin Jiucha said, his son. Of course he loves him. Yuan said, thoughtfully. Isn't it said that Tan had an affair with someone? And Helian Sheng is someone else's child? Yin Jiucha paused. Well, there is such a saying. Yuan looked at him. So which one do you think is true? I don't know. Yin Jiucha said. Yuan's face darkened. Then you just said that Helian Sheng is the son of my uncle. Yin Jiucha said innocently, I guessed. Yuan. For such a serious topic. Is it really okay for you to just guess? Yuan sighed and played with his slender fingertips. I really hope you guessed it right. Yin Jiuchao looked at her fingers that she was twisting and said, whether it is right or not. Just ask and you will know? Yuan blinked. Who to ask? It won't be my uncle. Right? Yin Jiucha said. Tan. Tan is Helian Sheng's mother. And she knows best whether Helian Sheng is the son of Helian Baiming. After lunch, Yuan found an excuse to buy candied haws to leave the house. The old lady didn't agree at first. The assassin hasn't been caught yet. What if we run into him halfway? We can't let anyone get into trouble in our house again. Yuan glanced at the calm Yin Jiucha calmly and said, you have to take the blame for what you have done. Yin Jiuchao had to lie that the assassin had been killed. This was the truth. The fake Helian Sheng who assassinated Helian Baiming was indeed dead, and died very quickly, so that they couldn't even find out who the other party was, and why he assassinated Helian Baiming. It must be said that the second old master really had some means to do things to this extent. Unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Helian Baiming's life was saved by Yuan and old Suedo. The second old master's plan failed, but he came up with another one, and ended up running into Yin Jiucha's gun, and was seen through by Yin Jiucha. What does it mean that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into H.L.? This is it. After hearing that the assassin was dead, the old lady let Yuan go out with peace of mind. Yuan had been to the nunnery of the Tan family, which was near the Gu temple, where the golden body of the Gu queen was enshrined. In order to hide her tracks, Yuan still changed into men's clothes. She asked the coachman to stop the carriage at the foot of the Gu temple, and planned to walk to the nunnery. But she never expected to run into an acquaintance here. Master Guisher, please come this way. A believer of the Gu temple saluted with one hand, and welcomed the Guisher out from another carriage. Yuan was already far away from her carriage at this time. It was too late to turn back. But if she walked forward, she would meet the Guisher head-on. Although she was dressed as a man, her face was still her own face, and the Guisher would definitely recognize her. Yuan turned her back, and opened her folding fan to cover her right face. The Imperial Master had people gather around her, and walked past her. She quickly changed her hand to hold the fan, and covered her left face. The Imperial Master didn't pay attention to the boy on the roadside at first. But when he walked past, he suddenly felt strange and walked towards Yuan. Yuan caught a glimpse of his figure with her peripheral vision, and thought to herself that it was not good. God was going to kill me. At the critical moment, a delicate beauty suddenly walked over leisurely, grabbed Yuan's wrist, and said coquettishly, "You are such a heartless man. I finally caught you. Do you still want to hide? Can you hide? I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Where is that little BXXXH? Why isn't she with you? Ah, I know. She followed in my footsteps. You stinky men really are all bad guys. Come here. See how I will deal with you today." Yuan was dragged into the nearby bamboo forest. The crowd watching the excitement burst into laughter. The national teacher thought that he was too suspicious, shook his head, and went to the Gu temple with his followers. After the crisis was resolved, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, pulled back her hand, and bowed deeply to the other party. "Thank you, Miss Dong, for your help." Yes, the woman who dragged the unfaithful man away in the street was not the first floor's courtesan Dong Xiner. Who else could it be? Dong Xiner smiled at Yuan, lifted her smooth chin with her fingertips, and said charmingly, "My little husband, you are really in dire straits." Chapter 376, The Truth of the Past. Can this little girl not tease her as soon as she sees her? Although we are both women, it is okay to let her tease her. But the little snake-like lunatic in her family is a person who won't even let a female mosquito in. If she is stained with the fragrance of other women's powder, she will not be able to bear it when she goes back. Ahem. Yuan took away Dong Xier's hand without leaving a trace, and changed the subject. "It's been a long time since we last met. Is Miss Dong okay?" Take away your dirty hands, and don't touch me. Dong Xianer glared at Yuan. Who touched me first? Dong Xianer smiled at Yuan. And the pair of eyes on the veil curved into beautiful little crescents. Yuan's mind inexplicably flashed a sentence. The ex likes to see the scumbag being hit hard. By the way, why did Miss Dong come to the Gu temple? Yuan gathered her thoughts, and got back to the point. Dong Xianer snorted, you can come. But I can't. Yes. Of course. Yuan stroked her hair. Dong Xianer was probably stroked so hard that she lost her temper. She shook the palm leaf fan in her hand and said, I came to the Gu temple to find someone. But in order to help you out, I missed the time agreed with him. Tell me, how should you compensate me? This? Yuan looked at her at a loss. Dong Xianer held her belly and laughed. Yuan looked at her blankly. Is this funny? What is the first courtesan? Is her sense of humor too low? Dong Xianer laughed so hard that tears came out. She raised her hand to wipe it. Barely stopped laughing. And said, idiot. Idiot is okay. As long as you are happy. In essence, Yuan is not a person who likes to show off her words. Not to mention that the other party has no ill will towards her. At least from the few contacts she has had. Yuan didn't know whether she really had an appointment. But it was a fact that she had helped herself out. So let her complain if she wanted to. It wouldn't cost her any money. Dong Xianer looked at Yuan with a smile and said, I always make you angry. Do you hate me? Yuan, who had already been irritated by a little snake and had a strong heart, said calmly, you may have some misunderstanding about irritating people. There is an ancestor who can irritate people to death in the family. And your skills are not enough. Dong Xianer made Yuan laugh again with her serious look. And she laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward, holding the bamboo and couldn't stop. Yuan almost suspected that this courtesan had never laughed in several lifetimes. I don't know how long she laughed. Yuan didn't count the time. Finally, she had laughed enough, straightened her body, and said to Yuan, it's my turn to ask you. What are you doing here again? Before Yuan finished speaking, Dong Xianer's smile faded. I advise you not to lie to me. The national teacher hasn't left the Gu temple yet. I can hand you over at any time. Yuan looked at her with resentment. This is not cute. Go ahead. Dong Xianer folded her arms. Yuan sighed and said half-truthfully, I'm here to investigate the case. There was an unsolved case in the Hellion family back then. I was quite curious after hearing about it. So I wanted to find out the news. Dong Xianer looked her up and down. What is your relationship with the Hellion family? Yuan held her folding fan and bowed. Well, I'm sorry I can't tell you. Dong Xianer waved her hand. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Are you talking about the eldest son of the Hellion family being expelled from the family? Miss Dong has also heard about this? Yuan was stunned. Dong Xianer laughed at herself. This matter has caused a great stir in the city. Who in the imperial capital doesn't know about it? It's said that the eldest son of the Hellion family beat a civilian to death, and did not repent afterwards, threatening to exterminate the whole family of that person. The East Mansion could no longer tolerate it, so it expelled this unfilial son from the house. Yuan looked at Dong Xianer thoughtfully, from the tone of Miss Dong. It seems that she doesn't believe this matter. Of course I don't believe it. Do you believe it? If I believed it, I wouldn't come here to inquire about the news. Dong Xianer looked in the direction of the nunnery. Are you going to ask the people living there? Yuan saw that she didn't agree. So she said, why? Can't I ask? Dong Xianer said, it's not that I can't. But it's better not to. Yuan said, what do you mean? Dong Xianer pointed to the nunnery on the hillside with a palm leaf fan. Do you think she lives alone in the nunnery? If I were you, I wouldn't go there to alert the enemy. So, Tan has been under surveillance for so many years? Yuan felt that what happened back then was not simple. Dong Xianer smiled. Actually, I know about this matter. Why don't you ask me? Since you are still pleasing to the eye, I will tell you everything. Yuan didn't ask her how she knew. Dong Xianer had her own abilities. She was not a simple courtesan. Yuan asked, is Hellion Sheng the flesh and blood of General Bei Ming? Yes, Dong Xianer said. Back then, Tan was framed. A strange man came to the door and claimed that Tan was the woman he had secretly engaged to. He also insisted that Tan had had sex with him a few nights before the wedding. Hellion Sheng was Tan and his son. Yuan paused. Excuse me. Even if he really had sex with Tan, Tan married into the Hellion family a few days later. And she and General Hellion also became real husband and wife. How can a man determine that Hellion Shung must be his child? Not Hellion Bei Ming's? That's the problem. Dong Xianer looked at Yuan and said. Tan admitted that she would drink a bowl of contraceptive soup after having sex with Hellion Beiming. So the child could not be Hellion Beiming's. Yuan was puzzled. Tan didn't say why she did this? Dong Xianer looked at the nunnery and said, she said that she had never admired Hellion Beiming. She and the man were in love. It was the Hellion family who forced her to marry him because her parents couldn't afford to offend them. She had planned to elope. But she was caught by her family. The person she hated most in her life was Hellion Beiming. And the elder she hated most was the old lady. She was tormented every day in the Hellion family. And she had to force herself to smile every moment. Now that the truth was revealed, she felt that she could finally be free. I don't believe it, Yuan said. Dong Xianer was stunned for a moment. Then returned to her normal expression. Yes. If you believed it, you wouldn't have come to check. Do you believe it? Yuan asked her. Does it matter whether I believe it or not? Dong Xianer said with her eyes downcast. I don't know if it's an illusion. But Yuan felt a trace of loneliness from her. But it's strange, isn't it? She is not a member of the Hellion family. So why would she worry about the affairs of the Hellion family? Yuan said solemnly. Thank you, Miss Dong, for telling me this. Dong Xianer tilted her head and looked at her. Aren't you afraid that I am making up nonsense to deceive you? Yuan was stunned. Ah. Will you? Ha ha ha. Dong Xianer made Yuan laugh again with her confused look. She was always easily amused by this little husband. She didn't know what was wrong with her. With such a smile, the dark clouds in her heart seemed to have dissipated. I won't, she said with a smile. At least not this one. Yuan raised her eyebrows. So other things will? Dong Xianer approached her with a smile. Why don't you marry me? Then I won't have any secrets from you. Yuan touched her nose and said, you should still have some secrets from me. Dong Xianer's face sank. And she snorted, idiot. Dong Xianer left angrily. Yuan thought about it. And realized that she had taken advantage of her today. Not only did she help her to get rid of the imperial teacher, but she also avoided the risk of being exposed in the nunnery. The key point was that she had found out all the information that should be found. She should really thank her. But she made her angry and left. Yuan patted her forehead with a folding fan. Oh, it's a sin. Yuan didn't believe everyone's words. But her intuition told her that what Dong Xianer said in the forest just now was not a lie. Tan was under surveillance in the nunnery. It seemed that her betrayal was also out of her control. Tan had her own difficulties. Perhaps because they were both mothers. Yuan was more willing to believe that Tan did not do anything for herself. Is it for Hellion Shung? A mother would do anything to protect her son, regardless of her life or reputation. Hellion Shung was expelled from the Hellion family because the Hellion family was no longer safe enough for him. Yuan thought of the vicious old man in the West Mansion. Did he threaten Tan? The old man was so vicious that it was possible that he was behind Hellion Beiyu's fall off the cliff. He killed Hellion Beiming's younger brother and came to harm Hellion Beiming's son. When there was no suitable heir in the eldest house, the West Mansion would be able to inherit the entire Hellion family. He had a very good plan. But he didn't expect his son to die at the hands of Yin Jiuqiao. Let alone that he himself would be paralyzed at the hands of Yin Jiuqiao. Right? This is called evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet. The carriage arrived at Hellion Mansion. Yuan went back to the old lady's yard. And just halfway there, Yu Gang hurried over with a look that was hard to describe. The general has woken up. And he wants to see you. Chapter 377. Seeing little black Jiang again. Yuan looked at him strangely. Your expression is not right. What happened? My uncle knows about the second old master? Yu Gang shook his head. Yuan thought for a while. Then the little fox is sick? Yu Gang shook his head again. Yuan's eyes widened. Why is that? Yu Gang sighed. Oh, the eldest young lady. Go in and see for yourself. In fact, it is more reasonable to ask the eldest young master for this kind of thing. But Yu Gang is too unsure of the eldest young master's temper. He always feels that the situation will become uncontrollable when the eldest young master makes trouble. While the two were talking, they entered Hellion Beiming's yard. Yu Gang walked to the corridor and stopped, and made a gesture of invitation to Yuan. Yuan took a deep breath and went into the house with a fearless attitude. Hellion Beiming's current condition is not suitable for receiving guests. But there happened to be a strange man sitting in front of his bed. The man was about 20 years old, with a handsome face with strong features, bronze skin, and a tall and sturdy figure. He exuded a breath of war from head to toe. His face was somewhat like the Helian Yu brothers that Yuan had seen. Yuan immediately guessed his identity, Helian Feng, the eldest grandson of the West Mansion. Wasn't Helian Feng stationed in Xicheng? Why did he suddenly return to the imperial capital? Helian Baiming sat on the head of the bed, with his back against a thick cushion. His complexion, which he had cultivated with great difficulty, turned pale again because of entertaining guests. Yuan felt sorry for this uncle, who had no blood relationship with her, and also felt sorry for the red Ganoderma lucidum that Yin Jiuqiao had given up. The magic medicine could not withstand such a toss. Uncle. Yuan entered the house. The two men in the house looked at her together. Yuan changed back into women's clothes in the carriage. She was wearing a lake blue corseted silk skirt that was not luxurious but not without courtesy. She was covered with a translucent white gauze dress. She was light and beautiful, with a calm temperament. If she hadn't tied her hair up like a woman, she would probably be considered an unmarried girl. Helian Feng's eyes fell on her, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Helian Baiming's eyes showed a gentleness that he himself had not noticed. One is here. This is your second brother, Helian Feng. Feng. This is your sister-in-law. In terms of age, Yuan was 3 or 2 years younger than Helian Feng, so she called him like Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan greeted Helian Feng, second brother. Helian Feng stood up and saluted, sister-in-law. Sit down, Helian Baiming said. Yuan sat on another small stool in front of the bed. She didn't rush to greet Helian Feng, but asked Helian Baiming, how does uncle feel? Much better, Helian Baiming said. It's strange that he is much better. His face is so pale. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but give Helian Feng a glare. Haven't you seen someone so sick? And he asked him to sit up to entertain him. How shameless. Ahem. Helian Feng cleared his throat uncomfortably. Yuan asked, I wonder when did my second brother get home? Helian Feng said seriously, I just arrived today. I heard that uncle was injured, so I came to see him specially. Yuan smiled faintly. Sorry to bother you. Second brother. Have you seen the old lady? I was just about to go, Helian Feng said. Yuan smiled. It just so happens that I also want to pay my respects to the old lady. I'll go with you, and let uncle rest for a while. Helian Feng hesitated. Helian Baiming said to Yuan, Fenger and I were just talking about ancestor worship. Ancestor worship? Yuan paused. Yuan had not been in the Helian family for a long time, and she didn't know that the Helian family had the rules of ancestor worship. In Lianhua village, the graves of the villagers were built behind the hillside. During festivals, when they missed their ancestors, they would go to the graves to burn incense. But there was no such thing as ancestor worship. As for after marrying into the young master's mansion, Yin Jiuqiao's ancestors were buried in the imperial mausoleum, and she had nothing to do with that. Therefore, when Yuan heard this suddenly, she was quite surprised. The specific matters of ancestor worship are handled by the elders of the clan, so the god general's mansion does not need to worry about it. That is why Helian Baiming, who is a hands-off shopkeeper, did not think of it at the first time. In previous years, the whole family had to go, and Helian Baiming would burn the first incense stick. When Helian Sheng was still the eldest son of the mansion, he would burn the second incense stick. After he was expelled from the family, Helian Qi took over his position. Now Helian Qi is gone, and the original plan was for Helian Feng to take over. However, after Helian Baiming was assassinated, this arrangement changed again. Helian Baiming was seriously injured and was not suitable for traveling by boat, so he could not go. Let the second uncle go to burn the first incense stick. You follow the second uncle. Chow'er stays in the mansion to accompany me, Helian Baiming said. The old man of the West Mansion burns the first incense stick, and Helian Feng burns the second. Yin Jiuqiao is not a real young master, so he can't go to burn incense. Even if he wants to go, he can't enter the ancestral hall because he is not on the family tree. Yuan is not happy. No matter how dumb she is, she can understand the meaning of the first 1 or 2 incense sticks. Isn't this something that only the head of the family and the heir are qualified to do? It's not like the East Mansion really has no heirs. So why should it be given to the West Mansion? My grandfather is injured and can't go, Helian Feng said sadly. Helian Baiming was stunned. Second uncle is injured? What's going on? Yuan really wants to beat this guy to death. The news that was concealed with great difficulty was revealed so easily by him. Helian Feng wondered. Doesn't uncle know yet? An assassin sneaked into the mansion to harm my eldest brother, but accidentally injured Grandpa. Hellion Biming's eyes darkened. Yu Gang's eyes flickered and said, What I want to say. Isn't there no chance? You always fall asleep after waking up for a while. Hellion Biming glanced at Yu Gang coldly, turned his head and sighed, and said to his nephew, Follow the rules. According to the rules, Hellion Feng should be the one to burn the incense. Hellion Feng hesitated and said, Brother, Hellion Biming said, your eldest brother is not in good health, and it is not suitable for him to travel by boat. Besides, he just returned to the mansion, and has not had time to enter the family tree. Yes, nephew knows. Hellion Feng bowed his hands and performed a salute, exchanged a few words with Hellion Biming, and turned to leave the yard. Without outsiders, Hellion Biming's face darkened. He looked at Yuan and Yu Gang, who were obviously hiding something, and said, Tell me the truth. How could there be an assassin in the mansion? With the defense of Hellion Mansion, how could an assassin easily come in and stab the old master of the West Mansion? Where are the guards in the mansion? Are they all dead? Yu Gang said with cold sweat. There was an assassin. He was in the same group as the assassin who assassinated you that night. He might have wanted to capture the young master to threaten you. But the second old master was also there. So, he was injured. The version circulating in the mansion was that the second old master blocked the knife for Yin Jiuqiao. But since Hellion Feng didn't say so, Yu Gang didn't say so either. Hellion Biming's eyes were whizzing, and Yu Gang was so scared that he wanted to run away. Yuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Uncle, don't worry about these things. We will solve them. Your top priority is to recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Also, do you want to reconsider the matter of ancestor worship? Consider what? Hellion Biming asked. Yuan said seriously, Let the people from the East Palace go to burn the incense. How can we let those bastards from the West Palace get away with it? It's not that Hellion Biming doesn't want the inheritance of the Hellion family to continue in the big house. But the situation is stronger than people. He lowered his eyes and sighed. I can't go. And Chao can't go either. Hellion Sheng, who had been expelled from the family, couldn't go either. But after Hellion Feng left the yard, he first went to Wudong Garden to visit the old lady, and then returned to the West Palace to visit the seriously injured second old master. The second old master had a stroke and was paralyzed. Not only could he not speak or write, but he was even afraid that his breath would get stuck in his throat. Most of his life was in the hands of Yin Jiuqiao. He hated Yin Jiuqiao and Hellion Biming, who had led Yin Jiuqiao into the house. Grandpa, I just went to see my uncle. My uncle asked me to burn the first incense stick. I want you to burn the second incense stick. After hearing what the eldest grandson said, the second old master's turbid old eyes suddenly burst into a long-lost light. I knew it would be like this. I knew it would be like this. So what if he can't go to burn the incense? Isn't it his grandson's turn? The position of the head of the family belongs to the West Mansion. The entire Hellion family belongs to the West Mansion. When his precious grandson becomes the head of the family, he will mobilize all the Hellion family's assassins to drive out all the people in the East Mansion. He will also crush Yin Jiuqiao to death. Crush him to death. Crush him to death. Crush him to death. Nothing can stop his grandson from inheriting the Hellion family. Not even Hellion Biming. Unless the child who fell off the cliff comes back to life. But how is that possible? That child is dead. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Hellion family is his. It was a dark and windy night, and a carriage stopped outside a luxurious mansion. The driver hired halfway said, Master, Madam, we're here. The sick little black Jiang yawned. Yu Shaoqing supported her, and slowly got off the carriage. Chapter 378 Mother and Son Reunion. In Wudong Garden, Yuan bathed the little ones. As they grew older, they had their own ideas. They were not as easy to coax as when they were just 2 years old. They would sit obediently and make a fuss in the wooden tub. Dabeo used to be the most powerful and domineering. But since his 2 younger brothers could talk, they often joined hands to bully Dabeo. Just when Yuan turned around to get clothes, Dabeo let his younger brothers pour 2 handfuls of water on him. Bao. Xiaobao. Yuan caught the pranks of the 2 little guys just by looking at their shadows on the ground. She turned around and gave them a stern look. The 2 of them lowered their heads shyly, looking innocent and harmless, and continued to take a small bath. Yuan wiped the water stains on Dabeo's face, picked him up, wiped his little body first, put on clothes, and carried him to bed. Xiaobao called out, "Mom! Mom! I want to wear it too!" Fuling! Yuan called out to the door. Fuling strode in, picked up the wet Xiaobao, and wiped him vigorously. His rough hands made Xiaobao roll his eyes and stick out his tongue. After being ravaged, Xiaobao climbed onto the bed pitifully and threw himself into his mother's arms. Woo! The three little guys had all changed into their pajamas. They had slept too much during the day, so they were not sleepy at this moment. They jumped up on the bed one after another, and they sweated all over while jumping. The bath was in vain. Just as Yuan was fetching water and was about to wipe the bodies of the little guys, the voices of Zissou and a gatekeeper sounded outside the door. "Okay, I get it. You can leave first." Zissou sent the gatekeeper away and knocked on the door gently. "Madam, come in," Yuan said. Zissou pushed the door open and walked in. "Zissou! Zissou! Look at me!" Xiaobao flipped his cross like a show-off. This was a new move he had learned, and he especially liked to show off to others. Zissou was amused by him. "Xiaobao is really awesome." Xiaobao patted his chest and said, "I am really awesome. I can do it too." Erbao said. "You can't," Xiaobao said. The two brothers quarreled. Dabao jumped around, immersed in his own world, ignoring his two silly brothers. Yuan looked at the three little guys with a mixture of laughter and tears, and asked Zissou, "It's so late. Has something happened?" Zissou whispered, "Just now, Mrs. Du from the gatehouse said that a couple came outside our house, claiming to be the young master's relatives. The woman also looks very similar to the eldest young lady." Mrs. Du was surprised for a moment, and then she came to report to the eldest young lady, "Looks like me." Yuan's first reaction was naturally not that her parents had come, but her second reaction was that. But thinking about it, it was unlikely. Her father was a marquis personally appointed by His Majesty. With his rank, he could not leave the capital at will, let alone leave the great show to Nanzhao. Yin Jiuqiao could leave the capital because he could come and go freely. His Majesty thought he had returned to Yanqing, and the subsequent events only needed to be kept secret by the Prince of Yan's mansion. However, there was a mine in Lianhua village, and the court had to go to inspect from time to time. If he couldn't see his father, he would definitely ask something. So even though Yuan hoped that her parents were here, she thought it was impossible. But no matter what, Yuan went to meet the couple outside the mansion. As soon as she opened the door, she was dumbfounded. "Father? Mother? Ah! 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 Ah, Wan!" Yu Shaoqing was more surprised than Yuan, because the reason they came to Helian Mansion was definitely not because they knew their daughter was here. Yuan and her group returned to Beijing with Helian Baiming, and their whereabouts were not easy to find. However, Al Wei and the three little black eggs left many legends along the way. They went to Gudyan, found the house given by Gudyan, and finally found the Helian family. As for Yuan, when she left and went to Beijing with Yanjiu, she said that something happened in the Prince of Yan's mansion, and the couple had to go back to Yanqing. "Why are you here?" Yu Shaoqing asked in surprise. "This is a long story." Yuan looked at the servants around her and whispered, "Yin Jiuqiao is now the grandson of the old lady, the eldest young master of the Helian family, and I am the eldest young lady." "What?" Yu Shaoqing was stunned again, more surprised than when he first saw his daughter. How many fathers does he have? How did he become the eldest young master of the Helian family again? There were so many people and eyes, and some things were difficult for Yuan to say. She could only signal her father with her eyes. "I will tell you and mother in detail later. Let's go to the mansion first." Yu Shaoqing did not rush to enter the mansion, but looked his daughter up and down, and made sure that his daughter was not thin and did not suffer. Only then did he feel relieved. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I knew you were not going back to Yanqing. Brat! How dare you lie to me?" The arrest came too fast. Like a tornado, Yuan touched her nose in dismay. She couldn't tell her father that everything was her idea. She was the one who came to Nanzhao to find medicine for Yin Jiuqiao. She decisively skipped this part. "But father, how did you find us?" Yu Shaoqing rolled his eyes. "What else can I say? If the child is missing, can your mother and I not look for him? The child is missing, and Awei is gone too. You can guess with your toes that it was Awei who took the little guys away." Yu Shaoqing was really angry at first. Even if a teacher is a father for life, he is not his biological father after all. How could he take the children away without saying a word? Yuan said, "Don't blame Wei." The little guys climbed onto the carriage by themselves. When Wei found out, it was too late. The little guys knew that he came to find us and insisted on following him. Yu Shaoqi inquired about a lot of information along the way. He knew that Wei was very good to the children. In fact, he had guessed whether he had wronged him. Thinking of something, Yuan said, "By the way, Dad, you left the capital." "His Majesty," Yu Shaoqing said, "I said I would go to Yinshan to find you." And His Majesty agreed. Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely. His Majesty is so straightforward. It's not like his personality. Little Black Jiang, who has been concentrating on shaving for 100 years, looked up at the sky. Looked up at the sky. Looked up at the sky. Yu Shaoqing wanted to ask why you came to Nanzhao, but he swallowed the words when they came to his lips. This is not the place to talk. He will find a quiet room later and ask his daughter carefully. He changed the subject. "Where are the children?" Yuan curled her lips. "In the mansion." "Is it okay?" Yu Shaoqing asked awkwardly. Yuan couldn't help but smile. "Yes. Everything is fine." The news that Yu Shaoqing heard was that the little guys were very happy. And now he saw Yuan in the mansion where the little guys lived. Both mother and son met. What could be better than this? But even though he knew that they were living well, he still couldn't help but confirm it. This is probably the love that is engraved in his bones. Yuan smiled and said, "They will be very happy to know that Grandpa misses them so much." Yu Shaoqing said without thinking, "Who is worried about them? It's your mother who is anxious and angry. So we came out to look for them. Those 3 little black eggs are the same as their father. He doesn't want to worry about them." Duh. Footsteps were heard behind Yuan. And then 3 little bodies bumped into Yuan's back. And round little bald heads popped out from behind Yuan. 1, 2, 3. His own little kid became a little bald head. And that was also the most beautiful little bald head in the world. Yu Shaoqing rushed over. "Yuan, what about not missing them?" "Huh?" The 3 little bald heads were hugged tightly in Yu Shaoqing's arms. The 3 struggled. We want Grandma." Yuan laughed and said, "Father and Mother, please follow me into the mansion first. Zisu, Fu Ling, take down the luggage of the master and the mistress." "Yes." Zisu and Fu Ling were also very happy to see their master and mistress. They bowed respectfully and went to the carriage to get the luggage. Yuan held Zhang's arm and said distressfully, "Mother has suffered so much for coming all the way here. Her mother is in such poor health. And she must be even weaker after the journey. She has to nourish her mother." Jiang said gently, "As long as I can see one, Mother is not afraid of any more suffering." Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchu, who was walking behind the 3 little guys, and then looked at Jiang, who rushed over and hugged Yin Jiuchu in a second. And her mouth twitched. "Can you let my husband go before saying this?" Fu Ling and Zisu took down the luggage from the carriage. Although there were only 2 of them, they had a lot of luggage, which was basically Zhang's. Yu Shaoqing only had 2 bags, which were the lightest ones. Zisu took Yu Shaoqing's bags, and Fu Ling took care of the rest. On the way back to the courtyard, Yuan thought about how to place her parents. The Hellion mansion was so big, and the old lady and Hellion Baiming loved her, so they would not mind her parents living in the mansion. But after all, they were her family members, and they were outsiders in the eyes of the servants. Her parents might not feel comfortable living there. However, the 3 little guys had 3 mansions in the imperial capital, one of which was not far from the Hellion family, so it would be better to place her parents there. Of course, it was late today, so she would stay in Qixia Garden for 1 night. Tomorrow morning, she would send someone to clean up the house and let her parents move there. After entering Qixia Garden, Yu Shaoqing met Wei's family. The old grandmother. Those who were supposed to go to Yanqing did not go to Yanqing, and those who were supposed to return home did not return home. If this was not deliberately arranged, Yu Shaoqing would not believe it. It seems that a lot of things happened along the way, but there is still a long way to go. So Yu Shaoqing didn't ask in a hurry. After washing up, he and Jiang moved into the wing room of Qixia Garden. Several little guys will sleep here tonight. At dawn, Yu Shaoqing woke up. He was going to move to Xiao Gu Lao's house today. He packed up his and Zhang's things first, although he also wanted to live with his daughter and several little grandchildren. There is no reason for the mother's family to live in the husband's family in the world. If it gets out, people will gossip about his daughter. After he packed up his things, He went to the small kitchen to make breakfast for Jiang and several children. He steamed a basket of pig buns. When he returned to the house with a plate of pig buns, he unexpectedly ran into the old lady, who came to look for his little great-grandson. Chapter 379 Mother and Son Reunited, Part 2. To explain why the old lady came to Qixia Garden, we have to start with the living habits of the little guys. The three of them originally lived in Wudong Garden, the old lady's yard. They went to bed early every day and woke up early. The first thing the little guys did when they woke up was to run to the old lady's yard. Often, the old lady had just woken up at that time. Today, the old lady sat in the room for most of the day and didn't see the little great-grandson come. After asking, she found out that the little guy didn't rest in his own yard last night, but went to Qixia Garden. After that, the maid said something else, but the old lady didn't listen at all. She only knew that her little great-grandson lived in another yard last night, so far away from her. In a rage, the old lady went to find her little great-grandson in person, and ended up meeting Yu Shaoqing unexpectedly. Yu Shaoqing came to the mansion late last night. The old lady and Helian Biming had gone to bed, so he didn't go to bother them. Today, he should have met his in-laws. But the Helian family was not a real in-law. Who knows how that kid pretended to be the eldest master? Anyway, he should not meet the people of the Helian family to avoid unnecessary trouble. But who would have expected that he would run into them so confusedly? Yu Shaoqing was not mentally prepared at all. Of course, Yu Shaoqing didn't recognize who she was. I just thought she was an old lady with a particularly kind face. The next second, this kind-looking old lady threw away her crutches and rushed towards Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing was stunned by the rush, and the pig buns on the plate almost fell to the ground. That was what he had been busy doing all morning, especially to satisfy the cravings of the little black eggs. Old. Yu Shaoqing didn't say another word. The old lady cried at the top of her voice, "Niu Dan." Yu Shaoqing's heart was shaking. What's going on? The old lady grabbed Yu Shaoqing's clothes, crying like a child, "Niu Dan? You are back. You left us mother and son for so many years. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs." "No, old man. What?" Yu Shaoqing's brain is dull. Is he not awake? How can he come out to make breakfast and encounter such a thing? What Niu Dan and Go Dan? His son is still Tai Dan. If it was a young girl, he would have pushed her away. But it was an old man. If he moved casually, he might kill the other party. He couldn't bear it and decided to talk to the other party. He took a deep breath and said patiently, "Old man, listen to me." Before he could finish his words, the old lady's crying stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened to the point of killing people. "You said I was old?" The tone was not right. Did he say something wrong? For a moment, Yu Shaoqing was in a dilemma whether to admit it or not. The old lady slapped him in the face. Yu Shaoqing was hit hard on the forehead, and his mind became even more numb. The old lady sat on the ground and cried even more sadly. "You are such a heartless person. You think I am old after only a few years. Who am I working so hard for? When you go to the war, who is at home taking care of your parents' shit and urine? Who is taking care of your children's food and drink? Who raised your brother? Who is it? Who is it?" The old lady is also a person with a story. "But old man, I am really not your bull egg." The old lady cried so hard that she kicked her legs, and all the servants in and outside the courtyard were startled. The servants looked at Yu Shaoqing as if they were looking at a heartless man. Yu Shaoqing? Yu Shaoqing wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. While the old lady was crying, he covered his face with a plate of pig buns and walked into the house quietly. But just as he was about to cross the threshold, one of his feet was hugged by the old lady. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thud. And he was stunned. The plate fell out, and the pig buns were scattered all over the floor. Then, under the fiery gaze of everyone, he was grabbed by one foot by the old lady, and dragged back to his yard with a force he had never had before. In the morning light, only a few sparse pig buns were left in Qixia Garden, and the scene was sad and beautiful. Xiao Heijian crossed his legs, hugged a few little black eggs in his arms, and slept so well that he didn't know that his husband was robbed by someone. The little black eggs had played crazy for most of the night last night, and they were sleeping soundly now. Besides, if Grandpa was robbed, it was robbed, not Grandma. Yuan did hear some noise, but she thought it was the little guy making a fuss. So she turned over and hugged Yin Jiuqiao to sleep again. Yu Shaoqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. You come and save my life. At dawn, Helian Biming woke up from his sleep. He had been lying in bed to recover from his injuries these days. Maybe he slept too much. And he was no longer sleepy before dawn. The maid on duty fell asleep on the table. When she heard the noise, she sat up with a start. General, are you awake? Yeah, Helian Biming replied indifferently. Where's Yu Gang? The maid said, in the small kitchen. I'll go call him. Yu Gang boiled medicine for Helian Biming in the small kitchen. This was instructed by old Shui. He boiled it 3 times a day, for half an hour each time. First boil it on high heat, then simmer it on low heat. Add a snow lotus seed every half a quarter of an hour. The heat and time must not be wrong. Yu Gang was not confident to let others do it, so he usually did it himself with Yuan. When the maid came to call him, he had just boiled the medicine. He calculated the time. When the medicine was almost cold, the general should wake up. Brother Yu, the general is awake, said the maid. Huh? So early today? Yu Gang was surprised. But it didn't seem strange after thinking about it. After all, he had slept for several days, and should have slept enough. He said to the maid, I know. I'll go over right away. Yu Gang brought the medicine into Helian Biming's room. Helian Biming suddenly wanted to eat buns this morning. Yu Gang asked the kitchen to steam a basket of buns. Drink 2 mouthfuls of porridge first to fill your stomach. Then drink the medicine. The buns will take a while to be ready, Yu Gang said. Helian Biming nodded, took the medicine bowl which was no longer hot. And just after taking a sip, the old lady's trusted maid ran over in a hurry. Oh, General, it's bad. Something big happened. Helian Biming frowned. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? After all, she is the old lady's personal maid. How can she be so reckless? Even if the sky falls, what can she do? There are still rules for a wealthy family. Right? How could the maid not know that she had lost her composure? But the old lady's actions were really shocking. She once suspected that her jaw had fallen off and then connected. Old lady. She. What's wrong with my mother? Helian Biming asked. Is she sick again? The maid said in horror. She dragged a man back. Puff. Helian Biming spurted out a mouthful of medicine. The old lady was insane, and would have attacks from time to time. Helian Biming was used to it. As long as he didn't hurt himself. Helian Biming thought it didn't matter. But if he dragged a man back, his father's grave would be cuckolded. This couldn't be allowed. Where did you drag him back from? Helian Biming asked coldly. The maid said tremblingly, Okay. It seems to be Qixia Garden. Xia Garden? Last night, Yu Shaoqing and Jiang entered the mansion late, and did not alarm the others. So Helian Biming and the maid didn't know that there were guests in Qixia Garden. Qixia Garden is where Jiang Hai and a Wei's family live. Several young people have gone out to do business. Only the old grandmother is still living in the courtyard. Helian Biming naturally thought of the grandmother. The grandmother is about the same age as the old lady, and she looks very mysterious and charming. It seems reasonable to say that the old lady would like him. Helian Biming clenched his fists. This old and disrespectful guy actually seduced his own mother without saying anything? Helian Biming didn't care about the injuries on his body, and immediately sat on the wheelchair and let Yu Gang push him to Wudong Garden. The maid followed closely. The old lady seems to call him Yo Dan. What? He pretended to be his father? With his ghostly appearance, how could he be half like his father? Helian Biming came to the old lady's room. He took a deep breath and handed the dagger in his sleeve to Yu Gang. Yu Gang asked puzzledly, What? Helian Biming said expressionlessly, I'm afraid I can't help killing people. Yu Gang. The door was ajar. Helian Biming's wheelchair rushed in, and he looked coldly at the man who was dragged into the house by the old lady and held the pillar tightly. At the same time, the man also looked at him. The moment their eyes met, the two grown men were both stunned. Chapter 380A Family Reunites. Just as scholars admire the learned Confucian scholars, soldiers also have their own people to admire and look up to. During the 6 years that Yu Shaoqing was in the northwest camp, he heard the most about the deeds of the 2 war gods. One was Xiao Shenting, and the other was Helian Biming. In addition to returning victoriously and reuniting with his family, his greatest wish was to meet the 2 war gods in the rumors. He met Xiao Shenting, And not only did he meet him, but he also became his in-laws. Yu Shaoqing didn't say it, but he was proud of it in his heart. But this Nanzhao god general was too far away from him. Even though he lived in the Hellion family's mansion, he never thought that he could really meet him. Now this person appeared in front of him alive. Don't ask him how he guessed it. In short, at first sight, just by intuition, he felt that there could not be another person in the world. He looked at the god general in the wheelchair in disbelief, and a wave of heat rolled through his heart. What a strange emotion. My heartbeat didn't accelerate when I saw Xiao Jinting. Wait, why does the god of war look at me excitedly? I am excited because I saw the god of war. Why is he excited? Yu Shaoqing was confused again. Hellion Biming was indeed very excited. Even more excited than Yu Shaoqing looked. For a moment after entering the door, he thought he saw his own father and almost stood up from the wheelchair. His first reaction was that his father knew that his grave was green and crawled out of the coffin. His second reaction was that his father seemed to be older than this when he died. He sat down again from his half-standing position. After all, he had suffered from the fake Hellion Sheng once. Looking at this face that was so real, the excitement and surprise that Hellion Biming had at first sight faded, and was replaced by a cold vigilance. Yu Shaoqing shuddered. Wait, why aren't you excited when the god general sees me? You look like you're going to kill me. Bull eggs. The old lady hugged Yu Shaoqing's legs and dragged him inside. Yu Shaoqing dealt with the old lady's dragging, hugged the pillar tightly, and complained in his heart. Who can tell him what's going on? Yu Shaoqing is about to cry. Who took this old lady away? In fact, Yu Shaoqing has martial arts skills. He let her drag him back just now because he was confused by the fall. Now that he has recovered, he can use some internal force to shake the person away. No, maybe he doesn't need internal force at all. Just as brute force can knock this old man unconscious. But instinctively, he didn't want to do that. Maybe it was because he couldn't do it to an old man who was unconscious. Or maybe he couldn't do it to this old man. The result was that he was bullied by this old man. Woo woo woo. I really want to cry. After calling Hellion Biming, the trusted maid went to the eldest young master's room and called the eldest young mistress over. Yuan was half asleep and half awake, and didn't know what happened. The maid couldn't explain it clearly. Yuan came to the old lady's room in a daze, stood beside Hellion Biming's wheelchair, and her eyes fell on the man holding the pillar. She said sleepily, Dad? Yu Shaoqing was overjoyed. My daughter, you are finally here. If you don't come, your father will die here. This is a den of wolves and tigers. Too dangerous. Hellion Biming was slightly startled when he heard Yuan's name. What do you call him? Dad. Yuan covered her face and yawned. Hellion Biming was surprised. He is your father? Yuan was a little sober at this time, remembering that her parents came to the house late last night, and the old lady and Hellion Biming had already gone to bed before she had time to tell them. She said, My parents came to the house last night, and you all went to bed. I planned to tell you this morning, but looking at this posture, it seems that you have already met each other? Yuan finally realized that her own father was hugging the pillar in a very weird posture, and the old lady was still pulling his legs. What's going on? Yuan walked over and said to the old lady who was pulling her legs, and her face was red and her neck was thick, Grandma. What are you doing? Grandma? Is this person the mother of the Norse god? Yu Shaoqing turned his head and wanted to cry even more. Why is the mother of the god like this? She mistook him for the father of the god. No wonder the god wanted to kill him. The old lady said mysteriously, Nyo Dan. Your grandfather is back. Yuan's sleepiness died instantly. She opened her eyes wide and said, He is not Nyo Dan. He is my father. He is Nyo Dan. The old lady said firmly. He is not. Yuan said. He is. He is. He is. He is. The old lady started to throw a tantrum. Yuan held her forehead. Her grandmother was ill again. What should she do in this situation? It was a good thing that the old lady recognized Yin Qiucha as her grandson. But it was not the case that she recognized her father as Nyo Dan. Yuan looked at Hellion Biming for help. The alertness in Hellion Biming's eyes disappeared the moment Yuan confirmed the other party's identity. He thought a lot on the spot, thinking of the scene when he first met Yuan, thinking of what Yuan said to him. He felt like he was in a dream, until Yuan looked at him. He woke up from the dream and pushed the wheelchair over. Mother! He stopped beside the old lady. Humph! The old lady turned her face away and didn't want to pay attention to him. Helian Biming's eyes moved slightly, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled the old lady's wrist. Mother. He is not Nyo Dan. He is Ur. Ur? Yuan didn't react to this similar pronunciation for a while. The old lady paused, hugged Yu Shaoqing's legs, looked at Yu Shaoqing's face, and looked at it for several seconds before muttering, Ur? Yes. Helian Biming nodded. Yu Shaoqing was confused. What was it? The old lady pursed her lips. And the next second, she burst into tears, rushed over and hugged Yu Shaoqing's head. Son. You miss me so much. Yu Shaoqing? Yu Shaoqing? From husband to son. Who knows what he has been through? After her step-grandson came to her house, the old lady adopted another son. The second master, who was said to have fallen off a cliff and died in Qinghe town. The servants were all terrified. For a moment, they didn't know whether the man who was being pulled by the old lady's side was a human or a ghost. After being a son to the old lady for a whole morning, Yu Shaoqing successfully coaxed the old lady to sleep. After all, he was a son and was quite skilled in his business. But he said he still couldn't accept this fact. And he went to Kixiewen in a gloomy face. Although Grandma was an outsider, he had the weight of an elder in everyone's mind. And everyone unconsciously regarded Kixiewen as an important place for discussion. Yu Shaoqing entered the house, and everyone was already waiting. The whole room decided to hold a very serious family meeting. Those present included Grandma, Yu Shaoqing, Jiang, Helian Biming, Yin Jiocha and his wife, and 3 little black eggs, who could not be coaxed away and sat upright on a small stool. The little black eggs opened their black eyes and looked at the adults in the room cutely. Whatever the adults wanted to do, they seemed to be very powerful, and they wanted to do it too. Xiaobao. Come here. Yuan waved at Xiaobao. Xiaobao ran to Yuan happily. Yuan picked him up and let him lie comfortably in her arms. Yuan gently rocked him and shouted, 1, 2, fall asleep. Hoo-hoo, Xiaobao snored. Everyone was stunned by this wave of operations. Erbao didn't want to sleep, but he couldn't escape the fate of being rocked to sleep. He went to see Zhou Gong in 3 strokes. Debao was alone and weak, so he gave up resistance, climbed onto the couch obediently, and coaxed himself to sleep. Yuan called Fuling and Zissou, took the 3 little guys to the old lady's room, and let the old and the 3 little ones sleep well. Next, it's time to talk about business. As the protagonist of this incident, Yu Shaoqing, everyone focused their attention on him. Helian Biming first asked him if he had confessed to the old lady about the existence of Yuan and Xiao Taidan. Helian Biming had learned from Yuan that there was also his cute little nephew in Lianhua village. How could Yu Shaoqing confess in time? The old lady took his hand and said that Chao was his son and Awan was his wife. So he should treat his wife well, although the wife was ugly. Yuan? She was ugly? She was not good at cooking and always loved to run away. But Chao liked her. So they, as elders, had to like her. What's the matter with the illusion that the old lady loved me so much and treated me like her dear granddaughter? Damn it. I don't want to live anymore. Yu Shaoqing, who suddenly became a father and son with his stinky son-in-law, he doesn't want to live anymore. Yu Shaoqing had 1,000 kinds of resentment in his heart, but he finally endured them all. He took a deep breath and said to Yin Jioch and Yuan, let me tell you about the 2 of you first. Why did you come to Nanjiao? And how did you get together with the Wei's family? And you became the eldest master and eldest mistress of the Helian family? Yuan glanced at her husband, who could do anything at any time, held his hand under the table, looked at Yu Shaoqing and Jiang and said, let me tell you. We left Zhou with a Wei's family at first. Yin Jiocha was poisoned by time and needed 4 medicinal ingredients. But Zhou didn't have these medicinal ingredients. So we came to Nanjiao. What is time? Yu Shaoqing had never heard of it. Didn't he get cursed? And it has been resolved. Yuan said, poisonous curse is poisonous curse. Time is time. There was a poisonous curse suppressing it in the past. We didn't find the existence of time until the poisonous curse was resolved, and the toxicity of time was revealed. In short, this is a very difficult poison to resolve. And for some reasons, we can't make a big fuss. So we sneaked into the imperial capital under the name of returning to Yanqing. Why did we go with Grandma? Because Grandma knew where to find the 4 medicinal ingredients. Yu Shaoqing understood that Yin Jiuchao had been attacked when he was young. and more than once. The murderer might be in Nanchao, so it was inconvenient to make it public, so as not to alert the enemy and ruin the plan to find the medicine. Yu Shaoqing glanced at her grandmother. She had long guessed that Awei's family was not an ordinary hunter. Now it seems that they are not. Yu Shaoqing looked at her daughter and motioned her to continue. Helian Baiming cleared his throat. Yuan looked at him with a smile. Uncle, you seem very nervous? I'm not. Helian Baiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said expressionlessly. Yuan said with a smile. The first time I met my uncle was outside Lucheng. And my uncle almost killed me. Helian Baiming's heart trembled. And he almost fell off the wheelchair. Little girl, is there anyone who would cheat your uncle like this? Yu Shaoqing's eyes instantly became cold. What's wrong with the god of war? Can the god of war bully his daughter? Feeling the knife in Yu Shaoqing's eyes, Helian Baiming felt sick. But this is just the beginning. Since even the poisoning of Yin Qiuqiao has been explained, there is nothing to hide from parents. Yuan told them how they sneaked into Xiqing, how they were bullied by a Gu master named Yu, how they killed another Gu master pharaoh, and even how they were almost brought to justice by Helian Baiming. For the first time, Helian Baiming felt a guilty emotion. Yuan sighed and said, I said my father is his biological brother. When I first saw the general, I felt very close to him, like I had seen a close relative. But my uncle insisted that he buried you, my father, with his own hands. Yu Shaoqing's eyes were sharp enough to kill people. Helian Baiming felt bitter. Girl, you didn't say that at the time. Helian Baiming looked at Yu Shaoqing. Listen to my explanation. Humph. Yu Shaoqing turned away. Yuan was just watching the fun and said, my uncle goes to worship my father every year and burns incense and paper money for him. Yu Shaoqing's face turned even darker. For the first time, Helian Baiming felt that this girl really held a grudge and was about to kill him. He did find a horribly broken baby body that year and buried it with his own hands. The body was wearing his brother's swaddling clothes and clothes. Naturally, he would not think that he had made a mistake. He had been looking for a younger brother all these years just to show the old lady. How could he have expected that a younger brother would really appear? If it was just Yu Shaoqing's age and experience, he would not be convinced. If it was just this face, he would not be convinced. After all, the world is so big that there are people with similar looks. But if so many features coincidentally match, it is definitely not a simple coincidence. He boldly guessed that what happened back then was probably not an accident. Someone witnessed the frame-up and deliberately found a baby's body to confuse the sight, so that they thought his brother fell to death. But in fact, his brother was rescued. Helian Baiming didn't know who that person was, but he was sure that the person must have concealed the real culprit behind the scenes. Otherwise his brother would not have spent so many years in peace even if he was stranded in the Great Zhou. Someone touched his brother. Why did that person do that? Who is that person? Oh right, Yuan said. There is a recipe book in my father's swaddling clothes. Recipe? Helian Baiming wondered. Yuan shook her head. No. Grandpa Bao said it's not a recipe book. And we don't know what it is. It's a very tattered book. We thought it was a token left by my father's family for him to recognize in the future. The Helian family has a lot of books, and some of them have been lost. But if they are for the token of recognition in the future, it is not the case. They didn't deliberately abandon the child, so they naturally wouldn't put the so-called token on him. But it is not ruled out that the kind-hearted person who rescued his brother would leave some clues. Did you take it with you? Helian Baiming asked. Yu Shaoqing rolled his eyes. They came out to look for some little black eggs, not to recognize their relatives. So who would bring that thing? Yuan saw her father's nose in the air, and somehow she remembered the arrogant look of little Tai Dan when he first met his father, who had just returned from the war. She was still wondering at that time, how could such an honest child behave like this when he met his biological father? Now she finally understood who her brother inherited his bad habits from. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. She laughed, and Yin Qiuqiao laughed too. Yin Qiuqiao laughed, and little black Jiang laughed too. Jiang smiled, and Yu Shaoqing couldn't hide his smile either. The old man who had been silent all the time spoke calmly and calmly. I say, are you too happy too early? When you first entered the mansion, you announced to the public that Helian Chao grew up in Qinghe town, and his father and mother had passed away. Now his parents have come to the door. Don't you want to think about how to cover up the lie? As soon as the voice fell, everyone was petrified. The news that the old lady recognized her son spread to the West Mansion that night. Li was lying on the bed, letting Mother Wang apply medicine to her wounds, and heard the maid come to report. The second master of the East Mansion has returned to the mansion. Second master? What second master? Li was confused. The maid said, that's it. The father of the eldest young master. The younger brother of the general. Li choked. Isn't he dead? The death that Li thought of was not the rumor of falling off a cliff and leaving no body. But after Helian Chao returned to the East Palace, Helian Biming announced that Helian Chao's parents had died of illness a few years ago, leaving only Helian Chao as the only child. How come the dead second master came back to life in the blink of an eye? Li's first reaction was, could it be that in order to prevent the West Palace from worshipping the ancestors, someone was specially found to impersonate the second master? After all, the second master was listed in the family tree back then. If the second master came back, the West Palace would have nothing to do in the first instance stick. The maid scratched her head and said, it seems that there is some misunderstanding. The second master and the second lady of the East Mansion are not dead. They deliberately said so to avoid death. Avoiding death? Such a lame excuse. Who are you trying to fool? Not to mention Li. Everyone in the East Mansion felt that this excuse was lame. But there was no other way. They said too much at the beginning. And now they are just contradicting themselves. Fortunately, Yu Shaoqing is real. And this can't be fake. Li still didn't believe it, and endured the pain in her waist, and went to her father-in-law's yard. The news of the second old master was not slower than Li's. He also heard about the second master's return to the mansion. Of course, he didn't believe it was true. After all, he was the one who caused the child to fall off the cliff. And he also sent the killer. His killer saw the child's body with his own eyes, and it was smashed into a pool of meat paste. That's why he was so sure that nothing could stop the great cause of the West Mansion. Because the child would not survive. The so-called second master at the moment must be a fake. Second old master, the general of the East Palace and the second master are here to see you. Accompanied by the servant's message, Helian Biming and Yu Shaoqing entered the second old master's room. When the second old master saw the handsome young face that was almost identical to his brother, he felt sick.